In a previous life, Liu Chan was ordered to enter the palace to accompany the favored sister of the consort, only to be schemed against by her sister, becoming a mere vessel for childbirth, ultimately meeting a tragic end of dying alone, leaving behind a child. In her new life, she immerses herself in the palace with the intent to eliminate her sister, the favored consort, and aspire to ascend to the position of Empress. She presents herself as innocent and straightforward before the emperor, clinging to him like a parasite, coaxing him into willingly imparting lessons in court intrigue. With each step, she rises to become the uniquely favored and formidable concubine in the imperial harem, feared by all. Yet, when the emperor's youthful love returns, many believe Liu Chan's favor will wane, only to be met with a solemn decree proclaiming her as empress. The decree states, "I cherish her deeply." In Fengyi Palace, the imposing Emperor Xiao Ling corners the newly crowned Empress Liu, confessing, "My heart can harbor no one else but you." With a soft and delicate voice, Liu Chan replies, "I feel the same for your majesty." Her desire is the emperor's heart, yet power surpasses even that. As night descends, the cold wind howls. "Your majesty, please don't. Your majesty, I am not my sister." As Liu Chan instinctively utters these words, a chill of sweat envelopes her back. She gazes at the large hand tearing at her garments, recognizing the man above her, intoxicated and pressing down on her none other than the emperor himself, her brother-in-law, Xiao Ling. A wave of panic washes over her as she stares at his familiar face, her heart constricting painfully, making her breath falter. Her first thought is how remarkably young he appears. Before she can ponder further, Xiao Ling seizes her frozen hands, his gaze clouded with inebriation as he kisses her neck, whispering a name. "Jinger, Jinger, do not leave me." At the sound of this name, Liu Chan's pupils dilate, her body trembling uncontrollably. She has been reborn. Reborn to the moment when she was summoned into the palace at the age of 16 to accompany the consort. A month prior, her sister, the favored consort, expressed her longing for family and had her own family send Liu Chan, the illegitimate daughter, to keep her company. Upon entering the palace, the favored consort showered her with warmth, sharing luxuries as if they were of equal status. Liu Chan, with her naive nature, believed wholeheartedly in the consort's kindness and grew dependent on her, until the emperor, inebriated, forced himself upon her. She attempted to cry out and resist, but it was futile. After their encounter, her beloved sister stormed in, accusing her of seducing the emperor. Upon awakening, Xiao Ling claimed he despised women who seduce. Yet, due to her noble lineage, he could not simply dispose of her instead. He banished her to the cold palace. However, despair deepened as she noticed her belly swelling day by day. When her condition could no longer be concealed, she was finally discovered and taken from the cold palace, appointed as a minor palace maid, isolated in a remote chamber to bear the child. These events had long extinguished her hope. She yearned merely to give birth to her child and nurture it. Yet, during childbirth, the midwife sabotaged her, and after delivering her daughter, Liu Chan bled to death. For reasons unknown, her spirit did not reincarnate but lingered in the palace, often compelled to follow Xiao Ling. She watched helplessly as the favored consort raised her daughter, using the innocent girl to vie for the emperor's affection by day, while cruelly pricking her with needles behind closed doors to ensure obedience. She witnessed the consort selecting another illegitimate daughter to enter the palace, attempting to use the same tactics to bear a son. When the emperor discovered this, he swiftly severed all ties, placing the blame solely on the illegitimate girl, leading to the latter's demise at the hands of her legitimate mother. Yet, none of this diminished the consort's favor until Xiao Ling passed away, and only then were her crimes revealed, ending with her forced consumption of poison. And Liu Chan, miraculously, was reborn after witnessing the favored consort's demise. Memories flooded her mind, and Liu Chan clenched her fists. If she allowed Xiao Ling to take her now, she would likely repeat her tragic fate. She must make him cease his advances and prove that she did not intend to seduce him. Xiao Ling's drunken strength was overwhelming, and with his weight pressing down on her, she found it nearly impossible to escape. With a ripping sound, her garment was torn from her shoulder, exposing her. In her previous life, Liu Chan had been panic-stricken and timid, merely struggling and calling out. But after traversing death and trailing Xiao Ling, her spirit had hardened. She knew his preferences well. What was a mere torn piece of clothing compared to that? Instead of resisting, Liu Chan embraced his waist, her voice soft. "Your Majesty, you are hurting Jinger." At her words, Xiao Ling seemed to recall something, his gaze shifting back to the woman beneath him, filled with conflict. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Chan forcefully pushed him away. Her eyes darted around the room, and she rushed to a nearby table, grabbing the cold teapot. Without hesitation, she splashed the tea across Xiao Lin's face. Perhaps the cold liquid jolted him back, as the haze in his eyes diminished, no longer reflecting the fervor of before. Liu Chan observed him calmly, ensuring he would not lunge at her again. "Your Majesty." She knelt before him, her voice trembling. "Your Majesty, please see clearly, I am not my sister. I implore you to exercise restraint." Xiao Lin sat on the edge of the bed, brushing the tea leaves from his hair, staring intently at her for what felt like an eternity. The young girl kneeling before him clutched her tattered garments tightly, her skin exposed, shoulders trembling as she bowed her head, seemingly on the verge of tears. Yet, inexplicably, a burning desire surged within him, compelling him to consume her wholly. It seemed he had been drugged in Your Palace. However, given her reaction, it was clear she was unaware. After all, no woman who sought to seduce would dare to throw tea at him, the Emperor. "It was I who acted impulsively," he stated coldly. Suddenly, he rose, intending to leave, but dizziness struck, nearly sending him tumbling forward. "Your Majesty!" Liu Chan exclaimed, rushing forward to support him. Perhaps in her anxiety, she stepped on his foot and inadvertently pushed him onto the bed, losing her balance and falling against him. In that fleeting moment of intimacy, she gritted her teeth, bracing herself with her arm to pivot away. Then, Liu Chan gasped, her face paling as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She rose, clutching her ankle. "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. Please forgive my transgression." Liu Chan suppressed her pain, kneeling once more. Xiao Lin, slightly disheveled, rose from the bed and stood before her, frowning, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Yet, he remained silent, turning to exit. Once alone in the room, Liu Chan's initial panic subsided. She gently rubbed her ankle, seemingly oblivious to the pain, and limped around the room. In a hidden corner, she spotted an exquisite incense burner, nearly extinguished. She smiled bitterly. It was this very burner that led Xiao Lin to believe she harbored ulterior motives in her past life. Liu Chan gathered the ashes from the incense burner, carefully wrapped them in a piece of paper, and tucked the burner in her sleeve, finally exhaling in relief. At this moment, the incense held no significance for her. Its enchanting effect was likely to be realized only when combined with other elements, perhaps something that Xiao Lin had previously experienced or utilized in the presence of consort Jing, which had evoked feelings upon entering this chamber. Surveying the room's opulence, Liu Chan could not suppress a sigh. In her past life, she had placed too much trust in consort Jing, her biological sister, and had been naively led into this room without perceiving the inherent oddity. It was evident that this was Xiao Lin's usual retreat, adorned with the lavishness befitting the emperor himself. With no time to ponder further, Liu Chan glanced at her tattered garments and resolved to seek out consort Jing. Given the chance to live anew, she could not squander the benevolence bestowed upon her by fate. Surely, consort Jing was awaiting her arrival, poised to dispatch someone to break down the door. Taking a deep breath, Liu Chan forcefully tore at her clothing once more, rendering herself more pitiable before pushing open the door and stepping outside. The biting cold made her huddle, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks, stumbling toward consort Jing's quarters. "Sister." Liu Chan was halted at the entrance to the chamber. Today, it was Chun'er, the head maid of Your Palace, standing guard. Alarmed by the emperor's earlier departure, she had promptly reported to consort Jing. With the situation precarious, they could only observe. Liu Chan appeared, weeping. Chun'er quickly approached to support her, feigning ignorance. "Miss Liu, what troubles you at this late hour?" The lady has already retired for the night. With tears streaming down her face, Liu Chan sobbed, nearly fainting. "Sister, I must see you. Save me." Chun'er's expression mirrored her panic, foregoing protocol and directly ushering Liu Chan inside. Upon entering, Liu Chan beheld consort Jing, impeccably dressed, hastily emerging from the inner chamber, her face a mask of surprise, as though utterly unaware of the circumstances. "Sister, save me," Liu Chan cried, rushing toward her. "Sister, the emperor. What has the emperor done to you?" Consort Jing asked urgently, her voice betraying a hint of concealed delight as her gaze instinctively wandered to Liu Chan's lower abdomen. Over the past month, she had calculated the days when Liu Chan could conceive, taking great care to prepare her body for a successful union. The emperor, he. Liu Chan's vision blurred as she looked up at consort Jing, a fierce hatred bubbling within her, longing to tear apart the very person before her. What a sister, professing to care for her. As consort Jing's expression grew increasingly elated, her demeanor suggesting she could hardly wait to announce the news of Liu Chan's pregnancy, Liu Chan finally managed a smirk through her sobs, uttering, "The Emperor nearly took me." "Nearly? Then the Emperor did not touch you?" Consort Jing exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Chun'er quickly raised a hand to steady her, raising her voice to interject, "Surely, Miss Liu, you must have been frightened." As she spoke, she discreetly gestured to Consort Jing. Regaining her composure, Consort Jing concealed her disappointment if this attempt had faltered. There were other means to consider. Liu Chan, with her striking resemblance to her sister, would certainly not deter the Emperor. I want to go home, sister," Liu Chan suddenly exclaimed, her eyes bright with tears. "I want to go home." With that, she attempted to dash outside. Consort Jing, alarmed, swiftly grabbed her, whispering in a tone meant to intimidate, "Sister, this concerns your reputation. If you go out like this, what will Meng Xian think if news of today reaches him?" Meng Xian. Liu Chan's body stiffened. Consort Jing believed she had frightened her into submission and quickly continued, "Your engagement with him is imminent. If such an incident happens in the palace and spreads, how will the Meng family perceive you? Meng Xian will surely withdraw his proposal." Liu Chan hesitated, her simmering resentment resurfacing without mentioning him. She might have forgotten. Meng Xian, of the Yang Marquis family, was 12 years her senior and infamous for his indulgences. Despite having only seen her once, he sent word to her family to propose. As a concubine-born daughter, she had no say in her marriage. Her legitimate mother, seeking to curry favor with the Marquisate, had accepted the proposal in the name of familial alliance. But who could have anticipated that Meng Xian was her sister's admirer before entering the palace? His affection for her was merely a substitute for his longing for her sister. Today, the exquisitely crafted incense burner she had seen was a gift from Meng Xian. A man of his ilk, known for his associations with dubious characters, could procure anything. Her sister's ability to manipulate Meng Xian into assisting her while in the palace was quite the skill. Liu Chan's thoughts raced, and when she turned back, she resembled a startled rabbit once more. Grasping Consort Jing's hand tightly, she implored, "Sister, help me. I will obey you. Please keep this matter hidden. It must not reach young Master Meng. If my engagement is called off, how will I face the world?" Seeing Liu Chan finally calmed, Consort Jing signaled to Chun'er beside her. There was still the aphrodisiac incense burner to consider. According to Meng Xian, the efficacy of the aphrodisiac was undeniable. Used separately, it would yield certain results. How could it have failed with the Emperor? Chun'er, understanding her intentions, hurried off to manage the situation. As Chun'er exited, Liu Chan surmised she was likely going to inspect that room, but her sister must be on edge now. Sure enough, Chun'er returned shortly, her face a mask of panic. Liu Chan discreetly glanced at Consort Jing, observing the subtle shift in her expression. "Your Highness, it is missing," Chun'er whispered urgently. In an instant, Consort Jing's face drained of color, but in Liu Chan's presence, Chun'er refrained from speaking too plainly, instead resorting to frantic gestures. Their eyes darted toward Liu Chan, whose torn garments could hardly conceal the incense burner. In that moment, the sound of a young palace maid's announcement rang out. "Your Highness, Eunuch Huang from the Emperor's side has arrived." Chapter 3. Does the Emperor also sense something awry? Jing Guifei felt a sudden jolt in her heart, a flicker of panic crossing her face. But she quickly regained her composure. The incense in the burner was colorless and odorless. Even if Huang Jiao discovered it, it would not imply anything conclusive. With this thought, Jing Guifei gestured to Chun'er and said, "Chun'er, please escort Chana back." Chun'er bowed in acknowledgement, approached Liu Chan, and offered her assistance, saying, "Miss Liu, you must be tired today. Allow me to help you back to rest." After Liu Chan graciously accepted and bid farewell to Jing Guifei, Chun'er's expression remained grave. Even as Liu Chan tried to engage her in conversation, her responses distracted and distant. Once Liu Chan was safely returned to her quarters, Chun'er hurriedly left without even a formal farewell. Liu Chan watched with a cool gaze as Chun'er's figure faded away, then allowed herself a slight smile. She changed into more comfortable attire and sat by the bedside, lost in thought. In her past life, she had longed to escape the ravenous imperial palace. Yet every hope had been brutally extinguished. Jing Guifei sought to extract every ounce of her usefulness, while the Emperor despised her to the core. Even the palace maids and eunuchs shifted their allegiances, treating her as mere dirt beneath their feet. Gradually, she had been worn down, her very soul imprisoned within these shadowy halls, unable to find peace. Now, an opportunity to leave the palace lay before her, yet she hesitated. She resolved to ascend gradually, trampling those who had humiliated her, allowing them to taste the bitterness of desperation. Su Jinger. The name slipped from Liu Chan's lips, familiar and bittersweet. Who could have imagined that the favored Jing Guifei, after years of adoration, was merely a surrogate in Xiao Ling's heart? Her spirit had once glimpsed Su Jinger's portrait, and Jing Guifei bore a striking resemblance to her. This mere resemblance had been enough for Xiao Ling to shower her with boundless affection, even bestowing upon her a title that bore the character for Jing. From Xiao Ling's murmurs, she gradually learned that Su Jinger had saved him during a perilous military campaign, ultimately perishing before his eyes. The beloved who had died in the throes of passionate love was unmatched. Today marked the 8th day of the 12th month, the anniversary of Su Jinger's death. Each year on this day, Xiao Ling would drink himself into a stupor and seek out Jing Guifei for a night of intimacy. Though Jing Guifei remained unaware of the reason behind this pattern, she had memorized it and devised her own plan. Liu Chan shook her head, finding the notion of a man's love to be utterly ironic. She observed the emperor as he searched among the women of the harem, each favored concubine vying for his favor, consumed by jealousy and insecurity, yet oblivious to their roles as mere substitutes. She had no intention of repeating their mistakes. With Su Jinger already nurtured by Xiao Ling, she refused to become another shadow. Instead of superficial resemblance, she believed it was her true character that would captivate the emperor, and she intended to be the sole woman in this palace capable of making him lower his defenses. The following day, no one from Taiji Hall came to inquire about Liu Chan or Jing Guifei. The entire day passed in an unsettling silence. Liu Chan understood that her rejection the previous day likely cleared some suspicion, while the remnants of incense, ash, and her familiarity with the emperor pointed directly to Jing Guifei. Perhaps Xiao Ling, having personally trained Jing Guifei, opted for leniency. Yet this leniency was ultimately limited. A man as astute as Xiao Ling would not tolerate schemes against him. Her current objective was to rise in status, causing Jing Guifei to falter and reap the consequences of her actions. As for the small incense burner, she had found a place to bury it. As long as it remained hidden, Jing Guifei would continue to be plagued by unease. Just as Liu Chan was about to drift into slumber, she heard a sudden movement. A cloth was swiftly pressed over her mouth. In that fleeting moment before darkness took her, she thought, the inevitable has finally arrived. When she opened her eyes again, she was greeted by the bright yellow of the emperor's exclusive canopy, the surrounding candlelight glaringly bright, causing her eyes to squint. At the bedside sat Xiao Ling, his expression grave. "Speak, how audacious you are to have climbed in my bed." Liu Chan looked up at him, her eyes welling with innocent tears. Clutching her nightgown tightly, her voice trembled with disbelief. Your servant does not dare offend you, for you are the son of heaven and also my sister's husband." Suppressing her fear, her shoulders trembled as she gritted her teeth. "Yesterday, my sister, the Guifei, called for me to drink a few cups of fruit wine. Overwhelmed by the alcohol, I was taken to rest without knowing you would be in that chamber. After all, how could a mere weak woman casually rest in the emperor's private quarters?" This statement clearly conveyed to Xiao Ling that she possessed no such power. Seeing Xiao Ling remain silent, Liu Chan's face hardened with resolve. "Since your majesty views me in this light, though nothing untoward occurred, I shall prove my innocence with my life." In the next moment, she abruptly stood and rushed toward a nearby pillar. Her sudden move caught everyone off guard, but Huang Jiu reacted swiftly, dropping the dust cloth and stepping forward to intervene. "Oh no, Miss Liu, you mustn't." Huang Jiu cast a reproachful glance at her master. What had driven a fine young lady to such desperation? Xiao Ling, taken aback, instinctively stepped forward, unnoticed by anyone but himself, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. He had known this was Jing Guifei's doing. Yet, whether it was lingering doubt about Liu Chan or some unspoken sentiment, he had called her to question her. He had not anticipated her fiery reaction, her first instinct being to declare her willingness to die. In this palace, which woman did not strive desperately to win his affection? A wave of irritation washed over him, though his expression remained impassive as he coolly stated, I merely asked, is your life so worthless that you would seek death? Liu Chan knelt slowly, her forehead touching the ground, yet she uttered not a single word more. Her frail shoulders quivered, as if she silently wept, but no sound escaped her lips. Inexplicably, another similarly stubborn figure surfaced in Xiao Ling's mind. She had declared she would never be a concubine, no matter how deeply she loved him. She could not forsake that principle. When Xiao Ling spoke again, his tones softened considerably. I know this matter does not concern you. Otherwise, you would not have. Push me away. I merely wish to inquire if you noticed anything unusual in the room yesterday. Perhaps any incense? Before she could respond, Huang Jiao interjected. Did Miss Liu feel any heat yesterday? With her innocence now vindicated, Liu Chan's thoughts shifted, and she finally raised her head, staring blankly at Xiao Ling above her. Her lashes glistened with tears as she blinked, softly asking, Does Your Majesty also sense something amiss? Chapter 4. Such a simple nature. Liu Chan pressed her lips together, striving to recall the events of the previous day. She truly needed to reflect, for the occurrences leading up to her entering the room felt like a distant memory. The details now lost to time. As someone who couldn't handle much alcohol, she had succumbed to sleep when the palace maids assisted her into the room, and upon awakening, she found the Emperor atop her. Her face flushed as she spoke, her voice diminishing to a whisper. I was so frightened that I sobered up and focused solely on resisting, leaving no room for other sensations. Xiao Ling regarded her with a thoughtful expression, a playful smile curling his lips, dispelling his earlier irritation in an instant. Fortunately, when Liu Chan looked up, he resumed his icy demeanor, declaring, in that case, I shall restore your honor. Liu Chan replied affirmatively. Noting that Xiao Ling had fallen silent in contemplation, she considered her next move. Your servant shall take her leave now. Just as she turned to depart, Xiao Ling suddenly asked, if it was not you, then it must have been Jing Guifei who did it? Liu Chan abruptly turned her head, her small face tinged with traces of anger. Your Majesty, pardon my candidness, but who would send another woman to the bed of the man they love? My sister has devoted her heart and soul to you. And how could you think so poorly of her? Her cheeks puffed with indignation, clearly upset. What you may not realize is that we, as lowly daughters, have never been cherished, especially someone like me who lost her mother at birth. Had it not been for my sister's sudden invitation to the palace, I might have never known what it feels like to be loved. I implore you, if you must harbor doubts, let them not fall upon my sister. With that, she turned on her heel, disregarding Xiao Lin's thoughts. Clad only in a thin nightgown and with the warmth of the room's fire, she felt the chill of the air, but thought of the cold she would face outside. Xiao Lin cast a glance at Huang Jiao, who seemed momentarily slow to react. Isn't it your duty to escort her back? Xiao Lin glared at him. Seeing Huang Jiao still in a daze, he admonished him softly, Why are you still standing there? Huang Jiao rubbed his ears, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts before he dashed towards Liu Chan. Miss Liu, allow me to accompany you back, he offered with a forced smile. As Xiao Lin watched the two depart, he returned to sit by the bed. After a moment of silence, he reached for a hidden compartment beside the bed and retrieved a painting. Carefully unfurling it, he gazed at the lifelike image of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to concubine Jing, dressed in a white gown, cradling an orange cat while swinging, her smile radiant. Jing, everyone conspires against me, yet you're the only one who is sincere. He caressed the woman's face with his thumb. According to Huang Jiao's findings, Liu Chan was already betrothed. How could she have been sent to the palace, let alone found in his chambers? The emperor, known for his suspicion, never believed in mere coincidence. The Liu family, being the maternal family of the Empress, had long sought ways to fulfill their ambitions, and now they had ensnared their own illegitimate daughter in their schemes. The thought of the Empress sent a chill through Xiao Lin. Over the years, that old woman had employed countless venomous tactics to control him, even leading to Jing's demise. It was time to curb her swollen ambitions. Wrapped in a deep black fur coat, Liu Chan walked gracefully along the path back to Weiyang Palace. She had arrived escorted by the secret guards, clad only in her nightgown and barefoot. Huang Jiao, showing kindness, had arranged for her to have shoes and a warm coat. Thus, he trailed her half a step behind, engaging her in light conversation. I hear you're already betrothed, Miss Liu. When the time comes, do send word. I would love to partake in the joyous occasion. Liu Chan couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Huang Jiao was exceedingly astute. Otherwise, he would not have served as the chief eunuch beside Xiao Lin for so many years. His words were likely a test on behalf of Xiao Lin. In simpler terms, he was like a worm in Xiao Lin's belly. Hence, Liu Chan responded earnestly. The date set by my family is early February next year. It will come soon, and I shall certainly inform you. With the arrival of the 12th month, her wedding day was now just over 2 months away. There was a hint of marriage-related joy in her tone. Huang Jiao was well aware of the details of her engagement, including her fiancé's nature. Liu Chan's betrothed was a notorious rake named Meng's son, the legitimate son of the second branch of the Yang Marquis family, known for his bullying and debauchery. Certainly not a paragon of virtue. Tell me, do you know what sort of person your fiancé is? Huang Jiao inquired further. Liu Chan hesitated for a moment, a shy smile gracing her face. He is quite handsome and one of the 4 talents of the capital. I consider myself fortunate to be engaged to him. Despite his notorious reputation, I believe once we are married, he will be devoted solely to me. Such a reputation, yet he will remain devoted to one? Huang Jiao scoffed, exhaling a sigh. Miss Liu, if a man misbehaves before marriage, he is unlikely to change afterward. It is said that one's nature is hard to alter. Liu Chan's expression shifted at his words. Master Huang, you speak with caution. You do not know my fiancé. How can you judge him so freely? I have faith in him. With that, she hurried ahead, clutching her garment tightly. Huang Jiao stood still, momentarily dumbfounded, his lips parting to speak, but no words emerged. In his mind, one thought lingered. This young lady seemed genuine and unlikely to engage in indiscretions. Yet her innocent nature was on the verge of being deceived by a pretentious rake. Such a pity. Huang Jiao shook his head in regret. Upon Liu Chan's return to Weiyang Palace, she was met by palace maids who had already gleaned the news and relayed it to concubine Jing, who awaited her anxiously. Huang Jiao escorted her to the door and left, while she was ushered before concubine Jing. The latter, having loosened her garments and without any adornments, appeared as though she had just risen from her bed, even stifling a yawn as Liu Chan entered. Beginner, what did the emperor summon you for? Concubine Jing inquired with feigned concern, though her eyes reflected unmasked suspicion, given that she could not send anyone into the Tai Chi Hall where Xiao Lin resided. She had relied on spies stationed outside. Thus, when Liu Chan emerged, the spies rushed back with urgent news that took her by surprise. Concubine Jing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After all, the previous day's events had been orchestrated by her own hand, and the incense burner that had been filled with love-inducing perfume had yet to be found. If her intuition was correct, it must have been taken away by Xiao Lin's men. Liu Chan feigned ignorance to concubine Jing's unease and softly explained, Sister, when I awoke, I found myself in the Tai Chi Hall. The emperor asked me a few questions and then commanded Huang Gonggong to escort me back. What did he ask you? Concubine Jing's voice trembled slightly. She nearly forgot that the emperor's dark-clad guards were everywhere, not only near the Tai Chi Hall, but also throughout the palace. He asked. Liu Chan's eyes reddened. He asked if I climbed onto his bed myself, but sister, I truly do not remember how I ended up in that room. As her words trailed off, tears began to flow. Concubine Jing exchanged a glance with Chun'er, who was equally anxious, and immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Do not worry, Miss Liu. The maid who assisted you into the room has been sent to the laundry room. She was new to Weiyang Palace and acted thoughtlessly. With reddened eyes, Liu Chan nodded and quietly added, the emperor also asked. She deliberately elongated her words, capturing concubine Jing's heightened tension until the latter swallowed hard several times. Then, Liu Chan continued. He asked if it was you who orchestrated this. And what did you say? Concubine Jing's eyes widened, her voice nearly breaking. Fortunately, Chun'er quickly coughed to draw concubine Jing's attention, allowing her to regain some composure, though the tension on her face remained undeniable. Finally, Liu Chan spoke. I told the emperor that my sister loves him dearly and would never do such a thing. Concubine Jing steadied herself, managing a weak smile. Good, Beginner, I apologize for putting you through this. It is entirely my fault. Liu Chan shook her head. I assure the emperor that my sister treats me exceptionally well. He did not press further. The room fell into a heavy silence. Concubine Jing forced a smile and nodded, her mind racing. She had always schemed against women vying for favor in the harem, but this was her first attempt against the emperor. After a moment's contemplation, she clenched her teeth and declared, Beginner, you have been in the palace for some time now. How about I send someone to escort you back tomorrow morning? In hindsight, she realized that after failing her plot the previous night, she should have sent Liu Chan out of the palace immediately instead of allowing her to be taken by the emperor. Perhaps if she left the palace, the emperor would dismiss it as a mere misunderstanding. Liu Chan looked at her and whispered, "Sister, the emperor just inquired about me tonight. If I return tomorrow, will make him think too much?" The noble consort Jing was momentarily taken aback. Next to them, Chun'er quickly nodded in agreement, fearing that the emperor might suspect the Weiyang Palace of being guilty. In 3 days, it would be the Empress Dowager's birthday. Liu Chan contemplated, suggesting, "Perhaps, sister, you could present me before the Empress Dowager in a grand manner 3 days from now, and then escort me out of the palace. Surely, the emperor would not harbor any suspicions then?" "Very well, my dear. You shall accompany me for 3 more days in the palace," Consort Jing replied with a forced smile. "In a few days, I shall arrange for your departure." She wanted to advise Liu Chan to remain inconspicuous in the Weiyang Palace, but reconsidered, realizing that avoiding the spotlight could also imply guilt. After all, the entire palace was aware that she had brought a concubine's daughter into the fold for companionship. Currently, the matter had not escalated, and the women of the harem were oblivious to the happenings within Weiyang Palace. If she were to keep Liu Chan hidden, suspicions would inevitably arise, especially from that one in the Fengyi Palace. "Please, rest for now," Consort Jing said softly, suppressing the rising unease within her. Liu Chan bowed and took her leave. Consort Jing stood still, watching Liu Chan's retreating figure, her heart in disarray. Chun'er immediately sensed her mistress's troubled emotions and stepped forward to console her. "Our emperor has always favored you, and he would not suspect you. If it comes to it, we could easily cast blame upon Liu Chan. The emperor has inquired about her. He is likely to suspect me as well. Such accusations would not be easily cast." Consort Jing sighed. She turned to sit down, her gaze falling upon her exquisitely pale and delicate hands, devoid of any adornments, not even a hint of nail polish. A dignified consort, she presented herself so plainly, all because the emperor disdained excessive embellishments, even makeup. At 25, how much longer could she maintain this unadorned appearance and still receive his affection? Xiao Ling treated her well, showering her with new gifts for the Weiyang Palace. Yet she always felt as though he saw through her, perceiving another person instead. Chun'er pondered for a moment before softly speaking. "Do you truly intend to send her out of the palace? The Empress Dowager has limited time to grant you favors, and Liu Chan bears some resemblance to you. Sending her away may make it difficult to find another like her." With a bitter smile, Consort Jing shook her head. "If I could conceive on my own, I would not need to rely on another's womb. Since she has failed to bear fruit and has drawn the emperor's attention, it is best to send her out for now and later find someone else." Everyone in the palace envied her favored position and good fortune, even the current Empress Dowager, her aunt. Yet, she could never shake off the feeling of insecurity. She yearned for a child, unable to conceive herself. She sought to have another bearer child. With this thought, Consort Jing's resolve strengthened. If Liu Chan could not succeed with the emperor, she would simply replace her with another concubine's daughter. After all, the Empress Dowager had afforded her this opportunity. The Empress Dowager had secretly promised that regardless of the method, as long as the child bore the Liu family's bloodline, she would help elevate her to the esteemed position of Empress, the rightful wife of Xiao Ling. Once the prince ascended the throne, she would become the revered Empress Dowager residing in the Qian Palace, laughing and conversing with ease. Liu Chan returned to her quarters. Due to the favor bestowed upon Weiyang Palace, the palace's heating was quite adequate, and after her stay with Consort Jing, she felt a sheen of sweat upon her. She shrugged off her heavy fur coat, tossing it carelessly onto the floor. Time was of the essence. Xiao Ling had lost his biological mother at a tender age, enduring great hardship in the palace, which made it difficult for him to trust others. His thoughts were deeply concealed, and he despised women who sought to climb the social ladder by seduction. In her previous life, a palace maid, believing herself to be beautiful, had tried to inadvertently entice Xiao Ling, only to be dragged away and beaten to death without a hint of mercy. However, the most viable way for her to remain in the palace was still to ascend to Xiao Ling's bed. Unlike her past life, she intended to make it clear to Xiao Ling that she was an innocent white lotus, and that all actions were orchestrated by Consort Jing. If he felt resentment, it should be directed towards Consort Jing, yet he must take responsibility for her. She aimed to gradually diminish Consort Jing's special status in the emperor's heart, positioning herself beneath him yet above all others in the palace. Replacing the lost beloved was no easy feat, but men were predictable. From Xiao Lin's sincere affection for Su Jinger, it was evident that despite his cold exterior, He longed for a woman who truly understood him. Liu Chan was not afraid of failure. What she had observed while beside Xiao Ling would suffice. At that moment, a palace maid's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Miss Liu, are you unable to sleep?" Liu Chan instinctively glanced at the closed door, her heart lighting up at the sight of Xiao Chui. "It is I," the maid replied. Chapter 6. The Emperor favors her. Liu Chan's eyes glimmered with surprise. In her rebirth, she had been preoccupied with plans and calculations, her spirit taut for over a day, that she had forgotten about Xiao Chui, who had attended to her since she entered the palace. In her previous life, after being cast into the cold palace due to her indiscretions, only Xiao Chui had remembered her, bringing her food. Later, when Chun'er discovered her pregnancy and brought her out of the cold palace, it was Xiao Chui who had pleaded with consort Jing to care for her. Unfortunately, during that dark period, she had not trusted anyone, not even Xiao Chui. It was only when her child was to be taken by consort Jing's people that Xiao Chui, seemingly mad with desperation, had rushed to rescue her child and, during Liu Chan's severe postpartum hemorrhage, had begged at the imperial hospital's entrance for a physician. Sadly, she did not survive. After her death, Liu Chan's spirit watched in horror as the once timid Xiao Chui stood up against consort Jing, only to meet a tragic end at her hands. Liu Chan resolved that in this life, she would protect those who truly cared for her. "Come in," she said, quickly regaining her composure and speaking in her usual calm tone. As Xiao Chui entered, her round face broke into a smile, her eyes sparkling. She carried a small porcelain bowl and hurried to Liu Chan's bedside. "Miss Liu, it is quite cold tonight, so I brought you a bowl of ginger soup from the kitchen." "How thoughtful of you," Liu Chan praised. She took the bowl of ginger tea from Xiao Chui's hands and drank it all in one go. "It is late. You should rest as well." Xiao Chui nodded and, noticing the discarded clothes Liu Chan had thrown aside, tidied them up and prepared the outfit for the next day before she turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, Xiao Chui hesitated, turning back. "Miss Liu, the palace is crowded and full of affairs. If you wish to take a stroll tonight, please call for me. It is not safe to go out alone." She wanted to express that it could be dangerous, but opted for a gentler phrasing. Liu Chan felt warmth wash over her, unable to suppress a smile. An idea struck her. "Xiao Chui, do you know where I can find some jingjia?" Liu Chan inquired. Jingjia was a plant that cats adored. Its scent would send them into a frenzy of delight. She knew the palace housed many cats, cared for by dedicated staff, especially in the mornings or evenings when they were allowed to frolic in the imperial garden. Moreover, she was aware that Xiao Lin often strolled through the garden at dusk. Though Xiao Lin did not appear particularly fond of cats, the late Su Jinger had been. Xiao Chui, taken aback by Liu Chan's question, thought for a moment before responding. "I once passed by the southwest corner of the imperial garden and saw someone tending to jingjia. If you need some, I can go and fetch it for you." "That would be splendid," Liu Chan replied. After a moment's thought, she added, "I know the consort does not favor cats, so I will just have a discreet touch. Please do not mention this to anyone." Xiao Chui nodded in understanding, unable to suppress a smile as her eyes curved gracefully. Miss Liu was still a child, truly adorable. The following evening, Xiao Chui brought Liu Chan a paper-wrapped packet of catnip powder. She cautioned, "If you decide to use this, dear lady, be sure to use only a little. Otherwise, it may cause the cats to become agitated and inadvertently harm you." Liu Chan was well aware of this. She had witnessed how a favored concubine of Xiao Ling had once attempted to attract cats with catnip, resulting in a frenzy that left her with scratches on her face. Liu Chan remembered how Xiao Ling had looked at that concubine with a glimmer of disdain, perhaps due to the injury, for soon after, she fell out of favor. Feigning ignorance, Liu Chan asked, "I have only read that cats enjoy catnip. How exactly is it used?" Xiao Chui smiled and replied, "You may apply a small amount on the hem of your dress. The cat will follow the scent and come to nuzzle against your legs, allowing you to pet it." As she spoke, she crouched down to apply it for Liu Chan. The latter, like an excited young girl, eagerly took Xiao Chui's hand and rushed towards the imperial garden. Along the way, Xiao Chui softly explained that the cats in the imperial garden were kept because the emperor had deemed there were too many mice. But most of the ladies in the harem were afraid of cats, permitting them to roam only in the morning or evening. As they chatted, a large orange cat spotted them and promptly darted away, cautiously observing from distance. Liu Chan shushed Xiao Chui, signaling her to be quiet as she carefully approached the cat. Soon enough, the orange cat appeared to catch the scent of catnip on her and began to move closer. Just as the cat was about to come into contact with Liu Chan, they heard soft footsteps and a lady's complaint from behind. After finally coming to the imperial garden for a stroll, Why are there so many beasts around? The concubine stomped her foot as she walked, clearly agitated by the presence of the cats. How can the people in charge of the cats release so many at this hour? Go fetch them and tell them I have questions. Perhaps due to the shrillness of her voice, the large orange cat bolted away in fright. Liu Chan heard the concubine scream and instinctively frowned, realizing something was amiss. In a flash, the orange cat, attempting to escape after colliding with the concubine, was caught by one of her maids, who seized its fur, causing the poor creature to puff up in alarm. Miss Xiao Chui whispered, clearly anxious, that is Lady Sunday. After a moment's contemplation, she added softly, the Emperor dotes on her. Upon hearing the name, Liu Chan had a hunch about the identity of the lady. Lady Sun was the granddaughter of the Minister of Personnel who had entered the palace 6 months ago during the selection of candidates. She was beautiful and adept at charming the Emperor, yet she did not truly care for cats. The large orange cat, held firmly by Lady Sun's maid, let out a pitiful cry. Sighing inwardly, Liu Chan stepped forward to bow respectfully, apologizing for startling Lady Sun with her playful antics and pleading for her to spare the orange cat. Lady Sun cast a disdainful glance at Liu Chan, circling around her with a sneer. Are you the illegitimate daughter of the Liu family residing with the esteemed concubine Jing? She shook her head in disbelief. It is said that concubine Jing has hidden a beautiful girl in Weiyang Palace for her own favor, but to my eyes, you are nothing exceptional. As she scrutinized Liu Chan's delicate features, she was taken aback. This face indeed stood out in the palace, with a complexion as clear as jade, bright eyes sparkling with life, and cherry-red lips atop a graceful nose, resembling concubine Jing, yet surpassing her beauty by a third. Unaware that she was being evaluated, Liu Chan did not respond, but instead focused her gaze on the large orange cat. At that moment, the cat had nearly ceased its struggles under the grip of the maid, its cries fading into despondent whimpers. Liu Chan understood that further pleas would likely go unanswered, especially given Lady Sun's apparent lack of respect for concubine Jing. Thus, she boldly took hold of the maid's hand and commanded her to release the cat. Startled by her sudden interjection, the maid instinctively loosened her grip. In an instant, the orange cat let out a mournful wail and dashed away. Lady Sun, realizing what had happened, was infuriated by Liu Chan's audacity. Yet unable to retaliate directly, she pointed angrily at the fleeing cat, ordering, "Catch that beast. Kill it. I wish to see this mere creature defy my orders." At once, several maids rushed after the orange cat, which, in a frenzy, dashed about, fur bristling and issuing fierce growls. Liu Chan, seeing the commotion, stepped forward and seized the closest maid. In that fleeting moment, the orange cat escaped. "Liu, do you dare to disrespect me?" Lady Sun's face darkened as she approached, her handkerchief twisting in her grip. "Do not think that just because you are concubine Jing's sister, you can provoke me." In terms of status, the Sun family held far more power than the Liu family. The Liu family had only produced a dowager empress and a concubine, barely securing their place among the noble families of the capital, while the Sun family had a much stronger foothold in the court. Liu Chan had no intention of continuing the argument, but then she spotted a familiar figure approaching along a nearby path. Turning to Lady Sun, she feigned indignation. "As a concubine of the Emperor, you are expected to uphold the palace's decorum and exhibit kindness. Why must you torment an innocent little cat?" This statement incensed Lady Sun further. "It is merely a beast. I can do as I please." Just then, a eunuch appeared, holding the orange cat by its scruff, paying no heed to its struggles and cries, and approached Lady Sun with a sycophantic grin. Upon seeing this, Lady Sun's lips curled into a smug smile, and she commanded, "Strangle it." "You dare!" Liu Chan's eyes blazed with fury as she lunged at the eunuch, snatching the cat from his grasp. Lady Sun, now thoroughly losing her composure, pointed at Liu Chan, shouting, "Strike her! Strike her hard! If you kill her, I will reward you." It was unclear whether she meant to have Liu Chan beaten or the cat. A swarm of individuals surged forward, and one bold eunuch brandished a stick, aiming to strike Liu Chan. She tightly clutched the orange cat, bending down to shield it with her body, and closed her eyes. The next moment, a cacophony of screams erupted, yet she felt no anticipated pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw a striking figure standing before the crowd. Xiao Ling's voice rang coldly. "What a fine Lady Sun we have here. I wonder who you intend to harm?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, and they all fell to the ground, including Lady Sun, except for Liu Chan. who still stood clutching the cat. She gazed at Xiao Ling with a look of desperation, much like the orange cat that had nearly perished. As Xiao Ling regarded Liu Chan, his brows knit in concern. Realizing her oversight, Liu Chan quickly knelt before him, gasping in distress, her face paling. "What is amiss?" Xiao Ling inquired, his gaze fixed on her. "Your Majesty, it is my ankle." Liu Chan hesitated before biting her lip and confessing. "I twisted it yesterday while assisting you and just now accidentally aggravated it." This was indeed the truth. She had twisted her ankle the previous day while aiding Xiao Ling and had further injured it during the commotion. The Empress's favored consort, Sun, muttered under her breath, referring to the figure before her as a vixen, and turned to Xiao Lin, adopting a coy tone. "Your Majesty, I too have fallen just now, and my body aches." Despite her words, the reprimanding tone of Xiao Lin still lingered in her mind, causing her trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, Sun decided to take the initiative. "Just look at my arm." Before she could finish, Xiao Lin's gaze fell upon her, devoid of warmth, causing her voice to falter. Xiao Lin then turned his attention to Liu Chan, who was crouching nearby, drenched in cold sweat, and instructed, "Summon Wang Yuanshi to examine her." Just a sprained ankle. Was it necessary to call upon the royal physician, and the highest-ranking Wang Yuanshi at that? Huang Jiao hesitated for a moment, then sighed inwardly and instructed the nearby eunuch, "Go fetch Wang Yuanshi." Liu Chan seemed momentarily stunned before looking at the attentive Cui. Cui promptly stepped forward. "Miss Liu." Struggling to rise with Cui's support, Liu Chan clutched the large orange cat she had held earlier and quickly said to Xiao Lin, "Your Majesty need not summon the physician. I shall rest for a few days." Seeing her in such a disheveled state, hastily distancing herself from him, Xiao Lin felt a mix of amusement and irritation. "Your Majesty," Sun said, observing him overlook her, and her heart sank. Could it be that this concubine, meant to secure the emperor's favor, had truly piqued his interest? Yet, she herself had recently been favored. A wave of anxiety washed over Sun as she glared at Liu Chan naturally. Liu Chan keenly sensed the hostility in Sun's gaze, but remained unperturbed. Instead, she looked up at Xiao Lin, her eyes glistening with tears yet smiling graciously. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for aiding me. Otherwise, this cat." She feigned relief. "Just a cat, and you would risk your life to protect it?" Xiao Lin's tone was nonchalant. He paused momentarily at his own words. Liu Chan understood his thoughts. It was merely a similar incident involving that person. At this moment, spurred on by Sun's animosity, she struck a chord in Xiao Lin's heart. "All beings possess a spirit, including cats," Liu Chan replied softly. Xiao Lin trembled. How could she utter such words? No one would know what he had said to Jing Er unless they shared her pure-hearted nature. Strangely, a vision of a young girl smiling while speaking of the spirits in all things surfaced in Xiao Lin's mind, and he noted the striking similarity to Liu Chan's current expression. Chapter 8. Thanks for your concern, brother-in-law. Seeing Xiao Lin lost in thought, Liu Chan sighed in relief. She glanced at Sun, who wore an expression of discontent. Since they would not coexist amicably in the future, why not seek revenge now? She feigned a hint of anxiety and addressed Xiao Lin. "Your Majesty, I have angered consort Sun. If you leave shortly, she may not resort to striking me and this cat. Will she?" Xiao Lin found her statement amusing. He turned to Huang Jiao and declared, "Proclaim my decree. Consort Sun possesses a malevolent nature, bullying the weak. She shall be demoted to." He seemed to ponder, demoted to a talent. In an instant, Sun was transformed into Sun talent, her eyes widening in disbelief. Though it was merely a single-rank demotion, it hinted at her waning favor. "Your Majesty, I have erred. I should not have provoked Miss Liu." Sun talent quickly apologized. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." She then hurriedly looked at Liu Chan, suppressing her resentment. "Miss Liu, may you forgive my transgressions." Liu Chan regarded her indifferently. Anger towards her? Not quite. It was merely that the cat in the imperial garden was a being no one could provoke. It was unfortunate that, aside from Huang Jiao, the concubines had no means of discerning the emperor's affections for cats. Yet, facing Sun's supplication, she felt compelled to respond. However, lightly forgiving someone who wished to harm her was not in her nature. Thus, Liu Chan spoke weakly. "Consort Sun should not seek my forgiveness. It is the cat you ought to plead with." She nudged the large orange cat forward. The cat, perhaps fearing it would be discarded, immediately clung tightly to her arm with its claws, its terrified gaze amusingly comical. Liu Chan managed to suppress her laughter, but others could not contain themselves, bursting into laughter, including Xiao Lin, who couldn't help but smile. Let consort son apologize as Miss Liu suggests, Xiao Lin instructed. Sun Talent was once again incredulous. Apologizing to a cat seemed utterly absurd, and she feared being the subject of ridicule in the palace. Yet, she dared not defy the command. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "I apologize," to the cat. Laughter erupted once more. Liu Chan maintained a serious demeanor. "Yes, it will forgive you." Xiao Lin's gaze remained fixed upon her, observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, seemingly satisfied with Sun's apology. "And how is your foot?" Xiao Lin inquired further. At this, Liu Chan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as if she had grown more familiar with him. She lifted one foot and hopped twice. "I can walk on one foot." Xiao Lin nodded, choosing not to respond. "Huang Jiu, arrange for a sedan chair," he commanded. Huang Jiu thought to himself, "Oh dear," yet maintained a respectful demeanor. "Yes, Your Majesty." Before long, a sedan chair was brought before Liu Chan. She felt a bit embarrassed as she thanked Xiao Lin, then allowed Chui to assist her into the chair, though the large orange cat continued to cling tightly to her arm. "Please escort me back to Weiyang Palace," Liu Chan spoke softly. However, Xiao Lin interjected, "First, let's go to Taiji Palace." Upon hearing this, everyone paused, especially Liu Chan, who instinctively stared at him, her face filled with astonishment. Huang Jiu quickly supported the emperor's words. "The Imperial Garden is not a suitable place for a physician's examination. If you return to Weiyang Palace, it might cause concern for the Empress. It would be better to go to Taiji Palace." Even he felt embarrassed uttering such words. If the Empress would worry about Liu Chan, could she not be concerned elsewhere? Why specifically Taiji Palace? Xiao Lin nodded. He simply found the young lady intriguing, especially since he had been troubled by state affairs prior to visiting the garden, and Liu Chan's few words had eased his agitation. Thus, he instinctively wished for her to stay at Taiji Palace for a while. If he harbored any ulterior motives towards Liu Chan, it was not the case. After all, she was engaged. He had no inclination to covet another spouse. Huang Jiu's gaze swiftly darted between his master and then back to the bearers, instructing, "Lift the sedan chair." At that moment, no one paid attention to the dejected Sun Talent. Moments later, Sun Talent, still dazed, was assisted by her maid, glancing at the retreating sedan chair with a pale face. "What shall we do?" her maid asked anxiously. Sun Talent gritted her teeth. Is she so brazenly alluring the emperor that she fears Consort Jing will find out? Let us seek out Consort Jing. Liu Chan made her way to Taiji Palace in the sedan chair. Occasionally, she cast nervous glances at the leisurely following Xiao Lin, feeling quite uncomfortable. Finally, as the sedan chair came to a halt, Liu Chan mustered the courage to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your Majesty, I should return to Weiyang Palace. It truly is inappropriate for me to casually visit Taiji Palace." Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow in amusement. Just moments ago, this young lady had appeared so fierce in the Imperial Garden. Now, she seemed to have developed a fear. Or was it that she was avoiding any implication with him? What is there to fear? Xiao Lin feigned a serious tone. But Liu Chan still wore a troubled expression. Before she could elaborate, Huang Jiu stepped forward, gently taking the large orange cat from her arms and offering, "Miss Liu, the Emperor's concern for you reflects his regard for the Empress. After all, you are the Empress's sister. The implication is clear. We are all family, and any further pretense would be an unwarranted formality." Upon hearing this, Liu Chan seemed to breathe a silent sigh of relief, a hint of shyness gracing her features. "Thank you, Your Majesty. No, thank you, brother-in-law, for your concern." As she uttered the term brother-in-law, her gaze turned toward Xiao Lin, her eyes curving into a playful, fox-like smile. Xiao Lin was momentarily captivated by her charming smile. During their previous encounters, he had regarded the young lady with some skepticism, overlooking her beauty. Her complexion was pale and luminous, her delicate face free of makeup, with a graceful nose and lips resembling ripe cherries, occasionally bitten in pain. Her furrowed brows evoked a sense of pity, yet her smile brought forth an unexpected allure. Despite having grown accustomed to various beauties within the palace, he could not deny that Liu Chan's appearance was indeed pleasing to the eye. However, he was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. A sincere heart held far more value than an exquisite exterior. With a hint of amusement, Xiao Lin cast her a sidelong glance before stepping into the sleeping quarters, followed closely by Liu Chan, who limped slightly. The Tai Chi Hall was heavily guarded. Just as Xiao Chui intended to enter, she was stopped, while other palace maids assisted Liu Chan to the side chamber's imperial concubine couch. At that moment, the head physician Wang arrived, carrying a medicine box. He had followed the eunuch, sweating profusely, and upon entering, he hurriedly paid his respects before asking, "Which lady is unwell?" The young eunuch had hurried him along without clear explanation, nearly exhausting the old man's frail body. "She has sprained her ankle. Please attend to her," Xiao Ling instructed. Wang, without further thought, complied. However, when he looked up and saw Liu Chan's face, he hesitated. Which newly favored lady is this? It was not that he did not recognize the palace beauties. Rather, as the highest-ranking physician, he primarily treated the emperor and occasionally the esteemed concubines. With other palace maids attended to by junior physicians. "Miss Liu, you must remove your shoes and stockings," Huang Jiu cheerfully reminded, intentionally hinting to Wang not to misunderstand and also signaling Liu Chan about her upcoming actions. Liu Chan's cheeks flushed as she looked up at Xiao Ling, whispering, "Your Majesty. There's a distinction between men and women indeed. How could a woman casually remove her footwear before a man?" Xiao Ling found himself looking at her again, now certain that the young lady was genuinely cautious around him. Unlike other women who sought to entice him, she would likely reject any advances he made. It was rare to find a girl who did not covet the palace's riches and glories. Xiao Ling nodded and turned to leave for a small study in the adjacent chamber, casually flipping through a book. However, after a few pages, he realized he had not heard the cries of pain he had anticipated. It seemed her injury was not severe. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to resist glancing over at her resting place, where he could observe Liu Chan clearly. Upon a single glance, his brow furrowed. The young lady's ankle was swollen and red, clearly indicating a serious injury. As Wang applied pressure, she clutched the couch tightly, her veins subtly visible, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, pain evident yet silent. Wang quickly diagnosed a sprain of the internal tendons and advised her to rest for at least a month, cautioning against movement to avoid lingering injury. Liu Chan hastily wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, worry flickering in her eyes. "Could you prescribe some medicine to ensure I recover swiftly?" The Empress Dowager's birthday is in a few days before Wang could respond. Xiao Ling approached. "Even with the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, you need not be mobile. I shall have your sister arrange everything for you." Liu Chan's face fell slightly. "Yes, please prescribe some quality ointment for me," Xiao Ling commanded. Wang promptly acknowledged, possibly piecing together Liu Chan's identity, but curious about her relationship with the emperor. He retrieved a standard ointment from his box, handing it to a nearby maid. This ointment was for swelling, but required careful application. After a moment's thought, he added, "I shall also send some herbs for foot baths. Within 3 days, the swelling should subside, but the rest will depend on Miss Liu's recuperation." After Xiao Ling nodded, Wang took his leave. At this point, Liu Chan was blushing profusely, fidgeting with her dress in an attempt to cover her exposed foot. The maid approached with the ointment. "I shall apply it for you." Liu Chan quickly interjected, "I can do it myself." She carefully rubbed a bit of the ointment onto her swollen foot, wincing at the pain, her lips occasionally biting down as she endured. The discomfort was evidently severe, and soon tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Xiao Ling could not help but glance at her more frequently. Perhaps it was his preconceived notion that a wounded woman should weep, or perhaps it was the women around him who sought to evoke his sympathy, but this young lady was different. As his gaze fell upon her delicate foot, an inexplicable sensation stirred within him, a strange yearning. "I have heard from Huang Jiu that the daughters of the Liu family are well regarded in the capital." Xiao Ling initiated a conversation. Liu Chan thought to herself that the Liu family was the maternal family of the Empress Dowager. Who would dare speak ill of its daughters? However, beneath the surface, there were indeed rivalries among the Liu sisters. Though she recognized this, Liu Chan nodded, saying, "It is largely due to my stepmother's strictness and my sister's efforts to secure good marriages for themselves." This was indeed true. Reputation was of utmost importance for unmarried ladies. Regardless of the underlying dynamics, they must always present themselves as virtuous and composed. "I have heard you are already engaged?" Xiao Ling asked casually, "When is the wedding?" "In a little over 2 months," Liu Chan replied shyly. "Do you like him?" Xiao Ling inquired further. Liu Chan's face lit up with the excitement of impending marriage. "Of course, I like him. He treats me very well." She whispered, "I am quite looking forward to it." Xiao Ling raised an eyebrow. "He treats you very well?" He recalled Huang Jiu mentioning that the second son of the Anyang Marquis spent his days in brothels and engaging in petty street brawls, embodying the essence of a debauched young man. It seemed a naive girl could easily fall prey to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Liu Chan cupped her face, her expression brimming with anticipation. I told him I desire a lifetime with one person, and he agreed. A lifetime with one person? Xiao Ling felt a flutter in his chest, a ticklish sensation as the innocence of the girl before him began to awaken long-buried emotions within him. Before he could ponder further, he saw Liu Chan attempting to rise. Perhaps her leg had gone numb, and as she hopped on one foot, she inadvertently lost her balance and fell forward. Xiao Ling instinctively rushed to catch her, but his hands grasped only air as she collided with his chest. Liu Chan let out a startled cry, then quickly recoiled, covering her delicate nose. The impact had left her nose aching, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Let me see. Xiao Ling instinctively leaned closer, parting her hands to inspect. Liu Chan's formerly fair nose was now flushed red, her small hands shielding it in a pitiful manner. It hurts so much, she murmured softly, her brows furrowed, eyes brimming with tears as she gazed up at him. Xiao Ling drew nearer, catching a whiff of her unique fragrance, his breath momentarily halting as he felt an unusual reaction stirring within him. Liu Chan remained blissfully unaware as she extended her delicate hand to gently push against his chest, her voice laced with a hint of petulance. Brother-in-law, you're stepping on my foot. Xiao Ling finally snapped back to reality, abruptly rising to his feet, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face. She regarded him as her brother-in-law, but he... At that moment, Huang Jiao entered, lifting the curtain. He was about to speak when he noticed something amiss with his master. What is the matter? Xiao Ling's voice was chilling. Huang Jiao nearly knelt before him, but years of experience by Xiao Ling's side told him the ire was not directed at him. Thus, he glanced at Liu Chan and softly informed, Miss Liu, a girl from Fengyi Palace has come to escort you back. A brief silence enveloped the room. Liu Chan nodded. All right, I shall return at once. As she bent down to put on her shoes, hesitation struck her upon touching her swollen foot. Her face reflected a trace of distress as she cautiously slipped her shoes on and stood up. Miss Liu, Huang Jiao said, perceptively stepping forward to offer his arm. He assisted the limping Liu Chan out. As they approached the door, Liu Chan seemed to recall something and steadied herself, turning back to look at Xiao Ling. Their gazes locked. Liu Chan earnestly bowed. I take my leave, Your Highness. Once Liu Chan exited, she was warmly greeted by Chunner. Miss Liu, our Empress heard about your injured foot and was quite worried, summoning the imperial physician to await you at Fengyi Palace. As she assisted Liu Chan, Chunner discreetly slipped a fine jade pendant in a Huang Jiao's hand. Thank you, Eunuch Huang, for taking care of our lady. Huang Jiao accepted the pendant with a smile. But understanding the nature of consort Jing, he pondered that the Emperor's actions might cause discontent towards Liu Chan from the consort. After a moment, he cheerfully remarked, Our Emperor believes Miss Liu is the sister of the consort, fearing she might worry, hence summoned her to Fengyi Palace. Indeed, Chunner responded with a light laugh. The Emperor's fondness for the consort is well noted by her. Seeing her reply, Huang Jiao refrained from further conversation, casting Liu Chan a look of concern. However, Liu Chan was preoccupied with examining her foot, oblivious to his subtle warning. Liu Chan was assisted into the palace sedan chair. Chunner bade farewell to Huang Jiao with a smile, directing the bearers to return to Fengyi Palace. After they had distanced themselves from Fengyi Palace, her expression darkened, and her pace quickened. Xiao Chui, following behind, glanced anxiously at Liu Chan and then hesitated to look at Chunner. Noticing her intent to explain, Liu Chan quickly offered a reassuring glance to Xiao Chui, silencing her. Soon, they arrived at Fengyi Palace. Supported by Xiao Chui, Liu Chan entered and immediately sensed a chilling atmosphere unlike before. Lifting her gaze, she was nearly amused to see Sun Kai run, with a handkerchief twisted in her hand, looking down at her with an air of disdain and triumph, while consort Jing, seated above, sipped her tea with an indifferent expression. It was a scene ripe for confrontation. Miss Liu, did you dare to seduce the Emperor in broad daylight, unworthy of the consort's kindness? Sun Kai rose indignantly. And you had the audacity to lead him to Fengyi Palace. Do you covet the dragon bed? Upon hearing this, even consort Jing displayed a hint of awkwardness and unease. She interjected, enough. Then, turning to Liu Chan, she lost her usual warmth, stating coolly, Is there any truth to what Sun Kai claims? In truth, She was only half convinced by Sun Kai-ren's words. Since her entrance into the palace, Sun Kai-ren had been brash and domineering, flaunting her noble lineage, which irked consort Jing. Moreover, she was well aware of Liu Chan's timid and steadfast nature. When the two collided, it was clear Sun Kai-ren posed a greater issue. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of Liu Chan being tempted by the palace's opulence. Liu Chan, incredulous, looked up at her. "Sister, do you not trust me?" Her gaze unwavering, she declared, "The emperor summoned me to Fengyi Palace, concerned for my injured foot. As for coveting the dragon bed, Sun Kai-ren is speaking nonsense." As she spoke, her body trembled with indignation. Pointing at Sun Kai-ren, I shall tear your mouth apart for sowing discord between me and my sister." She moved forward impulsively, but Chun'er quickly intervened. Liu Chan's eyes glistened with determination, her voice quivering with anger. "You ordered someone to kill me in the imperial garden, disregarding my sister's dignity. Had the emperor not passed by, I might have perished at your hands, and now you dare to complain before my sister." Her brief, yet impactful words turned the tide of the room's atmosphere. Sun Kai-ren was immediately flustered, instinctively glancing at consort Jing to explain. "No, Your Highness, I did not. She is slandering me." Despite her belief in her superior lineage over consort Jing, she knew better than to display her arrogance overtly before her. After all, besides consort Jing's status and affection, her backing was the Empress Dowager. "Slandering?" Liu Chan retorted, her almond eyes widening. "My relationship with the emperor is pure and above reproach. Not to mention, he is your sister's most beloved. I, too, have a fiancé and would never, like you, incessantly scheme to usurp my sister's favor with the emperor." Rushing toward him in the imperial garden, her voice rang clear and reasoned, rendering Sun Kai-ren speechless. The handkerchief in Sun Kai-ren's grip was nearly twisted to shreds as she glared at Liu Chan. "You're talking nonsense." In that moment, the onlookers could discern the dynamics between the two. It was evident that Sun Kai-ren sought to bully Liu Chan, only to be caught and reprimanded by the emperor. And now she had the audacity to complain? The crowd's disdain for Sun Kai-ren grew palpable. Consort Jing, too, believed Liu Chan's account. Her previously frosty gaze shifted from Liu Chan to Sun Kai-ren. It seems Sun Kai-ren is quite discontent with this palace. She has overstepped her bounds and acted without decorum. Return and copy the female regulations 100 times. Bring them to Weiyang Palace in 3 days. If incomplete, you shall come to Weiyang Palace to write them. She picked up her teacup. "Someone escort Sun Kai-ren out." Liu Chan glared resentfully at the departing Sun Kai-ren. Once she was gone, she hobbled forward, lifting her pant leg. She was on the verge of tears. "Sister, look at my foot. It is all because of Sun Kai-ren's bullying." Observing her swollen foot, consort Jing momentarily forgot about Liu Chan's earlier summons to Fengyi Palace. Her brow furrowing in concern. How did it come to this? Chun'er turned to Xiao Chui. "What happened?" Xiao Chui, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped forward and recounted in detail how Liu Chan had gone to the imperial garden to feed the cats, encountered Sun Kai-ren, and the ensuing conflict that led to the emperor's reprimand. Now, the matter of the cats seemed trivial. Indeed, consort Jing did not dwell on the cats, her suspicions fading into oblivion. Although she could not ascertain the emperor's intentions towards Liu Chan, she was certain this incident was not initiated by Liu Chan. "You shall remain in Weiyang Palace for the next few days. Do not venture out." After a moment's thought, she added, "During the Empress Dowager's longevity celebration, you shall accompany your grandmother back." Liu Chan lowered her head in acknowledgement. Chun'er personally assisted her out, whispering, "Miss Liu, do not take it to heart. It was all Sun Kai-ren's slander before the Empress. How could I misunderstand my sister? You have always been so kind to me." Liu Chan fervently shook her head. Suddenly, her gaze shifted toward some pots of flowers that were on the verge of wilting, and an idea formed in her mind. "Chun'er, yesterday I noticed 2 pots of orchids in my sister's chamber." Upon the utterance of those words, Chun'er instinctively tightened her grip. Liu Chan appeared oblivious to the shift, cheerfully exclaiming, "I wanted to compliment you yesterday. Those flowers are truly beautiful, and your taste is indeed commendable. They're all gifts from the imperial household." Noticing her genuine appreciation, Chun'er secretly sighed in relief. "If Miss Liu likes them, I shall send 2 pots to your room. They're not rare species, merely common ylang-ylang flowers." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Chun'er," Liu Chan replied, her youthful face glowing with delight. after escorting Liu Chan back to her quarters. Chun'er turned to leave when Liu Chan suddenly called out to her. Hesitating, Liu Chan spoke. The emperor summoned me to the Tai Chi Hall today and mentioned you, saying that your journey has been arduous, and he praised your virtuous nature. To flatter someone, one must be forthright in their praise. In this treacherous palace, even those in high positions often live in fear. No one has it easy. Moreover, consort Jing has no children, and her quest for offspring is indeed fraught with difficulty. Chun'er felt a flicker of joy. Did the emperor truly say that? Liu Chan nodded resolutely, affirming the truth of her words. After all, consort Jing would not seek confirmation from Xiao Ling. Currently, she is in a precarious position. She cannot afford to arouse any suspicion in consort Jing's heart. Otherwise, she would be like a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree, an exercise in futility. Conversely, she must still placate consort Jing to gain her trust. Chun'er hurried back to consort Jing, relaying Liu Chan's remarks. Consort Jing was visibly stirred. Did the emperor truly say that? I observed Liu Chan's demeanor. She does not seem to be fabricating, Chun'er replied softly. Perhaps the emperor, while harboring suspicions, also understands your plight. Your Majesty, being a man, may find it difficult to express certain sentiments directly. Perhaps he is using Liu Chan to convey his regard. Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto consort Jing's face, her eyes sparkling. Chun'er, please fetch me some ginseng soup from the kitchen and deliver it personally to the emperor, stating that it was prepared by my own hand. Chun'er smiled and complied. Meanwhile, Liu Chan rested in her chamber, while Xiao Chui ordered water to be brought in for her to wash away the day's misfortunes and fatigue. Ever since Liu Chan entered the Weiyang Palace, she has been provided with the finest of everything. Even the ointments for her skin were the expensive ones used by consort Jing herself. On the surface, it appeared that consort Jing cared deeply for her family. But in truth, it was all for the sake of a child. Despite the current setbacks, consort Jing had not reclaimed her possessions. The Weiyang Palace was indeed favored and affluent. Liu Chan languidly settled into the wooden tub, her long, pale fingers gliding over her skin, the sensation smooth and soothing. Though still young, she was not lacking in any respect, even if she had yet to fully mature in certain areas. When Xiao Chui entered and beheld Liu Chan's face, partially obscured by mist and her eyes gently closed, she felt a wave of astonishment. Unreservedly, she remarked, Miss Liu's beauty is unparalleled among the ladies of the palace. If only Miss Liu were the mistress of the palace. Realizing the danger in her thoughts, Xiao Chui was taken aback. She approached Liu Chan and whispered, Miss Liu, 2 pots of ylang-ylang flowers have been sent from the flower house. Liu Chan replied dreamily, while her mind was already calculating. If her assumptions were correct, the aphrodisiac used by consort Jing must be a combination of ylang-ylang and the incense. Ylang-ylang inherently possesses certain aphrodisiac effects. After her bath, Liu Chan concocted an excuse to send Xiao Chui away, then discreetly retrieved a small wrapped parcel from her sleeve. She dared not leave the incense she had collected that day in her room. Instead, she carried it with her at all times. The most perilous places often offer the greatest security. Liu Chan took a pinch of ylang-ylang petals and ignited a small bit of incense with a candle flame. Inhaling it cautiously, immediately, a wave of warmth coursed through her body. She quickly drank a sip of the prepared cool tea to soothe herself, taking a moment to regain her composure. A smile played on her lips as she turned to face the vanity, her brow arching slightly, exuding an alluring demeanor, before settling into an innocent, naive expression. Having observed the performances of others while accompanying Xiao Ling in her past life, she now found it effortless to emulate. Thus, she awaited the opportune moment during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Liu Chan spent 2 tranquil days in the Weiyang Palace, listening to Xiao Chui's tales of palace intrigues and indulging in captivating novels. The medicine prescribed by the royal physician proved effective. Her ankle had significantly reduced in swelling, and she could now fit into her everyday shoes, albeit with some discomfort. However, to the untrained eye, there was little to distinguish her from anyone else. The Empress Dowager's birthday soon approached. Early in the morning, Liu Chan meticulously groomed herself, adhering to propriety. Even when consort Jing sent over some jewelry, she chose only a few understated pieces, ensuring she did not draw attention, maintaining her respect for consort Jing. Today's grand palace banquet saw consort Jing adorned in a more elaborate fashion than her usual simple attire. They proceeded to the Empress Dowager's longevity palace. Upon entering, consort Jing frowned, her steps faltering. Liu Chan, keenly perceptive to consort Jing's emotional shift, glanced over and could not suppress a smile. Chapter 12. The Empress's seat remains vacant. Zhao Fei was already conversing with the Empress Dowager. Speaking of Zhao Fei, she was indeed a formidable figure. Though consort Jing was the most favored consort in the palace, she did not wield power. That was the prerogative of Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei was a princess sent from the neighboring Jiang kingdom as part of a marriage alliance after Xiao Ling's ascension. However, Jiang was merely a vassal state of the Daxia kingdom, so the princess did not possess the qualifications to become empress, and thus was conferred the title of consort. Logically, as a foreign princess, Zhao Fei should have remained a passive presence in the palace. Yet she managed to vie for favor with consort Jing and even secured her position of authority with Xiao Ling. At this moment, Zhao Fei had finished serving the Empress Dowager breakfast and was preparing to assist her in changing garments before receiving the noble women of the former court. In these trifling yet significant matters, Zhao Fei indeed demonstrated greater diligence, as consort Jing's background was somewhat inferior. Liu Chan followed consort Jing in offering her respects. May the Empress Dowager enjoy longevity and peace. After the Empress Dowager bid them to rise, Zhao Fei performed another courtesy to consort Jing before Liu Chan greeted her. This humble girl pays her respects to Lady Zhao Fei. As she raised her head, she met Zhao Fei's gaze. Zhao Fei was strikingly beautiful, in stark contrast to consort Jing's delicate, ethereal appearance. Zhao Fei was tall and often donned vibrant, eye-catching attire. Today, she was resplendent, her hair elegantly styled and adorned with exquisite gold and gem embellishments. Her makeup both dignified and captivating. Upon recognizing Liu Chan's face, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Zhao Fei's eyes. She spoke plainly. Rumor has it that the consort is harboring a beauty in the Weiyang Palace, one whom even our emperor is quite fond of. Today, seeing this young lady, she certainly qualifies as a beauty. I wonder if she will truly become one of the palace's renowned beauties in the future. Zhao Fei's words were layered with meaning, prompting consort Jing to respond somewhat curtly. Your concern is appreciated, dear sister. I merely wish to keep her company out of longing for my family, and will be sending her back today. Their exchange, though seemingly about Liu Chan, was pointedly contentious, leaving her without the opportunity to interject. Liu Chan opted to remain a passive listener. As their conversation grew increasingly tense, the Empress Dowager finally interjected. Enough. She gestured for Liu Chan. Come forward, let me have a look. Liu Chan respectfully performed the proper courtesies before the Empress Dowager, appearing quite demure. She indeed felt hesitant to display excessive emotion. Even in her second life, a formidable woman capable of rising above the throng of ladies should not be underestimated. However, it was uncertain whether the Empress Dowager took any particular interest in her. To the Dowager, Liu Chan was merely a pawn on the periphery, soon to be dismissed from the palace, a discarded piece, albeit one with pleasing looks. The Dowager glanced at the nearby consort Jing, indicating that while appearance was secondary, it was primarily about personal affinity. This served as a reminder of Liu Chan's unsuccessful attempt to seduce the Dowager's favor. Opportunities had been given, yet Liu Chan proved inadequate. Consort Jing meekly acknowledged this. Nearby, consort Zhao observed them with a thoughtful expression. Noticing that consort Jing seemed to grasp the implication, the Dowager calmly commanded, "Someone, fetch a fine bracelet from the storeroom to reward her." Soon, a delicately translucent jade bracelet was presented before Liu Chan. She promptly expressed her gratitude to the Dowager with heartfelt joy. Shortly thereafter, the Dowager was assisted by consort Zhao as she exited to meet the ladies from the former dynasty. At that moment, Chun Er hurried in from outside and whispered something in consort Jing's ear, causing her expression to darken. After taking a few steps outside, she remembered Liu Chan was still trailing behind her and instructed, take her to wait elsewhere. Liu Chan was led by a palace made to a side hall to rest, while consort Jing strolled leisurely, but once out of everyone's sight, quickened her pace toward the secluded corner in the northeast of Shoan Palace. There, a flamboyantly dressed young man, with dark circles under his eyes, leaned against the wall, chewing on a piece of dried grass, exuding an air of self-assurance. Soon, light footsteps approached, and the man's expression brightened. Consort, how have you been? Meng Sun stepped forward with a feigned lightness. Consort Jing regarded him coolly and commanded, "State your business." As her words fell, she noticed the man's hand reaching toward her face, prompting her to instinctively step back. "Meng Sun, how dare you?" She glanced toward Chun Er, who was standing nearby, and relaxed only when she saw Chun Er was not looking their way. "What do you intend to do in the palace?" She hissed in a low voice. Meng Sun did not advance, but leered at her, "Not long ago. You sent someone to procure aphrodisiacs for me. Now, you present yourself as a virtuous lady. Have you fallen out of favor?" Consort Jing's face darkened, and she turned to leave. But after a few steps, she heard his languid voice behind her. "I hear you plan to send that illegitimate daughter of the Liu family out of the palace. It seems you failed to resolve this inconvenience for me. What shall we do now that I have no desire to marry her?" He had initially thought Liu Chan, with her delicate beauty akin to Consort Jing's, would be charming. To his disappointment, she turned out to be a dull and unremarkable girl. Marrying her would be less appealing than taking the first courtesan from the Red Chamber. At least she could provide some entertainment. "You have the audacity to speak. If not for your ineffective aphrodisiac, would I have to send her away?" Consort Jing was furious. "If you do not wish to marry her, let your family withdraw the engagement. What does it have to do with me?" Her chest heaved with anger. "Meng Sun, do not presume that I owe you anything. Do you not owe me?" Meng Sun smirked, stepping closer. "If I had not protected you back then, do you truly believe you could have retained your purity in the Red Chamber and been chosen by the Liu family to become the Emperor's consort?" His expression turned cold. "Consort Jing, your current wealth and status above thousands cannot be separated from my contributions." Consort Jing fell silent, her fists clenched, a flicker of malice in her eyes. After a moment, she regained her composure and asked, "What do you propose?" At this, Meng Sun laughed. "Now we are speaking sense. You need not assist me greatly. Simply find an opportunity to slip this in a Liu Chan's drink, coax her into consuming it, and then take her to a room in the rear palace." He extended his hand, revealing a small paper pouch. "Understood." Consort Jing accepted it, her gaze icy as she regarded Meng Sun. "I will only follow your instructions. Whatever transpires afterward has nothing to do with me. Consider this my repayment for your past kindness." Meng Sun observed her closely and produced a slender box from his sleeve. "The incense I provide you will not falter. Perhaps you should also test it with the Emperor?" He grinned lewdly. "With this fragrance, nothing will be discovered. Remember to sprinkle some ylang ylang pollen on yourself." He tossed it into Consort Jing's hands. "Take it. I wish Consort Jing everlasting favor. After all, the position of Empress is still vacant." As the palace banquet approached, Liu Chan was warmly seated beside Consort Jing, who was close to the Emperor, thus placing Liu Chan near him as well. Amidst the high-pitched calls of the eunuchs, Xiao Ling and Consort Jing assisted the Empress Dowager into the Grand Hall. Everyone hurriedly rose to pay their respects. In such a setting, Xiao Ling displayed utmost filial piety, carefully helping the Dowager to the highest seat before settling down himself, garnering admiration from those present. When Liu Chan glanced in Xiao Ling's direction, she noticed his gaze linger on her momentarily before swiftly returning to the surroundings. It seemed her previous efforts had not been in vain. Everything today revolved around the Empress Dowager. Even the banquet's entertainment was arranged according to her preferences, with Consort Zhao having invited the most renowned theatrical troupe in the capital, commanding the construction of a stage, and more. Liu Chan occasionally cast her gaze toward Consort Jing or the Dowager, or toward Xiao Ling. A smile played on her lips. The relationships among these three were indeed intricate. Had she not learned from Xiao Ling in her past life that Consort Jing was not Liu family's true kin, but rather a stand-in for the Dowager's lost love? She might have believed her to be a genuine sister. The secrecy surrounding this matter was formidable. It was remarkable that Xiao Ling managed to guard against the Dowager while simultaneously showering Consort Jing with favor. As the banquet progressed, the eunuchs recited toasts, and everyone raised their glasses in celebration. When Liu Chan brought her cup to her lips, she noticed Consort Jing casting a glance her way, causing her to momentarily halt her actions and scan the hall. Her eyes met Meng Sun's, who smiled and raised his cup in greeting. Feeling a sudden awareness of another gaze upon her, Liu Chan feigned shyness, tilting her head back to drink the wine. She then beckoned for Xiao Chui, maintaining an untroubled demeanor as she whispered a few words to her. Xiao Chui nodded and turned to fetch some mung bean cakes for her. "You wish to have mung bean cakes?" Consort Jing observed her with affection. "Chun Er, bring the mung bean cakes from my side for her as well." Liu Chan felt a touch of bashfulness as she expressed her gratitude. Not long after, She began to support her head with her hand, her eyes gradually growing dreamy. Consort Jing shot a glance at Chen, who promptly understood and moved to Liu Chan's side, saying, "Miss Liu seems a bit tipsy. I will take you to rest." With that, she firmly grasped Liu Chan's arm. Xiao Chui hurried over but was elbowed aside by Chen. "You stay here. I will escort Miss Liu." After stating this, she led Liu Chan out. Behind them, Xiao Chui's expression flickered with concern as she bit her lip, hastening to Huang Jiu's side. Meanwhile, Liu Chan was guided into a side chamber of Shoan Palace to rest. "Miss Liu, are you feeling unwell?" Chen gently inquired as she helped her onto the bed. Liu Chan, in a dazed state, toward her own clothing, responding, "It's so hot, so hot. Please wait here for a moment. I will send someone to fetch you after the banquet." Shonesh spoke softly, her sympathetic gaze sweeping over Liu Chan before she sighed and stepped outside. As the door closed behind her, the sound of it being locked echoed in the room. Liu Chan's eyes flew open as she sat up, instantly shedding the discomfort she had just exhibited. She leapt from the bed and hurried to the door, only to find it empty. Retrieving the incense she had previously stowed away, she ignited it and tossed it beneath a concealed cabinet. The orchid powder had already been meticulously applied to her collar, mingling with the incense's fragrance, and soon, Liu Chan felt a parched sensation creeping in. She swiftly returned to the bed, resolute in her gamble. She was betting that Xiao Ling would uncover the plot of the quiet consort, and that Xiao Chui would inform Huang Jiu of her predicament. Most importantly, she was wagering that Xiao Ling would arrive before Meng Sun could tarnish her purity. Today, she had deliberately inserted a sharp silver hairpin into her coiffure, prepared for any potential delay on Xiao Ling's part, ready to defend herself if necessary. The heat coursing through her intensified, and as her mind remained clear, she grasped the hairpin tightly in her hand. Just then, the sound of the lock being turned reached her ears. The door swung open and then shut again, accompanied by the rustling of clothing as a man entered. Liu Chan bit down hard on her tongue, pretending to be asleep as she caught a glimpse of Meng Sun's unsteady figure. "Little Chaner, though I have taken a new love and have no desire to marry you, I cannot bear to give your lovely face to another," Meng Sun chuckled, reeking of alcohol as he stumbled toward the bed. "In that case, once I have enjoyed you, I shall keep you in the courtyard as a concubine." How could a mere illegitimate daughter of the Liu family dare to marry into the Marquis household with her virtue compromised? If it weren't for the family's pressing demands, he would not have to pretend before Liu Chan. He had thought the quiet consort would deal with Liu Chan discreetly, yet here he was, forced to take matters into his own hands. Meng Sun lunged toward the bed, unable to resist reaching out to caress Liu Chan's face. "What a beauty," he mused, his garments mostly torn away, leaving only his underclothes. Seeing Liu Chan's drugged allure, he could no longer restrain himself and eagerly began to remove her clothing. However, just as his fingers brushed against her collar, Liu Chan suddenly opened her eyes. A beguiling smile graced her lips, her enchanting presence palpable. "What a beauty!" Meng Sun stammered, momentarily taken aback. In a swift motion, Liu Chan withdrew the silver hairpin and plunged it fiercely toward Meng Sun's chest without a second thought. Yet, her body was already weakened, and this strike was fueled only by the pain of biting her tongue. She aimed to provoke Meng Sun while also signaling Xiao Ling to witness her defiance, hoping it would ignite the man's protective instincts. As the silver hairpin pierced Meng Sun's left chest, he instinctively looked down, watching as blood seeped from the wound, staining his clothes. "Wretched girl!" Meng Sun's eyes blazed with fury. He raised his hand and struck Liu Chan across the face, sending her reeling backward. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the hairpin from his chest and tossed it aside. "You will learn the consequences of provoking a man." He lunged at Liu Chan like a ravenous wolf, tearing at her garments. Chapter 14. A secret meeting behind closed doors. Liu Chan did not resist. Instead, she allowed him to undress her, patiently waiting for an opportunity before delivering a forceful kick to his groin. "Ah!" Meng Sun's scream pierced the air as he doubled over, his face flushed with rage. Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Liu Chan's eyes flared with desperation. She picked up the silver hairpin, her disheveled appearance betraying her emotions. Tears brimming in her eyes as she trembled. "Don't come any closer." Having suffered twice already, Meng Sun was oblivious to the approaching footsteps. Regaining his composure, his desire to strangle Liu Chan surged. Yet, the heat enveloping him served as a reminder of his predicament. "You dare to scheme against me?" Meng Sun's eyes turned crimson as he prepared to pounce on Liu Chan once more. However, before he could leap, he sensed someone approaching. Unfortunately, there was no time to react as a powerful force struck him in the waist, sending him crashing to the ground. Take him away. Xiao Ling's voice was as cold as ice. Huang Jiu, summon the physician, typically calm and composed, even in the face of calamity. Xiao Ling now felt an overwhelming surge of rage. A debauched scion raised by the Meng family. Does he dare to plot within the palace, disregarding me as emperor? Brother-in-law. Liu Chan's voice was tinged with an unnatural breathiness, exuding an enticing aura. Clutching the silver hairpin tightly, she cried, "Save me!" Seeing her in such distress pierced Xiao Ling's heart, a surge of pain washing over him. "I feel so unwell," Liu Chan sobbed. She understood that merely calculating against Xiao Ling would not ensure her safety, so she had thrown herself into the fray. The room was now filled with a heavy, intoxicating aroma, and even someone as cold-hearted as Xiao Ling could not resist its effects. Moreover, she had previously piqued his interest. Liu Chan's lips bore the marks of her biting, her gaze flickering between clarity and confusion as she struggled against her predicament. When Xiao Ling reached for her outer garment, she clung to the last vestiges of her sanity, shaking her head in panic. "No, I shall not touch you." Xiao Ling's voice was gentle, but as he drew closer, his hand inadvertently brushed against her bare shoulder, igniting a familiar heat within him. Xiao Ling's expression turned steely. It seemed the room had been laced with aphrodisiac. "I'm so hot." Liu Chan's voice was soft and alluring as her small hands fumbled to unfasten her clothing, her eyes becoming increasingly dazed, indicating her fading rationality. She grasped Xiao Ling's large hand and pressed it against her feverish cheek, as if seeking relief from her discomfort. Xiao Ling's mind flickered back to their recent flirtation in the Tai Chi Hall. The thought stirred something within him. "Huang Jiu," he called out. Unfortunately, Huang Jiu had rushed off to fetch the physician after dragging Meng Sun away, leaving no one to respond. Until Liu Chan leapt into his arms. "Ah, it's so hot, Your Majesty." Her sultry whimpers fell upon Xiao Ling's ears, her small hands exploring his physique. Under the influence of a drug, he realized he was on the verge of losing control, especially with her calling him Your Majesty. Her voice laced with an intoxicating allure that threatened to unravel his last threads of restraint. In the next moment, Liu Chan's fingers found the decorative dagger at his waist. Struggling to maintain his composure, Xiao Ling observed her actions, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Was she attempting to assassinate him? However, as he watched her laboriously pull the dagger toward her own thigh, a wave of panic washed over him. She means to harm herself. The debauched scion had administered such a potent drug to her, and although she had defended herself with a silver hairpin, she now sought to inflict pain upon herself. An indescribable ache blossomed within Xiao Ling, and without understanding the source of his anger, he swiftly knocked the dagger from her grasp. "I can help you." He seized her small hand, pressing it down onto the bed, drawing their bodies closer. "Beg me." "No. Please." Liu Chan struggled to speak, her voice a mere whisper. In the next moment, she melted into Xiao Lin's embrace, once again tearing at her clothes, pleading, "Please. I beg you." Liu Chan's slightly voluptuous form rubbed against Xiao Lin, twisting and turning. She felt that her own heat could be somewhat alleviated by the coolness radiating from the man before her, compelling her to press harder. Xiao Lin's gaze darkened entirely. He truly wished to refrain from touching her. Yet, this woman's hands were relentlessly igniting a fire upon his body, urging the tumultuous voice within him to roar even louder. As a sovereign, must he endure such trials before a woman? With this thought, Xiao Lin abruptly tossed her onto the bed and leaned over her. "Do not be afraid." He could hear the sound of the last thread of his reason snapping within him. Except for Jing Er, no other woman had ever stirred him. The concubines in the palace were merely tools for him to wield in the court. They incessantly vied for his favor, scheming to capture his attention, which he found tedious. Even Jing Gue Fei, a mere stand-in, was merely a pawn in his games with the Empress Dowager and had never truly entered his heart. Yet this one in his arms. Liu Chan Xiao Lin silently repeated her name. In the moment before reason was wholly consumed, he contemplated that should she leave the palace only to be betrothed to someone from her family or be ensnared by a debauched man like Meng Sun, it would be better for her to remain in the harem. Although he could not provide her with the everlasting love she desired, at the very least, he could offer her a corner of solace within the palace. At the palace banquet, Chun Er hurried to Jing Gui Fei's side and whispered, I have given the key to young Master Meng and witnessed him entering. They must be engaged in pleasant affairs by now. Jing Gui Fei nodded subtly, her gaze sweeping over the half-drunken guests below. Noticing that the emperor had yet to return from his departure, she inquired further, Might I ask where the emperor has gone? I did not see the emperor. Perhaps he is conversing with some nobleman. Chun Er replied, shaking her head. She then softly asked, Does the empress wish to send someone to check? Of course. Jing Gui Fei's expression darkened slightly. She despised being threatened or manipulated. Meng Sun had audaciously commanded her within the palace. She was determined to make him taste the bitter consequences of his insolence. If she could unveil his liaison with Liu Chan in public, even a mere accusation of debauchery could land him in the deepest dungeons. Yet, this would unjustly implicate Liu Chan. However, Liu Chan had become a discarded piece on her chessboard, so her concern was minimal. Jing Gui Fei had evidently made up her mind. She stood and addressed the Empress Dowager, and Chun Er has just returned and reported that someone is having a secret meeting behind Shoan Palace. As soon as the words left her lips, silence enveloped the surroundings. The Empress Dowager frowned. Do you know who it is? I'm not certain, but it seems a young man from the Inyang Marquisate entered a room, and shortly after, sounds of a man and woman in intimate embrace resonated from within. If it were anywhere else, it would suffice, but the palace's strict rules prohibit such behavior. I could not conceal this and humbly request your judgment. Chun Er stepped forward. At that moment, Zhao Fei, who had been observing quietly from the back, also stood. Zhao Fei, with a half-smile, glanced around at Jing Gui Fei before addressing the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, since there is a spectacle to behold outside, might I accompany you to witness it? The Empress Dowager rose and moved toward the exit. The onlookers, having overheard Jing Gui Fei's words, followed suit with expressions of amusement. Midway through their departure, Zhao Fei suddenly exclaimed, feigning surprise, I heard that the fiancé of the Liu family sister you brought into the palace is the son of the Inyang Marquisate. Could it be? She pretended to cover her mouth in shock. Jing Gui Fei smirked internally, grateful that Zhao Fei had spoken out. Yet she could not confirm it now. Impossible. My sister has been sent to rest. Jing Gui Fei retorted vehemently, raising her voice. There is no need for Sister Zhao to worry. It cannot be Chun Er. The crowd continued to advance until they reached the vicinity of Liu Chan's quarters. The Empress Dowager, observing the tightly shut door ahead, darkened her expression and commanded a nearby matron, Go and open the door. See who is inside. Seeing the Empress Dowager's reaction did not align with her expectations, Jing Gui Fei could not help but interject, Aunt, why don't we simply enter and catch those two? Before she could finish her sentence, the Empress Dowager shot her a piercing glance, prompting her to instinctively clamp her mouth shut. The Empress Dowager redirected her gaze to Zhao Fei, signaling her to take action. Zhao Fei quickly comprehended and turned to the assembly of ladies. I have ordered the freshly submitted by Luo Chun tea for this year. Why don't you all accompany me to enjoy it? Upon hearing this, the women present were not fools. The eager onlookers hesitated, realizing the gravity of the scandalous affairs within the palace, which were far more severe than those outside. How could they witness such events? Nonetheless, they understood it was the son of the Inyang Marquisate causing chaos within the palace, and they could inquire further later. Indeed, I find myself rather thirsty. It would be a blessing to taste the Bai Luo Chun today, someone eagerly chimed in. The others nodded in agreement, swiftly dispersing in small groups back the way they came. Jing Gui Fei was impatient to lead the Empress Dowager into the room, her eagerness to catch the culprits palpable. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at her, deep in thought. Since the Gui Fei is so eager, let us see what lies within, she said, twirling the prayer beads in her hand, her tone nonchalant. I am too old to bear witness to such sordid affairs. At this, Jing Gui Fei readily agreed, leading Chun Er and several matrons to the door of the room. Upon hearing the unmistakable sounds of a woman's soft moans within, Jing Gui Fei's lips curled into a smile. Kick the door open. Two stout matrons stepped forward without hesitation. They lifted their feet and kicked the door. The door, merely latched in passing, flew open with a resounding crash, teetering on its hinges. Jing Gui Fei, with a cold smile, led the group into the room. Without pausing to steady herself, she shouted, You two who have disrupted the palace. Enough. Xiao Lin's voice thundered with rage, tinged with a hint of post-pleasure hoarseness. leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. He casually tossed aside the bedding beside him, covering the still-sated Liu Chan with it, and instinctively pulled her into his embrace. "Do not be afraid." Xiao Lin patted her back gently. Jing Gui Fei felt as though her mind had exploded. Instinctively, she took 2 steps forward. Upon recognizing Xiao Lin's face, her legs weakened further. How could it be? The Emperor? Jing Gui Fei instinctively glanced at Chun Er, her mind racing. Wasn't it Meng Sun who entered this room? Chun Er, equally shocked, turned pale and dropped to her knees, bowing her head in silence. Jing Gui Fei raised her eyes to the cold-faced Xiao Lin, frantically explaining, "Your Majesty, it was the servants outside who said." "Where's Meng Sun?" Xiao Lin's gaze pierced. Meng Sun. Jing Gui Fei began, but alarm bells rang in her mind, prompting her to deny it immediately, forcing a smile. "Meng Sun is Liu Chan's fiancé, is he not? Why is your Majesty here with Liu Chan?" As Xiao Lin placed the still slumbering Liu Chan down and stepped off the bed, grabbing his robe, he advanced toward her with determination. Jing Gui Fei's words faltered. Her smile faded entirely. "You have quite the audacity." Xiao Lin approached her, gripping her chin fiercely, his eyes icy. "To scheme against others in the Empress Dowager's Showan Palace. It seems I have been too lenient with you." "No, I dare not." Jing Gui Fei felt the pain in her chin, but could only endure it, scrambling for an explanation. "I heard someone saw Liu Chan's fiancé enter this room, and I feared he might harbor ill intentions toward her, which is why I hurried here. I implore your Majesty to discern." She simply could not comprehend how Meng Sun could have entered the room. Even if it were a different man, she could have accepted it. But how could it be the Emperor? At that moment, Huang Jiu hurriedly dragged Wang Yuanshi inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. This was dire. He had been so preoccupied with summoning Wang Yuanshi that he had overlooked the fact that the Emperor was alone with Miss Liu, especially at a time when she had been drugged. Huang Jiu's gaze swept across the room, and he quickly deduced what had transpired. He rushed to Xiao Lin's side, saying, "Your Majesty, Wang Yuanshi has arrived. Please take a look at her." Xiao Lin's tone remained calm and unruffled. Huang Jiu immediately responded affirmatively, well aware that the Emperor was in a state of furious wrath. Previously, the scheming Jing Gui Fei had plotted against the Emperor and Miss Liu in Weiyang Palace, and now she dared to stage such a scene in Showan Palace. It was known that the Emperor detested women who took the initiative to seduce him, and even more so, those with a venomous heart. With this in mind, Huang Jiu couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Jing Gui Fei. He led Wang Yuanshi to the bedside. At that moment, Liu Chan lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, tears occasionally slipping down to her ears, mingling with her thick hair. The blanket trembled slightly, evoking great pity. Huang Jiu sighed softly and spoke gently. "Miss Liu, let Wang Yuanshi examine you." After a prolonged moment, a delicate, pale hand slowly emerged from beneath the blanket, resting at the edge of the bed. Simultaneously, Liu Chan turned her head to the side, her tears flowing more freely. Huang Jiu felt an even deeper sense of compassion for her. How could a good girl endure such an ordeal? Fortunately, it was the Emperor and not that despicable libertine. Yet her innocent nature, just as he was lost in thought, Wang Yuanshi spoke up. "This young lady was drugged with the same substance as the last time with the Emperor. Is it the seductive fragrance from the brothel?" Xiao Lin frowned. Huang Jiu. "Search the room." Huang Jiu sighed in response and began to scour the room. Soon enough, he discovered some burnt incense, ashes hidden beneath a concealed cabinet. He dipped a handkerchief into it and presented it to Xiao Lin. "Your Majesty." Xiao Lin glanced at the ashes and then at the kneeling Jing Gui Fei. "Gui Fei, do you have anything to say?" And no, Jing Gui Fei hastily shook her head. "It was not me at that moment." A man in black rushed in, whispered a few words to Huang Jiu, and then hurriedly departed. Huang Jiu respectfully addressed Xiao Lin. "Your Majesty, Meng Sun has confessed." He coerced Jing Gui Fei into drugging Miss Liu's wine and provided her with a box of incense. They had previous dealings outside the palace. You see, this matter had escalated. The fact that a palace concubine was in clandestine collusion with a man from outside, especially involving vile aphrodisiacs, was a serious offense. Jing Gui Fei's complexion grew increasingly pale, her body swaying unsteadily. Before she could muster a defense, a weak voice, tinged with tears, rang out. "I do not believe this has anything to do with my sister." Liu Chan struggled to sit up, her hands clutching the blanket tightly, her eyes red-rimmed like a wounded fawn, innocent and frightened. She shook her head. My sister has always treated me well. Your Majesty. Xiao Ling appeared to disregard her words entirely and turned to Jing Guifei. If you produce the incense he provided, I shall believe that he coerced you, and you may remain my concubine. Xiao Ling spoke in a low voice. If you do not admit it, then you shall be sent to the cold palace. Sent to the cold palace? Jing Guifei's eyes widened in disbelief, her body feeling weak as she collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, he threatened you into doing this. You must seek justice. Chun finally reacted, urgently tugging at Jing Guifei's sleeve. Your Grace, if Jing Guifei were truly sent to the cold palace, what fate awaited her handmaiden? If the master fell, so too would the servant. Jing Guifei, in a daze, retrieved a box from her sleeve, and Huang Jiao quickly took it, handing it to the waiting Wang Yuanshi. Wang Yuanshi opened it, inhaled, and nodded. This is indeed the incense. Xiao Ling glanced back at the young girl sitting on the bed, who slowly shook her head, her face streaked with tears, a look of disbelief etched upon her features. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Could such an innocent soul survive within the harem? Your Majesty, though Meng Sun provided me with this incense, I did not. Jing Guifei attempted to explain further, but Xiao Ling's face revealed his growing impatience, and her words were abruptly cut short. Even if the incense was indeed Meng Sun's doing, the fact remained that she had drugged Liu Chan's wine. No amount of explanation would convince the emperor. Convey my decree. Jing Guifei shall be demoted to wait. Just as Xiao Ling's words left his lips, they were interrupted by the voice of the Empress Dowager entering the room. He looked up to see her being supported as she walked in. The Empress Dowager surveyed the room and quickly grasped the situation. Her disdainful gaze fell upon Jing Guifei for a moment before shifting to Xiao Ling. The Guifei has erred, and it is my failure to have taught her properly. If the emperor is angered, let him direct his ire towards me. I would not dare, Xiao Ling replied coolly, though his tone lacked any semblance of respect. He cast a deep look at the Empress Dowager, sensing that she was fatigued this day, and declared, Then I shall have the banquet outside dispersed, as you wish to teach her decorum. I appreciate your efforts, mother. Before the Empress Dowager could respond, he turned his attention to Chun beside Jing Guifei, the palace maid who failed to advise her mistress. Take her away and beat her to death. Please spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. Chun gasped in horror. Jing Guifei nearly failed to comprehend. Your Majesty, Chun is my personal maid. I cannot do without her. Please, spare her. She understood all too well that the emperor intended to set an example. Yet Chun was her most trusted confidant. Without her, she would be left defenseless. Enough. The Empress Dowager interjected, her hands clasped around her prayer beads. Today is my birthday. It is not suitable for bloodshed. Your Majesty, grant me this favor and send the girl to the washing house instead. The washing house was generally where errant palace maids were sent to toil day and night. A grueling fate, yet at least it was a chance to live. Chun was dragged away, her face ashen. Come with me, Guifei. The Empress Dowager commanded before turning to leave, her attendants quickly helping Jing Guifei to follow. Once the Empress Dowager's entourage had departed, Huang Jiao, understanding the gravity of the situation, guided Wang Yuanshi out and gently closed the door, granting the emperor and Miss Liu a moment of solitude. Liu Chan, her eyes red and puffy, glanced at Xiao Ling, her lips quivering, on the verge of tears once more. Enough. Xiao Ling regarded her with a hint of exasperation. I did not mean to intrude upon you. However, the die has been cast. Will you consent to remain by my side? He acknowledged that he had indeed taken advantage of her vulnerability. But who could blame her for being naive enough to fall into such a trap? Logically, one could argue he had saved her. Liu Chan's body trembled slightly, the blanket she had been clutching slipping from her grasp, revealing a delicate shoulder. She hastily attempted to gather it back for modesty. Xiao Lin sighed, uncharacteristically patient, and took her small hand, pulling her into his embrace. From this day forth, you shall be my concubine in the palace, and I shall ensure you dwell closer to me. He contemplated for a moment. I understand you yearn for a lifelong partner. Yet I am an emperor, and cannot fulfill your desires. Thus, until you come to terms with this matter, I shall not permit you to share my bed. A lower status would serve to protect her. Liu Chan clutched his garments tightly, her entire being leaning against him, fragile and vulnerable. In a place where Xiao Lin could not see, a glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes. Today's plan unfolded more perfectly than she had imagined. She was aware that, given Xiao Lin's suspicious nature, even if she threw herself into the fray, he might not fully trust her. Thus, she had long prepared her rebuttals. However, Meng Sun's schemes against the noble consort indirectly aided her. At the palace banquet, had it not been for the noble consort's watchful gaze on her wine cup, coupled with Meng Sun's lecherous glances, she might not have noticed the tampering of her drink. Yet, she did take note, thus turning the tables on their plot. Just a hair's breadth away from achieving a twofold victory and undermining the noble consorts standing in the palace, she had not anticipated the protection of the Empress Dowager. No wonder in her past life, the noble consort, ruthless and cunning, harmed so many without ever wavering in her position. Was it truly her sister who orchestrated this? Liu Chan sobbed softly. Indeed, Xiao Ling nodded. On this matter, he had no intention of elaborating further, despite his considerable anger. The noble consort was untouchable, not worth the trouble for Liu Chan alone. Chapter 17. She raised a wolf with her own hands initially. Liu Chan seemed poised to continue feigning disbelief, yet she swiftly accepted the truth. Emerging from Xiao Lin's embrace, she met his gaze, murmuring her inquiry regarding the previous incident at Wei Yang Palace, asking for the Emperor's clarification on her motives. Noticing her quick comprehension, Xiao Lin found her to be quite teachable. He did not conceal the truth from her. The noble consort was unable to bear children. So she wishes for me to bear her child? Liu Chan's eyes widened in shock. Her small hands clenched in disbelief. But she knows I am about to marry. No, she was acquainted with Meng Sun, which made this. Though you possess a naive heart, I know you are intelligent. Ponder this yourself, Xiao Lin said, lightly stroking her smooth back, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Indeed, being with Liu Chan allowed him to relax somewhat. However, life in the imperial harem demanded more than mere innocence. One must also wield a sharp intellect. Liu Chan's hands tightened in anger, her face revealing indignation. She bitterly shook her head. I believe she genuinely missed her family. That's why she brought me into the palace. I thought myself fortunate to be from the Liu family, yet unexpectedly. Pausing, she began to reflect, chastising herself for being too trusting of others. Indeed, Xiao Lin said, feeling a sense of relief at her realization. Before he could speak further, the young girl suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening as she met his gaze. Can I trust you? Can I trust you? Xiao Lin, moved by her earnest expression, found himself nodding involuntarily. You can. In the next instant, Liu Chan's small face hardened with resolve. She plotted against me. I shall seek my revenge. Xiao Lin gazed at her intently for a moment. Suddenly, a smile crept upon his lips as his mood brightened, almost eliciting laughter. The women around him typically vied to showcase their grace and virtue. Yet none had dared to voice their intentions of vengeance before him. Very well, he said, intrigued by her spirit. Should you find the opportunity for revenge, do inform me, and I shall assist you. As he recalled her seductive pleas from moments prior, a flutter of emotion stirred within him. Regret washed over him for having vowed not to touch her again. Yet a promise made by an emperor bore great weight. Rising, he called for servant. Huang Jiao entered the room. I recall there is a Jade Qiong pavilion beside the Taiji Hall. Let Liu's consort reside there, Xiao Lin ordered kindly. Huang Jiao, ensure she is well cared for and not bullied. Huang Jiao promptly agreed, realizing that the emperor indeed favored Liu. No, Liu's consort. Despite her lineage, the emperor seemed unperturbed, and it appeared as though he was more intent on appeasing Liu than the other way around. The Empress Dowager swiftly escorted the noble consort back to her chambers. Upon entering, she commanded the door to be closed and swiftly struck the noble consort across the face, exclaiming, "Fool! Your Majesty!" The noble consort knelt immediately. Panic etched upon her features, covering her face in silence. To scheme against the emperor in my own residence. Not only against him, but also against a member of the Liu family. The Empress Dowager's voice was cold. Noble consort, you truly have the audacity to forget your place. At these words, a flicker of defiance crossed the noble consort's downcast face. She was no longer the performer from the brothel, but a favored consort within the palace. Yet, the Empress Dowager had struck her in front of the palace attendants. Regardless of her inner resentment, the noble consort could only suppress her feelings, adopting a fearful demeanor. I acknowledge my mistake. There are two matters I value above all else. The Empress Dowager stated icily, locking her gaze onto the noble consort. One is my standing in the palace. The other is the reputation of the Liu family. Should a Liu family member ascend to the emperor's bed, none would dare speak a word. However, if a Liu family member were to be found in the company of another man, news of this would tarnish the Liu family's name in the capital, and I, as the Empress Dowager, would suffer greatly. Understood, the noble consort replied softly. The Empress Dowager merely glanced at her, sensing her lingering defiance. Although the noble consort was also of the Liu lineage, the emperor favored her precisely because he was aware she was not of their blood. Slowly twisting her prayer beads, the Empress Dowager reflected on her long-standing discord with the emperor, realizing he was unlikely to accept a Liu-born consort. Thus, she had planned for the noble consort to bear a child, one of Liu's blood. Initially believing her plan had failed, she found that the noble consort had inadvertently facilitated this outcome, and Liu Chan's elevation to the 9th rank as a consort, though lowly, could turn into a blessing in disguise. Considering the noble consort, who appeared to have forgotten her true identity, the Empress Dowager remarked, I can elevate you to the rank of consort, but I can also cast you back to your original position. Noble consort, I may permit a touch of foolishness, but I shall not tolerate cleverness that defies me. Otherwise, I will be the first to cast you out. Her final words were delivered with a sharp inflection. A clear warning. The noble consort trembled involuntarily. Before she could respond, the Empress Dowager continued, in the future, should Liu Chan bear son, I will ensure the emperor raises the child under your care. Do you understand? At this, the noble consort's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly replaced by uncontainable joy. Initially fearing that Liu Chan's presence would hinder her, she now felt invigorated. Yes, she replied eagerly, I will protect and assist Liu's consort, ensuring she bears a son promptly. Once the child was born, she would be a consort with a son, and the position of the primary consort would be within her grasp. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. Go kneel in the Buddhist hall. Since the emperor has granted me the authority to instruct you, I must also account for his wishes. Yes, the noble consort replied, her mind racing with thoughts of how to nurture the soon-to-be-born child and secure her position as the primary consort. Kneeling in the Buddhist hall was a small price to pay for such ambition. As she hurriedly departed, old Madame Wang stepped forward to assist the Empress Dowager in sitting down. Unable to contain herself, old Madame Wang remarked, it seems the noble consort has quite the ambition. The Empress Dowager took a sip from the tea offered by a palace maid, responding nonchalantly, the emperor is merely 26 and still young. It remains uncertain who will rise in this palace. Though she possesses ambition, she lacks the capability. I find such foolishness easy to manage. Yet that Liu Chan, the Empress Dowager mused, a smile playing on her lips, appearing harmless, yet capable of capturing the emperor's favor. She is not simple. We shall see. The emperor's cold-hearted nature may be unknown to others, but as one who has raised a wolf, how could she be unaware? Chapter 18, Brother-in-Law. Save Me Liu Chan was escorted into the side chamber of the Jade Shone Pavilion. According to palace customs, only consorts of higher ranks could occupy the main chamber and raise children. As merely a 9th-rank consort, she was relegated to the side room. Liu Chan was indifferent to such distinctions. Whether in the main chamber or the side, she intended to ascend step by step. Before long, Huang Jiao, the emperor's attendant, personally arrived, accompanied by the maid Xiao Cui. The servant, mindful of the fact that Xiao Cui had served Lady Liu for some time, deliberately brought her along. Huang Jiao remarked politely that if Lady Liu needed anything, she could always inform him. Indeed, there was something. Lady Liu hesitated before requesting a bowl of contraceptive soup. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been courteous, and yet Lady Liu had boldly made a request that he could not decide upon. After Huang Jiao departed, Lady Liu turned to Xiao Cui, who knelt before her with tearful eyes, apologizing for not taking better care of her during the banquet where Lady Liu's wine had been spiked. In such circumstances, a servant could hardly escape blame. Given the situation, there was no need for further reflection. Lady Liu helped Xiao Cui to her feet, asking if she would still wish to serve her now that she had become a favored concubine of the emperor. Xiao Cui eagerly nodded, feeling an innate closeness to Lady Liu, as if in a past life she had been her maid. Lady Liu sighed with relief. Although she had been reborn, Xiao Cui had not. She feared that Xiao Cui might be reluctant to leave the Weiyang Palace, but now that Xiao Cui was willing, it indicated a genuine bond between them. What name were you given? Lady Liu inquired further. It was assigned by the Internal Affairs Office, Xiao Zue replied softly. Upon entering the palace, one's original name was typically discarded and replaced with an assigned one, often lacking significance. Her birth name had been Pearl, a name her parents had cherished. Let's change that, Lady Liu mused. Pearl is priceless and flawless. From now on, I shall call you Pearl, which will also reflect our closeness. Pearl's eyes widened in surprise, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she thanked her young mistress for the bestowed name. Lady Liu handed her a handkerchief, smiling warmly. Shortly after, a young herbalist from the Imperial Medical Institute delivered a package of prepared herbs. The chief physician had advised that the medicine contained a degree of toxicity and that Lady Liu should drink plenty of water afterward. Pearl expressed her gratitude and prepared the medicine for her without further mention. In the wake of the turmoil surrounding the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, the palace servants whispered among themselves, though none dared to speak openly. The arrival of a lowly ninth-rank concubine was not considered significant. The only noteworthy aspect was that this concubine hailed from the maternal family of both the Empress Dowager and the noble consort, being the younger sister of the latter. Days passed, and the palace gradually settled into calmness. One evening, after reviewing a mountain of memorials, Xiao Ling instinctively took a stroll in the imperial garden, while Huang Jiu had previously instructed the cat house to release a few cats. Which cat is under the protection of Lady Liu? Xiao Ling inquired suddenly. The eunuch guarding the cat house promptly brought forth a large orange cat, presenting it respectfully. Your Majesty, it is this one. And how has Lady Liu fared these past 2 days? Xiao Ling questioned, his gaze fixed on the orange cat. His inquiry was not truly about the cat. After some contemplation, Huang Jiu responded quietly. To my knowledge, Lady Liu has not left her room for several days. Before he could finish, he observed his master abruptly rise and stride forward. Huang Jiu hastily followed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ling stood at the entrance to Yuqingxian. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. At that moment, Pearl was carefully draping a blanket over the sleeping Lady Liu, who was resting on the noble consort's couch. Though the room was warmed by silver charcoal, the chill remained, as her rank did not allow for excessive warmth. Does she sleep excessively? A voice, tinged with authority, resonated from behind Pearl. Startled, Pearl turned to see Xiao Ling and quickly knelt, greeting him. This servant has seen the Emperor. Rise and respond, he commanded, his gaze landing upon Lady Liu's delicate face, which bore signs of unrest in her sleep, occasionally furrowing her brow or sobbing softly. Pearl stood at attention, answering. The young mistress has been in a state of drowsiness these past few days, lacking an appetite for food. After a brief pause, she added, her spirits have not been high. She had expected to joyfully marry upon leaving the palace, but unforeseen circumstances had befallen her, and it was unreasonable to expect such a sudden transition. Xiao Ling reflected on this. He never forced women into the palace, as their entrance was always voluntary. This particular case was the only one of coercion. Remembering the day she had been drugged in Shoan Palace, her resolute determination to save herself stirred a flicker of compassion within him. During idle moments, spend time conversing with her, Xiao Ling instructed in a cool tone. Before Pearl could respond, he suddenly leaned down, his long arms encircling Lady Liu's delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her toward the bed. As he did so, the blanket slipped from her body, revealing her long, dark hair cascading around her, her face devoid of makeup, exuding a youthful charm. Perhaps due to her recent weight loss, her clothes appeared slightly oversized, and a faint, unique fragrance wafted toward Xiao Ling's nostrils. As he gently placed her on the bed, a moment of tension coursed through him, and memories of that day when she had been beneath him flooded his mind. He struggled to rein in his thoughts, withdrawing his hand, preparing to leave. Lady Liu furrowed her brow, suddenly grasping his clothing without opening her eyes. Don't go, don't go. Help me, brother-in-law. Xiao Ling felt an inexplicable pull in his heart. His feet rooted in place as he found himself sitting on the edge of the bed, holding her small hand. I am here. How can my sister treat me this way? Lady Liu began to sob again, calling for her brother-in-law. I am here, Xiao Ling repeated, frowning as he half embraced her. Your Majesty, Pearl interjected, contemplating how to explain Lady Liu's condition. Every evening, she has been restless in her sleep, waking several times in tears, which is quite pitiful. Xiao Ling did not respond to her. Perhaps it was the sense of safety from holding her that allowed Lady Liu to gradually quiet her sobs. Despite a few lingering whimpers, Huangjiu, Xiao Ling recalled Meng Sun's confession, his gaze cold and resolute. Have you uncovered the source of the orchid flowers? Huangjiu lowered his head respectfully. According to the flower house, the orchids were sent to Lady Liu by Miss Chunner, who serves the noble consort. I also inquired with the needlework bureau. The clothes that Lady Liu wore that day, which were dusted with flower pollen, were also retrieved by Miss Chunner. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, shall I summon Chunner from the laundry house? The matter had become clear. Further questioning Chunner would only implicate the noble consort. However, the emperor had no intention of sacrificing the noble consort as a pawn. Indeed, Xiao Ling's grip tightened slightly around the figure in his arms. No need. Chapter 19. No green head. Lady Liu slept soundly until the following morning. Upon waking, Pearl informed her of Xiao Ling's visit the previous evening, remarking that the emperor still cared for her. Although Lady Liu had not shared the bed with the emperor, nor had he stayed overnight. He had departed only after she had fallen into a deeper sleep. Lady Liu nodded, acknowledging this. She was well aware that the schemes from that day in Shoan Palace had drained her energy, and her recent choice to sleep more and eat less was a means of regaining her strength. Moreover, she had sensed Xiao Ling's presence the moment he entered the room. Before long, news of Xiao Ling's visit to Lady Liu spread throughout the palace, drawing the attention of the servants. However, when the informants from the Jingshi Fong relayed the tidbit that Huangjiu had instructed there would be no green head for Lady Liu, the murmurs abruptly ceased. Without a green head, it signified she would not be summoned to the emperor's bed. A concubine who could not share the bed of the emperor could hardly be considered favored, and in the palace, it meant a fate of solitude and despair. As Zhenju entered the room with a wooden tray bearing the midday meal, her expression conveyed an unsaid apprehension. At that moment, Liu Chan was arranging a bouquet of lilies recently delivered from the flower house. Noticing the unusual pallor on her maid's face, she chuckled softly and encouraged. There are only the two of us here. Feel free to speak. Young mistress, there are rumors from the palace that today the emperor has instructed the Jingshi Fong not to prepare your green head, Zhenju hesitated to say. Ever since Miss Liu had been granted the title of concubine, the palace gossip had been relentless. They had assumed that the emperor's visit yesterday indicated his fondness for Liu, but unexpectedly. Fortunately, the I Ching Pavilion was not crowded, and Zhenju was the only one who could attend to Liu closely. She managed to suppress the chaotic rumors from reaching her young mistress's ears. As Liu had just arrived, she remained observant and cautious in the imperial kitchen and elsewhere. Zhenju feared that if news of the absence of the green head were to surface, the others would begin to bully her. Having spent considerable time in the palace, she was well acquainted with how favored concubines were often subjected to ridicule when they fell from grace. After Zhenju spoke, she glanced at her young mistress, still immersed in her floral arrangements, momentarily debating whether to provide a gentle warning to prepare her psychologically. I understand, Liu Chan said, setting aside the flowers and turning to Zhenju. Let's eat first. As she approached the table, she found a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup, carefully arranged by Zhenju. For those ranked below the 6th grade, the standard was 4 dishes and a soup. However, the quality of the ingredients varied with rank. It seemed that the meals delivered in recent days had been quite commendable, even meeting the standards of a favored concubine. Perhaps this would be the last meal exceeding her rank. The emperor's decision to withhold the green head, based on her prior observations, did not stem from disdain, but rather from anticipation. He was waiting for her to make a move. If Liu Chan were to rush forward, it would render her no different from the others. If he wished to wait, then she would bide her time. This period marked by the supposed disfavor provided her an opportunity to observe the sentiments within the harem, preparing her for future opportunities for retribution. Liu Chan took her time to finish her meal, only to meet Zhenju's face, which was unmistakably filled with concern. Without favor and with a lower rank, her life was now worse than that of the maids attending the favored concubines. However, she could not disclose her own calculations to Zhenju. Seeing Zhenju's genuine distress for her, Liu Chan contemplated offering reassurance regarding the absence of the green head. The emperor has privately informed me, so there is no need for excessive worry. It will come in due time. Upon hearing this, Zhenju's eyes brightened with hope. Is what you say true, young mistress? Indeed, Liu Chan replied with a smile and a nod. In the Weiyang Palace, the news reached Jing Guifei, who stared incredulously at Xiar, who had brought the tidings. You mean to say that the Imperial Medical Bureau delivered contraceptive medicine to her a few days ago? Seeing Xiar nod, A chill ran through Jing Guifei's fingertips. She slumped back slightly, her expression betraying disappointment. The emperor forbade her from conceiving, and now he also denied the Jing Shifang from preparing her greenhead. How could she ever hold her child? Having already angered the emperor over the matter of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet and endured her reprimand, she had remained patient. Yet now she was left with empty hopes that Liu Chan would conceive soon, only to be met with disillusionment. Your Highness, it appears Liu has been discarded, Xiao Ling suggested. Perplexed. If you desire a child, we could seek other concubines. It need not be Liu Chan previously. It had always been Chun'er by Jing Guifei's side, and she had trusted Chun'er above all. Now, with Chun'er dispatched to the laundry room, it was finally Xiao Ling's turn to step up. Xiao Ling felt a surge of pride, but maintained a cautious demeanor. Your Highness, there are several junior concubines in the palace. Should any of them bear children? No. Jing Guifei interrupted without hesitation, stroking her long, pointed nails. The Empress Dowager only permits me to raise Liu's child. Only Chun'er understood her intentions fully. Now that Chun'er was absent, she felt out of sorts and was reluctant to confide in anyone else. Jing Guifei's gaze drifted to the distant doorframe, her thoughts already wandering. Presently, she faced two options. Either assist Liu Chan in her duties or select another daughter from the Liu family to enter the palace. Yet both paths were fraught with difficulty. The former required the emperor's consent, and the latter. The Empress Dowager might not approve, and she feared resorting to desperate measures. Jing Guifei narrowed her eyes and commanded, "Go inform the palace staff to withhold any good provisions from Iching Pavilion. Let them suffer as much as possible." She needed Liu Chan to endure hardship before willingly seeking her aid. Thus, when she did assist Liu Chan, it would be more secure. Xiao Ling quickly agreed. Your Highness, this idea is excellent. It is only natural for those in the palace to take advantage of the situation. Lower-ranked concubines will always seek support from those of higher rank. Liu Chan is no exception. After considering, she added, however, mere bullying from the palace staff lacks sufficient depth. It would be better if I incited some discord between Liu Chan and the favored concubine's son, as I believe Sun would be willing to assist your Highness. You are absolutely correct. Jing Guifei's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. With Chun'er unable to return, she needed to cultivate a new confidant. Although there were 4 first-class maids in the Weiyang Palace, she dared not trust them entirely. Jing Guifei turned to Xiao Ling. If this succeeds, I shall reward you handsomely. Do you understand? Her intention was to compel Liu Chan to seek her allegiance. Xiao Ling felt a thrill of excitement. I am willing to do anything for your Highness. With that, she hurried away to carry out the orders. As the festive season approached, the palace buzzed with activity. In no time, Liu Chan was forgotten by those observing her. Within a mere week, her meals plummeted from exceeding standards to falling below even the most basic provisions for a favored concubine. The garments prepared by the Sifu Bureau for the upcoming festivities were delayed in their delivery. What should have been the customary silver charcoal for a favored concubine had not been provided despite Jinju's repeated requests, only to be met with mockery. While the meager meals were manageable, they were not ideal. Until Jinju ventured once more to the Sifu Bureau and returned with a handprint on her right cheek and a slight redness around her eyes. Who struck you? Liu Chan furrowed her brows. Jinju managed a forced smile, shaking her head. It's nothing concerning the young mistress. It was merely an unfortunate altercation with someone. With that, she bowed respectfully and lowered her head to prepare Liu Chan's bedding. However, Liu Chan grasped her arm and urged her to sit at the chair. Wait a moment. She fetched a basin of cool water and pressed a cloth to Jinju's cheek. Tears streamed down Jinju's face like pearls released from a broken string. It is all my fault. You have only just begun your time as young mistress, and already you suffer grievances. Knowing beforehand that life without favor would be arduous was one thing, but facing the reality was quite another. Who truly bore the grievances? Liu Chan chuckled softly, gently applying the cloth to Jinju's face. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I shall help you take revenge. If you don't speak, I will find out myself. After all, she had established a persona of being vengeful in front of Xiao Ling. Jinju contemplated shaking her head again, but was met with a hint of dissatisfaction from her young mistress. She tactfully avoided the question, replying, I accidentally bumped into someone near Concubine Sunday. How did that happen? Liu Chan inquired seriously. Jinju, do you think you can protect me? Upon hearing this, Jinju felt her head spin. She had always instinctively believed her young mistress was young and had been manipulated into the palace, thus needing protection. Yet in this harem, How could a mere maid safeguard her mistress? Pearl gritted her teeth as she received a notification from the Department of Attire today, instructing her to collect the garments for the young masters for the upcoming festival banquet. When she arrived, she fortuitously encountered Sue, a maidservant by the side of Lady Sun, who deliberately tore a hole in your clothes right in front of Pearl. After a brief pause, Pearl exchanged heated words with her, prompting Sue to retaliate. Liu Chan gently stroked her head and embraced her, assuring her that she would help her take revenge the next time they met. A glint of ferocity flashed across her expression. Since someone from Lady Sun's side had dared to provoke them, there was no need for her to hold back any longer. She could use Lady Sun as a stepping stone for her own ambitions. My lady, regarding your festive attire, Pearl coaxed in a laughter, recalled the garments, and suggested they mend them themselves, as they would still be wearable by the time of the banquet. The New Year's Palace feast held far greater significance than the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. During this event, officials of the fourth rank and above, along with their families, would enter the palace, and even some regional princes would return to the capital. Any mishaps during the new year could potentially displease the emperor. No need, Liu Chan replied softly. In a couple of days, it will be the little new year. I suspect Lady Xiao will host a banquet for us, and I shall ask her to take charge then. Pearl nodded in agreement. Observing Liu Chan's busy silhouette, Liu Chan began to strategize. Given the conflict at the Department of Attire today, the little new year presented her with an opportunity. Indeed, by afternoon, word arrived that a banquet was to be held at the Tower of Ascending Magpies for the little new year, with all to gather at Lady Xiao's residence in the Palace of Eternal Harmony before proceeding together. On the day of the little new year, snow began to fall in the morning. Noticing the biting cold wind outside, Pearl thoughtfully brought a thick white cloak, a garment each lower-ranked concubine possessed. While it was not particularly expensive, it provided warmth against the harsh chill. I remember Consort Jing gifted me a maroon mink coat, Liu Chan mused, contemplating its aesthetic appeal. During her first month in the palace, it must be said that Consort Jing had genuinely treated her well. Regardless of whether her affections were sincere, many fine items were indeed bestowed upon her. As such, Liu Chan did not feel the need to be overly proud. She intended to make practical use of everything. Today, she would undoubtedly encounter Xiao Ling. In other words, she had come to the palace with the intention of being with him, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would be sharing a bed with him that very night. Naturally, she needed to wear something more splendid. Hastily, Pearl assisted her in dressing, and as Liu Chan raised her head after fastening her attire, she found herself momentarily stunned. Previously, when Consort Jing had sent several garments, Liu Chan had tried them on, and though they were beautiful, none compared to her current appearance. The light in Liu Chan's eyes shone brighter now, despite the cold and desolate atmosphere in Yuqing Pavilion. It had not diminished her spirit. Standing there in red against the white snow, she exuded an allure that stirred the hearts of those who beheld her. For the first time, Pearl thought that perhaps even the emperor could not resist her charm. The two strolled leisurely towards the Palace of Eternal Harmony. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted Lady Sun approaching with her maidservant, Sue, from a distance. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of calculation in her eyes. She first cast a sidelong glance at Lady Sun, a hint of provocation curling her lips, which Lady Sun noticed instantly. Indeed, Lady Sun's temper flared, and her steps quickened as she strode purposefully toward Liu Chan. As they drew near, she carelessly collided with Liu Chan, causing her to stumble back 2 steps. Pearl barely managed to steady her mistress, casting an annoyed look in Lady Sun's direction. You, seeing the haughty demeanor of her opponent, Liu Chan gently patted Pearl's hand, her gaze shifting to Sue, Lady Sun's maid. Oh, Lady Sun feigned surprise, acting as if she had just noticed Liu Chan. Who is so audacious as to collide with me? Ah, it is merely the newly appointed 9th-rank concubine. How bold! She emphasized the rank of 9th, the lowest in the palace hierarchy, with only nameless ladies beneath her. Liu, you ought to show me respect and greet me properly, Lady Sun declared, her tone dripping with disdain. She had heard rumors of Liu Chan's rise and how she had allegedly schemed against Consort Jing, causing the latter to face repercussions. If Consort Jing did not favor Liu Chan, who else in the palace would protect her? My lady, Pearl whispered softly, reminding her that protocol dictated a bow. Liu Chan smirked, clutching her handkerchief as she knelt slightly, her tone earnest. I pay my respects to Lady Sunday. Just then, a palanquin approached, and Lady Sun's eyes brightened as she hurried to greet Lady Qian, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have matters to discuss privately with you." Chapter 21. Liu. You show no respect to this palace. Upon hearing the name Lady Qian, Liu Chan turned slowly to observe. Her memories of Lady Qian were limited to two instances. 1. Her wealth derived from a prominent family of merchants in the capital, who had once donated their entire fortune to the treasury during a fiscal crisis, earning a nominal title of account without any real power. The other, Lady Qian's notoriously sharp tongue, which even Xiao Ling found irksome, thus earning her little favor. Nevertheless, despite lacking affection, Lady Qian had borne a daughter, Xiao Ling's eldest. For this reason, regardless of her lack of favor, Lady Qian's position was secure, and she could still aspire to higher ranks in the future. As Liu Chan observed Lady Sun whispering in Lady Qian's ear for a moment, she noticed Lady Qian sizing her up with a dismissive gaze. Liu Chan maintained her composure, nodding respectfully before turning to step into the palace of eternal harmony. "Liu, wait a moment," Lady Qian called out, raising her voice. Liu Chan paused, but did not turn back. Supported by her maidservants, Lady Qian approached Liu Chan, her eyes widening in surprise at the exquisite beauty before her. Her first instinct was relief. Thankfully, the Emperor had instructed the etiquette office not to make her a rival. For if such a beauty gained favor, the palace dynamics would surely shift. "Greetings, Lady Qian," Liu Chan curtsied, her expression innocent. Beside her, Lady Sun smirked, seizing the opportunity to sow discord. "Your Highness, this Liu, emboldened by her connection to consort Jing, has been quite brazen in the palace, hardly acknowledging someone of my lowly status. You, being the most esteemed lady after consort Jing and Lady Zhao, ought to teach her a lesson, otherwise she may soon feel entitled to look down upon you as well." With a conspiratorial tone, she added, "Consider how consort Jing has bullied you." This final comment darkened Lady Qian's expression significantly. Over the years, riding on consort Jing's favor, she had offended many within the palace. Even if she had not crossed paths directly with consort Jing, the servants of the Weiyang Palace had been disdainful and tyrannical. Lady Sun truly had a talent for twisting the narrative. Liu Chan raised her gaze, lowering her voice. "Even without relying on consort Jing, I would still be just as audacious." She stepped closer to Lady Sun, provocatively challenging, "Care to test me?" It was the most blatant of provocations. Lady Sun's eyes widened in fury, and she could not resist casting a knowing glance at Lady Qian, exclaiming, "Your Highness, did you witness this?" Lady Qian was indeed taken aback by Liu Chan's audacity, momentarily speechless. "Such arrogance!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands in mock amusement. "Very well, Liu. You dare to speak so boldly in my presence. I cannot let you." Before she could finish, the voice of a eunuch announced, "Consort Jing has arrived." Everyone froze in place. The very reprimand Lady Qian had intended for Liu Chan was halted instinctively. Regardless of any private grievances against consort Jing, she was the highest-ranking consort in the palace, and outwardly, everyone was obliged to show respect. Lady Qian shot a glare at Lady Sun, lowering her voice. "Why is she here today?" Usually, consort Jing was the most favored in the palace, and she was known for her high-mindedness, rarely mingling with the other consorts. In the palace, there exists an unwritten rule. On the 1st and 5th day of each month, all concubines who have formally served the emperor must gather at the Fengyi Palace to converse and strengthen their sisterly bonds. However, one never sees the presence of the noble consort Jing at such gatherings. True to her lofty nature, she would rather attend events like today's minor festival directly from her own quarters to the K-Tower. Consort Sun scoffed, certain that consort Jing disapproved of Liu Chan, whom she deemed a seductive vixen, coming to entice the emperor, hence her visit. While seated in her palanquin, consort Jing spotted Liu Chan being halted at the entrance of Fengyi Palace, and a flicker of delight surged within her. Once the palanquin was lowered, she decided to approach. "What are you all doing here?" she chided, feigning authority. Liu Chan caught a glimpse of the sycophantic smile on consort Sun's face and suddenly understood. Her recent troubles were likely entwined with consort Jing's machinations. A cold smile crept across her lips. Was this an attempt to win her over? Not a chance. Liu Chan greeted them with an icy demeanor. "Greetings, Your Highness." Consort Jing's gaze swept over Liu Chan's face, finally recognizing that the attire she wore today was a gift from her a few days prior. Could it be that Liu Chan had come to her senses? But before she could revel in that thought, Liu Chan's indifference struck her, leaving an unpleasant taste in her mouth. Had the recent trials failed to enlighten her? Your Highness, Liu Chan shows no respect to Consort Qian. You see, Consort Sun interjected, testing the waters of Consort Jing's disposition. To her, a mere concubine's defiance of rank warranted severe consequences. Consort Jing maintained her composure. You need not concern yourselves with my affairs. With that, she strode inside, leaving Consort Sun smirking at Consort Qian. We cannot let her off the hook. Liu Chan, you show no respect to me, Consort Qian declared, her tone haughty, directing Liu Chan to kneel in a distant corner for half an hour. The snow continued to fall gently as Liu Chan followed the pointed finger, observing the snow piled up in that direction. What a deliberate torment. Consort Qian had anticipated Liu Chan would protest, but to her surprise, Liu Chan quietly replied, "Thank you." Consort Qian, and walked over without hesitation. Consort Qian stood in a daze, her gaze trailing Liu Chan's retreating figure until she witnessed her kneeling down. Why had she not put up a fight? Consort Qian felt a surge of unease. Just moments ago, Liu Chan had been so brash, and now she had seemingly transformed? A wary expression crossed Consort Qian's features. Surely, she believed that Consort Jing would intercede on her behalf, but with those hopes dashed, her defiance had evaporated. Let her kneel there, Consort Sun suggested, her tone ingratiating as she clung to Consort Qian's arm, leading her inside. Just before crossing the threshold, Consort Qian couldn't resist glancing back at Liu Chan's kneeling form, replaying Liu Chan's expression of gratitude in her mind. Why would she thank me? Consort Sun, catching a hint of impatience, remarked, I didn't hear that. Perhaps your Highness misheard. Thank her? Only a fool would express gratitude to one administering punishment. Seeing Liu Chan kneeling in the snow, Zhenzhu could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her mistress. She was puzzled by Liu Chan's sudden confrontation with Consort Qian. Just days ago, Liu Chan had spoken softly to her, not resembling a reckless individual. It's nothing, Liu Chan reassured, glancing toward the Tai Chi hall where she spotted the guiding eunuch approaching. Kneeling for a while was inconsequential. Perhaps her past hardships had rendered her indifferent. Eliciting Xiao Ling's attention, even through self-inflicted suffering, was a small price to pay for achieving her goals. Once the Emperor arrives, I shall seek his intervention, Zhenzhu urged, unable to contain her voice. It was they who first disapproved of your presence. She began to rise, but Liu Chan gently restrained her, smiling with a hint of resignation, speaking softly so only they could hear, I am not invisible to the Emperor. Once he enters, he will surely inquire about me. Confident in her previous encounter with Xiao Ling and her understanding of him, Liu Chan believed even if she could not enthrall him entirely, she would leave a lasting impression. Yet, she had never desired to enter the palace in the first place, and Xiao Ling, a powerful emperor, had no need to curry favor with her. Thus, he awaited her initiative to adjust to palace life and seek his favor. For he had already stated that a monarch could not remain devoted to a single person for eternity. Hidden from view, Liu Chan knelt unnoticed by Xiao Ling, who soon entered the Fengyi Palace. Not long after, Huang Jiu hurriedly emerged from within, dusting off his feather duster, his eyes searching until they landed on Liu Chan, still kneeling in the cold snow. He rushed over, barking orders at the nearby servants. Why haven't you helped Liu Chan up? Are you all intent on courting death? In just a few days, the Emperor had inquired about Liu Chan's well-being several times, even that morning. To see someone so favored by the Emperor reduced to kneeling pitifully in the icy snow was intolerable. As Liu Chan stood, Huang Jiu quickly smiled. Liu Chan, after the Emperor discovered you were absent, he asked about you. Would you care to join me inside? What he refrained from saying was that when Consort Sun had reported Liu Chan's perceived disrespect, the Emperor remained unfazed. However, upon learning of her punishment, his demeanor darkened, leaving the occupants within the room too afraid to breathe. Liu Chan felt immense gratitude toward Huang Jiu. Thank you. As she took a step, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, causing Zhenzhu to almost fall as well. The pair appeared slightly flustered. It's nothing, Liu Chan smiled sheepishly, explaining to Huang Jiu. The ground is a bit cold, and my legs grew stiff. A little movement will remedy it. Seeing her maintain such a composed demeanor despite her discomfort, Huang Jiu nodded to himself. It was no wonder the Emperor favored her. The ladies of the court were typically delicate, yet she stood apart. Huang Jiu mused that the more resilient she appeared, the more the emperor would cherish her. After all, only those who had suffered would become accustomed to enduring hardship. Liu Chan confidently made her way toward Fengyi Palace. When the servants guided her to the entrance, she stepped inside without hesitation. Her eyes bright as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ling, her lips curving into a smile. Xiao Ling noticed her slight discomfort in walking, but found himself captivated by her charming demeanor. For a moment, he pondered how much she had slenderized. The maroon short mink coat she wore enveloped her delicate features, accentuating her fair complexion, and the joy in her gaze made him involuntarily smile. Liu Chan gracefully bowed, taking her time to greet everyone present. "Have you come to a realization?" Xiao Ling feigned seriousness. "I have," Liu Chan replied with poise. The room fell silent, everyone exchanging bewildered glances, wondering what she had comprehended. Seated below, Zhao Fei raised an eyebrow, her mind racing as she glanced at consort Jing across the room. Indeed, she observed consort Jing tightening her grip on the armrest. Zhao Fei understood then. This Liu Chan could converse so naturally with the emperor, and it seemed the palace might soon welcome yet another favored consort, which boded ill for consort Jing. Moreover, it appeared that consort Jing was somewhat envious. Having achieved her goal, Liu Chan quietly took a seat at the far end, making sure to cover her knees with her palm. She was well aware that Xiao Ling's gaze was still upon her. Zhao Fei swiftly reported to Xiao Lin regarding recent affairs within the palace, including various expenditures. Several concubines also raised issues pertaining to their respective quarters. While others spoke, Liu Chan's gaze fixated on Sun Kai-run, who had already appeared flustered by the emperor's demeanor. Under Liu Chan's intense scrutiny, Sun Kai-run felt a shiver run down her spine and could only retaliate with a fierce glare. Apart from her, Qianpin also felt somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, Qianpin held a higher rank and thus possessed a certain confidence. She merely faltered for a moment when Liu Chan glanced her way before regaining her composure. "Is there anything lacking in your quarters?" Zhao Fei suddenly inquired. Liu Chan, mimicking the others, stood up to respond to Zhao Fei, stating, "2 days ago, the maid beside me went to fetch festive garments, but they were cut by Sun Kai-ren's maid, Xiao Su. Therefore, I would like to request a new outfit." Her reasoning was sound, simply recounting the facts without any semblance of grievance, merely seeking a replacement. 2 days ago, you say? Qianpin finally seized the opportunity to speak, attempting to place the blame for her earlier punishment squarely on Liu Chan. She deliberately remarked, "If it happened 2 days ago, why did you not mention it then, and instead choose to bring it up before the emperor and us?" Implicitly, she nearly accused Liu Chan of harboring ulterior motives to gain favor. "Didn't Zhao Fei inquire?" Liu Chan replied, her expression one of innocence and bewilderment. Xiao Lin sat silently above, observing her, and as their eyes met, a mischievous glint sparkled within hers, unhidden. But did it truly occur? Xiao Lin raised his hand and cleared his throat. Zhao Fei stood to respond. "I am indeed aware of this matter, but I have been rather busy these past few days and inadvertently forgot to inquire about the circumstances." She turned her cold gaze toward Sun Kai-run, commanding, "Xiao Su, you explain." Sun Kai-run, startled by the reprimand, instinctively clenched her handkerchief. Beside her, Qianpin could no longer contain herself. "Zhao Fei. This Liu Chan, I did not ask you." Zhao Fei interjected coolly, effectively silencing Qianpin. Upon hearing this, even Sun Kai-run found herself unable to voice her thoughts, leaving her maid Xiao Su in a state of panic as she knelt before them. Liu Chan sat upright, internally admiring Zhao Fei's composure and grace, a true testament to her royal lineage. In truth, Liu Chan harbored a fondness for Zhao Fei. Had she been born in the great Xia kingdom, her demeanor alone would suffice to secure her position in the inner palace, commanding respect from the other concubines and maintaining an air of dignity before Xiao Lin. Liu Chan even felt that Zhao Fei appeared indifferent to the emperor, not the slightest bit enamored. Xiao Su, trembling and stammering, recounted the events of that day, embellishing them somewhat. Yet even with embellishments, the incident was trivial. However, Zhao Fei called for the head of the Department of Internal Affairs, accompanied by witnesses from that day. Consequently, the incident involving Xiao Su slapping pearls was laid bare before all. Xiao Su, nearly collapsing from anxiety, was addressed by Zhao Fei, Sun Kai-run. "Do you know this matter?" Her tone was now sharp. Under her jurisdiction, such an affront to a low-ranking concubine could not reflect well on her governance. Sun Kai-ren dared not admit her knowledge of the events. She stood, attempting to absolve herself. I have never permitted Xiao Su to bully Liu Chan. It must have been her own. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. Observing this, Zhao Fei ceased her inquiries and promptly executed palace regulations before Xiao Lin, decreeing that Xiao Su, who had abused her authority, be punished with 10 strikes and that Sun Kai-ren, for her lax oversight, be confined for 3 days and required to transcribe palace regulations 10 times. Soon, palace attendants entered to escort Xiao Su away. Zhao Fei then turned to Liu Chan, stating, Liu Chan, I will have someone prepare a new outfit for you. Gratefully, Liu Chan expressed her thanks without publicly assigning blame. As she resumed her seat, she cast a defiant glance at Qian Pin, unafraid. Throughout this exchange, Jing Gui Fei, seated at the front, had not managed to utter a single word, nor had her glances towards the emperor garnered any acknowledgement. She had never quite adapted to conversing with these pampered concubines raised in luxury. Emperor Jing Gui Fei began to speak, but Xiao Lin raised his hand, stating, if there are no further matters, let us proceed to the Keilu. He stood and walked ahead, with the others waiting for Jing Gui Fei and Zhao Fei before following suit. Liu Chan trailed at the end. Master, you avenged me. Zhen Zhu exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. Today, she finally realized that although her master appeared somewhat Navi, she was not one to be easily bullied, capable of countering with just a few words. Yet today, she had indeed suffered. Zhen Zhu, puzzled, quietly asked, why didn't you tell the emperor about your punishment from Qian Pin? Having spent enough time in the palace, she had grown accustomed to the ways of the concubines vying for favor, yet her master seemed to tread a different path, deliberately provoking Qian Pin, intentionally subjecting herself to punishment, yet not crying out to the emperor for sympathy. Her master acted as though nothing had transpired. Would the emperor truly feel sorrow? The emperor saw, Liu Chan replied. He saw, hence there is no need for further words. The palace banquet was rather simple, merely a gathering around several tables for a reunion meal, followed by a performance of newly rehearsed songs and dances. The Empress Dowager claimed to be unwell and did not join them. After the meal, several young concubines showcased their pre-prepared talents, striving to impress Xiao Lin. Although Sun Kai-ren faced confinement, she was allowed to enjoy this meal and thus performed a dance that had been long in preparation. The performance was exquisite, yet Xiao Lin paid little attention, his gaze instead lingering on Liu Chan, who occasionally rubbed her knee as if it had suffered from the cold. Just as someone from the Jingshi Fong arrived to announce the selection of the favored concubines, Xiao Lin typically would have retired to Jing Gui Fei's quarters. Yet she had not attended to him in some time, prompting a more lively atmosphere among the others. No need for selection, Xiao Lin stated without even glancing at the cards, pointing towards Liu Chan. Her. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes collectively drawn towards Liu Chan in astonishment, their hearts sinking. Was it not said that Liu Chan had no green head plate? Many suddenly understood, realizing that there was no need for a card. The emperor could choose whomever he desired to spend the night with, regardless of the card. Congratulations, Sister Liu. Zhao Fei was the first to speak, having noticed Jing Gui Fei's pale complexion, which only amused her further. She teased, Sister, do you not find that the Empress's face seems out of sorts? Is she unwell? Jing Gui Fei forced a smile. Zhao Fei, you misread. I'm perfectly well. At this moment, each individual harbored their own thoughts, few paying attention to Jing Gui Fei. Xiao Lin merely cast a fleeting glance her way before returning his focus elsewhere. As the banquet concluded, Liu Chan accompanied Xiao Lin directly to the Tai Chi Hall. After being attended to by palace servants for a bath and changing into fresh garments, she emerged to find Xiao Lin seated at a table, a chessboard laid out before him. Xiao Lin had a habit of playing alone. Liu Chan feigned curiosity as she approached and sat across from him, intently observing the chess match for a while before suddenly extending her hand. Let me set the pieces for you. What a coincidence. This was a famous, unfinished game from an ancient text, one that she recalled Xiao Lin had studied for several years to reconstruct fully, having seen it numerous times. She could even envision the layout with her eyes closed. In her past life, the most tedious moments had been spent perched on Xiao Lin's shoulder, watching him analyze chess games or play against himself. Over time, she had transformed from a novice to someone confident enough to claim she could defeat Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin, interrupted by her intrusion, displayed a frown. Liu Chan's audacity was remarkable. He had yet to fully articulate this centuries-old, unfinished game. And she, a mere girl, dared to speak so boldly? Before he could react, she had already begun placing the black and white pieces before her, one after another. Xiao Lin's expression darkened as he stared at Liu Chan for an extended moment. The young girl's delicate face occasionally furrowed in concentration, embodying an earnestness that was quite captivating. Her small hand deftly placed the chess pieces with increasing speed, gradually slowing as the game progressed. He found himself somewhat entranced by the scene. At last, a cheerful expression graced Liu Chan's face as her tiny fingers danced over the chessboard. Xiao Lin instinctively lowered his head to observe, only to find the board completely occupied, black pieces entwined with white, each side having no further moves to make. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Lin's expression was inscrutable, his gaze flitting skeptically over her features. Your skill in chess is remarkable. Who has taught you? Huang Jiu had meticulously investigated her childhood, an illegitimate daughter of the Liu family, growing up ostracized without a mother. She had never learned the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Yet, right beneath his nose, she had reconstructed a chaotic chess game that had languished for centuries. I've learned in secret, Liu Chan replied, seemingly oblivious to the doubt in his eyes. She shook her head, recounting how, as a child, she had saved her coins to buy chess manuals. Later, she would sneak out to play, encountering an old man who frequently challenged others to recreate this very game, earning a considerable amount of silver each day. With a hint of pride, she added, I observed him for a long time and returned to ponder deeply until I managed to set it up. However, her words bore truth. The old man indeed existed, plying his trade on a street in the western part of the capital. In his previous life, Xiao Lin had been deceived by this very man, only to later grasp the complete chess game upon his return. Before he could utter a word, Liu Chan prepared to rise. Yet as she stood, a small gasp escaped her lips, and she bent to support her knee, exclaiming, It hurts so much. Xiao Lin, lost in thought regarding her claimed chess training, finally regained his senses. Recalling how she had knelt in the snow earlier that day, he turned to her with a stern expression. They commanded you to kneel, and you obeyed? Despite his words, he found himself lifting her gown to take a look. He had initially believed that inviting Liu Chan to his bed would create a rift between them, which is why he had kept his distance. However, to his surprise, their solitude had led to discussions of chess and her knee pain, leaving him bemused. I have indeed offended Lady Sun. Liu Chan sighed, her lips a rosy hue. She felt the need to vent her frustrations, which was why she had encouraged concubine Qian to act as she did. Her words were delivered with a sense of rightful indignation, devoid of any hint of grievance or tears. When Xiao Lin lifted her pant leg, he couldn't help but frown. The skin around her knee was starkly red, contrasting sharply with the surrounding fair complexion, a clear indication of frostbite. Does it hurt terribly? He inquired. Yes, Liu Chan replied honestly. Looking up at him, her voice a mere whisper. May I forego serving you tonight? It truly aches too much, after soaking in hot water. It's both painful and itchy. As she spoke, her small hand timidly grasped his fingers. Could you please massage it for me? Liu Chan's face flushed crimson as she nestled closer, resting her head against his chest, murmuring, I miss you a little. Xiao Lin paused, taken aback. You miss me? Chapter 24. The promotion of a noble consort. Xiao Lin ordered someone to fetch ointment for frostbite from the imperial pharmacy. He watched closely as Liu Chan gently applied it, her delicate hands gliding over her knee. Intentionally, he asked, What made you think of me all of a sudden? In the palace, there was no consort who did not yearn for his attention. For them, serving him was a matter of pride and confidence in the presence of others. You saved me twice, of course I would think of you, Liu Chan replied, her cheeks puffed out as if stating the obvious. Twice? Xiao Lin queried, puzzled. Liu Chan recounted the incidents involving Meng Sun, counting them off on her fingers. Once with that scoundrel, and once today with concubine Qian. So that makes two. Throughout my life, no one has ever protected me like this. Her heartfelt sentiment shone in her bright eyes, truly moved by his care. Xiao Lin could not help but gaze at her a moment longer. Her willingness to label Meng Sun a scoundrel indicated her growing awareness of his character. Furthermore, despite her punishment from concubine Qian, she had chosen not to complain, as if she had accepted the palace's intricate dynamics of favoritism and disdain. She was genuinely touched by kindness and would candidly express her displeasure when faced with ill treatment. Initially, he had assigned her a lowly rank to shield her, believing it better for her to remain discreet if she could not serve him. He had rarely encountered someone who piqued his interest. However, given the events of the day, "Since I have claimed to protect you, I must make a show of it." Xiao Lin smirked, teasing her, "Serve me well tonight, and I shall promote you tomorrow." By now, Liu Chan was beginning to feel drowsy, her eyelids fluttering. "All right," she acquiesced, extending her small finger. She slowly entwined it with his larger hand, leading him toward the bed. Once she had helped him settle, she began to unbutton his garments. But before she could undo many, she yawned repeatedly, clearly fatigued. Struggling to maintain her composure, she leaned against Xiao Lin, her hands slipping around his waist. Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow, curious about her intentions. The young girl shyly pressed her face against his chest, yawning again, "I'm a bit sleepy." In the next moment, her eyes fluttered shut, and she fell into a peaceful slumber. Xiao Lin observed her for a while, noting how she gradually relaxed into deeper sleep. Shaking his head with a soft chuckle, before him, she appeared as a blossoming maiden, yet utterly at ease, never concealing her true self. He sensed her growing dependence on him. Xiao Lin's fingers entwined in her soft, silky hair, unconsciously stroking it. After a while, he called out towards the door, "Huangjio." At the entrance, Huangjio acknowledged him with a nod, stepping silently inside. "Your Majesty, tomorrow morning, issue my decree that the Anyang Marquisate has failed in raising their children and revoke their title." "Meng." Xiao Lin hesitated. "Meng Sun," Huangjio quickly reminded him. "Meng Sun is to receive 20 lashes and shall never serve in an official capacity." Xiao Lin continued. "One Meng Sun is of little consequence. 20 lashes and being barred from public office is not a severe punishment for him. Yet, due to his actions, the title of the Anyang Marquisate will be withdrawn. This, I fear the Anyang Marquisate may collectively faint." Huangjio contemplated briefly before promptly agreeing. He glanced up casually, only to see Xiao Lin cradling the sleeping Liu Chan in a somewhat awkward position. "Your Majesty, the time for service is approaching." "What of Liu Chan?" Huangjio spoke again. According to palace regulations, consorts were not permitted to stay overnight in the Tai Chi Hall. They were to return once their time was up. However, exceptions could be made at the emperor's discretion. If Xiao Lin desired Liu Chan to remain, he could instruct the attendants not to fetch her. Huangjio was puzzled. Observing Liu Chan's attire, it was evident she had been asleep for some time, yet she had not served the emperor. "Let her stay," Xiao Lin decided, glancing down at the girl in his arms. Huangjio complied with a soft acknowledgement and exited discreetly. It was one thing for her not to serve him, but for a consort to be allowed to spend the night in the Tai Chi Hall, Liu Chan would be the first since his ascension. Liu Chan enjoyed a restful night. The minor festival in the Great Xia dynasty resulted in a 2-day break from court duties, allowing Xiao Lin to rise later than usual. Upon awakening, he feigned sleep once more. In his drowsy state, he felt a soft body burrow against him. Liu Chan, still asleep, had merely sought a more comfortable position, wrapping her arms around the man's waist and drifting back into slumber. Xiao Lin glanced down at her. Logically, such behavior from a young consort was rather inappropriate. Yet, she had indeed endured a slight the previous day. "Does your knee still hurt?" he asked, pulling her closer, their faces nearly touching, allowing him to see every fine hair on her forehead. It struck him then that Liu Chan's face bore no trace of makeup. Even when he leaned in closer to inhale her scent, it was merely the natural fragrance of youth, untainted by the heavy perfumes of the palace women. "It doesn't hurt anymore," Liu Chan murmured, her words muffled as she groggily confessed. "I'm so sleepy, I haven't fully woken up." Her perfectly tousled hair cascaded onto the pillow as she gently closed her eyes, exuding an extreme languor. Though she appeared as a mere young girl, there was an undeniable hint of alluring charm about her, particularly when her delicate hand inadvertently brushed against Xiao Lin's chest. Xiao Lin gazed at her quietly, once again feeling the overwhelming desire to devour her whole. This time, she was undeniably his woman. Thus, he drew her into his embrace, startling the young girl, who instinctively clutched his arm, her eyes fluttering open, revealing a mixture of confusion and anxiety. Since they had arrived at the Tai Chi Palace, it would be inappropriate to return in such a manner, Xiao Lin calmly reminded her. Half an hour later, Liu Chan was feebly escorted into the washing chamber, attended to by the palace maids. After tidying up, Xiao Lin instructed Huangjio, Liu should be promoted to the rank of, personally select some fabrics in shades of red from the storeroom, and send them to the Department of Attire for her new garments. Also, Check if there are any shortages in Xian and replenish them accordingly. The maroon attire from yesterday suited her well, with no Empress in the palace. The color of garments was less scrutinized, as long as it avoided the bright red. Huang Jiu complied, feeling a renewed respect for the young. It had only been a short while since she ascended to the emperor's favored 8th rank, clearly capturing his heart. Xiao Lin furrowed his brow, his gaze turning cold as he recalled the previous day's events. Sun's instigation of discord in the harem had resulted in a month's salary deduction, but he decided to let it be. Seeing the young girl's pitiful expression as she clutched her knee, he felt a pang of sympathy. Although she had not explicitly asked for his intervention, he could not simply ignore her plight. However, given the hierarchical nature of the harem, it would be inappropriate for him to confront Qian Pin on her behalf. There is no need to penalize Sun, Xiao Lin said, raising his hand to promote Liu to the rank of Tyren. By elevating her 2 ranks, certain matters need not be explicitly stated. Huang Jiu looked up in astonishment. 2 ranks? The palace will soon undergo a transformation. But if the emperor is so fond of Liu, she will undoubtedly become a target. Yet, it must be noted that those who gain favor often become the center of attention. Chapter 25. Recklessness. Liu Chan languidly leaned against the edge of the washing basin, allowing the palace maid to knead her shoulders, her eyes still closed in repose. Her body bore numerous bruises, indicating the intensity of the earlier encounter. Comparable to the day she had been drugged. In Xiao Lin's presence, she had navigated the situation flawlessly. She was no longer a wronged girl pretending to be magnanimous, nor was she one to cling to her grievances. As long as Xiao Lin held her in his thoughts, there was no need for her to voice her desires. He would certainly protect her. After all, he had once failed to safeguard someone dear to him. She had witnessed his lifelong regret, and for a man like him, upon the arrival of another, he would instinctively know how to cherish her. Her straightforward and kind-hearted nature mirrored that of Su Jing'er in Xiao Lin's heart. Some things must be actively sought. Men do not easily grant requests. Yet when a man is genuinely fond, he will pursue and offer abundantly. Being a favored concubine is one matter. Her role was to occupy a cherished place in Xiao Lin's heart. Even if her temperament did not align with his preferences, it mattered little. She would become whatever type of woman he desired, as long as she achieved her goals. The path she took was inconsequential. As she donned her garments and stepped out, Xiao Lin had already gone to the imperial study to meet with the ministers. Liu Chan was transported back to Xian in a palace sedan. Zhenju was genuinely delighted to see her favored. My lady, just now, Master Huang personally came by to inform you that the emperor has promoted you to Tyren. She exclaimed joyfully, not forgetting to pay her respects. I congratulate Liu Tyren. Tyren? Liu Chan raised an eyebrow and smiled, realizing she had received a bit more than she had anticipated. She had thought that a single rank elevation would suffice. These are some gifts brought by Master Huang. Would you like to see? Zhenju softly inquired, presenting jewelry, fabric, and various ornaments. Liu Chan glanced over and instructed, put it all away. What I desire most is, like last time, a bowl of contraceptive medicine. My feelings with Xiao Lin have only just begun to spark. This ember is insufficient to support raising a child while climbing higher. It is likely to extinguish. Should I conceive, a portion of my energy would inevitably be diverted to the child. Therefore, the timing is not right. I must wait until I secure my place in Xiao Lin's heart, ensuring he joyfully welcomes our child, cherishing it as a treasure, nurturing it diligently rather than treating it as merely a branch of the royal family. Zhenju, go to the Tai hospital, Liu Chan commanded after some thought. Seek out Master Wang for a contraceptive method. Zhenju looked up puzzled. My lady, the emperor has begun to favor you. Even if you were to conceive, he might not send your child to Weiyang Palace. She had her channels of information in the palace and knew that Weiyang Palace had been neglected for several days. If the emperor truly wished to provide a child to Weiyang Palace, why would he allow it to remain unattended? I'm only 16, still quite young. Liu Chan explained. While my body is still developing, pregnancy poses risks. The act of conceiving and giving birth is inherently perilous and exhausting for women, especially given her current frail state. She recalled a young concubine who had been selected at just 16, after merely one night with the emperor. She conceived but faced complications during childbirth, ultimately leading to her demise. At that time, the physician had informed Xiao Lin that her age was too young, and her body was not yet prepared for nurturing a fetus. Consequently, Xiao Ling had prohibited any woman in the harem from conceiving before the age of 18. Even after bedding, they would receive a bowl of contraceptive medicine afterward. Zhenju, though somewhat bewildered, nodded. As she departed, she reminded my lady, promotions in the palace typically come with gifts of congratulations. I suspect others from Aniwafu will arrive shortly. For a 9th rank position, typically only a single ordinary palace maid serves. However, for a 7th rank Tyrun, the attendants would include a 1st rank maid, 2 2nd rank maids, and 4 rough servants. If my lady were to ascend to 5th rank may run in the future, she would even have a head eunuch. Understood, Liu Chan acknowledged with a nod. From today onward, she would officially become the target of many eyes. Throughout history, the kind-hearted have often been taken advantage of, while the gentle have been ridden. Rather than remain a stable and kind-hearted punching bag in this harem, she would prefer to establish herself as someone who could wield her favor with pride and be unapproachable. After all, Xiao Ling had witnessed her stand up for a mere orange cat in the Imperial Garden just days ago. Pure, kind-hearted, but certainly not a coward. Not long after Zhenju left, others began to arrive with gifts. First, a maid from concubine, Zhao, personally brought several embroidered silks, followed by gifts from other concubines such as Njiu, Su Tai Run, and even attendants from Qianpin cautiously delivering a box of exquisite jewelry, speaking courteously. Just the day before, Qianpin had punished her, yet today she was eager to curry favor, likely fearful of Liu Chan's rising status. It is said that Qianpin was timid. If she were in Qianpin's position, having penalized an inexperienced young concubine, she would have simply moved on. Their statuses were vastly different, so what was there to fear? Yet, this also proved that Xiao Ling's affection held more weight than rank itself. Liu Chan gazed at the items brought by Njiu, lost in thought. She had not encountered Njiu since her rebirth, but Njiu's accomplishments were remarkable. Having borne Xiao Ling as first prince, coming from humble beginnings, she bore a resemblance to Su Jing'er in her features, yet her firstborn had been frail since birth. Now, 6 years old and still a mere bundle of ailments. Perhaps due to the health of her child, Xiao Ling had gradually summoned her less. And even the first prince was seldom mentioned. She recalled a stormy night when the first prince suddenly developed a high fever and passed away, leaving Njiu devastated, leading her to madness and shortly following her son into the afterlife. A pair of unfortunate mother and child indeed. As Zhu hurriedly returned, she collided directly with a person coming from the Weiyang Palace. She brought the individual inside. The visitor from Weiyang Palace was Xia Er, another first rank maid of the esteemed concubine Jing. Accompanying Xia Er were 2 young maids, each carrying something covered in red cloth. Xia Er casually acknowledged Liu Chan with a curtsy. Having met Liu Kairen before, and without waiting for Liu Chan to call her, she stood up straight. She lifted the red cloth from one of the trays, revealing a neatly arranged pile of silver, approximately 100 taels. Our lady said that since you have gained favor, you should not neglect your connections with Weiyang Palace. Xia Er's gaze was sharp. After all, Our Lady and Liu Kairen are family. So consider this silver a token of joy from her. Xia Er. Zhenju instinctively wanted to say something. However, before she could utter a word, Xia Er shot her a fierce look and scolded. I am speaking to Liu Kairen. What right do you, a traitor from Weiyang Palace, have to interrupt? Zhenju's face flushed crimson. Impudence. Liu Chan slammed her hand on the table and stepped forward, coldly asserting, inform the esteemed concubine that I do not covet this silver. She narrowed her eyes, edging closer to Xia Er. Do you wish to share the same fate as your sister Chun Er? Chapter 26. The summons of concubine Jing at the mention of Chun Er being sent to the laundry department. Xia Er felt her hair stand on end. Meeting Liu Chan's gaze, she threatened. Liu Kairen's life in the palace has only just begun. Are you truly considering a break with the esteemed concubine? You might find yourself regretting it later. Previously, when Liu Chan resided in Weiyang Palace, Xia Er had thought her naive and carefree. In just a few days, she dared to issue threats. Merely a lowly Kairen, she was hardly worthy of the esteemed concubine's attention. If not for her connection to the esteemed concubine, she would not have warranted such consideration. The esteemed concubine has said, Xia Er began, attempting to assert her influence. She has gone to great lengths to elevate your status. Slap. Liu Chan's hand struck Xia Er's face, sending her head to the side. With her brows furrowed, Liu Chan pointed a finger at Xia Er's nose. Go back and tell the esteemed concubine that I will never forget her schemes to put me in bed. Take the silver and get out. Xia stood there, stunned, covering her face. It was unprecedented for someone of her rank to be struck. She had never endured such humiliation since entering the palace. Yet what angered her more was that she could not retaliate. Let Liu Ren take care of herself. Xia spat, her voice trembling with rage, before turning to leave with her companions. Seeing them depart, Zhanzhu finally regained her senses. She was at a loss for words, my lady. Due to concubine Jing's favor, everyone in the palace would uphold Weiyang Palace. Even a mere maid from there would be held in high regard. My lady actually struck someone from Weiyang Palace. She looks down on us so much. Yet we are to continue flattering her? Liu Chan's tone was calm, devoid of the anger she had just displayed. She spoke softly. The items sent from the side are inconsequential, but if I accept something from the esteemed concubine, if the emperor knows of the esteemed concubine's schemes against me, how will he perceive me? In this matter of deceit, so soon, she had reconciled with concubine Jing? After all, she was a concubine, while Liu Chan was merely a Kairin. It was easy to forgive, but the emperor's affection for her would only go so far. Noticing Zhanzhu's confusion, she provided an example. If you were betrayed by someone you trusted most and came to me in tears, I would feel deeply for you as your lady. But if you turned around and forgave them, how would I view that? Am I to commend her for her magnanimity? Ridiculous. My lady would think of me as... Zhanzhu pondered for a long while, unable to find a fitting word. In any case, such a person was disgustingly untrustworthy. She firmly echoed Liu Chan's earlier actions. My lady is right. After their discussion, Zhanzhu produced a medicinal pouch from her sleeve and handed it over. This is a contraceptive pouch prepared for you by Wang Yuanshi. It contains several small packets that can be discreetly placed in your purse without harming your health. While there were many in the imperial hospital, only my lady could boldly request such items from Wang Yuanshi. Most importantly, Wang Yuanshi was responsible for the emperor's health, so he would surely inform him about the contraceptive pouch. My lady, are you not afraid the emperor might misinterpret this? Zhanzhu couldn't help but inquire. This is about sincerity. Liu Chan smirked. If I were to handle this matter cautiously, and he were to discover it later, how might he think of me? Sincerity is the best strategy. Since she sought Wang Yuanshi's assistance, it was a clear message to Xiao Ling that she was not ready for pregnancy. Additionally, it was meant to convey her trust in him. At noon, the Internal Affairs Office sent over 10 well-formed maids, stating that Liu Chan could select a few she found pleasing to serve her. While Liu Chan was indeed a newly promoted Kairon, she was not yet a favored concubine. Her continued favor would depend on observation. The maids lined up and bowed to Liu Chan. She glanced at them and chose two with steady gazes to serve as her second-rank maids. Her ability to assess people was honed under Xiao Ling's guidance. One must observe the eyes, as resolute individuals are most useful. If a maid appeared shifty and was motivated by outside interests, they could easily betray her. For the remaining rough service maids, she let Zhanzhu select 4. It was unquestionable that Zhanzhu would be her first-rank maid, so certain skills needed to be practiced from now on. Perhaps due to Liu Chan slapping someone from Weiyang Palace, in the evening, a decree arrived from the Internal Affairs Office. It stated that concubine Jing had summoned her. A summons differs from a simple invitation. It requires a special edict issued by the Internal Affairs Office to the summoned individual. It is akin to a palace consort summoning family members into the palace, with a specific decree accompanying it. Thus, unless there were extraordinarily special reasons, one must comply with a summons. Is she afraid I won't come? Liu Chan mused, holding the silk edict. It seemed excessive to use such a document for inviting her. Why don't we inform the emperor that we shall not attend? Zhanzhu expressed her concern. My lady struck Xia. Who knows how many ill words Xia has spoken to concubine Jing? This meeting could be akin to a banquet of treachery. Of course we must go. Liu Chan rose. Prepare me a change of clothes. I must project an aura that can overshadow concubine Jing. Logically, a concubine of high status would possess a commanding presence. But who could blame concubine Jing for always donning white garments to portray a gentle and benevolent image? The Internal Affairs Office sent several outfits in a deep red hue for Liu Chan. Zhanzhu presented them to her. After Liu Chan donned the attire, she deliberately applied a bold and striking makeup look, adorning herself with the newly gifted earrings. She took Zhanzhu's arm. Let us go. Since Xiao Ling publicly displayed his affection for her, she should not be overly modest, especially in front of concubine Jing. The grievances of old and new would pile together. Even if her rank was low and she could not easily harm concubine Jing, she certainly intended to make her regret bringing her into the palace. Let us see if this so-called sister can endure her wrath. Chapter 27. Esteemed concubine, this is your sister. Due to the imperial decree, personnel from the Internal Affairs Office personally came to escort her. Thus, Liu Chan was brought to the main hall of Weiyang Palace. Upon her entrance, the hall was eerily empty, devoid of even a single attending maid, creating a chilling atmosphere. Please wait a moment, Liu Kai Run. An official from the Internal Affairs Office reminded. Having escorted her, their task was complete, leaving the rest to Weiyang Palace. They turned it apart. Zhan Zhu stood beside Liu Chan, noticing that all the chairs in the hall had been removed, leaving them without a place to sit. Despite any lingering dullness, it was evident that this was a display of intimidation. My lady, they. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed figures approaching from the entrance. Two palace attendants abruptly shutting the doors with a resounding bang. Pearl felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively moving toward the door to take a look. The doors were firmly shut. Liu Chan reached out and grasped her arm. A quick glance around revealed a corner of a garment peeking from the side door, indicating someone was watching. My lady, what should we do? Pearl inched closer to her. Do nothing. Liu Chan, however, remained composed. She suddenly raised her voice, asserting that they were merely waiting for the arrival of the esteemed consort Jing, and besides, the consort had issued an edict. Thus this matter would surely spread far and wide. She paused, her tone laced with amusement, suggesting that if they did not return soon, would not the esteemed Lady Zhao, who oversees the 6 palaces, inquire about them? Or might the emperor himself ask? Upon hearing this, the corner of the garment promptly vanished from sight. Pearl felt a flicker of hope. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed at the entrance, and the doors were pushed open. Clad in white, consort Jing entered gracefully, seemingly oblivious to Liu Chan's presence, and ascended to the elevated seat. A maidservant served her tea, while another fanned her, embodying the demeanor of a consort. A procession of palace attendants filed in, standing in neat rows on either side. They bowed in deference to the consort. Liu Chan maintained her decorum, adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict, ensuring no faults could be found. Liu Chan, how daring of you to strike my people. Anger flickered in consort Jing's gaze. Throughout her years as a consort, even the smallest creature escaping from the Weiyang Palace was met with respect. This was the first time someone had brazenly slapped her face. Initially, she had hoped Liu Chan would seek her protection, especially given Liu Chan's difficult circumstances. Now that Liu Chan had secured a place by the emperor's side, she could only step back and offer silver to win Liu Chan over. Yet never did she expect Liu Chan to turn against her so openly. When you resided in the Weiyang Palace, how devoted I was to you. Consort Jing's fury intensified. Liu Chan, do you wish to be a heartless wretch? Today, she would employ intimidation and then sweeten the deal. She intended to ensure Liu Chan yielded to her will. The kindness bestowed upon me by the consort is evident, is it not? Liu Chan retorted, suggesting that she could bear a son for the consort and subsequently secure a place of prominence through her child. Nonsense. Consort Jing immediately refuted. I merely called you to the palace to foster sisterly bonds. Then why did the consort not summon Lu Rao? Liu Chan pressed on relentlessly, her words quick and sharp. Perhaps the consort had forgotten Lu Rao, your own full-blooded sister? Why seek me, an illegitimate daughter, as your companion? How do you justify that? She continued her relentless interrogation, the consort unable to provide a satisfactory response. A series of probing questions rendered consort Jing pale, as if her carefully crafted facade had been stripped away. Her chest heaved with suppressed rage, yet she found herself at a loss for words. This was the first time she had witnessed Liu Chan in such a light. Consort Jing could scarcely believe that the timid and weak Liu Chan, who had entered the palace, had transformed so drastically. Had she been possessed, or had she been feigning all along? Consort Jing swiftly concluded the latter. She chuckled coldly, realizing she had misjudged Liu Chan all along, believing her to be sensible. Just because you could not take advantage of your sister, you claim she is foolish? Liu Chan scoffed lightly, recalling how the emperor had praised her sister's sensibility just the other day. Could the consort dare to oppose the emperor? You. Consort Jing felt her anger surging, nearly reaching a boiling point. She had never considered allowing Liu Chan to become the emperor's favored consort. All along, she had struggled to come to terms with the notion of Liu Chan bearing the emperor's child. Now, The emperor had taken notice of her. A sharp pang of pain gripped consort Jing's heart, as though a powerful hand were squeezing her heart, causing a dull ache. Since my sister has come today. Liu Chan gazed at the visibly agitated consort Jing, her smile fading. Allow me to make it clear, if you wish to trample your sister, know that she too desires to rise above you. With my sister accompanying the emperor, the Weiyang Palace shall reach its conclusion. With that, she turned to leave. The palace attendants instinctively attempted to block her, but Liu Chan commanded, stand aside. None dared to obstruct her further. As Liu Chan departed, consort Jing clenched her teacup tightly, hurling it to the ground in a fit of rage. Liu Chan, I shall not forgive you. How dare you behave so audaciously? As the festive season approached, Lady Zhao ordered messages to be sent out, announcing her visit to the Empress Dowager's longevity palace on the 28th day of the 12th month. Liu Chan naturally prepared to follow along. This time, she joined the crowd, applying a touch of makeup to enhance her features while donning a newly tailored, elegantly simple azure garment. For reasons unknown, she instinctively felt a wave of caution as she stood before the Empress Dowager. After the others had paid their respects, the Empress Dowager indeed summoned Liu Chan for a conversation. Liu, let me see you. Liu Chan stepped forward, feigning a measure of nervousness. Lowering her head to bow once more, greeting, may the Empress Dowager be well. She sensed the Empress Dowager's piercing gaze surveying her. Good. The Empress Dowager repeated thrice before advising. You hail from the Liu family, and I've spoken with consort Jing about ensuring you receive extra care. Then, she turned to consort Jing. Consort, this is your sister. Before everyone, she emphasized their relationship. Liu Chan sighed inwardly, maintaining an appearance of anxiety, timidly affirming, yes. Consort Jing echoed the response, yet she hesitated to mention the recent humiliations she had endured. Who could have anticipated that Liu Chan would grow so bold? Reflecting on this, consort Jing felt a surge of resentment. Since the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, the emperor had not visited her Weiyang Palace. A span of over 10 days, a situation she had never encountered before, leaving her feeling unsettled. Seeing Liu Chan now only intensified her sense of having lost both her husband and her soldiers. The Empress Dowager's gaze swept over consort Jing, yet she refrained from commenting further, instead inquiring about the first prince and the second princess. The first prince was born to Consortin. Although he was raised in the prince's residence, Consortin stepped forward to report, the first prince is in good health. Then, consort Qian added, the second princess is well too. Perhaps due to the fact that the Empress Dowager was not the emperor's biological mother, she displayed little interest in the inner palace affairs, only exchanging a few remarks. She retained consort Jing while dismissing the others. Liu Chan followed the crowd out of the longevity palace. It was rumored that Liu Chan had climbed into the emperor's bed within the longevity palace. As soon as Sun Chan exited, she eagerly spoke up, her expression exaggerated. TSK. This is indeed the longevity palace. Chapter 28. A stalwart rival Lady Zhao was assisted by palace maids as she turned to glance at them, choosing not to engage, and directly boarded the sedan chair. Consort Qian opted to stay behind to observe the spectacle. She held the highest rank among the concubines, save for Lady Zhao and consort Jing, so her presence was significant. Originally, she had felt somewhat anxious upon witnessing Liu Chan being summoned to the emperor's bed, receiving 2 promotions in rank. However, with the emperor neglecting to summon her thereafter, consort Qian resolved to observe whether Liu Chan would continue her audacious behavior. The incident had truly infuriated her, and although she had subsequently encouraged others to speak positively of her, she now regretted her actions. As a concubine, why should she feel intimidated? Rumor had it that a certain libertine from the Anyang Marquis, Sun Chan suddenly covered her mouth, deliberately speaking louder, nearly forgetting that the emperor had stripped the Anyang Marquis of its title, and that the Meng family scion had received a severe punishment as well. This was no secret. They were all from noble families and had access to information from outside. What, do you pity the Meng family scion? Liu Chan remarked, her tone playful. Perhaps I should relay your sentiments to the emperor. You. Sun Chan suddenly became anxious, for that was clearly your fiancé. Liu Chan, supported by Jinju, stepped forward to stand a pace away from Sun Chan before halting. A smile still lingered on her lips. So is Sun Chan suggesting that the emperor is snatching another's fiancé? After all, many were unaware of the underlying circumstances and merely perceived the superficial words, which carried a hint of meaning. Yet, such words should not be uttered. The emperor, revered as the sovereign. Who would dare to impose such a label upon him? I did not say that. Sun Qiren immediately turned pale with fear. Jinju stood beside Liu Chan, several times attempting to speak in Liu Chan's defense. But she found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she felt it was better to remain silent, fearing she might hinder Liu Chan enough. Came the voice of Jinju, who coughed lightly into her handkerchief. The weather is cool. Let's not linger in the wind. We should return promptly. With that, she called for Qian Pin to join her. Since Qian Pin did not leave, neither did they feel at ease to depart. Qian Pin had intended to seize the opportunity to speak, but upon hearing Jinju address her, she felt obliged to respond. After all, the latter was favored, having birthed a prince. Qian Pin waved her handkerchief and left. The others felt compelled to follow suit. As Liu Chan walked back, she sensed several intricate gazes trailing her, yet she paid them no heed. She was well aware of the ways of the palace. As long as she relied upon Xiao Lin's affection to ascend higher, these individuals would only grow more compliant before her. Those who dared to speak ill of her in her presence were merely bullying her for her perceived weakness. Just look at Jing Guifei. Though others wished her ill behind her back, they still feigned politeness when encountering her. Such was the nature of status and power. Upon returning to Yu Qiongxian, Liu Chan found Chun Tao entering with a box, stating it was sent from the Liu family, accompanied by a letter from her father. Place it here, she instructed, already aware of its contents. Chun Tao complied, quietly returning to her post at the door, dutifully fulfilling the role of a second-rank palace maid. Liu Chan had renamed her two maids, starting with Chun, calling the plump and adorable one Chun Tao and the other with a delicate oval-faced Chun Xing. She glanced at the box on the table, but casually picked up the letter instead. Liu Chan swiftly opened it, revealing congratulations on her becoming Liu Qiren, followed by the announcement that she was now recognized under her legitimate mother's name, thus becoming the legitimate daughter of the Liu family. Furthermore, her deceased birth mother was elevated to the status of a favored concubine, with a memorial tablet placed in the Liu family's ancestral hall. Previously, her birth mother had not even qualified as a proper concubine. A hint of sarcasm graced Liu Chan's lips as she tossed aside the letter and opened the box. Inside lay several silver notes and some loose coins, roughly amounting to 300 taels. Put it away, she instructed Jinju. While she could refuse Jing Guifei's offerings out of sense of pride, it would seem pretentious to turn down the Liu family's silver as well. It would not be appropriate, especially with the Empress Dowager and Jing Guifei looming as imposing figures. The Liu family would hardly seek her assistance. By evening, news arrived that the emperor had gone to Weiyang Palace. Liu Chan couldn't help but reflect that a woman who had been favored for many years could hardly be cast aside for a minor transgression. The Guifei will not be reporting you, will she? Jinju expressed her concern. The young master has quarreled with Xiao and has refused gifts. Liu Chan snorted dismissively. If she were to report me, it would actually benefit me, but she wouldn't dare. Not only does she lack the courage to report, but she also would not dare to mention me before Xiao Lin. Even if she did, Jing Guifei would likely apologize first, expressing regret. Yet Liu Chan was certain of one thing. Should Jing Guifei express remorse over that day's events, Xiao Lin's fondness for her would diminish. After all, Xiao Lin was not one to dwell on the past. What was done was done. He would appreciate a candid acknowledgement of her schemes more than anything else. Liu Chan was willing to assert that Jing Guifei did not truly understand Xiao Lin's character. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Huang Jiu to gather those wronged by her after Xiao Lin's demise, presenting evidence before her and forcing her to drink poison. For Xiao Lin had regarded her merely as a substitute. Was it perhaps also due to the Empress Dowager's influence? A couple of days later, Liu Chan was summoned once more to serve the emperor. Xiao Lin had found amusement in playing chess with her, engaging in lively exchanges that were quite the spectacle. Although Liu Chan often conceded defeat, Xiao Lin's interest in her grew ever more fervent, and she emerged as a rising star within the palace. Soon, the festive season arrived. By the 29th day, lanterns adorned the palace, and the faces of the palace maids radiated joy as they greeted one another in passing. After the festivities, the maids could apply to leave the palace to visit their families and would receive double their monthly wages, a regulation established by Zhaoyi. This alone garnered her considerable goodwill among the palace's inhabitants, who worked with greater diligence. What was even more admirable was that although Zhaoyi held significant authority in the palace, she remained merely a consort and never displayed any airs of superiority. When a maid erred, She would either be punished according to palace rules or consult Xiao Lin for guidance. Over time, even Xiao Lin grew comfortable entrusting palace matters to her. Moreover, during her tenure, she never sought personal gain, adhering strictly to the privileges befitting a consort. On the festive day, Liu Chan was awakened early for grooming and adornment. Chun Xing, skilled in her craft, had practiced various hairstyles and was determined to make Liu Chan shine at the banquet. Liu Chan permitted her to proceed, only requesting a lighter application of makeup, as she preferred a more natural look. Given her age, a subtle makeup style suited her best. While she knew Xiao Lin favored women who did not wear heavy makeup, she felt confident that he would not dislike her enhanced beauty. She intended to help him gradually grow accustomed to her appearance. As Liu Chan and Jinju passed through the imperial garden, they spotted a stranger directing a maid to pick peonies blooming before her. "Who is she?" Jinju inquired curiously. "The legitimate daughter of the general from the northwest, surnamed Shun." Liu Chan replied softly. This was indeed a formidable rival. Chapter 29. The graceful dancer Liu Chan was all too familiar with Shun Ruinyang from distance. This Shun Ruinyang was not only the greatest rival among the women of the palace, but also a constant nightmare for Jing Guifei. In her previous life, she had indeed managed to share the emperor's favor with Jing Guifei, and for quite some time had been more favored than Jing Guifei, even giving birth to a clever and spirited prince. In Liu Chan's words, Shun's character was unique within the palace. She was not only the general's legitimate daughter, but also an only child, indulged by all, embodying a sense of capriciousness and petulance. Yet she was also an exceptionally astute individual. After giving birth to Xiao Lin's sixth prince, she supported his ascension to the throne, surpassing all other women in the harem to become the esteemed Empress Dowager. Liu Chan furrowed her brow, her steps faltering. Had Shun Ruinyang entered the palace so soon? Her memory of the timeline had begun to blur. Nevertheless, the Shun Ruinyang before her still appeared as a youthful and charming girl of about 15 or 16, holding freshly picked peonies to her nose, her youthful face radiating satisfaction. "Do you know her, my lady?" Jinju asked curiously. Liu Chan shook her head. "I do not know her, but I have heard the emperor mention that a daughter of the Shun family is to enter the palace. From many known matters, she directly invoked Xiao Lin's authority, aware that no one would dare question him." Jinju ceased her inquiries and remarked, "Though she seems to be a beauty, she cannot compare to you, my lady." Her sentiment was genuine. Liu Chan's beauty was indeed unparalleled in the palace. Jing Guifei was beautiful as well, but she could not outshine Liu Chan. The Shun girl they observed did not possess an outstanding appearance compared to others in the harem. Liu Chan mused that Xiao Lin was not the type to be swayed merely by looks. As long as one's disposition aligned with his preferences, even a slightly lesser appearance would not hinder one's standing. She remembered that Shun Ruinyang was exceptionally skilled with the sword, a talent frequently praised by Xiao Lin. "Let's hasten," Liu Chan suggested, diverting the topic. "The weather is quite chilly today." Since this person was entering the palace, she could not possibly impede her. It was better to focus on her own path for now. After all, if their paths crossed in the future, that was a matter for another time. The banquet was set in the Taiji Hall, a designated venue for grand palace feasts, featuring heated floors to keep the space warm. Upon entering, palace maids attended to them, assisting in the removal of their outer garments and guiding them to their seats. By the time Liu Chan arrived, several familiar young ladies of the court had already been present, as those of lower rank were expected to arrive early, a tacit rule. Today, the Zhaofei was occupied with preparations and could hardly attend to them. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Lin entered, supporting the Empress Dowager, accompanied by the esteemed Jing Guifei and Zhaofei, both high-ranking consorts. The crowd rose to pay their respects. Following the eunuch's announcements, several imperial edicts were issued to celebrate the new year, after which Huang Jiao stood up and called out for the banquet to commence. Liu Chan wore a festive red jacket, her eyes gleaming as they occasionally flicked toward Xiao Lin. Their gazes met, causing her cheeks to flush as she quickly averted her eyes. Feeling the embarrassment of being caught secretly admiring her beloved, Xiao Lin subtly smirked, turning his gaze elsewhere. The opening of the banquet primarily featured song and dance. With exquisitely rehearsed performances, the dancers moving in perfect unison, sometimes alluring, sometimes bold and spirited. After the performances concluded, Xiao Lin led the first toast. Just as Liu Chan set down her cup, she noticed Xiao who served beside Liu Guifei, approaching with a plate of mung bean pastries. Her expression won a surprise. The Jing Guifei mentioned that Liu Chan particularly enjoys the mung bean pastries from the imperial kitchen and had them prepare a special portion for you, Xiao softly explained. Her voice, though quiet, ensuring that those around Liu Chan heard her clearly. Liu Chan instinctively glanced at the Jing Guifei, who smiled warmly in her direction, her demeanor as friendly as before, as if the previous day's provocation had never occurred. Such a skilled actress. Leave it here, Liu Chan said, turning to Xiao. Come closer. I have something to discuss with the Jing Guifei. Xiao quickly leaned in. When Liu Chan whispered something with a cheerful smile, Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, standing up in a daze as she looked at her. Go, Liu Chan said, waving her hand in good spirits. Xiao's expression was complex as she curtsied, then turned to leave. When she reached the Jing Guifei, she leaned in and repeated Liu Chan's message, and indeed, the Jing Guifei's gaze turned sharp once more. Their interaction was subtle, yet it caught the attention of Xiao Ling, who was preoccupied. At that moment, Jing Wang, seated opposite Liu Chan, rose and raised his cup towards Xiao Ling, offering a few words of blessing. He then added, I have found several skilled dancers from Lingnan, and since we are in high spirits today, why not let them showcase their Lingnan dance for the emperor? Everyone turned their attention towards him, Liu Chan included. She rubbed her fingers against her cup, feigning interest like the rest. She remembered that Jing Wang had ulterior motives and clicked her tongue. Since Jing Wang has taken the initiative, let us not delay in showcasing their talents. Xiao Ling replied with a smile. As his words fell, a melodious drumbeat resonated from outside, sending a shiver down everyone's spines, yet it felt inexplicably delightful. A procession of dancers entered, numbering around 20. The central girl, veiled in light gauze, danced atop small drums, the crisp sounds emanating from her feet. Many in the audience expressed their admiration. Liu Chan, too, was captivated, her gaze fixed on the girl twirling with the drumbeat, yet she was acutely aware that she was peering past the dancer at Shen Ruinyang seated across the way. Knowing certain things, she could not help but notice her presence. Just as the drumbeats reached their crescendo, Shen Ruinyang rose and left the banquet with her maid. As the drumming ceased, the audience remained entranced, slowly regaining their composure until Xiao Ling's applause broke the spell. What does the emperor think? Jing Wang asked confidently. Since Xiao Ling appreciated the performance, he would not publicly undermine Jing Wang's efforts. Nodding in agreement, truly remarkable, a splendid display upon the drums. Jing Wang cast a glance at the veiled dancer. Chapter 30. Such consorts are rare in the palace. The dancer understood the cue, gracefully stepping forward, lifting her veil, and softly greeting, this humble servant has seen the emperor. Her beauty was striking, almost enchanting, with fox-like eyes that seemed to hold countless emotions, her voice sweet and irresistible. What is your name? Xiao Ling inquired, seemingly taken with her. This humble servant has no name and wishes to request a title from the emperor, the dancer replied, bowing elegantly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ling remarked, I find your dance delightful, and it pleases me greatly. Henceforth, I shall grant you the title of E. He gestured, bring forth a seat for Empress. Upon hearing this, not only the curious ministers but also those in the harem clenched their fists in disbelief. The emperor had lightly bestowed a title upon a dancer of lowly status, even granting her a name. Liu Chan was also somewhat astonished. She did not recall anyone by the name of Empress. However, given Xiao Ling's miserly nature, such a high position must be part of a scheme. As she sipped her wine, she speculated that perhaps Xiao Ling sought to elevate Jing Wang through her beauty. It seemed plausible. Gaining his favor, she received such a title, which felt rather perfunctory. Yet, while Liu Chan could comprehend this, others were less astute, such as the Jing Guifei, whose expression darkened. Additionally, there was Sun Kairin, who hailed from a prominent family. Her grandfather was a capable minister in the court. Initially entering the palace as a noble, she had once reveled in her status. But now, she had sunk to a lower rank. Empress, on the other hand, was elated, never expecting that Xiao Ling would not only notice her, but also elevate her standing. After bowing to Xiao Ling, she cast a grateful glance at Jing Wang, acknowledging that this opportunity and elevation were due to him, a debt she would not forget. Xiao Ling maintained his indifferent demeanor, appearing oblivious to the undercurrents below. The next performance featured Shen Ruinyang, now dressed in a sleek black outfit with her hair styled high, wielding a long sword as an accessory. After bowing to the audience, she began to dance with the sword. In truth, it was rare to see a woman perform such a dazzling sword dance. However, Many were still absorbed in the earlier performance by Empress, and only when Shen Runyang's dance neared its conclusion did they begin to appreciate it. Excellent swordsmanship, Zhu Zhu remarked softly, moving closer. Such a consort is indeed a rarity in the palace. Determined to analyze the prospects of those entering the palace, she positioned herself as a strategist, observing the women within and remaining vigilant against newcomers. The women of the harem each possessed their own beauty. From the affected charms of Sun Kairen to the natural grace of Liu Kairen, the dignified poise of Zhao Fei, and even the ethereal presence of Jing Guofei. Yet, there was not a single consort with the gallant bearing of a heroine. Zhu Zhu found difficulty in articulating her thoughts, for the term gallant was typically reserved for the female generals of novels. Indeed, Liu Chan nodded in agreement. However, she had rarely witnessed Shen Runyang's gallant side. Each time she accompanied Xiao Ling to meet the Shen family, Shen Runyang had appeared exceedingly demure, her coquetry effortlessly charming. She could discern that Shen's shyness provided Xiao Ling with immense psychological satisfaction. This ability to appear bashful before Xiao Ling was something she needed to learn and master, extracting its essence while discarding the dross, for only then could she progress. Liu Chan had been quietly observing Xiao Ling above, and indeed, she noticed his gaze was captivated by Shen Runyang, a clear sign of his interest. She remained silent, aware that the road ahead was fraught with challenges. To secure Xiao Ling's heart seemed, at present, an unattainable aspiration. As the two conversed, Shen adeptly sheathed her sword and knelt before Xiao Ling. I, Shen Runyang, humbly present myself before His Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and all present. Approaching the front, her youth tinged her voice with a hint of innocence. Rise. Your sword dance was exquisite. The Empress Dowager, having observed Shen for a while, noticed Xiao Ling's silence and took the initiative to speak. I recall that the Shen family has endured great hardships while stationed in the northwest these past years. Shen felt a twinge of embarrassment, for her father and brothers had long grown accustomed to such struggles. One's environment nurtures its inhabitants. Our family has resided in the northwest for 2 to 3 decades, and if we were to relocate to the capital, we would surely feel out of place. The Shen family had sent her to the capital to demonstrate loyalty to the emperor, a necessity that weighed heavily on her heart, stirring feelings of melancholy and conflict. What a good child you are, the Empress Dowager remarked. I find you quite likable. Would you be willing to serve in the palace by my side? The entrance of a daughter from the Shen family into the palace had always been her design. However, she had not anticipated that this Shen seemed a touch naive, her demeanor appearing somewhat simple despite her age. The Empress Dowager, aware of the recent turmoil surrounding the favored Jing Guofei and the newly cherished Liu Chan, intended to introduce a unique presence to the inner court, thereby maintaining equilibrium. The emperor desired balance, and she could not allow the harem to slip from her control. The Empress Dowager's overture to Shen also served to soften her stance towards the emperor regarding recent events, recognizing that despite her elevated position, she could not afford to alienate him. Your Majesty, I am willing, Shen Runyang replied, executing another bow. Compared to her earlier graceful demeanor, her current posture reflected the dignified training of a noble woman, poised and graceful. The emperor contemplated what title would suit Shen, and the Empress Dowager inquired with a smile. What do you think, dear son? Before such an audience, Xiao Ling would not easily display his feelings. Finally regaining his composure, he smiled and suggested, how about bestowing upon Shen the title of Marin? Mother, what do you think? I believe that is quite agreeable, the Empress Dowager responded. The atmosphere between mother and son was harmonious, as if the recent events in Shoan Palace had never transpired. Shen's father and brothers were celebrated warriors in the northwest, and although being named Marin was a significant honor, the previous Marin's presence led to an unsettling comparison. Shen was momentarily taken aback. She had envisioned herself ascending to a higher rank, perhaps as a Pin or a Fei, if not at least as an imperial consort. Fortunately, she was not overly concerned with her status within the harem and once more expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress Dowager. Chapter 30. Wasn't she also feeling uncomfortable? Shen Marin had anticipated that receiving a title would grant her a swift acceptance. Yet unexpectedly, she turned to the side and addressed Jing Guofei. I have long heard of your esteemed beauty and unparalleled grace. May I have the honor of competing with you? She gazed upward, eager to behold the Guofei's elegance. Jing Guofei instinctively glanced at Xiao Ling. From the moment Shun had emerged, an unease had settled within her. Particularly, as she witnessed the Emperor's unwavering gaze fixed upon Shun, her heart raced with anxiety. But Xiao Ling did not turn away. His attention remained steadfastly on Shun, leaving no opportunity for her to divert his focus. Jingui Fei? Shen Marin prompted again. The crowd below was puzzled by her intentions. If she were merely a subject, she had no reason to challenge the Gui Fei, and if she were now a Marin of the harem, provoking the Gui Fei was even more inappropriate. Indeed, it is a provocation, Pearl remarked, drawing closer. Liu Chan smiled faintly, sensing hidden meanings in Shun's words. In truth, she found it hard to fathom why Shun had directly challenged Jing Gui Fei. As Liu Chan observed Shun's demeanor, an impression formed that Shun was not entirely willing to enter the palace. Liu Chan, along with the crowd, turned their attention to Jing Gui Fei, who appeared increasingly restless. I have heard that the Gui Fei plays the pipa beautifully. On occasion, as I pass by Weiyang Palace, I find myself entranced by your melodies, Qian Pin suddenly interjected. Her disdain for the aloof Jing Gui Fei was palpable, having previously been criticized for her demeanor. Now, seizing the opportunity to strike, she could not hold her tongue. Jing Gui Fei shot a glare at Qian Pin, then instructed her attendants to fetch her pipa. With a smile, she declared, I shall now present my humble performance. The audience erupted in applause. Liu Chan observed closely, noting that when Jing Gui Fei announced her willingness to perform, a fleeting chill flickered in Xiao Lin's eyes before disappearing. She raised an eyebrow. She understood Xiao Lin's temperament well. The Emperor, a man of great pride and dignity, would hardly regard his own Gui Fei's performance as a trivial matter. Liu Chan reflected that had Shun Marin challenged Xiao Fei, the latter could have easily deflected the provocation with grace and charm. However, Jing Gui Fei was different. Despite her years of comfort in the palace, she remained inherently insecure when confronted with daughters of noble families. She believed it was best to maintain her aloofness, using her status to command respect. Xiao Ling had elevated her to the position of Gui Fei to protect her, demonstrating his care for those he valued. As Jing Gui Fei performed red bean thoughts, Liu Chan perceived a deeper pallor on the Emperor's face, yet he did not intervene. Before so many courtiers and within the harem, he could not afford to do so. To grant Shun Marin face was, in effect, to honor the Shun family. Jing Gui Fei's pipa melodies indeed captivated all, and Shun Marin graciously conceded defeat, finally taking the seat prepared for her by the attendants. Although she praised Jing Gui Fei, the applause that followed was sparse. Jing Gui Fei's face turned pale, and she forced a smile as she returned to her place. Recently, she had been feeling insecure. Even though the Emperor had spent a night in Weiyang Palace just days prior, she could acutely sense a shift in his demeanor, cooler than before. This was merely a small episode. Before long, the hall was filled with music and dance again, and the guests exchanged pleasantries, reveling in merriment. As the banquet concluded, Xiao Ling announced that he would retire with Shun Marin, indicating that she would spend the night with him. Jing Gui Fei's complexion grew even more ashen, and Shun Marin could no longer muster a smile, while others felt a heaviness in their hearts. No one paid heed to the recent turmoil surrounding Liu Chan. Clearly, the Emperor was quite taken with Shun Marin. On their way back, Pearl engaged Liu Chan in casual conversation. The palace had always been a revolving door of familiar faces, lacking in intrigue. Yet in just a month, 3 new arrivals had joined their ranks, each with their own distinct charm. Indeed, Shun Marin is exceptionally beautiful, Liu Chan remarked. Pearl glanced at her and suddenly laughed. If I may say, my lady, you are the fairest in the palace. Her praise was sincere, as she genuinely admired Liu Chan's beauty. The way she spoke, her calm demeanor and a hint of charm, rendered her captivating. Liu Chan chuckled softly at her compliment. However, with new entrance to the palace, she felt a sense of relief. She had initially intended to entice Xiao Ling, prepared to face the ire of the harem. This shift in focus among the women of the harem has alleviated much of the attention on her. Should she regain favor, it would not attract undue attention, allowing her to avoid the distractions of competing with the other women in the harem. Currently, her position is too low, and though she possesses potential, it is rendered ineffective. Thus, her priority is to ascend the ranks. Her ambitions are clear and straightforward. Within a year, she aims to attain the status of a beauty, and within 3 years, she aspires to be a consort. Her son is destined to become the emperor, with her as the Empress Dowager. As they return, they pass through the imperial garden. To facilitate their journey, they take a smaller path along the outer perimeter. As they near the end, they overhear what sounds like someone in a fit of rage, likely the voice of Consort Sunday. "Look," murmurs Pearl, and as she speaks, she can see Consort Sun at the path's exit, angrily gesturing at a kneeling maidservant. Pearl instinctively wishes to pull Liu Chan back to take a different route, but they have come this far, so why retreat? Liu Chan, seemingly unfazed, dismisses Pearl's concerns, asserting that as a consort, she should not be bullied. As they approach closer, Liu Chan observes that Consort Sun is tearing petals from a nearby rose and hurling them forcefully at the maidservant's head. Sun is muttering curses, degrading the maidservant as an unworthy harlot, unfit to be called a beauty, accusing her of seducing the emperor and daring to rise above her. Liu Chan and Pearl exchange glances, feigning ignorance as they walk past. Hearing commotion behind them, Consort Sun instinctively turns around and, upon recognizing them, sarcastically remarks to Liu Chan about her recent elevation to consort, suggesting that it must be uncomfortable to see someone of lowly origins rise above her. In the imperial harem, there have not been many consorts in recent years. The esteemed consort Jing reigns supreme, aloof and disdainful of the petty squabbles below her. Consort Xiao, with her calm demeanor, maintains control over the palace affairs, and their mutual entanglements create an atmosphere of tranquility at the higher echelons. Occasionally, however, minor consorts vie for favor. Consort Sun, who entered the palace 6 months prior during a selection process that only admitted for candidates, was the most distinguished among them. She was swiftly granted the title of noble consort and enjoyed the highest favor amongst the lower-ranking consorts. However, with Liu Chan's elevation, her displeasure grew, and she soon found herself overshadowed by 2 even more favored beauties. "Consort Liu, I'm speaking to you." Consort Sun's suppressed rage flared, wishing to provoke Liu Chan into a similar frenzy. "You think you can win the emperor's favor simply because you have the backing of Consort Jing? Don't forget, you are merely a pawn in her game." The harshness of her words caused even Consort Su to flinch. Yet, Liu Chan chose to ignore her, walking briskly forward. The deeper Liu Chan ventured, the more infuriated Consort Sun became. Ignoring the pleas of her maidservants, she stumbled forward and seized Liu Chan's sleeve. "You must feel a sense of urgency. I refuse to believe you are unaffected," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with anger. Liu Chan paused and turned to face her, now close enough to detect the scent of alcohol on Sun's breath, which only heightened her irritation. Before she could respond, Pearl interjected, urging the maidservants to escort Consort Sun back to her quarters, warning of the consequences if Consort Xiao were to learn of her drunken antics. As the maidservants hurried to assist her, the uneven stones of the garden, or perhaps Sun's grip on Liu Chan, caused her to lose her balance and fall backward. A muffled cry escaped her lips as she curled up in pain, her complexion paling under the moonlight. Pearl, startled by the sight, instinctively pulled Liu Chan back. "My lady, what is wrong?" One of Sun's maidservants fretted, rushing to her aid. "My stomach. It hurts terribly." Consort Sun's voice was faint, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Liu Chan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, suppressed her annoyance and calmly instructed Pearl to fetch the imperial physician. She then directed the maidservants to find a palanquin, insisting that Consort Sun be carried to the nearest palace, reminding them to inform the emperor and Consort Xiao. To the nearby Yuhua pavilion, as it is the closest, she added. The maidservants appeared on the verge of tears. Liu Chan deftly removed her own heavy fur coat, using part of it to cushion the ground and draping the rest over Consort Sunday. The latter, clutching her abdomen, closed her eyes tightly, groaning as if on the verge of losing consciousness. "Thank you, Consort Liu." One of Sun's maidservants knelt in gratitude, acknowledging the trouble caused by her drunkenness. Liu Chan's expression was complex as she nodded, hoping Sun would avoid further embarrassment. Before long, a palanquin arrived, and with concerted effort, they transported Consort Sun to Yuhua Pavilion. Laying her on the bed, "My stomach, it hurts," she continued to moan. Pearl reassured Liu Chan. "It was her own reckless behavior that led to this incident. It is not your fault, my lady." Liu Chan instinctively glanced at the woman on the bed, a strange notion creeping into her mind. Why did she feel as though Consort Sun might be with child? Nearly simultaneously, Consort Xiao and the imperial physician arrived, along with the hurriedly entering Consort Qian, who exclaimed upon entering, "Oh, Consort Sun, who has wronged you?" Consort Qian, Refrain from your wild speculations, consort Xiao interjected, her brow furrowing. I have heard it was her own folly in the garden that led to this incident. Yet, as she spoke, she too felt a tremor of concern. Who would feel pain from a fall? But pain in the abdomen. Could it be possible? The physician should assess her condition, consort Xiao ordered. Glancing at Liu Chan, she said, since this incident is related to you, you may recount what transpired. Liu Chan approached and respectfully narrated the events that unfolded in the garden, including the insults hurled by consort Sunday. She spoke with a calm demeanor that prompted consort Xiao to regard her with renewed interest. I will investigate this matter, and if you're not involved, I shall ensure your name is cleared, consort Xiao assured her. Indeed, Liu Chan replied with a respectful bow. At that moment, the physician, having assessed the situation, rushed over, announcing, congratulations, consort Xiao. Consort's son is with child, approximately over a month along. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with mixed emotions. Aside from consort Xiao and Liu Chan, the others wore expressions of dismay. This was indeed a moment of great joy. Consort Qian, unable to contain her envy, remarked, how fortunate for her. I'm one of only two in the palace with a child, naturally wishing for fewer offspring among the consorts. But was her pain truly from the fall? Consort Xiao pressed, ignoring consort Qian's comment. Before the physician could respond, a maidservant fell to her knees before consort Xiao, pleading. Surely it was consort Liu who discerned Our Lady's condition, and thus pushed her. Please, consort Xiao, grant justice for Our Lady. She first cast a glance at Liu Chan, clearly feeling somewhat guilty. Yet, one could hardly blame her for her betrayal. Tonight's incident, if not Liu Siren's fault, was certainly hers. The young mistress, despite being with child, had fallen to the ground and would undoubtedly face punishment. Gritting her teeth, she spoke. Our young mistress was pushed to the ground by Liu Chan, who exerted considerable force. I, as a mere servant, failed to support the young mistress. In Chapter 33, look, they bully me, according to Liu Chan's account. It was under their pulling that Sun Qiren fell. However, now Sun Siren's maid claimed Liu Chan was the one who pushed her. Zhen Zhu intended to step forward to clarify, but Liu Chan raised her hand to stop her, taking a step forward to address the maid. You must stand by your words. If you speak recklessly, it amounts to slandering a noble consort, and you should be well aware of the consequences. Why must Liu Chan threaten a servant? The maid murmured. Everyone knows the enmity between Liu Chan and our young mistress. This was indeed true. All present were aware of the animosity between Sun Qiren and Liu Chan, especially since Qian Pin had previously been incited by Sun Qiren, which only deepened the conviction. It was said that before Liu Chan had even graced the emperor's bed, she had clashed with Sun Qiren in the imperial garden, leading to Sun Siren's demotion. As she spoke, her eyes betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Qian Pin chimed in, and soon others joined in the chatter, filling the room with noise, drowning out even the pained groans of the pregnant Sun Qiren lying on the bed. Liu Chan glanced at the anxious physician, who was desperate to interject. Just as she was about to speak, an announcement heralded the arrival of consort Jing, prompting everyone to fall silent and look towards the entrance. Zhao Fei frowned subtly. Upon consort Jing's entrance, Zhao Fei maintained a stoic expression, bowing with the others to pay their respects. I hear Liu Chan and Sun Qiren have had a dispute and come to blows? Consort Jing gestured for everyone to rise, directly stating, this matter is my oversight. I shall personally instruct her, and there is no need for Zhao Fei to worry. With that, she turned to Liu Chan, stating with gravity, you will return to Weiyang Palace with me. Liu Chan remained steadfast, responding, Sister Consort, matters in the harem must adhere to certain protocols. Zhao Fei regarded her with a half-smile, recognizing the significance of Sun Siren's pregnancy. In her view, had Consort Jing not been placed in the highest position by the emperor, she would have long been devoured by the others. However, since Liu Siren's arrival in the palace, Consort Jing had begun to feel restless. Typically, she was the most aloof and proud in the palace, yet now she seemed inclined to meddle in the chaos. Zhao Fei was well aware of the Empress Dowager's expectations for Consort Jing, desiring her to bear a child. Unfortunately, she was unable to do so, hence the emergence of Liu Chan. Yet Liu Chan was not necessarily under her control. Upon hearing of Sun Siren's pregnancy, Consort Jing indeed paused for a moment. Her fingers, hidden within her wide sleeves, unconsciously tightened, and she instinctively glanced at the bed before regaining her composure and smiling. Congratulations to Sun Qiren. My sister has landed herself in such trouble, so I shall personally instruct her. Initially, Consort Jing had been in a foul mood due to the emperor's favoring of a newcomer, but upon learning of Liu Chan's altercation with Sun Qiren, the situation escalated to the point of summoning a physician. Her first instinct was to seize the opportunity to teach Liu Chan a lesson. She needed Liu Chan to regret her recklessness. Sister Consort, you no need. Zhao Fei and Liu Chan spoke simultaneously, prompting Zhao Fei to halt her words. Casting a knowing glance at Liu Chan, she presided over the entire harem, aware of the conflict between Liu Chan and Sun Qiren, and recognized that Liu Chan had previously struck a maid beside Consort Jing. Moreover, she knew the emperor had a certain interest in Liu Chan. This Liu Qiren was no fool. In fact, she was quite clever. However, since Sun Qiren's arrival in the palace, she had been audacious, often mistreating her attendants. Zhao Fei wished to see her suffer a little before determining right from wrong. What do you mean, no need? Consort Jing was caught off guard. This matter has nothing to do with you, so there is no need for your intervention. Liu Chan suddenly smiled, her tone unperturbed. No one should rush to condemn me. Let the physician speak first. The physician, who was sweating profusely, was eager to voice his opinion. The crowd silently shifted their attention to the bent-over physician. He hurried forward, stating, though Sun Qiren is with child, she is merely over a month along, and her pulse is unstable. She consumed a considerable amount of alcohol today, and her pulse indicates a chill. As he spoke, Xiao Ling strode into the room, followed by Yimei Run, who had lowered her head and removed her hairpin. Xiao Ling stood with his hands clasped behind him, addressing the crowd as they hastily offered their greetings. Rise. A chair was promptly brought and placed in the center. He took a seat and turned to the physician, continuing, may I inquire what wine Sun Qiren consumed at today's banquet? The maid hesitated. This can easily be verified. Drag her away and beat her to death with sticks, and then scatter her ashes, Xiao Ling stated calmly. Your Majesty, spare me. The maid's face turned pale as she prostrated herself on the ground. Our young mistress drank a considerable amount of mulberry wine and consumed several hairy crabs. Hairy crabs are notoriously cold in nature. It is common knowledge. Even an ordinary person could suffer from diarrhea after excessive consumption, let alone one who is newly pregnant and has not yet stabilized her condition. Your Majesty, it would be prudent to let the physician examine Sun Qiren first. Liu Chan interjected suddenly. Whether or not I pushed her, given that the pregnancy is unstable, the priority now is to protect the child. Xiao Ling raised his hand, and the physician promptly returned to the bedside. The gazes of the crowd towards Liu Chan were complex. In this room, aside from the emperor, it seemed no one wished for Sun Qiren to keep her child. They appeared to deliberately muddy the waters for Liu Chan, perhaps to buy time, as they could all hear Sun Qiren's painful cries, secretly hoping her child would not survive. Given Liu Chan's apparent urgency, it seemed likely she was indeed the one who had pushed her. It was Qian Pin who pushed her. Qian Pin exclaimed, her voice dripping with disdain. Liu Chan looked at Xiao Ling, her expression earnest. Qian Pin is also anxious and wishes to use me as a scapegoat. You speak nonsense. Qian Pin Vito, momentarily taken aback before scowling fiercely. Why is it that Qian Pin can speak freely, yet I cannot? Liu Chan's tone grew cold. Qian Pin attempted to respond, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Xiao Ling, instantly transforming into a timid quail, quiet and still. Liu Chan turned to Zhao Fei. My lady, surely there are palace attendants on duty in the imperial garden. I dare to request that you inquire. Her reluctance stemmed from her knowledge that there were hidden guards on duty. Even if no palace attendants witnessed the incident, there would undoubtedly be hidden guards who would observe the commotion between her and Sun Qiren. After making her statement, Liu Chan locked eyes with Xiao Ling, her demeanor shifting from the earlier composed tone she had with Zhao Fei to reveal a hint of grievance and stubbornness, as if to say, look, they are bullying me. Xiao Ling suddenly felt a surge of amusement. In Chapter 34, she thinks of him. Soon, Huang Jiu personally brought in a young eunuch. The young eunuch, head bowed, recounted the altercation between Liu Chan and Sun Qiren in the imperial garden, including Sun Qiren's insults towards Yimei Ren. Yimei Ren's face turned ashen, tears brimming in her eyes. Your Majesty, though my origins are humble, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Xiao Ling raising his hand, forcing her to swallow her words. Meanwhile, Consort Jing frowned beside her, realizing she had been too hasty and had publicly misunderstood Liu Chan. However, As she contemplated her visit to the Rainflower Pavilion and her unexpected meeting with the Emperor, a flicker of hope emerged. If she could bring the Emperor back to Weiyang Palace, just then, the physician approached, wiping sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, I shall administer acupuncture to dispel the chill and protect the fetus. Sun Chiron is now out of danger, and I will prescribe some medication to safeguard the pregnancy. For the first 3 months, she must avoid anger and agitation, and she must take good care of herself. Xiao Ling nodded. The crowd felt a wave of disappointment, though they had a feigned relief on their faces. Since there was nothing amiss, it was best to nurture themselves well. Xiao Lin rose to his feet. The Zhaofei stepped forward, inquiring about Xiao Lin's stance. Your Majesty, according to palace regulations, a pregnant consort may be promoted 1 rank. As for Sun Caijin, Xiao Lin's voice was inscrutable. No need. He strode out decisively. Jing Guifei attempted to speak with him, but Xiao Lin appeared oblivious, offering her no chance, leaving her feeling quite dejected. Even Yimarin instinctively wanted to follow, only to be halted by Huang Jiu's raised hand. With a smile, Huang Jiu remarked, Yimarin, accommodations have already been arranged for you in the palace. I shall escort you there. According to regulations, consorts cannot spend the night in Taiji Hall. Yi Midan, her eyes reddened, replied softly. She had been scolded harshly by Sun Caijin, feeling both wronged and frightened. Unlike the others, she lacked a family background to rely on and could only cling tightly to the emperor's favor. Zhaofei commanded everyone to disperse, leading the maidservants out first. Once they had vacated, Liu Chan gritted her teeth and hurried after Taiji Hall. She was determined to seize every opportunity to see Xiao Lin. Moreover, she had clearly seen the smile in Xiao Lin's eyes directed at her just moments ago. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. From Yuhua Pavilion to Taiji Hall, one must traverse the Imperial Garden. Indeed, it wasn't long before Liu Chan entered the garden and spotted Xiao Lin as figure. Your Majesty, she called out. Xiao Lin halted, turning around, only to be unexpectedly enveloped in the embrace of a delicate figure. I missed you so much. Liu Chan's voice trembled with emotion. She clung tightly to Xiao Lin's waist, burying her head in his embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks as she lamented. They insisted I push someone, but I didn't. I just wanted to see you. Xiao Lin stood there, allowing her to hold him without resistance. Liu Chan's sobs grew choked. You said I could trust you. Her tears dripped on his Xiao Lin's chest. She even took his hand to wipe her own tears. Meanwhile, Huang Jiu had discreetly led the accompanying maidservants away to a distance. Xiao Lin spoke with a hint of exasperation. Am I not clearing your name? Were it anyone else, he would have remained indifferent, letting Zhaofei handle the matter, as long as it didn't disrupt the larger scheme of things. Sometimes, being wronged was merely a part of the game. To him, the inner court and the outer court were merely pieces on a chessboard. Useful pieces would be forgiven their mistakes, while useless ones, even if wronged, would be discarded if they could not defend themselves. Liu Chan's utility was minimal, yet he instinctively felt protective of her. Liu Chan murmured, refusing to let go. I want to go to Taiji Hall with you, to be held while I sleep. Xiao Lin's hand on her back faltered momentarily. Such boldness was unprecedented. No one had ever explicitly expressed a desire to sleep with him in Taiji Hall. Most would subtly approach him, waiting for him to invite them back. Of course, no one had ever recklessly thrown themselves into his arms. Once there had been someone. Xiao Lin's thoughts drifted momentarily before snapping back to reality, a smile escaping his lips. If my Liu Caijin were to join me in Taiji Hall, I fear they would make things difficult for you tomorrow. Tomorrow was the first day of a new year, requiring him to accompany ministers and consorts to pay homage to their ancestors. I'm not afraid, the young girl replied, her head down, uttering 2 words. She took Xiao Lin's large hand, leading him toward Taiji Hall. As Xiao Lin glanced at their entwined hands, a complex expression flickered across his face. Upon reaching Taiji Hall, Liu Chan followed the maidservants to bathe and change, then obediently climbed into Xiao Lin's embrace. Her small hands explored, wrapping around his waist. Xiao Lin had expected her to lament the injustice she faced that day, perhaps leading to some indescribable intimacy, yet after a prolonged silence. He glanced down and found her eyes closed, her expression one of utter exhaustion. She was truly asleep, not pretending. He chuckled softly. Such sincere affection was rare, even in the inner palace. Are you not feeling wronged? Xiao Lin teased. The girl in his arms stirred slightly, seeking a more comfortable position. her words slurring as she murmured, "I miss you." She longed for him as she had the last time, when she shyly confessed to missing him. A peculiar warmth filled Xiao Lin's heart. After the palace banquet concluded, he was ensnared by several ministers in the imperial study until news of an incident in the inner court finally afforded him a chance to leave. Huang Jiao, extinguish the lights, he commanded. Huang Jiao, sensing the joy in his emperor's voice, couldn't he help but marvel at Liu Caijin's prowess. Although the emperor had summoned Empress to his bed that night, he hadn't gotten around to it yet, especially when he had seen Empress weeping earlier. A flicker of impatience had crossed his eyes, prompting him to intervene. Little did he anticipate that Liu Caijin would be so audacious as to capture the emperor's heart in the imperial garden. Such talent indeed. Despite seemingly stepping on the emperor's toes, Liu Caijin had landed squarely on his heart. Huang Jiao shook his head in disbelief. Tonight, with Jing Guifei still present, the emperor remained utterly oblivious to anyone else. So captivated was he by Liu Caijin. Chapter 35. When one cannot maintain control, one destroys. Due to the ancestral worship on the first day of the new year, Liu Chan was summoned early. By the time she awoke, Xiao Lin was already dressed. The outside world remained cloaked in darkness. It had barely been 2 hours since she had fallen asleep. Awake, Xiao Lin stretched his arms, allowing the maidservants to drape layers of clothing over him. He looked at Liu Chan, who sat up on the bed, still dazed. "I must first meet with the court officials. You should return to Yuqiong Pavilion, prepare yourself, and then proceed to Fengyi Palace." Such affairs were typically overseen by the Empress Dowager. In her absence, everything had fallen to Zhao Fei. "All right," Liu Chan replied with a shy smile, her cheeks flushed. Barefoot, she hurried to Xiao Lin's side, declaring, "I shall serve your majesty." Upon receiving his tacit approval, the maidservants stepped aside, assisting only in minor tasks. Xiao Lin observed her closely. He had expected her to be clumsy like other consorts who volunteered, yet her movements, though not entirely practiced, were precise. As she fastened his waist sash, her face suddenly turned crimson. "What's wrong?" Xiao Lin, taking his time, teased, "Are you thinking of me again?" Last night, she had slept so soundly that she had not stirred until Huang Jiao came to rouse him. "Your Majesty." Liu Chan's face reddened further, resembling a bashful child, as she stomped her foot, declaring, "I shall never think of you again. Even if I do, I shall hold it in and never speak of it." Xiao Lin laughed heartily, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What did you say to the maidservants beside Jing Guifei during the banquet last night? He had wanted to ask earlier, but had been too distracted by her quick descent into slumber. Liu Chan pondered for a moment before leaning closer to Xiao Lin's ear. Whispering, "I told Xiao that ever since she schemed against me at the banquet, I no longer enjoy mung bean cakes." Xiao Lin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, tapping her nose. "You, my dear, are rather petty. Had it not been for Jing Guifei, how we have this bond?" Liu Chan pouted, hugging his waist and letting out a soft hum, refusing to respond. Nevertheless, Xiao Lin cautioned her, "There are many in the inner court. Be vigilant. If you encounter anything you cannot handle, call for me." He had elevated Liu Chan's rank significantly, and for the time being, he could not make further changes. Yet, she remained a low-ranking consort, bound to be at a disadvantage against higher-ranked individuals. This spirited young lady had her own temperament, and he feared she might face silent hardships. Understood. Liu Chan nodded obediently and cleverly, resembling a mischievous kitten that had just stolen a fish as she nestled into his embrace. Then, she straightened herself, bowing gracefully to the emperor, wishing him a year filled with prosperity and devoid of worries. Xiao Lin responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. As he strode out, Huang Jiao couldn't resist sneaking a glance back into the room. In the past, the emperor often appeared grim and intimidating from sleepless nights. Yet today, he had risen after only a couple of hours of slumber, yet he was smiling. That person in the room would henceforth become an ancestor. In the Weiyang Palace, Xia Er hurriedly entered, bowing to the elegant consort Jing, who was preparing herself. "Your Highness, Liu Caijin." "What is it?" Consort Jing felt an inexplicable unease. Although her question was calm, she inadvertently tugged at her freshly styled hair, causing her to wince in pain. The maidservant combing her hair turned pale instantly. "Go out and receive punishment, 20 slaps, Xia Er reprimanded. The maid set down her comb, her face ashen, and left with a bow. The other attending maidservants were visibly anxious, not daring to lift their heads. Ever since Sister Chun was sent to the laundry bureau, Sister Xia had taken charge of Weiyang Palace, and in less than a month, nearly 7 or 8 had been punished, with 2 even beaten to death. Consort Jing did not glance at the departing maid, instead gazing at her reflection in the mirror, speaking softly, "Speak your mind. I shall not overthink." Someone saw Liu Chan leaving the Taiji Hall just now. Xia Er's expression twisted with resentment. She must have seduced the emperor last night. Upon hearing this, Consort Jing's body swayed slightly. In previous years, she had always attended to the emperor's slumber, and no one could usurp her favored position. However, last night, the emperor had overlooked her, favoring the beauty first, followed by Liu Chan. After a moment's thought, Xia Er stepped closer. "Your Highness, if she truly gains favor, not only could she rival you for the emperor's affection, but should she bear a child, the emperor might not even raise yours." Consort Jing fell silent, for this was her greatest fear. Over the past month, the emperor had at least rested in Weiyang Palace 7 or 8 times. But since Liu Chan became his consort, her palace had been considerably neglected. Despite Liu Chan's brief period of affection, she felt an unsettling anxiety. Now, with the introduction of another beauty and a well-born Shun beauty, Consort Jing bit her lip discreetly, her nails digging into her flesh. "Do you have any ideas?" she asked calmly. Xia Er stepped closer, whispering into her ear, "Perhaps you should consider the beauty or the Shun beauty." It was a common practice for high-ranking consorts to cultivate relationships with lower-ranking concubines for their own advantage. However, in Xiao Lin's harem, the only high-ranking consorts were herself and Consort Zhao. Consort Zhao's favor was not as great, nor did she compete with her. Therefore, Consort Jing had never contemplated aligning with the lesser concubines. To her, forming alliances with them would mean aiding them in competing for the emperor's affections, thereby diluting her own. She found it unacceptable. The Shun beauty is not an option, Consort Jing swiftly dismissed. While others might be unaware, she understood her own limitations. Each time she faced those noble-born concubines, she felt an indescribable inferiority, especially in front of Consort Zhao. The Shun beauty hailed from a military family in the northwest, a genuine daughter of a warrior. "Let us wait," Consort Jing murmured softly. "She has only spent a few nights with him. It doesn't necessarily mean she has gained favor. Moreover, if she does not share his bed, how can she conceive?" She referred to Liu Chan, though her voice grew increasingly faint, lacking conviction. "Your Highness," Xia Er, frustrated, replied, "that Liu Chan is cunning and harbors deep resentment towards you. If she gains favor, she might very well turn against you. Have you forgotten how she threatened you? But the Empress Dowager has assured me that she will ensure the child Liu Chan bears will be entrusted to me for upbringing." Consort Jing inhaled deeply, her clenched fists resting on her lap. Since entering the palace, she had been the sole recipient of boundless affection, a unique consort who had never needed to vie for favor. "Allow me to contemplate." Consort Jing's gaze hardened. "Liu Chan, if she cannot be managed, then let her be destroyed. It is not that I deny her opportunities. It is simply her own doing." Chapter 36. I could never become Empress returning to Yuchong Pavilion. Liu Chan promptly arranged her appearance before hurriedly making her way to Yinshi Palace for assembly. The news of her stay at Taiji Hall last night had spread throughout the palace. Aside from the pregnant Sun Kaijin and Consort Jing, she was the last to arrive. As she entered, the gazes of the others brimmed with indignation, jealousy, and a desire to tear her apart, particularly as they envisioned clawing her face with their sharp nails. Qian Pin could no longer contain her frustration. She gritted her teeth, unable to believe that Liu Chan had nearly caused Sun Kaijin to lose her child last night, and yet had the audacity to rest at Taiji Hall, truly a master of seduction. Liu Chan cast her a glance, ignoring her entirely, and approached Consort Zhao to pay her respects. She treated Consort Zhao with utmost reverence. Besides being a power holder in the palace, there was another significant secret. Xiao Ling and Consort Zhao had a collaborative relationship, rather than one based solely on favor. This position was far more stable than that of a favored concubine, at least until the kingdom of Jiang waged war. As expected, Consort Zhao did not make things difficult for her. After allowing her to rise, she addressed the gathering. "Sisters, let us proceed together." Those of higher rank were carried in palanquins, while the lower-ranking ladies had to walk. As they moved forward, the others cast daggers of envy at Liu Chan while begrudgingly following the palanquins. After a few steps, they spotted Consort Jing's palanquin leisurely approaching. halting in front of Consort Zhao's. Does Consort Xiao not wait for this palace? Consort Jing's voice floated from within her palanquin. Noticing the confrontation, Consort Xiao smirked, recalling that in previous years, Consort Jing would head straight from Taiji Hall to the Hall of Ancestors, forgetting that this year, the one staying at Taiji Hall was not her, but someone else. Did you come all the way from Weiyang Palace to seek your sister? The palanquin on the opposite side paused for a moment. After a long silence, Consort Jing finally spoke in a low tone. Consort Xiao, you are overstepping your bounds. According to palace rules, how should this be dealt with? Unable to win through words, she resorted to her rank to impose pressure, revealing that Consort Jing had little else to offer. Consort Xiao maintained her smile. Sister, teasing is inappropriate, but if you cause a delay for our sisters in reaching the Hall of Ancestors, I fear you may bear the consequences. The atmosphere in Consort Jing's palanquin grew tense as she cast a sidelong glance at Liu Chan, standing at the back before withdrawing her gaze and commanding, proceed to the Hall of Ancestors. Soon, the bearers of the palanquins turned around, continuing ahead of Consort Zhao's. Liu Chan followed behind, reflecting on their exchange with a smirk. This was fortuitous. It appeared her grand entrance from Taiji Hall had finally stirred Consort Jing's dissatisfaction, or rather, instilled a sense of unease within her. This was precisely what she desired. If Consort Jing continued to regard her with disdain and refrained from engaging in the struggles between the lower-ranking concubines, how could she ever hope to bring her down from her pedestal? While she could not directly challenge Weiyang Palace at present, she could gradually undermine Consort Jing's favor, ensuring her discomfort. Over time, Consort Jing would inevitably take action against her, presenting the opportunity she sought. The rituals at the Hall of Ancestors consumed the entire morning, with everyone following Xiao Ling, bowing repeatedly, until noon marked the conclusion. Upon returning to Yuqiong Pavilion, Liu Chan learned that Consort Jing had summoned the E-Beauty to Weiyang Palace. She smirked. It seemed Consort Jing intended to claim the E-Beauty for herself. It could not be emphasized enough that her most critical path lay in defeating the white moonlight in Xiao Lin's heart rather than vanquishing Consort Jing herself. The E-Beauty had been sent to the palace by Prince Jing, and it was evident that the emperor harbored reservations about Prince Jing. Although many were dissatisfied with her elevated status upon entering the palace, it was clear that few dared to challenge her. Little did they know, little did they expect. Liu Chan took a brief rest at noon before hastily changing her attire to continue her duties, as she was to pay her respects at Shoan Palace in the afternoon. Upon gathering once more at the Yinshi Palace, the absence of Consort Jing was palpable. The others, now too engrossed to cast furtive glances at Liu Chan, deliberately shifted their attention toward Empress, who appeared visibly unsettled by the scrutiny. Upon reaching Shoan Palace, it was reported that the Empress Dowager had risen early and was feeling quite weak, with Consort Jing attending to her. The courtiers quickly paid their respects, exchanging few words before being ushered out of the palace. On the return journey, a young eunuch from the Taiji Hall rushed over, bowing deeply before Liu Chan with a beaming smile. The emperor requested Liu Kaijin to accompany him to the Taiji Hall. Liu Chan hurried away, prompting a wave of jealousy among the onlookers. Ji remarked with a smile that it seemed new developments were afoot in the palace. During the initial years of the emperor's reign, palace intrigues had escalated, resulting in the demise of several consorts and children. Liu Chan's ability to safely deliver the crown prince was attributed to the formidable protection offered by Consort Xiao upon her arrival. Thus, Consort Xiao was regarded as her benefactor. As for the daughter of Qian Pin, Consort Xiao had also intervened on her behalf, but unfortunately, Qian Pin had shown ingratitude. Upon arrival at the Taiji Hall, Liu Chan found Xiao Lin engrossed in a pile of documents, diligently reviewing them. She approached gracefully, standing silently in the middle, her keen gaze fixed upon Xiao Lin. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that Xiao Lin finally acknowledged her presence. He feigned a lowered head and teased, Huang Jiao. Since Liu Kaijin has yet to arrive, let Empress accompany me instead. No. Liu Chan stomped her foot, embodying the petulance of a young girl. In Yinshi Palace, the maids were helping Consort Xiao remove her heavy hairpin to allow her a moment of ease. Su, her maid from Jiang country, was deftly helping, but hesitated to voice her thoughts. What was troubling her? Consort Xiao could easily perceive it. Su sighed, My lady, with Consort Jing now out of favor, you should seize this opportunity to assert yourself rather than allow a few flirtatious women to capture the emperor's attention. At that moment, Ali entered with a basin for washing. frowning at Asu's words. Asu, do not speak carelessly. If others overhear you, it could tarnish Our Lady's reputation. Their lady was known for her discernment. Their arrival in the Great Xia was to foster goodwill, not to vie for a man against other women. Asu felt unjustly criticized. She muttered. Even if the emperor did not stay in Weiyang Palace last night, he ought to have rested in our Yinshi Palace rather than inviting two vixens to his side. Asu, Ali reprimanded her with a darkened expression. Consort Zhao raised her hand to silence them, her gaze calm as she addressed Asu. I could never become empress. Chapter 37. Daylight Declaration. Though the new year had arrived, Xiao Ling still had some official matters to address, yet the workload had considerably lightened. Liu Chan quietly attended to him, speaking little. When the inkpot on Xiao Lin's desk ran dry, she proactively replenished it. As soon as he coughed slightly, a cup of warm tea appeared before him. Her attentiveness surpassed that of Huang Jiao. When Xiao Ling finally looked up, the hall was illuminated, and the outside world had darkened. What hour is it? He inquired. Huang Jiao, who had been standing uncomfortably due to lack of activity, quickly replied, Your Majesty, it is already past the middle of the hour. Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback. He had been so engrossed that he lost track of time, originally intending to handle official business for a while longer. Instead, he had spent 2 hours wandering with Liu Chan. Typically, he disliked dealing with state affairs in the company of concubines, as they often chattered incessantly or created distractions. He glanced at Liu Chan, who promptly met his gaze with her innocent, earnest eyes, asking, Shall we have our meal now? Her question unexpectedly interrupted his musings. Maintaining his composure, he instructed, Prepare the meal. As the sovereign, his repast was lavish, featuring at least 16 dishes even during his frugal days, and especially so on the evening of the first day of the new year. The table was adorned with a variety of cold and hot dishes, both sweet and savory. Eliminating the need to inquire about Liu Chan's preferences, Huang Jiao darted off to make arrangements. As they awaited the meal, Xiao Ling engaged in casual conversation with a young maiden beside him, inquiring about her reading habits. The moment he posed the question, he realized how little they had truly conversed. I haven't read many books, Liu Chan replied, a hint of melancholy crossing her delicate features. My stepmother always said that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue. Reading too much only distract from a woman's proper role. In the highborn families of the capital, women were generally literate. However, Liu's family did not belong to the upper echelons. Despite producing an empress dowager and a favored consort, Xiao Ling regarded the Liu family with indifference, leading to their ambiguous standing in the capital. Liu Ruo, the true daughter of the Liu family, had been educated by a female tutor in reading, writing, and the arts, while Liu Chan remained a pitiful creature without even a mother figure. Can you read? Xiao Ling furrowed his brow, a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. Strangely, he sensed that she ought to possess some literacy, as she exhibited a resilience uncommon among ordinary girls. Liu Chan shyly scratched her head, admitting, I can read a little. Xiao Ling raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to continue. When I was around 8, a new cook came to our household, known for her beautiful handwriting. I mustered the courage to seek her out with my saved trinkets. Liu Chan recalled earnestly. After a brief pause, she continued, She took my belongings and taught me some characters, but before she could teach me to write, her husband fell gravely ill, and she left. What trinkets? Xiao Ling inquired mischievously, pulling her onto his lap as he spoke. Liu Chan, caught off guard by the sudden movement, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Oh, she exclaimed in surprise. You still haven't answered my question, Xiao Ling reminded her. Liu Chan playfully punched his chest with her small fist, her face slightly flushed as she replied, What fine trinkets could I have? Merely a few hairpins my sisters and I received during the new year, or a little silver I managed to save from the grasp of the unscrupulous maids. Her words were indeed true. The cook had accepted her offerings and taught her a few characters before departing under the pretense of her husband's illness. Liu Chan later discovered that the cook's culinary skills had drawn the attention of a wealthier household, leading to her recruitment at a higher price. In truth, Liu Chan learned to read during her previous life by observing Xiao Ling while resting her head on his shoulder as he reviewed documents, deciphering the words one by one. Since Your Majesty has inquired, may I make a request? Liu Chan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiao Ling lowered his gaze to her, noting her position nestled in his embrace. Her small hands encircling his neck, leaning down, their faces drew perilously close, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Suddenly, memories of their previous accidental intimacy surged in his mind. "What request?" he asked, his voice tinged with a husky timbre. Before he could finish his inquiry, he felt her arms tighten around him, and in the next moment, her soft lips brushed against his. He instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. The kiss had landed. He was not fond of such displays of affection. After the young girl, nestled in his arms, bestowed a kiss upon him, Xiao Ling instinctively tightened his embrace around her waist. In the next moment, he actively cradled Liu Chan's nape, overwhelming her with fervor. Clumsily, he pried open her delicate lips, greedily seizing every breath she offered, as though oblivious to the world around them. Liu Chan, while yielding to his advances, mentally berated him for his intensity. His kisses were too forceful, leaving her lips aching. She was acutely aware that Xiao Ling was not one to engage in such displays of affection with women, having never even kissed the favored concubine Jing. Yet, this only fueled her determination to be the first, ideally the sole one. It was only when Liu Chan's small hands pressed against his chest in a bid to push him away that Xiao Ling reluctantly released her lips, gazing down at her with a look of satisfaction. The young girl beneath him gasped for air, resembling a fish desperately in need of water. Her cherry lips were flushed and appeared swollen. With tearful eyes, Liu Chan looked up at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "Your Majesty." Perhaps it was the lack of breath or some other reason, but her tone carried a playful reproach, and a hint of alluring charm graced her features, unbeknownst to her. Xiao Ling remained silent, simply tightening his hold on her and carrying her toward the adjoining palace. Soon, they found themselves entangled upon the bed. The young girl appeared anxious, exclaiming, "Your Majesty," in broad daylight. "Is this not a daylight rendezvous?" She regretted her timing, wondering when they might have a meal, as her stomach growled audibly. "Silence," he commanded, sealing her lips once more in a manner he had only recently learned. Chapter 38, At Last. She waits news of Liu Chan's continued stay at Tai Chi Palace spread, causing many to lose sleep over it. Within a mere 10 days, she had shared the bed for 3 nights. The most incensed of all was Consort's son. Her complexion darkened as she overturned the prenatal medicine brought by the maid Xiao Su, gritting her teeth. "Now that I am with child and cannot serve the emperor," she takes advantage of the situation, ensnaring him. Liu Chan had nearly caused her to lose her baby that fateful night. How could the emperor not hold her accountable for her indiscretion? Xiao Su, her eyes betraying a flicker of impatience, remained silent, merely bending down to gather the shattered porcelain fragments. Ever since she had taken a beating on behalf of Consort's son, she had been relegated to serving by the second-tier maid, Xiao Ju. She felt no envy. Serving Consort's son was fraught with conflict, where even the slightest discontent would result in harsh reprimands. "Do you think the emperor cares for this child?" Consort's son suddenly sobbed into her blankets. "He has not even come to see me." In the imperial palace, where children were scarce, her heart had swelled with joy upon learning of her pregnancy. Yet, the emperor had declined to elevate her status, nor had he bestowed any rewards upon her. His silence only amplified her distress, as others dared not approach her with gifts. Despite the momentous occasion, just then, a maid announced at the door, "Little master, Aunt Xia from concubine Jing's side has come to visit you." The following morning, Liu Chan returned to her residence. She instructed Chun Xing to gather news from the palace, learning that Aunt Xia had visited Consort's son the previous night. "Is the concubine attempting to court Consort's son?" Zhenju hesitated before voicing her concern. As concubine Jing had once been her superior, she felt it unwise to speak out. Yet now, Liu Chan was her mistress. Zhenju had observed concubine Jing's schemes against Liu Chan and had discussed them with her, naturally feeling closer to Liu Chan, particularly as she was merely a third-tier maid at Weiyang Palace. She had no affection for concubine Jing. Liu Chan pondered for a moment before chuckling softly. Who knows? She instructed Chun Xing to relay a message, stating that concubine Jing had taken an interest in Consort's son's child. After all, should Consort's son bear a child, her status would rise, yet she would be unable to care for the infant. Once Chun Xing departed, Zhenju expressed concern. If this message spreads, could it lead back to us? The transmission of news was perilous, as one could easily unravel the source. But no one will investigate this matter. It is a common belief, and I am merely articulating what everyone thinks, Liu Chan replied with a light laugh. The more this matter is repeated, the more likely concubine Jing will waver. She may genuinely desire the child, while consort Sun will be frightened, as she certainly would not wish to part with it. On another note, Xiao Ling rarely entrusted his children to others, unless they had erred or, as in her previous life, had fallen out of his favor. The concubine had been merely a concubine, and her child was not given to others but raised according to palace regulations in the prince's quarters. Days turned into weeks, and no further summons for the consorts to serve the emperor emerged from Fengyi Palace. It was only after the Lantern Festival that news of concubine Jing's sudden collapse reached Weiyang Palace, prompting Xiao Ling to return to the harem. He stayed in Weiyang Palace for 3 consecutive days, during which a stream of nourishing tonics flowed in, and physicians came and went, creating quite a commotion. Rumor had it that concubine Jing had exhausted herself by transcribing Buddhist scriptures daily, seeking blessings for the emperor, leading to her fainting spell. Upon hearing the news, Liu Chan could not help but smile, finding it rather amusing. Look, Empress is about to serve the emperor. She glanced at the characters she had penned and frowned. After mentioning to Xiao Ling that her handwriting was poor, he had taken it upon himself to teach her, selecting large characters for her to practice. He insisted that she must show improvement by their next meeting. While she was eager to impress him, her writing remained crooked. She understood the strokes perfectly, yet they appeared unsteady on the page. Liu Chan closed her eyes in frustration. This was akin to a songstress whose voice enchanted. Yet when an ordinary person attempted to sing, the melody was lost. Bring me another stack of paper. Liu Chan was determined. Indeed, after Xiao Ling departed Weiyang Palace, he summoned Empress to Fengyi Palace. Simultaneously, consort Sun received imperial rewards, and gifts flooded in from the palace populace in celebration. Liu Chan was also expected to send a gift. However, she halted Jinzhu, stating, "Your little master is someone who holds grudges. Sending a gift would not guarantee her goodwill, and it is better not to send anything at all." Did she truly expect that gifting an item would mend their relationship? Consort Sun might very well become enraged upon seeing the offering, potentially jeopardizing her pregnancy. Moreover, she wanted Xiao Ling to understand that she was a person of character, temperament, and principles. She dared assert that Xiao Ling secretly preferred her persona over that of an aloof snow lotus or a frail white lotus. However, the shadow of Jing Qing air lingered in his heart, unbeknownst to him. As it stood, as long as Xiao Ling harbored feelings for his first love, concubine Jing's favor would not wane, and she could not afford to remain passive. Currently, the palace buzzed with rumors that concubine Jing desired the child that consort Sun would bear, with some embellishing the tale, claiming concubine Jing aimed to secure motherhood for herself. Consequently, when Aunt Xia from Weiyang Palace returned, she was turned away at the door, eliciting further murmurs from the crowd. In the ensuing month, concubine Jing dominated the nights with the emperor, followed closely by Empress, while the once prominent concubine, Zhao, found her position diminished. Liu Chan, however, had enjoyed 2 more nights with the emperor, a considerable amount of favor, while jealousy simmered among the others regarding Liu Chan's favored status. They directed their ire towards Empress, who bore the brunt of their frustrations. In a twist of fate, Empress's food was tainted, and although she had no desire to eat, she unwittingly passed it to a nearby maid. Upon consumption, suffered a severe reaction. Xiao Ling's fury was palpable, but as investigations unfolded, the blame fell upon a minor eunuch in the imperial kitchen, who subsequently took his own life, leaving the matter unresolved. Upon the emergence of this matter, even the beautiful woman was startled, suffering from a fever in the dead of night, appearing frail and disoriented upon her subsequent departure. However, of late, Liu Chan's thoughts had shifted to another pursuit. Every day, apart from practicing her calligraphy, she would take the herb, Jingji Ko, to the imperial garden to play with the cats, finding immense joy in it. She even had the chance to encounter Xiao Ling on 2 occasions. People speculated that she was intentionally presenting herself before the emperor. Consequently, while they grumbled in discontent, they adorned themselves in flamboyant attire and strolled into the imperial garden, resulting in several individuals within the palace being scratched or bitten by cats, including the maidservant Xiao Ju beside Sun Qiren. Noticing the increasing crowd, Liu Chan decided to change her location, daily taking the large orange cat, with whom she felt a peculiar affinity, to wander elsewhere. Until one day, she found herself near the Xiangqing Palace of Qianpin. "Speak another word, and I shall break your legs." Qianpin's voice was sharp and filled with fury. At that moment, she was holding her terrified daughter, Princess Human, pointing at the physician kneeling before her. Upon recognizing the physician's appearance, Liu Chan felt a surge of joy. She had finally awaited this moment. Chapter 39. Do you trust me? The physician, kneeling on the ground, wore an anxious expression. Your Highness, please understand. If Princess Yuman's illness is not treated soon, she may not survive the year. At these words, Qian Pin's face darkened ominously. She pointed at the physician and coldly declared, To dare curse my daughter in such a manner, take her away and administer 30 lashes. Several palace servants stood beside Qian Pin, hesitant and exchanging glances, pushing each other forward. The physician was under the jurisdiction of the Thai hospital, and the concubines had no authority to punish her openly. Even if the physician had made a mistake, it would be reported to the head of the Thai hospital, following established protocols. Only the emperor could directly impose punishment on the physicians or medical women. Nonetheless, given that Qian Pin held a third-rank position, punishing an 8th-rank physician was not a significant issue. If you do not act, I shall send you all to the Ministry of Punishments, Qian Pin said coolly. The servants exchanged glances, and eventually they surged forward, forcing the physician down. Your Highness. The physician's face was filled with desperation. Qian Pin pointed at her. Every 3 days, a physician comes to check the princess's pulse, and no one has ever said she has a serious illness. These past few days, she has merely had a slight cough, diagnosed by the physician as a minor cold. You are merely a medicine delivery girl. How dare you claim my daughter's life is in danger? As a mother, how could she bear to hear such words? It felt as though her heart was being pierced by a dagger, and yet such baseless curses were allowed to escape from her lips. The servants had already brought a board and a long bench, dragging the physician onto it. If the emperor inquires, I shall explain the truth, Qian Pin said, covering her daughter's eyes. But today, your reckless words will not be forgiven. Strike her, Your Highness. A handkerchief was stuffed into her mouth, silencing her impending protest. Just as a servant raised the board high, preparing to bring it down, a soft yet resolute voice rang out. Stop. Liu Chan stepped forward, accompanied by Zhenju and Chuntao. Chuntao hurriedly intervened, blocking the servant's hand holding the board, and helped the anxious physician to her feet. I have seen Your Highness, Qian Pin. Liu Chan bowed to her, yet her words were firm. Today, I must apologize for interrupting Your Highness's anger. But I have a connection with this young physician and cannot stand idly by. Such audacity from Liu Chan. Now that the emperor has favored you for 2 days, you have become so bold as to challenge me. Qian Pin was furious. While she typically exhibited a gentler demeanor, today's events involved her daughter, which she could not tolerate. Offending the emperor's favored concubine would bring her ire. She would not allow anyone to speak ill of her daughter. Liu Chan was well aware of how much Qian Pin cherished her daughter, yet she also knew that the physician had indeed detected an ailment in Princess Yuman. Suddenly, she glanced toward a nearby tree, catching a glimpse of a faint blue garment. It was Shun Ruinyang, who was originally meant to receive this opportunity. After entering the palace, Shun Ruinyang had not garnered favor, yet by coincidence, she passed by Qian Pin's palace and boldly saved the physician from being beaten. Subsequently, she rose and fell within the palace, aided by the physician's exceptional medical skills. Others were unaware, but Liu Chan knew that the physician, Wang Weiner, was the granddaughter of the head of the Thai hospital, who had concealed her identity to enter the palace as a physician. Because Shun Ruinyang had saved her once, she was devoted to her. However, now, Wang Weiner belonged to Liu Chan. The number of physicians in the palace was scarce, and their skills did not compare to those of the Thai hospital physicians. Nevertheless, the male physicians often face limitations due to gender norms, making it inconvenient for them to operate freely. Liu Chan needed someone like Wang Weiner. Moreover, her intervention on Wang Weiner's behalf was more suitable than Shun Ruinyang's. After all, she had heard that Shun Ruinyang had once knelt for 3 hours as punishment for saving a physician, injuring her bones, and despite Wang Weiner's exceptional skills, she had never been able to cure Shun Ruinyang completely. Liu Chan was certain that Qian Pin would not dare to punish her. In reality, she did not wish to escalate matters with Qian Pin. Although her words were harsh, she had not committed any heinous acts. Compared to the harm caused by the jealous Jing Guifei to other concubines and princes, Qian Pin was relatively untainted. Furthermore, she needed to begin consolidating her own power. If she wished to gain Qian Pin's support, she must bestow upon her a significant favor, especially concerning her daughter, to earn her gratitude. Liu Chan, do not presume that I will not punish you. Gian bin zepimen kun li. Your Highness, please do not frighten Princess Human, Liu Chan chided gently, crouching down to smile at the princess. At such a tender age, you are already a beauty, so clever and bright. Would you like to come over and let Aunt Liu hold you? Qian Pin, who had been ready to continue scolding, paused, instinctively tightening her embrace around her child. Regarding Liu Chan with suspicion, others also stood in shock. Seeing that Qian Pin's emotions were calming, Liu Chan rose and bowed once more. The favor your highness has shown in sparing this young physician will be remembered. If you require assistance in the future, I shall lend my support. With that, she turned to Wang Weiner. You should promptly go and apologize to her highness. Wang Weiner could not help but glance at Princess Human in Qian Pin's arms. Suppressing her urge to speak, she gritted her teeth and said, I should not have spoken so freely, but, Your Highness, Liu Chan interjected, casting a glance at Qian Pin's now darkening face. Since this young physician is so insistent, I shall seek the Emperor's permission for the head of the Tai Hospital to examine Princess Human. If all is well, we can rest easy. The head of the Tai Hospital was the highest authority in medical expertise within the palace. Upon mentioning his name, Wang Weiner's eyes momentarily lit up, though she quickly revealed signs of trepidation and anxiety. Qian Pin glared at Wang Weiner fiercely. She instinctively wished to reject Liu Chan's proposal. But as the words hovered on her lips, an inexplicable anxiety took hold. What if Liu Chan spoke the truth? Very well, Qian Pin gritted her teeth. If Human is unharmed, I will certainly punish her. Liu Chan replied affirmatively. She bowed and took her leave, leading Wang Weiner away. Once they were at a distance, Wang Weiner stood before Liu Chan, performing a deep bow. Thank you, Liu Kairan, for your assistance. However, do you recognize me? Could it be that Liu Chan had discerned her true identity? Wang Weiner swiftly dismissed the notion. She had concealed her background when entering the Tai Hospital, having sought her maternal family's assistance to assume a new identity. Even her grandfather did not recognize her. I do not recognize you. Liu Chan chose not to expose the truth, merely furrowing her brow. It was merely a chance encounter. Consort Qian cherished her daughter immensely. If one were to rashly declare her daughter ill, not only would she refuse to believe it, but she would also fiercely retaliate. Never underestimate a mother's instinct to protect her offspring. Wang Weiner regarded her with some surprise. You believe me? Liu Chan nodded. Of course I do. After experiencing a chill, Consort Qian's daughter developed asthma, a condition that is not readily apparent to ordinary physicians. Pollen from willow catkins in spring can trigger it. In a previous life, Princess Yumin nearly succumbed to an asthma attack. Though she was rescued, she required lifelong medication and was often confined to her sickbed. Just as Liu Chan was about to continue, two individuals approached, Liu Kai Run and Shunmei Run, who greeted her with a nod. Chapter 40. Why don't you bear me a daughter? Upon encountering Shunmei Run, Liu Chan was exceedingly polite, bowing slightly in greeting. In her eyes, Shun was still a bright and innocent young girl, untainted by the brutalities of court intrigue. Her only worry seemed to be a lack of companionship. Xiao Ling appeared to have forgotten her existence, never once summoning her. Shunmei Ren's gaze lingered on Liu Chan's exquisite features, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. Indeed, Liu Chan possessed a strikingly delicate visage. I saw Shunmei Ren watching from afar earlier. As if she intended to come to your aid, Liu Chan whispered to Wang Weiner, but I merely arrived first. Wang Weiner expressed her gratitude once more, stepping forward to thank Shunmei Ren. Shun's eyes brightened with a hint of bashfulness as she waved her hand, saying, I hesitated to approach. For Consort Qian can be quite fearsome. Therefore, I cannot accept your gratitude. When her gaze returned to Liu Chan, Shun's expression brimmed with kindness and admiration, as if she wished to form a sisterly bond with her. Such a beautiful person, capable of empathy. Had she encountered today's events during her early days in the palace, she would have unhesitatingly defended the physician, but having spent merely over a month in the palace, her fighting spirit had waned, replaced by hesitation. Shunmei Ren felt a twinge of shame. She realized that Liu Chan had entered the palace just a few days before her and had already garnered the Emperor's favor. Shun admired Liu Chan's gallant act of assistance today. Shall we go sit at my place? Shunmei Ren warmly invited, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, fearing rejection. Liu Chan chuckled softly, surprised to discover this lively and cheerful side of Shunmei Ren, for in her previous life, Shun had already become much more composed and had attained the title of Hui Pin. Shen Meirun was assigned to the distant Jinhua Pavilion. Despite its grand name, the pavilion was rather modest, even smaller than Liu Chan Su Qian by a third. Fortunately, Shen had entered the palace as a beauty and resided in the main hall. After sitting for a while, Wang Wan arose to take her leave, citing her prolonged absence from the Imperial Medical Bureau as neglect of duty. Liu Chan followed suit, feeling quite accomplished. She had initially aimed to win over Wang Wan and consort Qian, but had unexpectedly made contact with Shen. Shen Meirin personally escorted them to the door. As Liu Chan took a few steps away, Shen Meirin suddenly called out to her, "Liu Cairun, I have something I wish to ask you." Liu Chan turned to face her. "At the palace banquet, when I sparred with consort Jing, did the emperor become angry with me?" Shen Meirin inquired. The Shen family had insisted she enter the palace, but she felt uneasy for having boldly instigated a conflict at the banquet. Liu Chan gazed at the familiar yet innocent face before her. Feeling momentarily dazed, she found it difficult to reconcile this naive girl with the spoiled consort before Xiao Ling. However, having spent over a month in the palace without entering the emperor's chambers, she feared she had fallen victim to courtly politics. In the harem, lineage may open doors, but it does not guarantee affection. Only love could secure one's standing in the palace. The emperor might not be angry, but consort Jing was undoubtedly vexed. Liu Chan pondered before responding. In this palace, no one can rival consort Jing's favor. With her now promoting Mei Ren, our chances as lesser consorts have diminished even further. Shen Meirin appeared contemplative, filled with gratitude for Liu Chan's insight. On the way back, Chun Tao supported Liu Chan, her curiosity piqued. "Cairun, are we truly assisting consort Qian in inviting Wang Yuan Shi?" While others might dismiss the possibility, they knew their young mistress could indeed summon Wang Yuan Shi. After all, just days prior, he had personally visited to check the pulse and provided the young mistress with a new contraceptive package. Of course, it must be the emperor who intervenes. Liu Chan replied with a smile, her spirits high. Wang Yuan Shi belonged to the emperor. How could a mere Cairun command him? Chun Tao nodded, somewhat confused. Liu Chan hummed a tune as she made her way to Tai Chi Hall. After being announced by a young eunuch, she proceeded directly to the side hall to wait. The young palace maids there treated her with great respect, noting, "The emperor is currently in discussion with several ministers. Lord Huang has instructed us to serve you tea while awaiting the emperor's conclusion." After waiting for about half an hour, Liu Chan finally saw Xiao Ling. She wasted no time in recounting her encounter with the young physician and consort Qian, explaining, "I believe the young physician speaks the truth. So I wagered with consort Qian to invite Wang Yuan Shi to examine Princess Yumin. If she is indeed unwell, prompt care can be administered. If not, I shall apologize to consort Qian." Xiao Ling paused, frowning at her as he held the document aloft. "Huang Jiao?" he called. Huang Jiao, puzzled, looked up. "Your Majesty, you summoned me? Go outside and see why the sun is rising from the west." Xiao Ling suppressed a laugh. "I recall that Liu Cairun is not easily trifled with and holds grudges, especially since consort Qian has wronged her." Liu Chan's face flushed with mild indignation as she briskly approached Xiao Ling, playfully punching his shoulder. "Your Majesty enjoys jesting, but while I may have conflicts with consort Qian, Princess Yumin is your daughter, wonderfully enchanting. I do not harbor any dislike towards her," she declared, her expression earnest. Xiao Ling couldn't help but chuckle at her candid praise. He grasped Liu Chan's hand, guiding her to sit beside him, then instructed Huang Jiao, "Seek Wang Yuan Shi to examine Yumin and ensure he brings along that young physician." Liu Chan mused, "I believe that physician's surname is Wang. The Wang family is prominent in the Great Xia, yet among the few physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau, she was the only one." Huang Jiao acknowledged and departed. Liu Chan lowered her eyes, quietly leaning against Xiao Ling's shoulder. She intended to present Wang Wan to Wang Yuan Shi. Otherwise, an exceptionally skilled young physician might incite jealousy, among others. In the harem, where rivalry abounds, the Imperial Medical Bureau was no exception. Wang Wan possessed remarkable medical skills. Yet her thoughts were rather naive. Only Wang Yuan Shi could protect her. "Since you hold such affection for Yumin, why not bear me a daughter as well?" Xiao Ling suddenly proposed. The words tightened Liu Chan's chest. She looked up earnestly, contemplating, what if she were to be taken away by consort Jing? Xiao Ling raised an eyebrow, playfully flicking her forehead. "What nonsense! How could our child belong to her?" Despite his light-hearted tone, He understood Liu Chan's concerns, particularly since consort Jing truly harbored such intentions. Liu Chan wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning closer to whisper, "When I ascend to the position of a favored consort and can safeguard myself, then I shall consider bearing you a darling daughter." Her words were both audacious and realistic, hinting at her desire for a higher status in the court. "The ambition of my beloved Liu Kairen is not to be underestimated." Xiao Ling, unfazed, wrapped his strong arm around her slender waist, narrowing his eyes. "Then let me see your capabilities, my dear." Liu Chan blushed, diving into Xiao Lin's embrace, her hands fumbling to unfasten his clothing. Chapter 41. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear in Fengyi Palace. The royal physician entered with his customary medical kit, followed closely by the timid Wang Waner. After being announced, they were ushered in. Princess Yumin had just fallen asleep, while the indifferent Qian Pin observed the royal physician's entrance, her gaze fixed squarely on Wang Waner. "I appreciate your efforts, royal physician," she stated coolly. The royal physician, a busy man himself, had little patience for the rumors circulating within the imperial hospital. "Yes, your highness," he replied respectfully, casting a disapproving glance at his granddaughter for daring to secretly enter the imperial hospital. If it weren't for Huang Zhou personally seeking him out today to discuss the conflict between Qian Pin and a certain physician named Wang, he would have remained in the dark. "Your highness, please do not be agitated. As the saying goes, anger harms the body. I will first attend to Princess Yumin." Qian Pin gestured toward the bedside. A maid promptly lifted the curtain and presented the princess's hand. "I recall the princess has been afflicted with a cold these past few days." The royal physician leaned closer, frowning. The princess's breathing seemed off, more severe than a mere cold. "Indeed," the maid whispered. "Physician Su has examined her and diagnosed it as a cold. After a few doses of medicine, her condition has significantly improved and she is nearly well." The royal physician took the princess's pulse, his brow furrowing deeper. Suddenly, he turned to ask, "How did you discern this?" Initially, it was undoubtedly a cold, but it had triggered asthma, masked by the symptoms of the cold. Not even an ordinary physician would have caught the subtlety if they hadn't looked closely. I happened to hear Princess Yumin cough while delivering medicine," Wang Waner admitted, scratching her head and flashing a mischievous smile at her grandfather. It seemed unlikely to be just a cold, not merely a cold, but potentially a fierce asthma condition. If not managed promptly, it could flare up in the spring, and once it did, it would be difficult to control. Given the princess's youth and frailty, neglecting the issue could be life-threatening. The royal physician remained silent. He had always known his granddaughter possessed considerable medical talent, but he was astonished by her acuity. She could discern even the faintest cough. Initially indifferent, Qian Pin's interest piqued upon overhearing their discussion, her heart racing. "Royal physician, well, my daughter," she inquired, her fingers unconsciously tightening within her sleeve, oblivious to the pain, her face etched with anxiety. The royal physician hesitated. "The princess has long suffered from insufficient lung qi. The recent cold has aggravated her lungs, causing phlegm to obstruct her airways and resulting in a reverse flow of lung qi. If your highness pays close attention, you will notice the princess struggles to breathe while lying flat." Before Qian Pin could respond, a nearby maid nodded. "Yes, when the princess lies down, she seems to have difficulty breathing. When I propped her up from behind, it improved somewhat." She had specifically consulted physician Su, who deemed it a minor issue caused by the cold invading the lungs. But the royal physician's tone suggested otherwise. "Is it not a cold?" Qian Pin asked cautiously, sensing the underlying implication. Initially a cold, but now it appears to be asthma, specifically an asthmatic condition. The royal physician looked at Qian Pin. "From today onward, I must administer acupuncture to Princess Yumin to alleviate her asthma. Otherwise, it may be too late when the warmer days arrive." Too late. Qian Pin's mind buzzed with this revelation, and the world around her darkened as her strength waned. It was only when Wang Waner supported her, applying pressure to a specific acupoint, that she regained her composure. "Hurry, I cannot lose her," Qian Pin implored, her words strained yet resolute. When Liu Chan received the parcel sent by Wang Waner, she could not help but laugh upon opening it. The bundle was surprisingly heavy, filled with gold. Upon counting the pearls, she gasped, covering her mouth. 100 taels. 100 taels of gold. Alongside the gold was a note from Wang Waner, stating that these riches were a gift from Qian Pin, meant as gratitude for Liu Chan's protection of her on that fateful day. Truly, Qian Pin was lavish in her generosity. Pearl twitched at the corners of her mouth. Of course, Qian Pin's family was the wealthiest in the capital. Chunqing happened to enter at that moment, laughing as she spoke. It is said that the money given to Qian Pin each year could cover half the palace's expenses. In the palace, those seeking status would claw their way to Weiyang Palace and Yanxi Palace, while those desiring wealth would flock to Xiangqing Palace. For even the slightest generosity from Qian Pin was unattainable elsewhere. This was the reason why, despite lacking favor and being less than charming, she thrived within the palace. In the royal court, one either had favor or wealth. One needed merely to choose between the two. Liu Chan listened to their chatter, smiling silently. If Qian Pin could bestow riches upon Wang Waner, it was evident that Princess Yumin's health was indeed in jeopardy, and the royal physician had uncovered the truth. Since the matter had not leaked within the palace, it must have been suppressed. It seemed Qian Pin would remember this favor. As winter yielded to spring, it was soon mid-April, and the weather gradually warmed. Liu Chan devoted herself to practicing calligraphy, her skills improving remarkably. Each time she visited the emperor, she received praise. She alternated between writing with her left and right hand, eventually mastering the art of ambidextrous writing. Currently, Sun Siren's pregnancy had progressed beyond 4 months, and all seemed well, with no unexpected occurrences. Surprisingly, Jing Guifei had not made a move. It was known that Jing Guifei held the fates of at least 3 or 4 children in her hands. She appeared aloof and solitary, yet was quite extreme, unable to tolerate others giving birth. The eldest prince had once been harmed by her, though he was saved by Zhao Fei. Alas, he suffered injuries, leaving him a frail prince with no chance of inheriting the throne. Many events of the present had slipped her mind. All she remembered was that in the end, only 4 princes and 3 princesses had survived within the palace. Thinking of the daughter she had nurtured under Jing Guifei's watchful eye in her past life, Liu Chan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Fetch physician Wang, she instructed. After the incident involving Qian Pin, the royal physician had publicly evaluated Wang Waner's medical skills, promoting her from a mere physician to a legitimate royal physician. As a woman, she was well liked in the harem. Chun Tao nodded, preparing to head to the imperial hospital. Just a few steps away, she laughed. Little mistress, it seems you summoned him. Here comes physician Wang. Chapter 42. I must go sing. Wang Waner entered, casually tossing her medical kit aside as she plopped down with a sigh. Tanya, being a prized delicacy is truly exhausting. Whenever they feel the slightest discomfort, they send me to examine them. Day after day, she found herself perpetually busy. This had led the other physicians in the imperial hospital to regard her with discontent, but out of respect for her grandfather, they dared not express their disdain. They're all envious of me, Wang Waner lamented, her expression one of resignation. Envious that you are a woman? Liu Chan couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, they possess something we lack. There's little we can do. Not entirely without recourse, as long as they are willing. Wang Waner teased. The two exchanged knowing glances. Laughing heartily, whenever they were together, their conversations flowed effortlessly, full of playful banter. Yet, the close association between physicians and palace concubines was not without its complications. Fortunately, everyone had named her to request the peace pulse, and she came to Yuqiong Pavilion every few days, drawing little attention. Wang Waner opened her medicine chest, murmuring as she took out her treasures, introducing them one by one. This is a celestial powder that, when applied to the face, renders the skin as smooth as jade. This is a fragrant herbal sachet to be soaked in water during bathing, guaranteed to leave the emperor enchanted. At this remark, both Pearl and Chun Tao couldn't help but stifle their laughter. She divided these items into 2 portions, one for Liu Chan and the other for Shun Marin, hoping that both would gain more favor, facilitating her own dealings in the future. Among the two, she found herself more inclined to converse with Liu Chan. Although Shun Marin's temperament was agreeable too, their exchanges were sparse. Contemplating this, Wang Waner grew curious as to why Shun Marin had yet to be summoned to the emperor's chamber. Logically, with her background, the emperor should afford her some courtesy. Liu Chan shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Up until now, Shun Runyang had not been called to serve. Presently, most of Xiao Ling's affections remained with concubine Jing and Yi Marin, followed by her and concubine Zhao. Even so, the palace was no longer solely the realm of concubine Jing. Liu Chan mused that she needed to continue ascending, for she had grown weary of her current rank. Do you know about Kai Ren's son's pregnancy? Liu Chan inquired softly. Wang Waner shook her head, explaining that a designated imperial physician was responsible for her case, and the medical records were with her grandfather, leaving her uninformed. "Are you interested in inquiring about Kai Rin's son's situation?" she suddenly asked. Liu Chan nodded affirmatively. It's not dignified to pry into others' affairs, but she needed to keep herself informed. "I will sneak a look at my grandfather's medical records and let you know." Vang Vania proposed. Liu Chan opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Was it truly so easy to steal medical records? Is it really that easy to steal? Liu Chan pondered. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she noticed Wang Wanner nodding vigorously, her tone resolute. Absolutely. Liu Chan was taken aback. She truly had encountered a gem in Shunruinyan. Wang Wanner meticulously took Liu Chan's pulse, praising, "Your pulse is the best I have ever seen," reflecting a serene disposition. Others, to varying degrees, harbor some liver heat and pin-up emotions. A physician is adept at discerning a person's character. One's breadth of mind is often reflected in their pulse. During her months in the palace, she had witnessed numerous women feigning illness to vie for favor, each stifled by unexpressed grievances. How could this not harm the liver and heart? Liu Chan was fortunate. When favored, she devoted herself to being cherished, and when not, she could find peace in other pursuits. A tranquil heart is the greatest treasure one can possess. In the afternoon, Chunqing returned with news, stating that concubine Jing had gone to Tai Chi Hall to see the emperor. When the concubine emerged, her eyes were red and swollen, suggesting she had been crying. Chunqing whispered, "I slipped some silver to the people at Tai Chi Hall, and they said the emperor agreed to accompany the concubine for dinner." The fact that even the concubine had taken the initiative to seek favor indicated a significant decline in the status of Weiyang Palace. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow. She had repeatedly provoked concubine Jing verbally, even to the point of nearly infuriating her, yet she had never seen concubine Jing retaliate. Without action, how could she seize upon a weakness? "Let us keep an eye on the emperor. Tonight we shall also seek favor," Liu Chan devised. Concubine Jing was most concerned about Xiao Ling's affections towards her. Although they had waned somewhat, she did not dare to quarrel with him. What if Liu Chan were to take the initiative to intercept concubine Jing's favor? If concubine Jing did not break down, Liu Chan would bow 100 or 80 times to Weiyang Palace. As evening approached, Liu Chan calculated the right moment and set out with Pearl. Upon sighting Xiao Ling's palanquin approaching, she advanced to greet him. Pearl watched in astonishment from behind. Is our master really going for a bold approach? Liu Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she offered her respects. "Your Majesty, I happened to be out for a stroll and fortuitously ran into you." Xiao Ling lifted the curtain to look at her, taken by the brightness in her eyes and her joyful demeanor. He involuntarily smiled, asking, "Have you dined yet, my beloved?" Liu Chan shook her head. "Not yet." She then inquired, "Your Majesty, where are you headed?" Xiao Ling hesitated. Uttering Weiyang Palace would surely wipe the smile from her face. "I'm merely out for a stroll," he coughed. "I wonder if I might have the honor of sharing a meal with Your Majesty tonight." Liu Chan expressed her eagerness. "Your Majesty, can you eat?" Xiao Ling began to suspect she was aware of his destination and had come specifically for that purpose. However, dining with Liu Chan felt distinctly different from dining with concubine Jing. He recalled their last meal together. The young lady had a hearty appetite, finishing her portion with gusto, prompting him to consume more than half a bowl himself. "Come aboard," Xiao Ling decided. He signaled to Huang Jiao, who quickly grasped that Liu Chan had successfully intercepted the emperor's attention, and he would need to inform Weiyang Palace. Liu Chan swiftly ascended the palanquin, casting a shy smile at Xiao Ling. "Your Majesty is truly wonderful." Xiao Ling's mood lifted significantly in her presence. Earlier, concubine Jing had wept before him, coupled with several ministers stirring trouble, leaving him quite vexed. He had contemplated visiting Weiyang Palace, but now, reflecting on the prospect of enduring yet another of concubine Jing's lamentations, he preferred to dine with Liu Chan instead. "I was indeed intending to go to Weiyang Palace." Xiao Ling teased her. Liu Chan, with a mischievous smile, replied, "I know." Xiao Ling was momentarily stunned before wrapping his arms around her waist, laughing heartily. For the first time, he witnessed a palace concubine intercepting with such audacity, who would not seek a flimsy excuse after doing so. The palace attendants quietly exchanged glances, fully aware that the emperor had emerged from Tai Chi Hall in a foul mood. Yet here was Liu Chan. Impressive indeed. The next morning, Liu Chan returned from Tai Chi Hall with an air of confidence. Upon entering, she was greeted by Chunqing's beaming face. "Last night, There was quite a ruckus in Weiyang Palace. This morning, Xiao emerged with a swollen face after visiting the Internal Affairs Bureau, demanding all the porcelain in Weiyang Palace be replaced. It's evident that concubine Jing had a night of madness. Should we prepare for any repercussions? No need for precaution, Liu Chan chuckled lightly. She wouldn't dare confront me directly or endanger my life. If that's the case, we shall simply await her next move. If they took precautions, how could they seize the opportunity? It was the first day of the month again. A time for concubine Zhao to lead the others to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Liu Chan was roused early. While getting ready at her vanity, she felt a profound fatigue overwhelming her, her eyelids heavy with sleep. Your Highness, awaken, the maid urged, shaking her arm. Liu Chan jolted awake, nearly toppling forward but was steadied by the maid. Shaking her head, she attempted to shake off her drowsiness. What has been the matter with you these past few days? Pearl asked, startled. Though she had risen slightly earlier than usual, it was not enough to account for such weariness. Reflecting on the past few days, Liu Chan seemed unusually lethargic. Just a bit tired. Nothing more, she dismissed, waving her hand. She pinched her thigh, the sharp pain helping to clear her mind. The maid quickly styled her hair and adorned her with jewelry. Your appetite has not been great lately. Pearl trailed off, casting a dubious glance at Liu Chan. Your Highness, the symptoms suggest you might be with child. However, Liu Chan had been wearing the medicinal sachets given by Wang Yuanshi daily, making it improbable for her to be pregnant. Liu Chan smiled slyly, internally rejoicing. At last, it has arrived. She had indeed witnessed this tactic before, when a favored concubine exhibited signs of pregnancy. Yet soon after had her monthly cycle return, it was nothing more than a ruse to deceive the emperor. She pondered for a moment and decided that she would not visit the Shoan Palace today to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Instead, she instructed, please inform Lady Zhao that I am experiencing a severe bout of drowsiness and am unable to rise from my bed. Zhenju nodded and departed. Once alone with her confidants, Chun Xing expressed her concern. Shall we summon the imperial physician at once? If someone is indeed plotting against the young mistress, we must report this to His Majesty. Recently, Imperial Physician Wang had been dispatched to procure medicine, leaving them vulnerable to an ambush. No, Liu Chan shook her head. I anticipated this very scenario. There is no need for speculation. I am well aware that this poison originates from consort Jing. In my recollection, consort Jing used this very poison to ensnare a favored concubine, who, upon falling victim to her scheme, was cast into the cold palace and met a tragic end. This incident was only revealed shortly before consort Jing's demise. Chun Xing, initially flustered, gradually calmed as she observed Liu Chan's composed demeanor. Their young mistress was astute. They merely needed to follow her lead. Now, remove your current garments, Liu Chan instructed, a playful smile gracing her lips. I must prepare for a performance. Finally, she had compelled consort Jing to act, and surely, a grand spectacle was forthcoming. Chapter 43. Why do you trust her so? Liu Chan donned Chun Xing's attire, adopting her likeness, and casually prepared a bowl of medicinal congee before heading to the Tai Chi Hall. Before leaving, she consumed an antidote pill, wary of experiencing discomfort or drowsiness on her journey. This antidote had been left to her by Wang Wan'er, who had jokingly warned her to keep a few on hand, fearing that someone in the palace might attempt to poison her. Little did she know it would come in handy. Fortunately, Yu Qiongxian was indeed close to the Tai Chi Hall, and before Liu Chan exhibited further signs of drowsiness, she was ushered into the side hall. Huang Jiu was the first to arrive, astonished by her condition, and promptly sent for Wang Yuanshi. Has anyone noticed anything amiss recently? Huang Jiu inquired urgently. Familiar with the palace's treacherous tactics, he deduced the situation upon hearing Liu Chan's account. It would take some contemplation to ascertain who was behind the attack. In the palace, favored concubines, particularly those of lower rank, often became targets for malice, and covert poisoning was not uncommon. Just days ago, the favored Mei Run had nearly. However, it was rare for someone to be so overtly poisoned. More often, the schemes manifested as seemingly innocuous ailments, gradually leading to demise. The symptoms appeared akin to pregnancy. Yet Huang Gong, you are aware that I have no intention of conceiving at present. Liu Chan felt a wave of relief for her earlier decision. Had she engaged in private contraception, matters would indeed become convoluted. Now, she could confidently assert that someone had harmed her, feigning a state of false pregnancy. Huang Jiu nodded solemnly. This servant understands. Soon, Wang Yuanshi entered in haste with a medicinal box. Upon recognizing Liu Chan, he immediately took her pulse. Alarm flashed across his face as he glanced at Liu Chan, whose complexion bore a distinct pallor. He pricked her finger to confirm the nature of the poison. It was evident that she had indeed been poisoned. At that moment, a young eunuch called for Huang Jiao, announcing that His Majesty was about to conclude court. Huang Jiao turned and exited. Aside from Liu Chan and Wang Yuanshi, only a few young palace maids remained at the door. Liu Chan observed as her finger was pricked, blood trickling down to stain a finely crafted wooden board, quickly altering its hue. Maintaining her composure, she engaged in casual conversation. I have heard that Lady Sun's pregnancy also seems somewhat unusual. Just days prior, Wang Wanner had informed her that Lady Sun's medical reports were all normal. However, she had instructed Chun Xing to keep an eye on her. Chun Xing remarked that the physician summoned to check on Lady Sun's pulse visited too frequently, every other day, which seemed excessive. By this point in a 4-month pregnancy, stability was typically assured, rendering frequent visits unnecessary. Wang Yuanshi, engrossed in contemplating the nature of her poison, absent-mindedly replied, "According to the medical records, Lady Sun's pregnancy appears quite healthy." Upon uttering these words, he suddenly recognized the oddity in Liu Chan's statement. Given the palace's recent struggles with pregnancies, should any fail to progress, the entire Imperial Medical Bureau would face dire consequences. Wang Yuanshi, now 58, could soon retire peacefully from his position. If something were to go awry, a chill ran down his spine. Previous heads of the Bureau had met grim fates. Was Lady Sun's medical record tampered with? He cautiously inquired. Liu Chan had no reason to deceive him, so it was more plausible she intended to alert him. Liu Chan glanced towards the entrance, where Xiao Ling was about to enter, and whispered, ensuring only he could hear, "Is it possible that the initial diagnosis was erroneous?" Wang Yuanshi's expression shifted. As Xiao Ling entered, he immediately noted Liu Chan's fatigued visage and the palpable tension surrounding Wang Yuanshi. "What poison has she ingested?" he inquired, taking a seat beside her and grasping her icy hand. The chill was stark against the backdrop of approaching spring. Her attire was not thin enough to warrant such coldness, deepening Xiao Ling's frown. "Your Majesty, it is a forbidden drug from the previous dynasty, derived from a rare white lotus seed heart found in the northwest," Wang Yuanshi stated nonchalantly. During the reign of the late emperor, this drug was misused amid the palace's fierce competition for favor. Xiao Ling narrowed his eyes, responding calmly, "I am aware of this poison. Yet the physician who developed it was executed by my father." The uproar surrounding this drug had led to several concubines either demoted or cast into the cold palace. He glanced at Liu Chan, who was yawning again, clearly struggling against drowsiness. "I recall that this poison is easily countered." Xiao Ling turned his gaze to Wang Yuanshi. "Easily countered, yet it is insidious. The symptoms mimic those of pregnancy, making detection difficult. Typically, victims mistake their condition for pregnancy, thus falling into the trap. This poison also induces initial drowsiness and nausea, leading to nightmares over time, and when provoked, the victim is easily perceived as insane. Those who employ this poison weave a tightly knit scheme." Wang Yuanshi remarked softly, "Fortunately, the contraceptive pills on Liu Chan were provided by me, allowing for timely discovery." Xiao Ling nodded grimly. Since Liu Chan had already ingested the antidote pill from Wang Wanner, Wang Yuanshi utilized the silver needle to extract the residual poison from her fingertip, drawing blood to neutralize the toxin. Half an hour later, Liu Chan was carried to bed, slowly opening her eyes. "Is there still any discomfort?" Xiao Ling inquired gently. During Wang Yuanshi's antidote treatment, he reflected that since the poison hailed from the northwest, only a handful of individuals could procure it: Consort Xiao, Consort Jing, and the beauty Shun from the northwest general's manor. Consort Xiao had never been concerned about whom he favored, leaving only Consort Jing and Shun. However, Shun was newly arrived in the palace and likely lacked the influence to infiltrate Yuqiongxian, especially since he had arranged for those within. Only those who could act beneath his notice were viable suspects. As for Consort Jing, he was acutely aware of the blood on her hands. Yet, should he move against Consort Jing, the power dynamics of the palace and the court would be irrevocably altered, especially with the Empress Dowager watching closely. Xiao Ling sighed inwardly. Lowering his head, he noticed Liu Chan's small hand clutching his garment tightly, her gaze earnest and pleading. Liu Chan appeared significantly revived, though her body remained weary. "Whose handiwork is this?" She directly inquired. In matters such as these, to weep and wail would be futile, only serving to irritate Xiao Ling further. So Liu Chan confronted the matter head-on. For the time being, it was evidently linked to the northwest. Xiao Ling regarded her intently. Liu Chan furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting it was Sister Xin? No, that cannot be. I trust her. I believe in her. Suddenly, Xiao Ling recalled the incident at Fengyi Palace when she had confided in him, asking if she could trust him. He had assured her she could. Now, so little time had passed, and she had already found another person to place her trust in. A vague discomfort stirred within Xiao Ling, akin to a bitter pang. Why do you trust her so? He queried. Liu Chan seemed oblivious to the underlying tension. She spoke earnestly, recalling the day she defended the royal physician Wang. Not far away, she found another hesitating, having not chosen to leave despite the fury of consort Qian. Thus, I believe she possesses a kind heart, one that would not harm others merely due to a temporary lack of favor. Moreover, I'm not the most favored in the harem, so she has no reason to wish me harm. Chapter 44. Do you think Consort Zhao is good? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling fell into silence for a moment. Liu Chan's small face appeared troubled for a long while before she could no longer restrain herself, saying that she entered the palace alongside Empress. Although she may not match Empress in beauty, I find her disposition to be far more straightforward. Consider it a way for her to undermine Empress, who is favored by noble consort Jing. In my presence, how can she praise another woman so freely? Xiao Ling raised his hand and playfully struck her on the head, immediately noticing the little girl in his arms with tears welling up, covering her forehead. With a serious expression, he questioned whether she was not afraid of pushing him away. As for Shun, he initially found her somewhat intriguing, but she did not seem particularly eager, so he set her aside. She too had entered for the sake of family status. Compared to others, or even noble consort Jing, he wished to see Liu Chan more often. Had he not wanted to protect her, he would not have restrained his desire to see her. Yet unexpectedly, she dared to praise another woman in front of him. The more he thought about it, the more his expression darkened. Liu Chan then wrapped her arms around his waist, playfully pouting, I was wrong. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. The simplicity of those words could only be spoken by her with such naturalness. Xiao Ling could not help but smile slightly. Regarding Liu Chan's affliction, he had indeed changed his mind, feeling it necessary to reprimand noble consort Jing. Therefore, he stated, I shall have Huang Jiu investigate. No, I want to investigate myself. Liu Chan suddenly sat up straight, looking at him. Her small face puffed up. She pressed her lips together, admitting, I know my thoughts are naive, and having spent a long time in the palace, I surely cannot guard against these underhanded schemes. Hence, I wish to investigate this matter myself. Xiao Ling gazed at her intently, his expression complex and inscrutable. Liu Chan chose to ignore the doubt in his eyes. Taking his large hand in her small one, her tone utterly sincere, I wish to stand beside the Emperor. I want to grow quickly to protect myself. I like you very much, so much so that I do not wish to meet a tragic end at someone else's hands. I only wish to be with you always. She looked up, a tear sliding down the corner of her eye, yet she stubbornly met his gaze. In that moment, Xiao Ling felt guilty for having doubted her intentions. How could he question the purity of her affection? He instinctively parted his lips, but found himself incapable of voicing such genuine sentiments as she had expressed. Ultimately, he merely nodded, I will discreetly lend you Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was Huang Jiu's senior disciple, well-versed in palace affairs, his keen observations making him invaluable. Liu Chan responded with a muted once again embracing him like a delicate bird, tears dripping onto his clothes. She remained silent, having mastered the art of shedding tears at will. Xiao Ling gently stroked her soft, dark hair, contemplating, I wish to elevate consort Zhao to the rank of Defei. Defei? Liu Chan looked up in surprise, her expression one of bewilderment. Why not Xianfei? Virtuous and gracious, Defei is the lowest rank. Xiao Ling countered. Why should it be Xianfei? Xianfei is ranked after the noble consort. Consort Zhao manages many affairs in the palace. She is just and upright, with both merit and sacrifice. Everyone likes her, yet you would grant her the lowest rank of Defei, Your Majesty. Isn't that a bit stingy? Liu Chan whispered. Xiao Ling had no response. He understood that he did not wish to grant the concubines high positions. Even if using consort Zhao to restrain noble consort Jing meant merely bestowing a concubine rank. Do you think consort Zhao is good? Xiao Ling casually inquired. Of course she is good. Liu Chan suddenly sprang from his embrace, her expression resolute. In the palace, apart from those in Weiyang Palace, who does not praise consort Zhao? Except for those in Weiyang Palace, Xiao Lin's lips curled in a smirk. This little girl held grudges far too well. He suddenly regretted allowing her to investigate on her own. Should she uncover something, he would have no choice but to act against noble consort Jing. One thread pulled, and the entire tapestry unravels. Let it be, he thought, contemplating how to adjust the dynamics of the harem after all these years. Who else do you think is good? Xiao Ling asked again. Liu Chan looked at him, playfully teasing, and slowly replied, aside from noble consort Jing and Imarin, as well as the concubine's son with whom I have argued, everyone else is good. Xiao Ling, I knew I should not have asked. Having resolved the poison, Liu Chan regained some strength and directly returned to Yu Qiongxian. She spread rumors of her supposed pregnancy, subtly summoning the royal physician, all while maintaining an air of secrecy. Consequently, the palace buzzed with discussions regarding her alleged pregnancy. Initially, it was expected that many would shatter teacups and porcelain. Yet after waiting for some time, despite the chatter, no one acted so. It was merely said that a cup had accidentally broken in Weiyang Palace. She knew how to play the game well. Liu Chan chuckled coldly, realizing she had intercepted the narrative, after Weiyang Palace had smashed everything. How could she merely break a cup if she was truly pregnant? Noble consort Jing had harmed so many, yet she felt no sense of guilt, even believing herself innocent. In her previous life, as she watched noble consort Jing being served poison wine, the consort had argued that it was others who wronged her, taking her favor, prompting her to harm others. She even considered herself exceedingly kind-hearted. The facade of a pure lotus flower in public veiled a vastly different reality behind the scenes. The complexities of human nature are indeed fascinating. The following day, as she instructed Xiao Shun to investigate discreetly, they indeed uncovered something about Shenmarin. Xiao Shun lowered his head, reporting that according to those from Jinhua Pavilion, Shenmarin had frequently sent letters home and had been in constant correspondence, sometimes even receiving items sent from her family. He produced a wooden round box from his pocket, revealing numerous dried rose petals inside. Liu Chan frowned. Is the poison I ingested related to these petals? Indeed, those rose petals were a gift from Shenmarin. The roses from the northwest, also known as bitter water roses, were said to have the best whitening effects when used in baths. Yes, Xiao Shun nodded. What does the concubine think? Liu Chan asked casually. Who is Shenmarin's current personal maid? Her name is Xiaohua, Xiao Shun pondered. When she first entered the palace, she brought a maid from home, but that maid did not adapt to the capital's climate and was sent back, replaced by the second-class maid Xiaohua. Send a discreet message to Shenmarin, saying I miss her and wish to see her. Liu Chan instructed, her fingers nervously fiddling with the edges of the blanket. And remember to tell her to bring Xiaohua. Understood. Chapter 45. I will listen to you. When Shenmarin arrived, her face bore a joyful expression. As soon as she entered, she eagerly exclaimed, the palace is saying you are pregnant. Is it true? How many months along are you? Liu Chan carefully observed her expression and noted that she did not appear to be feigning. Having lived a second life, she had acquired the keen ability to read the hearts of those in the palace, especially the few who survived until the end. Shen was at the forefront of her thoughts. She understood that after spending years in the palace, Shen would resort to schemes to vie for favor. However, the Shen before her now seemed devoid of such intentions. For this reason alone, she was certain Shen was not the culprit. Zhenju, bring those petals over here. Liu Chan leaned back against the headboard, wearing a faint smile, not directly responding to Shenmarin's inquiry. Shenmarin looked at Zhenju as she brought over the round box, confusion etched on her face. She gazed at Liu Chan, exclaiming, Aren't these the petals I gifted you? Is it that you cannot use them now that you are pregnant? The last statement was laced with knowing glances, implying that those petals contained something to induce a false pregnancy. Liu Chan whispered, suggesting symptoms of pregnancy, although in reality, she was not with child. As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at the palace maid Xiaohua, who accompanied Shenmarin, and noticed her instinctively lower her head, which gave Liu Chan some reassurance. Shenmarin was momentarily taken aback. A feigned pregnancy? Such matters were grave for the concubines of the palace. Pretending to be with child could lead to exile or even the annihilation of one's family. She quickly regained her composure, reached for the round box held by Zhenju, opened it, and took a large handful of petals close to her nose, inhaling deeply. Why did these petals have such an overwhelming fragrance? She furrowed her brow, her heart sinking. Generally, the scent of dried, bitter roses would be somewhat masked, yet the aroma of these petals was potent enough to induce a sneeze. Something was amiss. Thus, these petals were the source of the illusion of your pregnancy. Shenmarin hurriedly said, Chaner, these petals were brought from the northwest and were given to you by my own hand. Even if I did not intend to harm you, would you believe me? Shenmarin's eyes turned red with urgency. I never wished to harm you. Although I gave you these petals, I did not inspect them before handing them over. And now, they have caused you harm. Observing her flustered demeanor, Liu Chan rose from the bed, slipped on her shoes, and grasped Shenmarin's hand. I believe you, she said softly. Shenmarin nodded fervently. However, Sister Shun, I must investigate the maid Xiaohua by your side, Liu Chan added. Shenmarin was momentarily taken aback again and turned to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua abruptly raised her head, her gaze darting nervously, and hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, It has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Liu Chan exchanged glances with Shenmarin. Just the sight of Xiaohua's anxious demeanor weighed heavily on Shenmarin's heart, and she coldly admonished, Xiaohua, you have been assigned to me for some time. I have treated you well. Xiaohua immediately knelt, shaking her head as she protested. I do not understand what the Marin is saying. Are you accusing me of harming Liu Kaijin because of one statement from her? You were the one who proposed to gift these petals to Chaner, and you personally delivered them, Shenmarin said, gripping her collar tightly, lifting her slightly off the ground, causing her face to pale in fright. Everyone almost forgot that Shenmarin was a woman skilled in the art of swordplay at palace banquets. Xiaohua's collar constricted painfully, her hands clenching Shenmarin's wrist as she struggled to speak. I do not know. Jinju, Liu Chan instructed. Jinju complied and quickly turned to fetch the sewing needle she used for her daily tasks, holding them in her palm. She deliberately said, if the Marin has captured her, I shall use this needle to pierce her fingernail. I have heard that once the needle penetrates, with just a little force, the entire nail can be pried off, an excruciating pain that connects to the heart. Let us see if she can endure it. With that, she pressed the needle against Xiaohua's fingertip. Whether it was the pain of the needle or sheer terror that overcame rationality, Xiaohua's face turned pale as she cried out, I will speak. I will speak. Jinju sheathed the needle upon hearing this. Shenmarin, in a fit of anger, threw her to the ground, demanding, speak. Xiaohua sobbed, collapsing to the floor. A few days ago, I was approached by Chunner from the laundry bureau. She gave me a packet of powder, saying it was to be used against Liu Kaijin. During this time, it was known throughout the palace that Liu Kaijin had grown quite close to their Marin. Who is Chunner from the laundry bureau? Shenmarin asked, perplexed. She could only recall a senior, maid named Xiao'er, who served consort Jing. Xiao'er had been sent to the laundry bureau after plotting against Liu Kaijin. Jinju explained with a cold snort. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Liu Chan's eyes. What conditions did she offer you? Liu Chan inquired softly. Now that the truth had been revealed, Xiaohua had nothing left to hide and boldly stated, Chunner told me that if anything were to happen to you, I would be summoned to serve in Weiyang Palace as a second-class maid. It seemed that Weiyang Palace remained a coveted place for many. A second-class maid in Weiyang Palace would surely be esteemed more than a Marin who had languished in the palace for years without favor. So this is how you think, Shenmarin said, her eyes filled with disappointment. You feigned loyalty before me, yet you have betrayed me. Speak, what else have you done to harm me? Xiaohua shook her head. Nothing else. I admit that I was swayed by vanity and comparison, which led me to comply with Chunner's request. Knowing that her actions would reflect poorly on Shenmarin, she had not anticipated being discovered by Liu Chan so soon. She confessed her guilt. If that is the case, I shall take you before consort Zhao, Shenmarin said through gritted teeth. Originally, she had brought 2 loyal maids from the northwest. Yet one had returned home upon receiving news of her mother's death, and the other, although she had come to the capital, had struggled with the local climate and nearly lost her life. She had hoped that Xiaohua would prove to be reliable. Sister Shun, Liu Chan quickly interjected, speaking softly. We have yet to gather evidence against Weiyang Palace. We cannot expose this matter just yet. She leaned closer to Shenmarin's ear and whispered a few words. After a while, Shenmarin nodded. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Chapter 46. Is it you? As night fell, there was a knock on the door of the laundry bureau. The gatekeeper, an irritable old woman, approached, her words unkind. Who is it at this late hour? so unaware of their place, to disturb the laundry bureau. Just as she spoke, a voice from outside boomed. The consort has sent Chun'er to Weiyang Palace. The old woman's complaints halted abruptly, replaced by fawning and obsequiousness. Even without seeing the person outside, she instinctively nodded and bowed, saying, "Yes. I shall send Chun'er over right away. Please wait a moment." Soon, the door creaked open. Chun'er appeared out, enveloped in a large black cloak, her face obscured in the shadows, hurrying in the direction of Weiyang Palace. After turning a corner of the palace wall, she suddenly felt a hand clap on her shoulder from behind. "Are you headed to Weiyang Palace?" A woman's voice inquired. "Choneva started." A cold sweat breaking out as she instinctively retorted, "What a nuisance at this hour." Yet, upon turning around, she found no one there. The mottled palace wall appeared eerie in the moonlight, and the long corridor ahead was deserted, with only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind and faint laughter echoing from somewhere. Chun'er felt her head spin momentarily. She quickly wrapped her cloak tighter and continued forward, only to see someone standing ahead. The figure was shadowy, resembling a woman. "Who are you?" Chun'er asked, her voice trembling. "Are you headed to Weiyang Palace?" The woman's voice was sorrowful and haunting. "This noblewoman wishes to go to Weiyang Palace, yet I cannot find the way. Would you be so kind as to escort me?" A noblewoman? In the palace, there were no consorts of such rank. There were several Marin and some Kaijin, but none held the title of noblewoman. Chun'er felt a cold sweat soaking her back and forced herself to steady her nerves, muttering, "It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. There are no noble women in the palace." She continued to step forward. However, the woman slowly turned and began to approach Chun'er. Chun'er found her legs unwilling to move. As the woman drew nearer, she could vaguely discern the clothing she wore. It was unmistakably that of a palace consort. Yet the attire exuded an air of the uncanny, worn and tattered, and the woman seemed to glide rather than walk. "Je not wish to scream," but her voice felt as though it were muffled by cotton. "I wish to visit the Weiyang Palace. Could you accompany me?" The woman spoke again. She stood still, approximately 10 paces away from Chun'er, quietly gazing at her, a trickle of something seemingly escaping her lips, and one could faintly discern a red patch upon her forehead. Suddenly, a figure emerged in Chun'er's mind, the deceased noblewoman, Lady Chu. It was the first year of the emperor's reign, and after entering the palace, she quickly became favored, soon bearing the emperor's child. At that time, consort Jing was in high favor, eager to adopt a child from the young concubine, and had chosen Lady Chu. However, when Lady Chu lamented the fate of her child before the emperor at 6 months pregnant, the emperor neglected the consort, prompting her to poison Lady Chu's pregnancy tonic, leading to the birth of a child riddled with blue marks who died within days. Lady Chu was deemed unclean and cast into the cold palace, where she ultimately met her end by colliding with a wall. "Do not approach." Chun'er, drenched in cold sweat, felt her limbs weaken, instinctively retreating. "I do not know you. This is not my affair." Back then, she had merely pledged her loyalty to the consort, inadvertently staining her hands with Lady Chu's blood. She was innocent. Stumbling backward, she attempted to flee, yet her legs felt like lead, barely moving an inch. But the Lady Chu advanced toward her, reaching into her garment to retrieve something. Chuna focused her gaze, and a horrified scream escaped her lips as she collapsed to the ground. "It was a bloody child. I did not harm you. It was consort Jing who commanded me." Chun'er cried out, trying to crawl forward with all her might, her body betraying her. "It has nothing to do with me, Lady Chu. The Weiyang Palace is over there." "Over there." The Lady Chu drew nearer, stopping 5 or 6 paces away, her voice oscillating between distant and close, as if coaxing, "Tell me, whom does your consort Jing wish to harm now? Now, whom does she wish to harm?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chun'er thought of Liu Chan. She had initially intended to use Liu's womb to bear a child, only to inadvertently find herself in the emperor's bed. Consort Jing sought to win her over, but when Chun'er refused, the consort plotted her demise. She wept uncontrollably. "It was all consort Jing's doing. It has nothing to do with me." "And what else? What else?" There was also the late Master Zhao, and the child of Lady Zhou, and Chun'er's mind went blank, words tumbling out as she desperately recalled others. All of these were already deceased. Was Lady Chu jealous of the child of concubine's son? Lady Chu had crouched down, and if Chun'er had been even slightly lucid, she would have seen the barely concealed smile at the corners of her mouth. But Chun'er was far from lucid. Yes, she was jealous. She was jealous. Chun'er fervently nodded. She had the maid secretly sprinkle red flower powder on concubine son's laundry, and she bribed the court physician. Truly vicious, Lady Chu scoffed, rising to her feet. She strode toward the group, standing behind Chun'er, bowing to Xiao Lin and the others. Greetings, Lady Shun. I have met the Emperor and the esteemed consorts. Almost the entire harem of concubines was present. Fearful gazes fell upon the pale face of Consort Jing, who quietly distanced herself, anxious that she might turn against them. Your Majesty, I did not. Consort Jing frantically shook her head, throwing herself at Xiao Lin's knees, disregarding her dignity, clutching his robes, and pleading, Your Majesty. You must believe me. I have never meddled in the affairs of the harem. How could I harm anyone? Xiao Lin remained silent. It was surely Liu Chan who had bribed Chun'er to speak recklessly. Consort Jing gritted her teeth in rage, pointing at Liu Chan. Was it you? Was it you? The crowd, witnessing her nearly mad state, instinctively recoiled a few steps. To be honest, when Lady Chu had coaxed Chun'er into revealing those words, it was likely that even the innocent onlookers were trembling in fear, especially the instigator, Consort Jing. Liu Chan glanced at Consort Jing, then turned away silently, helping Lady Shun wipe her face. The makeup was done by Chuanxing, and it appeared frightening. Your Majesty, in light of this, perhaps it would be prudent to take Miss Chun'er to the Department of Penalties, Lady Zhao suggested to Xiao Lin. She had always approached matters with a businesslike demeanor and was quite pleased to witness such a spectacle tonight. Liu's family was indeed an intriguing bunch. Yet, the Emperor had always been aware of Consort Jing's actions, but had never openly confronted her, particularly not in public. Today, however, the veil had been lifted. It remained to be seen how the Emperor would protect his favored consort. Chapter 47. I have truly spoiled you too much. Lady Zhao observed Liu Chan's attempts to wipe the makeup from Lady Shun's face, a smirk gracing her lips. No one paid further attention to the paralyzed Chun'er, as all eyes were now fixed on the Emperor and the kneeling Consort Jing. The Emperor's expression was exceedingly grim. Consort Jing, who appeared so dignified, was revealed to be so ruthless. Concubine Qin seemed to recall something, kneeling before Xiao Lin. Your Majesty, when I was pregnant with Yuman, there were several times I was schemed against. Could it have been Consort Jing? And Jiyu also knelt. Your Majesty, when I was 4 months pregnant, I was poisoned once. Upon reflection, it likely involved Consort Jing. May I implore Your Majesty for clarity? Xiao Lin remained silent for a long moment, his gaze landing coolly on Consort Jing. Is there anything you wish to say? Consort Jing, incredulous, sat on the ground, her face streaked with tears. Your Majesty does not believe me. Xiao Lin did not respond. Over the years, he had indeed pampered Consort Jing excessively. The very deed she had committed now appeared as if she were wrongfully accused. Strangely, he felt a surge of anger. With hands clasped behind his back and a dark expression, he turned his gaze toward Liu Chan. Clearly, tonight's events had exceeded his expectations. Liu Chan's actions were far more troublesome than he had imagined. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, Liu Chan, come with me. A wave of unease swept over the crowd, some relishing in the spectacle while others felt sympathy and chill. How could Liu Chan, a mere concubine, hope to topple the Emperor's favoritism for Consort Jing? Liu Chan silently followed Xiao Lin's lead. Consort Jing shot a glance at the nearby Xiao, who nodded, attempting to leave quietly, but was intercepted by a little servant who had been instructed by Liu Chan. Miss Xiao, would you accompany this servant to the Department of Penalties? The little servant inquired with a smile, his demeanor amiable. In the Taiji Hall, Liu Chan stood resolutely in the center, her slender form exuding determination as she lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Lin's, maintaining eye contact without uttering a word. Logically, she should have confronted Consort Jing regarding her actions over the years, rather than calling her to the Taiji Hall alone. I have truly spoiled you too much. Xiao Lin's voice was calm. Liu, do you know your sins? Upon hearing this, tears brimmed in Liu Chan's eyes. She shook her head. I do not know. Of course, she was aware that her actions tonight would undoubtedly displease Xiao Lin, for in his eyes, the lives of many were of little consequence. The possibility of clearing wrongful accusations or bringing the perpetrator to justice mattered less than maintaining a balance of power. Consort Jing was a pawn he used to navigate his relationship with the Empress Dowager. As for the pregnant concubines, Xiao Lin never intervened, believing that the clever could protect themselves while the foolish could not, thus allowing the weak to be eliminated. Therefore, he had turned a blind eye to the blood on Consort Jing's hands. However, she was the person who sought revenge. I have a clear conscience. If it turns out to be someone else, I shall accept it. But if it is her, what grounds do I have to be guilty? Liu Chan stood tall, her eyes red and glistening with unshed tears, yet not a single drop fell. Initially, she had been schemed against to climb into bed, and if it had succeeded, would the emperor mistakenly believe it was she who seduced him? Would he show her pity? As Xiao Lin remained silent, she continued her monologue, expressing her realization that she could not stay in the palace any longer, as Meng Sun no longer wished to marry her. Not only did he not desire to wed her, but he also sought to ruin her. If it were not for the emperor's intervention that day, she... At this point, Xiao Lin interrupted her, his expression indifferent. Strangely, he recalled the moment when she, frightened and pitiful, clutched his garment and asked if she could trust him. Throughout her time in the palace, she had never concealed anything from him. Even when rumors spread, she would come to inform him directly, intending to investigate the matter of her poisoning, which she had previously inquired about with him. He had not anticipated that she would summon the entire harem, creating such a grand spectacle. Contemplating this, Xiao Lin asked, "So, your actions tonight are meant to force me to deal with concubine Jing?" "Yes," Liu Chan replied sullenly. Xiao Lin was momentarily speechless. Her candidness and eagerness left him at a loss for words. Yet, it was evident that she had grown somewhat arrogant due to his favoritism. She dared to do whatever she pleased, even flaunting it before him, which indicated his indulgence. They remained in silence for a long while until someone from the Department of Justice arrived, presenting a signed testimony from Chunner, totaling 3 documents. Huang Jiu respectfully handed over the testimony. Xiao Lin casually picked up one, glanced at it, and discarded it carelessly, coldly stating, "Convey my decree. Concubine Jing is to reflect in solitude and replace those around her. We shall make a decision once the facts are verified." "Your Majesty," Liu Chan exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you truly letting her off the hook?" "Impudent," Xiao Lin reprimanded her, perhaps noticing her tears finally spilling over. He suppressed some irritation, adding, "She is my officially appointed concubine. If I dispose of her without ascertaining the truth, what will others think of me?" Liu Chan lowered her head, allowing her tears to fall freely. A bitter smile crept into her heart. In her past life, others had exposed concubine Jing's misdeeds. But when the truth was laid bare before Xiao Lin, he remained indifferent, merely confining concubine Jing for a time. Once the uproar subsided, she returned to her former favor, just as she had been schemed against in Shoan Palace. Xiao Lin had only shown her a cold shoulder for a little over half a month before favoring her once more. Today, she had deliberately summoned the palace's concubines, pried open Chunner and Xiao's lips, and laid concubine Jing's actions bare before everyone, only to find Xiao Lin still seeking to protect her. Concubine Jing was like an indomitable cockroach, leaving one feeling powerless. Liu Chan clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, deciding to take a gamble. Suddenly, she raised her head, tears mingling with a smile. "Your Majesty, I thought I had entrusted my heart to you. Even if you cared for me, just a little, I would feel no regret in death." She bowed, adding, "Consider what I did today as a jest. I take my leave." With that, she turned and walked out. Whether from extreme disappointment or profound sadness, her steps wavered, nearly causing her to stumble. Huang Jiu, standing nearby, quickly supported her. "Lady Liu, be careful." Liu Chan brushed his hand away with her other hand, insisting on moving forward step by step. Upon reaching the door, she steadied herself against the frame, letting out a soft, sorrowful laugh. "I had intended to offer my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon only illuminates the ditch." With that, she painfully stepped outside. Chapter 48. The Emperor's heart is clearly stirred. The scene of her departure deepened the chill on Xiao Lin's face. Did I not say there would be no punishment? I have yet to voice my thoughts, and she presents me with this. Xiao Lin spoke coldly, addressing Huang Jiu. "Do you think I have indulged her too much? All I did was teach her a few characters, and she has learned to recite poetry to me." Huang Jiu had been lost in thought, absorbed in Liu Chan's sorrow, but upon hearing Xiao Lin's inquiry, he quickly composed himself. "I know nothing, Your Majesty." Xiao Lin shot him a glare. The hall fell into a prolonged silence until Huang Jiu cautiously ventured. "In truth, Lady Liu's boldness is not sudden. Do you not recall her earlier confrontation with Lady Sun in the Imperial Garden? At that time, Lady Sun was still a favored concubine. Yet Liu showed no fear and even engaged in a scuffle. Are you speaking in her defense?" A wave of irritation surged within Xiao Lin, his mind replaying the pitiable image of Liu Chan as she had clutched the door. so helpless, as if he had bullied her. Yet he had neither scolded nor struck her. "I dare not, Your Majesty." Huang Jiao quickly lowered his head. With a sigh, he realized the emperor is clearly moved, yet remains oblivious to it. Liu Chan returned to Yu Qiongxian, taking faltering steps. Shen Marin awaited her, pacing anxiously within. Upon seeing her return, she rushed forward. "Biener, did the emperor blame you?" Her plan had been simple. Once Chun'er identified concubine Jing as the culprit, the emperor would surely punish her. However, the events of the evening had ended inconclusively. Aside from Chun'er and Xiao being taken to the Department of Justice, concubine Jing herself faced no repercussions. A notion Liu Chan found intolerable. Supporting Shen Marin's arm, she entered the room in a state of lost soul, instructing Pearl to close the door. Once the door was shut, she exhaled deeply. The moonlight in Yu Qiongxian was indeed a blessing, yet she must always maintain her facade, never allowing herself to relax. The journey back from Fengyi Palace had required her to portray both overwhelming grief and profound despair, which had exhausted her. "Are you all right?" Shen Marin's voice trembled with concern as she gently touched Liu Chan's forehead, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety. Liu Chan pouted, "I am destined to fall from favor." Shen Marin looked at her with sympathy. Everyone had witnessed the emperor's displeasure towards Liu Chan, evidently angered by the scene they had staged. "Do not worry, in the palace. The ups and downs are quite normal," she reassured Liu Chan. "This matter is not yet conclusively settled. Perhaps the emperor will come to his senses and dispose of concubine Jing." "Perhaps," Liu Chan replied, still wearing a dejected expression. The notion of falling from favor was such that no amount of consolation could alleviate her thoughts. After spending some time in Yu Qiongxian, Shen Marin took her leave, dispatching Xiao Hua elsewhere to tend to her own affairs. Once she departed, Pearl and the others approached. "Do not worry, I know what I am doing," Liu Chan calmly stated, concealing her emotions. "It seems unlikely that we will participate in the spring inspection in a few days." Pearl felt considerably reassured. "As long as you say there is no issue, we can rest easy." She softly added, "As for the spring inspection, whether we attend or not is not of great consequence." With the door closed, the group engaged in conversation. Chun Xing suggested, "I noticed that Shen Marin seems favorable towards our mistress. If she were to gain favor, our mistress could have a supportive ally." She believed Liu Chan was sufficiently perceptive to make such a statement. "Shen Marin has no desire for imperial favor." Liu Chan shook her head, adding, "At least not for now." Given Shen's indifference towards the emperor's bedchamber, her demeanor during the encounter with Xiao Ling had been notably restrained. This was indeed a positive development. If Shen were to compete for favor as she had in her previous life, Liu Chan would need to take a step back, perhaps relinquishing a portion of her own standing. "It appears Shen Marin views our mistress as a friend." Chun Tao expressed her thoughts. Liu Chan smiled faintly, but remained silent. In entering the palace as a consort, all interests aligned towards the emperor. True friendship was a rarity. Should one gain favor, they would merely become a temporary collaborator. Regarding Shen Marin, Liu Chan was uncertain what circumstances might prompt her to shift her mindset and pursue imperial favor. Even if their current relationship was amicable, when that day arrived, they would inevitably become rivals. Thus, it was better to rely on herself from the outset. Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on others may result in their departure. Only by depending on oneself and bestowing affection upon oneself can one truly hold the winning cards. "And what of the emperor?" Zhen Zhu inquired. "Do you think the emperor will punish concubine Jing this time?" Liu Chan reflected on her conduct within the palace and recalled Xiao Lin's dark expression at that moment, feeling quite pleased with herself. She nodded. "He will impose a punishment. Even if not for a mere Liu Kai Jin, it is essential for the tranquility of the entire harem. Xiao Lin, in his quest for balance, must first pacify the hearts of all. As for the severity of the punishment, it depended on how much of a mark she had left in his heart during these past days of intrigue." The following day, an imperial decree of lavish rewards swept through the harem. Zhao Fei was promoted to Zhaoxian Fei, ranking just below the Gui Fei. And Jiyu, who had given birth to the crown prince, was elevated to the last rank among the 4 major consorts, becoming an Fei. Qian Pin was also promoted, taking the title of Qian Fei. Due to Zhaoxian Fei's busy schedule, she appointed Fei and Qian Fei to assist her in managing palace affairs, thus alleviating her burdens. Upon hearing the news, the gazes of many fell upon Liu Chan and the pregnant son Kaijin. Those who were aware of last night's events felt an inexplicable sympathy for Liu Chan, a mere kaijin daring to expose the favored concubine in public. Such audacity was remarkable. As for the pregnant Sun kaijin, pity was bestowed upon her, especially after hearing from Chun'er that she had been soaking red flowers in Sun Saijin's garments, leaving doubt about the viability of her pregnancy. Soon, Zhao Xianfei summoned everyone to the Fengyi Palace to express gratitude. Xiao Ling sat in the high seat, surveying the crowd, only to find that familiar figure absent. Sensing his searching gaze, Zhao Xianfei hesitated before speaking. "Your Majesty, Liu Kaijin she." Silence. Xiao Lin's expression was cold. "I do not wish to hear about her." Zhao Xianfei complied. The crowd, each harboring their thoughts, speculated that Liu Kaijin had ultimately lost to concubine Jing. Indeed, Liu Kaijin was rather fearless, akin to a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. "Your Majesty, I believe Liu Caijin's actions were in defense of her sisters in the harem. She's not at fault." Qianfei stood abruptly, hastily uttering her words. However, as Xiao Lin's fierce gaze fell upon her, she quickly succumbed to a cold sweat, lowering her head, wishing to bury her face in her neck. From beginning to end, Xiao Lin's demeanor remained calm and indifferent. He observed the few who had been promoted bowing to him, uttering a few polite remarks before rising to leave. Huang Jiu hurried to follow. Xiao Lin initially intended to return to the Taiji Palace to review memorials, but after a few steps, he felt a sense of agitation. "I shall sit in the Imperial Garden for a while," he murmured, seemingly to himself. Huang Jiu paused for a moment before swiftly instructing the little eunuchs following them to fetch De Huang from the cat room. As he hurried to keep pace with Xiao Lin, he couldn't help but reflect on De Huang's fortunate position. Although the emperor loved cats, he had never shown favoritism until Liu Kaijin shielded De Huang. Now, every time the emperor visited the garden, he would first inquire, "Where is De Huang?" Ironically, the name was given by Liu Kaijin, as the cat originally possessed a fierce and charming title, Qian, now reduced to De Huang, reminiscent of a dog's name. Before long, De Huang was brought to Xiao Lin's side, approaching him gently and purring contentedly. "How do you know about that person, Chu?" Xiao Lin suddenly asked. Huang Jiu, lost in his fondness for De Huang, was taken aback by his master's question. Fortunately, he was familiar with the palace maids of Yu Qiongxian and quickly explained. Liu Caijin's second-ranked maid, Chun Tao, previously served concubine Chu. After concubine, Chu fell from grace. She returned to the Naiwafu. The movement of palace maids is quite normal with the rise and fall of consorts. Xiao Lin acknowledged with a grunt. After a moment of silence, he broached the topic of Sun Caijin's pregnancy. "How is Sun Kaijin faring?" Originally, Sun Kaijin had relied on her grandfather's protection to earn a measure of favor from him, and potentially rise higher in status. Yet, she proved to be rather foolish. Huang Jiu thought to himself, "You still remember Sun Caijin's pregnancy?" In response to your inquiry, the Wang Yuanshe personally examined her and stated he would do his utmost to ensure her safety, at least until the 7th or 8th month. The original physician, having accepted money from Weiyang Palace, has been dismissed by Wang Yuanshe. Everything will be determined once concubine Jing's side is verified. Had it not been for Liu Caijin's commotion, this pregnancy might have been lost. For this reason alone, Liu Kaijin had amassed virtue. After lunch, Liu Chan made a special visit to Fengyi Palace. She mentioned the spring tour. "Your Highness, I have angered the emperor and should not accompany the spring tour. May I transfer my spot to Shinmarin?" After all, Shinmarin had helped her immensely. It was only proper to reciprocate. Shinmarin, being from the northwest and having spent considerable time in the palace, would benefit from a change of scenery. Zhao Xianfei, aware of Liu Chan's close ties with Shun, surmised Liu Chan intended to elevate Shin's status. For this reason, she boldly declared Liu Chan was no ordinary individual. Other consorts yearned to monopolize favor, wallowing in despair at the slightest hint of losing it. While Liu Chan approached her calmly to request Shun's participation in the spring tour, a rare occurrence. "I believe it would do you good to take a break," Zhao Xianfei remarked with a smile. Liu Chan pursed her lips, perhaps the emperor. Before she could finish, Zhao Xianfei interrupted. "You were already meant to go. The emperor has confined concubine Jing, but not you. Who said you cannot go?" After a pause, she added, "As for Shun, I can arrange that as well." Liu Chan's eyes brightened, and she quickly expressed her gratitude before departing. Once she left, the maid Asu approached with tea. Asu, puzzled, asked, "Why do you continue to assist Liu Kaijin when the emperor has shown disdain for her? If he blames you, wouldn't it be a loss for us?" Disdain? Zhao Xianfei's lips curled into a slight smile. Shaking her head, she sipped her tea. As the fragrant warmth spread across her palate, she narrowed her eyes and spoke. The emperor never said he despised her. It is she who, dissatisfied with his favoritism towards concubine Jing, took the initiative to provoke him. Since she assumed control of palace affairs, she had uncovered some of concubine Jing's actions. She had tentatively informed the emperor, but he had neither commented nor acted. Thus, she decided to leave things as they were, ensuring no issues arose on the surface. Is she not afraid of losing favor? ASU questioned. If she feared losing favor, she would have compromised. Zhao Xianfei replied softly. She is clever, retreating to advance, wagering on the emperor's sentiments towards her. Either concubine Jing will face consequences, or Liu Chan will cease to receive favor. Having been a consort in the Daxia dynasty for so long, Zhao Xianfei thought this was the first time she had witnessed someone like Liu Chan who could grasp Xiao Lin's intentions. Upon hearing of Liu Chan's disheartened exit from the Fengyi Palace last night, she had truly believed Liu Chan would lose favor. However, upon seeing the emperor's distracted demeanor today, she recognized her misjudgment. Regardless of concubine Jing's abundant favor, she had never witnessed the emperor so deeply concerned for her. If Weiyang Palace operated on favor, then Liu Chan was ensnaring the emperor's heart. In the presence of genuine emotion, favor is but trivial. Helping Liu Chan now also serves my own interests, Zhao Xianfei reflected, a rare frown gracing her features. In the days to come, her path would continue upward. Liu Chan harbored no ill intentions towards her, and perhaps one day, if she fell out of the emperor's favor, she could rely on Liu Chan for support. News from the kingdom of Jiang indicated that several of her royal brothers were in fierce contention. Her father's health had long been precarious, and any day could see him falter. Each of her brothers harbored great ambitions. Whoever ascended the throne would not wish to remain subordinate to Daxia, and they might well take action. Xiao Lin was not one known for mercy. If that day should come, one could hardly say whether she would retain her favor, let alone her life. ASU opened her mouth to say that Liu Chan was merely a lowly kaijin, yet thought better of it. Recognizing that her mistress had never misjudged a person, she instructed those in the palace to be courteous to Lady Liu. The following day, Pearl directed the attendants to load the items she needed into the carriage that would take them into the palace, all the while joyfully assisting Liu Chan into the vehicle. The emperor and his ministers were out inspecting the fields, while the concubines resided in a temporary palace outside the capital. It would take at least half a month before they returned. It remained uncertain whether the emperor would uncover the deeds committed by consort Jing. Pearl sighed, having always believed that consort Jing was an untainted person, never imagining she could. To be honest, during her time in Weiyang Palace, she had harbored ambitions of one day standing by consort Jing's side as a highly esteemed maid. The price of becoming the foremost maid to consort Jing, if it meant engaging in sinister deeds, was something she dared not even contemplate. This was already well understood. Liu Chan spoke softly, reclining in a corner of the carriage, her lips curling in undisguised sarcasm. The emperor was merely reluctant. The lives of others seemed inconsequential. Even if consort Jing were a mere stand-in, she was worth many lives. Before Liu Chan drifted into slumber, she pondered that if a stand-in received such protection, what of his beloved Su Jing? Surely he would be capable of weeping for the fallen soldiers, donning white in mourning, and unleashing his wrath for the sake of a beauty. Chapter 50. The beautiful one is unworthy in Weiyang Palace. Consort Jing lay half-propped against the bed, allowing the delicate curtains to drape over her shoulders, remaining still for an extended period. At the door, the palace maid Donger hesitated while carrying a meal, cautiously entering. Your Highness, this food has been reheated several times. Please take a bite. In a mere month, 2 out of the 4 principal maids had vanished. Currently, Chun'er and Xia'er had been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Anxiety permeated Weiyang Palace, and rumors whispered that their consort was a reincarnation of a vengeful spirit who killed for hearts. I'm not hungry, consort Jing rasped, her voice hoarse. Has the emperor left? Donger nodded. Yes, your highness. Noticing the maid's hesitation, consort Jing lifted her head, the traces of tears on her face unmistakable. She suppressed her inner turmoil, feigning calmness. What have they sold me out? Initially, she had planned to shift the blame upon Chun'er if anyone inquired. Unexpectedly, the emperor had confined her, sealing off Weiyang Palace, leaving no one to question her. She was powerless, left to await news. The torment of this uncertainty was excruciating. "This maid does not know," Dong'er replied, unnerved by the tension, stepping back 2 paces. However, the emperor had issued a decree sealing the 6 palaces. Of the 4 second-rank consorts, all positions were filled except for Xu Fei. What? Consort Jing was momentarily stunned, instinctively trying to rise, only to realize her legs were stiff and numb. She was the sole occupant of the second-rank consort position. She had always stood alone in her status. Even that wretched Zhao Fei could only attain a 3rd-rank position. Despite managing palace affairs, she had no authority over Weiyang Palace. Who else? Consort Jing felt a tickle in her throat and coughed twice. Dong'er helped her sit up, softly saying, "Zhao Xian Fei, and a Fei, and Xian Fei." And a Fei? Consort Jing struggled to recall this individual. The mother of the first prince, and Jieyu, Dong'er clarified, in the eyes of the palace maids. And Jieyu had leaped over the ranks of concubines to become and a Fei, akin to a dragon soaring through the gates. Nonetheless, she had birthed the only prince in the palace, so her position seemed secure. What about Liu Chan? Consort Jing inquired, her fingers tightening, digging in her flesh without feeling pain. The palace whispered that Liu Chan had fallen from favor. Dong'er quickly replied, "Everyone says the emperor does not believe you are responsible for these deeds, hence Liu Chan has lost favor." Although a single day may not reveal the true extent of favor lost, Liu Chan had emerged from the Tai Chi Hall, looking utterly shaken, clearly having been reprimanded by the emperor. Upon hearing this, Consort Jing raised her head, her eyes betraying her excitement. "Is that true?" "Yes," Dong'er affirmed, having heard it herself. Soon, Consort Jing recalled another matter. She rested her head on a pillow, calming herself. "If the emperor trusts me, then Chun'er and Xiao'er cannot speak recklessly. In the harem, only one type of person would remain silent. She did not wish for their lives, but she had to safeguard her own favor. Unlike those noble women who had the backing of powerful families, she had to rely solely on herself, leaving her with no other options. "Bring in Xiao Luzi," Consort Jing commanded. Smoothing her hair, Liu Chan and her companions hurried to the temporary palace. Their quarters had been prearranged by the Imperial Household Department. Although a new beauty, Shun, had been added to their ranks, it was not overly troublesome, save for the fact that the prime accommodations were occupied, leaving her with a somewhat smaller room. Shun's quarters, however, were quite close to Liu Chan's. Once settled, Shun sought her out for conversation. "Pearl entered with news, my lady. The emperor has summoned the beautiful one to accompany him." Liu Chan acknowledged with a non-committal hum, revealing neither joy nor anger, and turned back to continue discussing mundane matters with Shun about the Northwest. "I believe an acquaintance of mine has also gone to the Northwest," she murmured. Days passed, and for the most part, Yimei Ren was always by Xiao Lin's side, occasionally summoning a minor servant or attendant, but never calling for Liu Chan. Among those who had come from the palace, apart from the pregnant son, nearly all the lower-ranked consorts were present. Everyone was able to share in some favor, except for Liu Chan and Shun. Was this not indicative of disfavor? One day, having lingered in her quarters for too long, Liu Chan suggested a stroll with Shun. Despite her fall from grace, she still needed to present herself before Xiao Lin if she did not make an appearance. He might reminisce about Consort Jing and her good graces, rendering her efforts futile. Soon, Chunxing learned that Xiao Lin was at the lake admiring the lotus flowers. "Let us go there," Liu Chan declared as she stepped forward. Shun seized her sleeve, shaking her head vigorously. "The emperor is over there. We should refrain from approaching just yet." Recently, Shun had been living comfortably and had no desire to draw attention. She felt that continuing in this manner was quite satisfactory. "It seems you're always avoiding the emperor," Liu Chan remarked curiously. "But in this palace, it has always been about elevating the favored and suppressing the lesser." What are your thoughts? This was her genuine sentiment. She had witnessed the ups and downs of the harem far too often. Whether good or bad depended solely on Xiao Lin's whims. To whom he showed favor, their lives flourished. To whom he showed disdain, others would eagerly step on them. Xiao Lin was the epicenter of power. Sometimes she wondered if her rebirth had obstructed Shun's path. Just as Shun was about to speak, they noticed someone approaching, and she tugged at Liu Chan's sleeve. The beautiful one was coming. Liu Chan turned to see the beautiful one in a flowing white gown, gliding toward them like a delicate willow in the wind. The beautiful one greeted them, initially intending to casually stroll about, but was pleasantly surprised to encounter Sister Shun and Liu Chan. "How bold, Liu Chan! Why do you not greet us when you see our esteemed lady?" A maid accompanying the beautiful one suddenly chided loudly, emphasizing rank and decorum. Liu Chan cast a light glance at the maid, her lips curling in derision. Had the beautiful one not conferred with consort Jing, she would certainly adhere to the palace rules. However now, the beautiful one was unworthy. Xiang Gao, do not speak out of turn, the beautiful one lightly reprimanded. Liu Chan has been in the palace longer than I. By rights, I should call her sister. As soon as the words left her lips, Liu Chan smiled brightly, replying, since the beautiful one has said so, I shall comply. With a playful smirk, she added, I shall address you as sister. The beautiful one appeared taken aback, her face paling at Liu Chan's unexpected lack of respect. She awkwardly laughed. You jest, Liu Chan. A jest indeed, Liu Chan thought, for a beauty to address a mere talent as sister would render her a laughingstock in the palace. However, her encounter with Liu Chan today was indeed purposeful. Liu Kairen, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Yin adjusted her posture. In Chapter 51, today, I have given her a way out. Yin felt a sense of pride, as her position had recently become favored by the Emperor. Over the past few days, she had spent considerable time by his side, which filled her with a sense of superiority. Initially, upon entering the palace, she viewed her low rank as a disadvantage. Now, she believed that no matter how noble one's birth, the Emperor's public affection and rewards dictated the palace's dynamics. Yin gazed leisurely at Liu Chan, noting that Jing Guifei was the Emperor's favorite, while Liu Chan was merely a lowly talent in the palace. In terms of favor, she was beneath even Yin, so how could she dare to oppose the esteemed Guifei? Leaning closer, she lowered her voice, Liu Kairen. You are sisters with Jing Guifei. Why create such discord? She was aware that Jing Guifei had attempted to win Liu Chan over, but Liu Chan had rebuffed her advances. After several attempts, Jing Guifei felt it more prudent to eliminate any potential threat posed by Liu Chan rather than allow her to grow in influence. And Yin had certainly played a role in this. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow in amusement. Is Jing Guifei sending you as her envoy? Suddenly, her expression turned cold as she stepped closer to Yin. Let me inform you, she has harmed me multiple times and expects me to repay her kindness? How naive. The oppressive aura emanating from Liu Chan momentarily left Yin breathless, evoking a sense of reverence reminiscent of her time serving the Emperor. Despite her efforts to convince herself that Liu Chan was merely a lowly talent, she felt a rising fear. Yin gritted her teeth to speak. But before she could finish, Shun Mei shot her a glare, approaching with a fierce demeanor. You, a lowly creature, dare to act so arrogantly before me, and Liu Kairen? I will not hesitate to silence you. Yin found herself truly breathless, as Shun Mei was the daughter of a military general, tall and strong, far beyond the capabilities of a mere dancer. For the first time, Yin realized that her favored status held no weight against these two women. The high collar garment she wore felt suffocating as Shun Mei's grip felt akin to choking. Let go of me, Yin managed to utter, her face flushed with humiliation. The palace maid beside her attempted to intervene, but was met with Shun Mei's piercing glare, leaving her paralyzed with fear. Shun Mei coldly commanded, apologize to Liu Kairen. Despite her fury, Yin had to prioritize the immediate situation. Bowing her head, I apologize. I was wrong. As soon as her words fell, Shun Mei released her grip, allowing Yin to gasp for fresh air as she staggered back, her face draining of color. She had heard tales of Liu Chan's arrogance, even disregarding Jing Guifei, but to witness it firsthand was astonishing. With a cold huff, Shun Mei turned to leave, and as they did, they spotted the Emperor standing not far away, his expression unreadable as he toyed with a jade pendant at his waist. Liu Chan and Shun Mei bowed distantly before hurrying away, while Yin, regaining her composure, rushed to the Emperor, kneeling and crying, Your Majesty, you witnessed it all. Liu Kairen incited Shun Mei against me. Interrupted, Yin paused, realizing the Emperor had not been listening to her complaints. His attention was solely on Liu Chan. Her heart trembled as she observed Liu Chan and Shun Mei halt their departure, and the Emperor approached them directly. Shun? He addressed, his tone indifferent. Shun Mei cursed her misfortune inwardly and stepped forward to bow. This is Shun, your servant. I pay my respects to your majesty. The Emperor glanced at the bowed Liu Chan before continuing. I recall you have been in the palace for some time. Indeed, Shun Mei replied curtly. I have been quite busy and have not summoned you for the night. Let us remedy this tonight." As he spoke, he cast another glance at Liu Chan. Liu Chan kept her gaze fixed on the neatly laid stone path beneath her feet, remaining still. "I am indisposed, Your Majesty. Please forgive me." Shen Mei Ren knelt, panic evident on her face. "I have sinned by failing to inform the officials of my condition." At this revelation, both the Emperor and Liu Chan were taken aback. Liu Chan knew Shen Mei Ren was not truly indisposed, having recently boasted about her rare monthly cycle. The Emperor fixed Shen Mei Ren with a penetrating gaze before turning on his heel and leaving. Mei Ren, gritting her teeth, followed him. After walking several paces, the Emperor halted, his expression darkening. He turned a glance back at where Liu Chan and Shen Mei Ren had stood, now empty. "Your Majesty," Mei Ren queried, confused. "Return," he commanded, his irritation palpable. The Emperor's residence, Taisu Palace, served as a smaller version of the Taichi Palace, where he deliberated state matters. He returned with a stern expression, disregarding Mei Ren's struggles to keep up with her skirts. Upon entering, a young eunuch promptly presented tea. "Give it to me," Mei Ren insisted, eager to report Liu Chan. But before she could speak, the Emperor barked, "Get out." Mei Ren's face paled. "Your Majesty." She dared not approach again. Huang Jiu took the tea from her and placed it on the table. "Perhaps you should return, Missy. There are servants here to attend to His Majesty." Mei Ren hesitated before reluctantly performing a curtsy and exiting. Only Huang Jiu and the Emperor remained. "This tea is cold, and you dare present it before me." The Emperor glared. "Give me another cup." Huang Jiu sighed, calmly collecting the cup. The tea had always been the Emperor's favorite, and yet he had not even taken a sip before finding fault. "I have already given her a way out today, and she still dares to sulk." The Emperor spoke cryptically. "Huang Jiu." In Chapter 52, she does not wish to be slighted. Liu Chan returned to her quarters in silence, seated across from Shen Mei Ren at the table. Finally, Liu Chan sighed, unsure of how to express her thoughts. If it were anyone else, it might be easier, but this was the woman who had clawed her way to the position of Empress in a past life. Liu Chan felt an urge to shake Shen Mei Ren by the shoulders, questioning her naivety. Could it be that Shen Mei Ren had been so carefree upon entering the palace in her previous life? Or had her rebirth altered Shen Mei Ren's nature? "Do you not aspire to the position of Empress?" Liu Chan asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Mei Ren panicked, glancing around nervously before hastily covering Liu Chan's mouth. "Are you mad? How can you speak such words?" Liu Chan grasped Shen Mei Ren's hand, meeting her gaze. "Then tell me, what are your thoughts now?" Initially, Shen Mei Ren had appeared anxious about the Emperor's sentiments, but now she seemed content, lacking any ambition. As a collaborator, Liu Chan wished to understand Shen Mei Ren's perspective. Lady Shen understood the implication behind her question. Hesitatingly, she replied that she had never wished to enter the palace. It was her family that compelled her to do so. They intended to place the entire glory of the Shen clan upon her shoulders, a burden she resented. As she had no desire to serve the Emperor, a trace of melancholy flickered across her face, stirring sorrow within me. I wrote to my mother, yet she berated me for my ineptitude. Without favor, our family would be unable to hold their heads high. In the palace, she found herself devoid of friends. Having witnessed the fickle nature of human hearts, where even a eunuch spoke to her with a certain arrogance. Even the head eunuch of the Jin Hua Pavilion sought excuses to transfer to another post. Nevertheless, what truly pained her was her family's attitude, for she had once believed they cared for her deeply. The more they pressured her, the more she resisted the notion of vying for favor. Lady Shen's gaze drifted elsewhere as she desperately concealed her tears. It was evident that my mother had spoiled my two younger brothers beyond measure. They had once said I should marry someone I loved, yet now they insisted that since my brothers could not uphold the family name, the honor of the Shen clan must rest upon me. Thus, their solution was to send her to the palace, hoping she would ascend to the status of consort. As letters urging her to compete for favor and scolding her for her perceived uselessness poured in from home, her heart plummeted to despair. Liu Chan keenly grasped a point. Marry someone you love? Somehow, an image flashed through her mind, piercing her heart like a needle. She seemed to understand, yet she was different from the Shen family. From a young age, she had lost her mother and struggled to survive in the Liu household. It was only when her stepmother noticed her beauty that she received the meager treatment afforded to a concubine's daughter, knowing it was merely a means to secure tangible benefits for the Liu family in the future. How did she feel about that? She found herself grateful for her appearance. Eventually, she caught the eye of Meng Sun from the Anyang Marquisate, a notorious libertine, yet the Liu family readily agreed to the match to strengthen ties with the Marquisate. In the evening, Chunqing brought news from the palace. Eunuch Xiao Shunzi reported that a venomous snake had entered the Xinqing bureau and bitten Xiao, but fortunately, the palace attendants on duty discovered it in time. Otherwise, Chunqing lamented, as Zhenju was massaging Liu Chan's shoulders. She pondered aloud if this was the work of consort Jing. Who else would wish for their demise? If this truly was consort Jing's doing, it was shockingly brazen. Chunqing whispered. Liu Chan smiled faintly. Generally, those who entered the palace came from respectable families and had been taught some subtle schemes and tactics. Most of them were born of legitimate lines and had witnessed the inner workings of their family's courtyards. Yet, no one had instructed consort Jing. Her actions, though seemingly discreet, were easily discerned. She devised clumsy schemes but lacked the finesse to conclude them properly. Of course, the Empress Dowager's influence was not insignificant. With a strained relationship with the Emperor, she naturally had little affection for the children of the harem and had intervened several times on behalf of consort Jing. Still, it was evident that consort Jing could not survive in the palace solely on her own merit. Liu Chan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating her own gains. After all, Xiao Ling was nearing the completion of filling the 4 major consort positions, indirectly indicating his interest in consort Jing. Yet for her, that was hardly satisfactory. At the very least, consort Jing needed to vacate one of the 4 major positions for Liu Chan to feel fulfilled. Shortly thereafter, a sudden cold snap swept through the palace. The original heating system had ceased to function, leaving the staff to distribute charcoal. Typically, palace consorts received silver-threaded charcoal. Even the least favored concubines received red radish charcoal. However, Liu Chan was sent ordinary black charcoal, which was dampened. How was one to use such charcoal? Zhenju, noticing the inferior quality, grew anxious, exclaiming that even the kitchen no longer utilized such charcoal. It was commendable that they managed to find even this in the palace. I must inquire about this, Zhenju declared, storming out. Wait, Liu Chan interjected, rising to kick the pile of charcoal lightly, scattering black dust around. Many claimed she had fallen from grace, yet she had once been favored and did not deserve such treatment. Clearly, someone was scheming against her. Let be, Liu Chan decided. Zhenju, go find Huang Jiao and tell him we need silver-threaded charcoal. Are they trying to bully her? She was determined not to allow herself to be wronged. Zhenju, her eyes reddened, nodded and left. When she returned shortly after, her expression was gloomy. My lady, Eunuch Huang Jiao is out with the Emperor on an inspection and won't return for a couple of days. Liu Chan scoffed. No wonder someone dares to stir trouble at this moment. I fear that even if I demand charcoal from the storage room, they will find every excuse to refuse. Given my current fall for grace. But that's of no concern. Liu Chan smiled sweetly. You may borrow from Lady Shen. They dare not withhold from her. In the palace, the consorts present were all of minor rank, with the highest being Yi Mei and Lady Shen. If it was indeed Yi Mei's doing, bullying a mere talent was one thing, but they would think twice about mistreating someone of equal rank. Just a couple of days will suffice, Liu Chan instructed. Since they have provoked me, I shall ensure they are treated to a grand spectacle upon the Emperor's return. Chapter 53. Where's the stick I prepared? When Zhenju returned from Lady Shen's quarters, a young eunuch followed her. The boy appeared no older than 15 or 16, thin and frail, carrying a half-basket of charcoal. Thank you, young eunuch. Zhenju instructed him to set it down. Liu Chan glanced at the young eunuch. Judging by his attire, he must be a servant in this palace. She ordered Chunqing to reward him. The young eunuch, upon hearing her words, looked astonished and quickly knelt, bowing deeply. Thank you, my lady. Thank you. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow. Amused, why would you wish to assist in a place that feels like a cold kitchen? It is only right to reward you. No need for such grand gestures. Zhenju chimed in. Indeed, I was exhausted on the way here and asked several people for help. Upon hearing we needed assistance, they all found various excuses to leave. Yet this young eunuch willingly stepped forward to help carry the silver-threaded charcoal. In truth, the charcoal itself wasn't too heavy. It was the sheer volume that made it cumbersome. The young eunuch appeared somewhat bashful, scratching his head. It was merely a small favor. What is your name? What do you serve? Liu Chan inquired, intrigued. I am called Xiao Shitsi. The young eunuch hesitated. I serve in the moving department. The moving department? Liu Chan paused, while Zhenju quickly explained. That's the division responsible for relocating items throughout the palace. Not only in the palace, but also in the capital. There was a section dedicated to managing the logistics of moving palace goods. It was grueling work. If one performed well, there were no rewards, but if one faltered, punishment awaited. When the palace could be broken, that one could afford to compensate. Thus, it became a place where many newly arrived eunuchs, lacking funds for bribes, were intentionally sent to harden their resolve. Hence, it was understandable that Xiao Shixi felt a bit self-conscious discussing his position. Liu Chan nodded, falling silent. The young eunuch received his payment and expressed his thanks again, holding the coins reverently before turning to leave. Zhenzhu observed Liu Chan's gaze lingering on the departing figure. Curiosity piqued. Do you find him appealing, my lady? Having spent time with Liu Chan, she knew her judgment was often astute. Though Liu Chan appeared somewhat temperamental in public, she was notably gentle behind closed doors and possessed a keen sense of strategy. Her gaze was clear and spirited. Although she appeared slender, the veins on her wrists indicated that she possessed a measure of strength. Liu Chan chuckled lightly, his willingness to assist her with lifting burdens, unperturbed by the desolation of their surroundings, revealed him to be a genuine person. Most of the individuals in the palace were accustomed to flattery and sycophancy, so encountering someone straightforward piqued her interest. Zhenzhu, accompanied by a palace maid, ignited the silver charcoal, and by the time it was ablaze, noon had already arrived. Luncheon was delayed. It seemed they were intent on making them suffer while the emperor was away. Liu Chan sighed, shaking her head. It was futile, as the food would likely arrive cold. Zhenzhu gritted her teeth, insisting on checking the kitchen. After all, their young master was a talented individual, and it was absurd that they couldn't even have a meal. Liu Chan stopped her, stating it was unnecessary to inquire. Let them indulge in their little schemes. The more mischief they concocted, the greater their eventual regret would be. But how shall we eat? Zhenzhu fretted. We can't possibly beg for food from Shunmarin, can we? That would be utterly disgraceful. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Chan remarked that they had brought some silver with them. They could simply purchase food outside. Though the palace was located outside the capital, traveling by carriage to procure provisions was not a hassle, certainly more convenient than during their time within the palace walls. Zhenzhu eagerly agreed, inquiring what they wished to eat. Liu Chan enthusiastically listed several items, including a renowned dumpling shop and a vendor selling tofu pudding. Zhenzhu was taken aback, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment as Liu Chan listed 7 or 8 delicacies in one breath. She bit her lip, stifling a laugh. It was as though Liu Chan was unabashedly craving the food from outside. The kitchen had not been making things difficult for Liu Chan. Rather, they had handed her an opportunity. It appeared Liu Chan often ventured out to enjoy such dishes previously. As Zhenzhu changed her clothes, she teased Liu Chan. Liu Chan smiled, but did not refute her. It wasn't that she had dined out during her time at the Liu family. Rather, she had often observed Xiao Ling frequenting those establishments while accompanying him. He was quite discerning about food, and anything that captured his fancy was undoubtedly delicious. Zhenzhu returned after 2 full hours, laden with packages of food, and, as instructed by Liu Chan, delivered some to Shunmarin. Chuanxing and the others were fortunate to partake and praised the meal profusely. They had not tasted outside food since entering the palace. Chun Tao, her mouth stuffed, was so excited that her words became jumbled. Being a foodie by nature, she felt constrained since palace maids were not allowed to gain weight. As they reveled in their feast, Zhenzhu suddenly remarked, "Hasn't the kitchen sent us any food?" It was no longer merely a matter of cold dishes, but a blatant disregard for them. Liu Chan had not eaten anything that noon. Chun Tao felt her appetite wane. Being targeted was never pleasant. They collectively looked at Liu Chan, their expressions clouded with worry. What would they do if this continued? It will be better once the emperor returns. Liu Chan chuckled softly, poking at a few snacks with her chopsticks. When he comes back, you won't be able to enjoy these anymore. That was true, Zhenzhu nodded. She recalled that while buying food, she had heard someone mention a place in the north of the city known for its roasted chicken, and she planned to procure some tomorrow to try. The glimmer of desire flickered in their eyes. At supper, the kitchen finally delivered their meals, but it was merely a simple array of 4 dishes and a soup. No one mentioned the earlier omission of lunch. The next day's offering was cold, devoid of any oil or richness. Fortunately, Zhenzhu had anticipated this and returned with provisions. On the 3rd morning, Zhenzhu returned, her basket empty, her teeth clenched in frustration. Someone had alerted the guards at the entrance, claiming that she had been outside too long. and even the silver she offered had been ineffectual. It was evident that someone was acting with intent. "Young master," Chuanqing suggested, "why don't we dine with Shinmarin? She has been receiving portions of our meals these past few days, and it wouldn't be inappropriate for our master to join her for a meal. We cannot possibly resort to consuming what the kitchen sends us, especially since they didn't deliver last night. Didn't they say the emperor would return today?" Liu Chan raised an eyebrow, already formulating a plan. She had endured 2 days of indignation and was eagerly awaiting this moment. After feuding with Xiao Ling for several days, a new development was indeed necessary. Mere coldness was rather uninteresting. Chuanqing dashed out in response. As noon approached, Chuanqing hurriedly entered, her excitement palpable. "The emperor has returned. Young master can now seek justice." Liu Chan acknowledged with a hum, gazing at her own exquisitely delicate face in the mirror before rising to leave, not forgetting to instruct. "Jinju, where are the sticks we prepared?" Chapter 54. Has she starved? Jinju and Chun Tao, with formidable determination, followed Liu Chan, brandishing sticks. Chuanqing observed them, bewildered. Jinju instructed her, "Stay here and guard our domain while we accompany the young master to seek justice." Though she remained uncertain where Liu Chan intended to seek justice, she obediently clasped the stick and trailed closely behind. Spotting Liu Chan heading towards Marin's quarters, Jinju inquired, "How do you know it is Marin?" "Only Marin would deign to acknowledge me," Liu Chan replied nonchalantly. She spoke truthfully. Marin's background afforded her a sense of superiority, buoyed by favoritism, and her arrogance had only intensified after narrowly escaping disaster at Shinmarin's hands, which compelled her to apologize. How could she not harbor resentment? They arrived at the Warm Breeze Pavilion, where Marin was preparing to serve the emperor. "Why has Liu Cairan come?" Marin, upon meeting Liu Chan's gaze, felt a twinge of unease, especially since she had not noticed the formidable Shinmarin trailing behind. Marin attempted to walk past, stating, "This beauty must attend to the emperor. Liu Cairan should step aside. Jinju, go and smash." Liu Chan's voice was neither loud nor soft. She did not obstruct Marin's path, merely folding her arms, standing face to face with a faint smile. Only then did Marin notice the palace made behind Liu Chan wielding sticks, causing her to gasp in shock. What is the meaning of this? What mischief has Marin been up to these past few days? Liu Chan's lips curled into a smirk. Jinju, clutching her stick, felt anxious. She had underestimated the situation, believing her weapon was merely for intimidation. To her surprise, Liu Chan ordered destruction. "Where shall we smash, young master?" Jinju inquired uneasily. "Shall we strike a person or objects?" "Smash everything," Liu Chan replied coolly. Jinju nodded, taking the lead and rushing forward, her stick flailing wildly, sending Marin's attendants scattering in fright, fearing the blow would land upon them. Marin's face paled with anger as she stamped her foot. "You dare?" Crash! The porcelain on the shelf shattered as the valiant Chun Tao swept it to the ground. Bang! The folding screen toppled over. "Aren't you afraid of the Emperor's wrath?" Marin cried out. "I will inform him at once." She attempted to flee. Liu Chan calmly blocked her path, her demeanor tranquil, but her words chilling. "If you leave, I will strike you as well." Marin halted, unable to take another step forward. She signaled for her maids to retreat quietly, which they did while Liu Chan feigned ignorance. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, after the room had been effectively ransacked, a group of people rushed towards them. "Your Majesty, save me," Marin wailed, attempting to approach. Liu Chan seized her arm, releasing it only when Xiao Ling arrived before them, at which point she offered a casual greeting. Huang Jiao, trailing behind, was astonished at the chaos that unfolded in the room. "Your Majesty, Liu Cairan is bullying me. You must uphold my honor. You may eat so bit." Prostrating herself on the ground, Xiao Ling, hands clasped behind him, turned to Liu Chan, awaiting her explanation. Liu Chan met his gaze, maintaining a respectful distance. She relayed to the emperor that the favored concubine had deliberately instructed the kitchen not to deliver meals to her, and had ordered the coal room to provide her with damp charcoal. She asserted her innocence, claiming that it was only her kindness that prevented her from retaliating. Her words rang with conviction. Xiao Ling remained silent for a moment, then turned to Huang Jiao, asking if her claims were true. Huang Jiao, taken aback, had just returned with the emperor and was unaware of the situation. However, he acted swiftly, instructing those around him to investigate. Before long, the head of the kitchen and the coal room staff arrived. Upon seeing the emperor, they were immediately flustered and confessed all. These were individuals who acted out of self-interest, and when their benefits were at stake, they readily distanced themselves from the favored concubine. The favored one's face turned pale. I did not do it. She instinctively shook her head. Xiao Lin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such turmoil in his absence. The weather had been frigid, and he wondered how she had endured without heat. Had she gone without food? A wave of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have ensured her well-being. While he was indeed angered, he could not allow anyone to mistreat her. Concubine Xiao Lin hesitated momentarily. Huang Jiao quickly reminded him, "Your Majesty, the favored concubine's surname is Li. Mistress Li, arrogant in her favor. Disregards palace rules and bullies lower-ranked concubines. Let it be known that I shall strip her of her title and demote her to a commoner," Xiao Lin declared coldly. The favored concubine immediately weakened, gazing at him in disbelief. "It was clearly Liu Chan who destroyed my quarters. Send her back to the palace," Xiao Lin continued. Huang Jiao promptly agreed, realizing that the favored concubine had now encountered a formidable obstacle. Xiao Lin turned to Liu Chan, who before he could speak, performed a graceful bow, expressing gratitude for the emperor's keen judgment and commitment to justice, and then withdrew without a hint of regret. "Still causing trouble?" Xiao Lin's face hardened. "I have already extended an olive branch, if you remain ungrateful." Before he could finish, he noticed Liu Chan hastening away as if fleeing for her life. Huang Jiao sighed, reflecting on their sovereign's unpredictable demeanor. "Your Majesty, I was sent to the palace by the Duke of Jing. Please consider the Duke's standing." Li Changzai, recently stripped of her title, grasped Xiao Lin's sleeve, weeping. "Why are you not taking her away?" Huang Jiao interrupted. The emperor had always held a wary regard for the Duke of Jing. Had it not been for the desire to ease the Duke's suspicions, he would not have granted a dancer the title of favored concubine. With the Duke having departed the capital the previous day, the emperor had felt some relief. How could she dare to mention it? News of the favored concubine's demotion spread swiftly, resulting in a change of the kitchen's head. The palace immediately rallied around Liu Kaijin. Liu Chan enjoyed a sumptuous lunch, comprising 8 delectable dishes. "Your Highness, the emperor has summoned Shun Meirin to accompany him," reported Jinju, returning from outside. She sensed a change in the emperor's demeanor. Previously indifferent to the harem, he had summoned attendants to his side almost daily. A stark contrast to the past, when he would only call upon them 6 or 7 times a month. Liu Chan nodded, seeing this as a positive development. She instructed, "Inform the kitchen that I wish to have crab roe porridge with an abundance of crab roe. Ensure that the former head of the kitchen, who has now been demoted, personally goes to catch the crabs. I shall not eat those caught by anyone else." Jinju sighed, aware that crabs were least plump in spring, and the demand for excess crab roe was unreasonable. Chapter 55, Bring Me Some Wine. In the Taisu Palace, after meeting with the officials, Xiao Lin emerged from the political study, where Huang Jiao promptly approached him. Before he could speak, the emperor coldly inquired about Liu Chan's lunch. Fortunately, Huang Jiao's wits were quick enough to comprehend that the inquiry pertained to her. Internally lamenting, he realized that if this continued, while Liu Chan might remain unaffected, he himself could hardly endure the emperor's capriciousness. In just a week, several strands of gray had appeared at his temples. "Your Majesty, she dined well." The kitchen sent 8 warm dishes, Huang Jiao replied, maintaining decorum. He then added, "Liu Kaijin expressed a desire for crab roe porridge and has already dispatched someone to notify the kitchen." At this moment, the entire kitchen was preoccupied with fulfilling Liu Kaijin's request for crab roe. However, since she insisted that no one else could catch the crabs, the staff gathered by the lake, urging the demoted kitchen head to hasten his efforts in the icy waters to ensure that the porridge would grace Liu Chan's dinner table. The lake buzzed with activity, yet Xiao Lin's expression remained grim. Earlier, while listening to the officials argue over land distribution, his mind had wandered, consumed by thoughts of her suffering from hunger and cold. "And she desires crab roe porridge," Xiao Lin muttered irritably. Who indulged this stubbornness in her? If I had delayed my return any longer, would she have starved? Huang Jiao, unable to contain himself, snickered before quickly covering his mouth. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Lin's face darkened, halting in his tracks to fix Huang Jiao with a glare. "Are you mocking me?" Huang Jiao, without hesitation, fell to the ground, his forehead touching the floor. "I dare not, Your Majesty. I merely wish to convey," he stammered, his voice quivering. He feared that if the emperor saw the corners of his mouth twitching, he might misinterpret the situation. After serving the emperor for so long, He had never witnessed such agitation over a woman from the harem, a clear sign of his concern for her well-being, even as he feigned indifference, summoning one attendant after another, yet remaining dissatisfied with their service. Yet, Liu Chan seemed utterly unaffected. Huang Jiao suppressed his amusement and solemnly recounted how Liu Chan had sent someone to the capital to procure snacks in recent days. After finishing, he suggested, "Your Majesty, if you wish to see Liu Kaijin, do so. It is quite normal for couples to quarrel." "Huh, Your Majesty?" As Huang Jiao spoke, he cautiously looked up, only to find that the emperor had vanished. He quickly rose and inquired of a young eunuch left behind, "Where is the emperor?" The young eunuch, drenched in sweat, pointed toward the direction of the Tai Su Palace's chambers, whispering. The emperor left with a dark expression. Huang Jiao took off running. Inside, Shimaran had been waiting for nearly 2 hours. Upon Xiao Lin's entrance, she mustered her composure and approached, greeting, "I have seen the emperor." Xiao Lin, his face still clouded with displeasure, strode to the favored concubine's couch and commanded, "Come here. I have questions for you." Shimaran, feeling anxious, stepped forward. "Have you recently grown close to Liu?" Xiao Lin scrutinized her, his gaze icy. Shimaran, somewhat bewildered by the inquiry, nodded, replying, "Your Majesty, I have a good relationship with Sister Liu. Has she been upset lately? Has she cried?" Xiao Lin pressed further. Shimaran hesitated. "I am uncertain if Sister Liu has cried. I only know that she tends to swallow her grievances." Her tone was somewhat sharp, noting that Liu Chan had lost considerable weight over the past few days. If it weren't for her own distress, she might very well have perished. It would be one thing if she were unaware of who harmed her, but she clearly knows. Xiao Lin fixated on the word "lost weight," failing to notice her attitude. Shimaran, her expression devoid of emotion, affirmed, "Yes, she has lost weight." She paused for a moment and continued, "Miss Liu has grown up without the protection of a mother. Not only has she endured a difficult upbringing, but she has also repeatedly fallen victim to schemes. She thought that entering the palace would mean having someone to care for and protect her, but little did she realize it was merely an illusion. How could one not feel heartbroken? If I were to encounter such circumstances, I would find it unbearable." At this point, she felt even more convinced that her reluctance to enter the palace was justified, yet she was powerless to make her own decisions. With such a biased and cold-hearted emperor, what good is favor? The more she spoke, the more frustrated she became, but the man seated before her was not someone she could provoke. So she had to suppress her words. Xiao Lin tapped the table lightly, maintaining a stern expression, and said, Shimaran clenched her teeth. "Then I shall speak my mind." That night, when Miss Liu returned from Fengyi Palace, she was in a daze, her steps unsteady, as if she were about to shatter. Can you truly say she was not heartbroken? She simply does not wish to reveal her pain to others. Although she appears fine these days, every time I speak to her, she seems lost in thought. After approximately 15 minutes, Shimaran finally ceased her tirade. She managed to suppress her anger and, bowing to Xiao Lin, said, "I am unwell and must take my leave." As Shimaran departed, Xiao Lin remained seated on the couch, his posture unchanged, his gaze distant. Huang Jiao hesitated before stepping forward to remind him, "Your Majesty, the tea has gone cold. Shall I fetch you another cup?" In truth, he was somewhat astonished. He had assumed that the emperor had summoned Shimaran out of some affection for her, but it appeared that his intentions were solely for Liu Cairan. Even as Shimaran left, the emperor did not spare her a glance. Huang Jiao silently sighed. As he reached for the tea, Xiao Lin spoke, "I am aware that I have wronged her in this matter, but I have my own difficulties." The moment he uttered the words, "own difficulties," he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Outwardly, he repeatedly reassured himself that his protection of Jing Guifei was to navigate court politics with the Empress Dowager, yet in reality, he was no longer the vulnerable youth easily manipulated. He merely wished for Jing'er to remain by his side in a different capacity. Strangely, when he recalled Jing Guifei's visage, it seemed to fade from his memory, and even Jing'er felt increasingly elusive. "Bring me Jing'er's portrait," he commanded, a vague irritation stirring within him as he reached for a bottle of wine. Chapter 56, I Summoned You Here. As Liu Chan stood at the entrance, she saw Shimaran returning, fanning herself with a handkerchief. Wasn't she supposed to accompany the emperor? Zhenzhu instinctively inquired. Ordinarily, accompanying the emperor meant sharing his bed that night. Returning midway would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Zhenzhu's first thought was relief that it was not within the palace. There's no need to accompany him. Shinmarin pouted, pulling Liu Chan's hand to sit down. "I vented my frustrations, that dog." She instinctively wanted to say that dog of a man, but reason pulled her back, leaving her in a cold sweat. Shinmarin patted her chest, silently urging herself to remain calm. Liu Chan noticed her distress and promptly poured her a cup of tea. "Your voice sounds hoarse. What happened?" Before Shinmarin could respond, Chun Xing's excited voice rang out at the door. "Dr. Wang has arrived." Wang Wanner entered with a medicine box, her forehead glistening with sweat. Approaching the table, she drained a cup of freshly poured tea before catching her breath. "Grandfather said you were poisoned." Wang Wanner dropped the cup and seized Liu Chan's wrist. Once she ascertained Liu Chan was unharmed, she sighed in relief. "I've heard what they said. They claim you've lost favor." Wang Wanner spoke bluntly, adding, "Liu Chan, whether you have lost favor or not, we will stand by you." Liu Chan's heart warmed at her words. Regardless of Shun Run Yang or Wang Wanner, both cared for her, and such warmth was indeed touching. "Do not worry about me," Liu Chan murmured softly. "The palace's fluctuations are quite normal." Wang Wanner regarded her, then glanced at Shun Meirun, cautioning, "In this world, men's hearts are made of stone. They value profit over our emotions. One must not invest all their thoughts in men, especially not in an emperor." Her words rang true. After a moment's thought, she elaborated, "My mother is an accomplished midwife. She has assisted in the births of the city's noble families. From a young age, I help her. Men place great importance on heirs, and their affections are genuine. But so too is their fickleness. I have never seen a man's courtyard that was free of complications. When a legitimate wife is in labor, they pace anxiously outside. Yet the same applies when a concubine is giving birth. Thus, one need not place too much weight on a man's sincerity." Wang Wanner's perspective was sound. Shinmarin nodded in agreement, recalling, "My mother once said that when she married my father, he promised her he would not take concubines. Yet soon after I was conceived, 2 beautiful concubines appeared in our home. She had never held expectations of Xiao Ling." Liu Chan found it amusing to watch them earnestly advising her to be cautious with Xiao Ling, fearing she might become despondent. "All right, I understand," she smiled. "It is easier to add flowers to a brocade than to provide warmth in the snow. I shall remember this kindness." As twilight descended and lanterns lit the exterior, the kitchen sent in dinner. Naturally, the two remained. The eunuch delivering the meal wore a beaming smile, addressing them as talents, and specifically mentioned the 2 bowls of crab roe porridge. At the request of the talents, the servants had monitored Zhao Gonggong, ensuring he personally caught the crabs, hoping to appease their tempers. The eunuch grinned, recalling how Zhao Gonggong, once a figure of authority, had now become the subject of scorn. Zhao Gonggong had foolishly accepted the silver from Yimarin, losing his esteemed position, while the instigator herself had become Li Chongzai, illustrating the perilous nature of palace intrigues. Liu Chan graciously rewarded the eunuch with silver. The eunuch expressed his gratitude and departed. Dinner consisted of 8 dishes, with the 2 extravagant bowls of crab roe porridge among a more sumptuous array than lunch. "You should enjoy these bowls of crab roe porridge," Liu Chan gently suggested. In truth, she held little interest in food, merely desiring to satisfy her hunger. The porridge was intended to provoke the bullying kitchen steward, subtly asserting her own strength. The palace was rife with favoritism, and after today's incident, should she lose favor again, no one would dare to trouble her over such trifles. The flavor of the crab roe was rich and enticing, nearly causing Shun Meirun to drool. "Today is a fortunate day for me," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "Liu Chan, if we 3..." Before she could finish her thought about sharing the 3 bowls, a sharp, urgent voice from the eunuch outside called, "The emperor has arrived." Xiao Lin strode into the room as if oblivious to the presence of the other 2, his gaze fixed solely on Liu Chan. "I heard that Liu Kai-run has sent 2 bowls of crab roe porridge. I find myself craving it." Shin Meirun, who had been respectfully bowing, felt a rush of dismay, cursing inwardly. Wang Wanner quickly urged her to withdraw. "Everyone, leave," Xiao Lin commanded coldly, and Huang Jiu hastily ushered the room's occupants out, carefully closing the door behind them. "Liu Shi," he stated firmly, "I command you to come here." Liu Chan stepped closer, detecting the strong scent of alcohol emanating from him. Raising her head to meet his gaze, she noted that while his eyes were sharp, they carried a hint of confusion. "Your Majesty has been drinking," she observed softly. Although her expression remained calm, her heart raced with surprise. Aside from the anniversary of Ji Jinger's passing, Xiao Lin never drank to excess. Even during festive banquets, he would only indulge slightly. Having drunk, he came seeking her. Liu Chan quietly turned in her heart, and, when she looked up at him, her expression bore a hint of grievance. She stubbornly stood 3 steps away from Xiao Lin, refusing to move closer. "Come here," Xiao Lin ordered again, his tone sharp. He attempted to take a step forward, but whether it was because he couldn't lift his foot or was lost in thought, he remained still. Suddenly, Liu Chan reached out to him, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her expression filled with sorrow. "Come here." Xiao Lin's demeanor softened slightly as he grasped her small hand and pulled her into his embrace. He had anticipated scolding her for her thoughtlessness upon seeing her. But as her delicate hand reached out to him, he began to wonder if she had begun to trust him again. "I miss you so much." Liu Chan's tears fell like raindrops as she clung to his waist, rubbing against him. Her tears quickly soaked a portion of his clothing. Xiao Lin lowered his head, lifting her chin with his hand, and pressed his lips to hers. In that instant, a flood of long-suppressed desire surged forth. Liu Chan was drawn onto the bed as Xiao Lin leaned over her. "Wait." Liu Chan placed her small hand against his chest, her voice soft and delicate. Chapter 57. Promoted to beauty, Xiao Lin looked down at her, noting the blush on her cheeks and her shy demeanor, her expression gradually deepening. "What's wrong?" His voice was rough with emotion. "I am hungry." Liu Chan pressed gently against his chest, gazing at him with soft eyes. "I haven't eaten much lately. My stomach hurts from hunger." As if on cue, a rumble came from her stomach. Initially, Xiao Lin had intended to tease her in response to her first statement. But now, faced with her discomfort, he felt compelled to act. He took a deep breath, caressing her small face beneath him, and slowly rose. "Let us eat first." He lifted her effortlessly and placed her at the dining table. The scent of alcohol lingered around him, and though he appeared somewhat steady, it was clear that his willpower was holding him up. "Since the Emperor is drinking tonight, shall I join you?" Liu Chan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Without waiting for Xiao Lin to respond, she called out to the maid outside, "Pearl, bring some wine." When the maid acknowledged her, Liu Chan barely glanced at Xiao Lin, picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. An empty stomach and drinking was a dangerous combination. Xiao Lin watched her intently, sensing a shift in their dynamic. "I shall give you a nickname," he suddenly proposed. "How about Rao Rao?" "Tao Zhao." Liu Chan paused mid-bite. Xiao Lin continued, "Your eyes are enchanting, and your lips smile sweetly. I think you are quite captivating at this moment, but may does not sound as lovely. Instead, let us use Rao Rao as my private term for you. What do you think?" "No." Liu Chan almost choked on her food, immediately rejecting the idea. It was possible that the esteemed Liu family's eldest daughter, Liu Rao, would enter the palace in the future, and being called Rao Rao in private felt inappropriate. She wished to sever all connections to the Liu family, even her surname, if possible. Xiao Lin's smile faded, and he resignedly said, "Then I shall call you Chan heir." Liu Chan accepted this name without hesitation. Good. The wine soon arrived. It was a recently brewed green fruit wine, sweet and slightly spicy. Liu Chan drank a glass in one go, only to cough as it went down the wrong way. She clutched her chest, nearly coughing up her lungs. Xiao Lin chuckled softly, half holding her as he rubbed her back for a while, and gradually, they found themselves leaning against each other. "Would you like more?" Xiao Lin inquired. Liu Chan nodded, emboldened by the wine's effects. "Yes, let's drink." Before long, several glasses had been consumed, and her gaze began to grow unfocused. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Liu Chan stood unsteadily, her slender, fair fingers playfully poking Xiao Lin's nose. "Let me tell you, Xiao Lin," she said with a furrowed brow. Xiao Lin's heart skipped a beat, feeling a strange tension. "I like you, but you do not like me." Her tone was playful yet tinged with a hint of seduction. She struggled to maintain her balance, declaring, "I no longer want to like you." At her first statement, Xiao Lin's lips had yet to curve into a smile, but her latter words extinguished any chance of that. The revelation that she no longer wished to harbor feelings for him struck his heart like a sharp blade, causing him great pain. At this moment, he could not deny that he cared for the young girl who had boldly entered the inner palace. He cherished her innocence and honesty and valued the trust she placed in him. Yet, he recognized the hurt he had caused her. "Please, learn to love me again." Xiao Lin drew her into his embrace, softly coaxing, "Chan heir, I shall promote you to beauty tomorrow, and in the future, I will grant you a position as a concubine. Would that be acceptable?" In the palace, such a title would afford her protection, and even the favored consort Jing could no longer plot against her. Liu Chan found herself reluctantly leaning against him. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of clarity passed through her gaze before it quickly returned to its previous haziness. I do not want to be called a beauty, nor do I desire a concubine's title. She suddenly broke away. In a burst of emotion, Liu Chan tugged at his clothing, pushing him away. You always think women desire these things, but I do not care for them. The only thing I care about. Yet, the words failed to escape her lips, and tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Leave, Liu Chan cried out. Xiao Ling pulled her back into his arms, comforting the weeping girl. He lowered his head and asked, The only thing you care about is me, isn't it? The young lady in his embrace stifled her sobs, her shoulders trembling. After a moment, Liu Chan lifted her head. Her tears had ceased, leaving only reddened eyes. She spoke softly, I do not care for wealth or nobility. I have previously expressed my wish to spend my life with my husband as a pair. As the emperor, you cannot fulfill this wish. So I have taken a step back, wishing only for a place in your heart. That would suffice for me. Xiao Ling was about to nod in agreement when she added, but I still dream in vain. I do not love consort Jing, Xiao Ling instinctively replied, eager to explain that she was merely a pawn for him. Liu Chan shook her head with a smile, tears falling once more, but her voice remained calm. It is all right. The emperor's affection for her is known throughout the realm. There is no need for you to explain. I shall take another step back. That position no longer matters to me. All I desire is to love you from afar. She addressed him as Emperor repeatedly, causing Xiao Ling's expression to grow colder. Was she attempting to distance herself from him? Please, depart, and allow me to be alone for a moment, Liu Chan said, pushing him away. Xiao Ling found himself at the door, watching helplessly as it closed. The muffled sounds of her sobs filled the room, echoing a profound sense of sadness and despair. Your Majesty, Huang Jiao attempted to interject with words of comfort. Xiao Ling raised his hand to silence him and sighed deeply. He did not leave, merely standing there. Time passed, and the sounds of crying gradually diminished until they ceased entirely. Open the door, Chan Air. Xiao Ling pushed against the door. It was locked from the inside. Huang Jiao, quick to act, summoned a eunuch who could unlock the door for Xiao Ling. As he stepped inside, he found the young girl lying by the bed, her face streaked with tears as she had fallen asleep. He gently lifted her onto the bed and turned to Huang Jiao, coldly commanding, Convey my decree. Liu Chan shall be promoted to beauty. Draft the edict for me, and demote consort Jing. Huang Jiao listened attentively. Demoted to the rank of concubine, stripped of her title, confined for 3 months, and fined half a year's salary. Upon returning to the palace, you shall personally recount her misdeeds over the years, compelling her to kneel in the courtyard daily at noon to repent. Xiao Ling continued. Chapter 58. A breath of fresh air after Huang Jiao acknowledged and departed. Xiao Ling shed his outer garments and shoes, reclining on the couch while embracing her. Liu Chan slept fitfully, occasionally stifling sobs. Your Majesty, she murmured. Xiao Ling held her tighter, realizing her shoulders had indeed become noticeably slender, indicating she had not been eating well in recent days. Recalling Huang Jiao's claim that she had sent someone into the city to procure food, it was evident she had been pushed to desperation. He understood that she had never regarded the Liu family or the Empress Dowager as her support. Otherwise, she would not have awaited his return to confront Li Changzai's residence in a fit of rage. She had always relied solely on him. This is my fault. Xiao Ling's voice was low. Such things shall not occur again. Everyone claims that emperors are cold-hearted and ungrateful. Yet no one considers that genuine affection is scarce in the imperial harem. Even if the women of the harem were gathered and asked who could truly love him, none would dare to admit it. Some sought family ties, others craved power, while many coveted wealth and luxury. Rarely would anyone plainly express their affection for him. Yet now, Liu Chan had emerged, unreservedly declaring her fondness for him, indifferent to beauty or rank. Xiao Ling gazed down at the gradually slumbering figure in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. He knew she was unconcerned about status. Nevertheless, he was determined to bestow upon her a title, contemplating it thoughtfully. The following day, upon awakening, Liu Chan found herself alone. Zhenju brought her a remedy for her hangover. She drank it, returning the bowl, then rested her head as she reflected on the events of the previous night, feeling quite satisfied. Congratulations, Liu Marin. The emperor has elevated your position, Zhenju exclaimed cheerfully. Her eyes were slightly red, fully aware of the distress Liu Chan had endured the previous night, which had evoked the emperor's compassion. There's another matter, she continued. The emperor has decreed that Jing Guifei has been demoted to Lu Pin, confined for 3 months, and shall kneel at the entrance of Weiyang Palace daily to repent for the deceased concubines. Chun Xing softly remarked, "The emperor still cares for you, my lady. He stood at the door all night while you cried." Liu Chan nodded, leaning back against the bed. She felt weary, having imbibed alcohol the previous night, and exerted herself to maintain her composure. However, Jing Guifei's severe demotion had indeed taken her by surprise. She had anticipated merely being downgraded to a concubine's rank. Regardless, the initial skirmish had concluded victoriously. As long as Jing Guifei was removed from her esteemed position, the future Jing Guifei, no, Lu Pin, would merely be a paper tiger, no longer a formidable presence. Above her stood Zhao Xianfei, and a Fei, and even the calculating Qianfei. Soon, upon hearing the news, Shun Meiren and Wang Wan'er hurried to offer their congratulations. Shun Meiren lamented the wasted crab roe porridge from the previous night, bringing laughter to all present. A couple of days later, Huang Jiao personally visited Liu Chan Liu Meiren. "The emperor wishes to take a stroll in the capital shortly and would like you to accompany him for some fresh air." Life in the palace was tedious, and the emperor often ventured out privately, though never with his concubines. Liu Chan was the first, truly capturing the emperor's heart. After 2 days of relentless work, he had finally carved out a moment to inform her eagerly. "Understood," Liu Chan replied, glancing at Zhenju. "Quickly fetch Huang Jiao some melon seeds." In the palace, rewards were typically silver melon seeds. However, when Huang Jiao thanked her and looked down to find a handful of golden seeds in his palm, he was once again astonished. No wonder he held Liu Meiren in such high regard. Her generosity was unmatched. No, I cannot accept this. It is too extravagant." Huang Jiao feigned modesty. "Please, take it, Huang Gonggong." Zhenju chuckled. "Before we came to the palace, Qianfei specially sent a box of golden seeds for Our Lady's use." Although they had no formal contact with Qianfei, they had established a rapport privately. Ever since Liu Chan had sent the director of the Imperial Academy to attend to Princess Yumin's asthma, Qianfei's wealth had flowed generously to them. Initially hesitant to accept, they eventually relented under her insistence. Huang Jiao chuckled. "This Qianfei is foolish yet wealthy, allowing Liu Meiren to reap the benefits." When Liu Chan sought out Xiao Ling, she deliberately donned a simpler outfit, securing her hair with a plain silver pin, appearing quite modest. "My beauty is indeed a beauty," Xiao Ling remarked, raising a hand to halt her bowing. "There is no need for such formalities between us." He could not help but steal glances at Liu Chan's face, which, though devoid of adornment, appeared enchanting, instilling in him a desire to embrace her. "Your Majesty," Xiao Ling whispered closely in her ear. Liu Chan's face flushed crimson. She playfully tapped his chest, feigning anger. "Does the emperor have nothing else to ponder?" She huffed. "We are supposed to go out." Very well, Xiao Ling, noticing her irritation, instinctively soothed her. "Be good. I shall take you out now." No one mentioned Jing Guifei's demotion again, as if the previous awkwardness had never occurred, and they tacitly skipped over it. Xiao Ling took her small hand and led her outside. A carriage awaited them, and, as they approached, Xiao Ling effortlessly swept her into his arms, striding into the carriage. The small eunuch who had yet to settle down was left bewildered. Begone. This is none of your concern," Huang Jiao waved dismissively. He glanced at the concealed guards nearby, exchanged nods, and then took his seat at the front of the carriage, guiding it leisurely toward the palace gates. Huang Jiao wore an expression of exasperation. After serving the emperor for many years, he had never witnessed such eagerness from him. Recalling the previous days when the emperor had drunkenly clutched a portrait of that person, murmuring to himself, only to discard it, declaring he would seek out Liu Meiren instead, his cherished painting had been left on the ground, trampled. After half an hour of travel, the carriage halted at a tea house. Xiao Ling assisted her down, and the proprietor awaited them respectfully, ushering them to a room on the 2nd floor. Upon their arrival, the occupants rose to greet them. Xiao Ling turned to Liu Chan. "I have some matters to discuss here. Allow Huang Jiao to take you next door for tea. I shall join you shortly." Liu Chan acquiesced, departing. At the staircase, she paused, observing the bustling scene below. The vivid sounds around her felt surreal. "I need some fresh air," she said, glancing at Huang Jiao. Huang Jiao nodded, gesturing to the shadows, then looked at Zhenju. "Take good care of your lady. Do not let her out of your sight." Zhenju responded affirmatively. The two exited the tea house, surrounded by vendors and stalls, the atmosphere lively. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby alley, a ragged man stood at the entrance, his predatory gaze fixed intently upon their figures. Chapter 59. Even if it means death. Liu Chan stood on the street, observing the passers-by, feeling a disconnection from reality. A vendor with a tofu cart called for space, prompting Jinju to hastily pull Liu Chan aside, shielding her. Lady, there are jewelry vendors nearby, showcasing the latest trends from the capital. Shall we take a look? Jinju suggested, pointing. Liu Chan regained her composure and nodded. The two selected a few items from the stall, with Jinju handling the payment before they began to leave. Unbeknownst to them, Liu Chan had wandered a little too far. She halted, instinctively glancing back. Jinju, do you sense someone watching us? Upon hearing those words, Pearl swiftly turned her head back, but the bustling street was filled with people, making it impossible to discern anyone. Could it be someone arranged by the emperor? She recalled that when they had left, the maid had seen Eunuch Huang pointing at someone. Liu Chan still felt a twinge of unease in her heart. She surveyed her surroundings once more, but found nothing amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to trust her instincts. Caution was prudent when one was out in the world. Let us return, Liu Chan whispered, just as the two were about to retrace their steps. A nearby shop detonated a barrage of firecrackers, filling the air with thick smoke that mingled with the crowd. At that moment, a shopkeeper emerged, carrying a basket brimming with copper coins. The crowd erupted in cheers, rushing forward to gather around. Liu Chan intended to leave, but was jostled by the throng, nearly losing her balance. Attempting to steady Pearl, she found only empty space. Miss, Pearl had been pushed several paces away. Frantic and sweating profusely, she struggled to close the distance, only to be swept further into the crowd. Follow me, a man's voice suddenly whispered in Liu Chan's ear. The man, donning a hood, was indistinct in appearance. Before Liu Chan could respond, he seized her arm and guided her through the throng, swiftly leading her out. She found herself in a narrow alley. Liu Chan paused and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sir, but my maid. It was then she recognized the man before her, tattered and smirking coldly. He removed his hat, revealing a face filled with malice. A chill ran through her. Liu Chan turned to flee, but was once more seized by the arm. Before she could react, a fragrant handkerchief was pressed to her nose and mouth, plunging her into darkness. The man hoisted her over his shoulder, limping away. Half an hour later, Liu Chan groggily regained consciousness, instinctively moving her limbs only to find herself tightly bound. Startled, she recalled the events leading up to her unconsciousness. And before she could fully open her eyes, a splash of icy water hit her face, causing her to shudder and regain clarity. Stop pretending. I know you are awake. The man's voice was chilling. Liu Chan slowly opened her eyes, calmly gazing at the man before her. She attempted to speak, but could only emit muffled sounds. Her mouth was gagged. Liu Chan, did you ever imagine this? He said, looking down at her with disdain. You thought that by climbing into the emperor's bed, you could sever ties with me? Little did you know, you would fall into my hands today. With a brutal grip, he seized her chin, forcing her to look up. Wretched girl, you have left me homeless, wandering the streets. Today, I shall make you experience the torment of wishing for life, but finding it unattainable. His hatred was palpable, and he tightened his grip. Liu Chan felt as if her jaw might shatter. Enduring the pain, she emitted muffled sounds, shaking her head vigorously. Meng, Sun. She struggled to articulate, indicating she had something to say. Meng Sun yanked the rag from her mouth, a sinister smile curling his lips. Beg me, plead for mercy, and I might grant you a swift death. Liu Chan initially intended to intimidate him, but she quickly reconsidered. He was not the type to be easily frightened. Bound and unable to escape, she resigned herself to her fate, hoping that Xiao Ling would find her soon. That day, in the palace. Did you think I was scheming against you? Liu Chan suppressed her anxiety, her voice cool. Consider who truly harmed you, and who has been plotting against me to ascend to the emperor's bed. Meng Sun fixed her with a cold stare for a long moment, his teeth clenched. Of course I know that wretched girl is behind this, but you, Liu Chan, cannot escape blame. You summoned the emperor, did you not? Meng Sun glared at her. Ever since that day he had been captured by the emperor, his noble title had been stripped away, and as a proud scion of a marquis, he had suffered a beating that shattered his leg. When he was bloodied and left at his family's door, they had cast him out. He had wandered the streets, scavenging with stray dogs during the frigid winter, often suffering from high fevers, nearly losing his life multiple times. If not for Liu Chan, how could he have descended into such a fate? It was not me, Liu Chan firmly denied, her tone resolute. It was consort Jing who orchestrated it. It was her. She coaxed him, Meng Sun. She plotted against me. I never intended to let her have it easy. Under my revenge, she has already been demoted to a concubine. Upon hearing this, Meng Sun hesitated momentarily. Yet soon, he sneered, by now, I have taken you. The Emperor must already know of your disappearance. You think that even if you manage to survive in my grasp, the Emperor will spare your life. You are but a withered flower. Meng Sun observed her and suddenly smiled wickedly. Since I cannot reach that wretched girl now that I have found you, I shall relish the pleasures of having you. With that, he yanked the hairpin from her head and flung it away. Liu Chan summoned all her strength to struggle, desperate to free herself from the ropes. But they were bound too tightly, and despair washed over her. Was she truly to fall into his clutches? As Meng Sun drew closer, she seized an opportunity, bending low and lunging at his face. Yet Meng Sun was prepared, swiftly evading her. Wretched girl, he cursed. In the next moment, his powerful slap struck Liu Chan's face, sending her crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from her mouth as she was roughly yanked up by Meng Sun again. With hatred in her gaze, she resolved that even in death, she would take a piece of him with her. As Meng Sun lunged at her once more, Liu Chan bit down hard on the flesh behind his ear, refusing to let go. A piercing scream erupted from Meng Sun, echoing through the air. Chapter 60. Endure a little longer. When Xiao Ling kicked down the dilapidated temple door, his gaze immediately fell upon the girl, fiercely biting down, blood staining her lips. In that instant, his heart was shaken. Without a moment to ponder, he lunged forward and seized Meng Sun by the throat, attempting to pry him away. But Liu Chan held firm. Bina, Xiao Ling's voice trembled. Heaven knows the discomfort that had gripped him when he received word from the secret guards that Liu Chan had been taken. Fortunately, someone had seen her being led out of the city. He had searched the vicinity like a headless fly, and thankfully, he had heard that anguished scream. I am here. Xiao Ling carefully grasped her chin, applying pressure to force her to release her grip. Huang Jiao promptly pulled the assailant away and hurried to cut the ropes binding Liu Chan. Xiao Ling embraced Liu Chan, who appeared dazed and trembling, blood trickling from her bitten lip. Without hesitation, he pried open her mouth and thrust his hand inside. Your Majesty. Huang Jiao instinctively wished to advise caution for the Emperor's health, but reconsidered and held his tongue. He could not dictate the Emperor's actions. Meanwhile, Meng Sun, seemingly regaining his senses, clumsily rose and limped toward the door in a panic. The secret guard stationed at the entrance swiftly kicked him back. Kill him, Xiao Ling commanded calmly. The guards nodded, producing a dark dagger from their robes, preparing to drag him away. Just then, Liu Chan managed to voice a strained, wait. Xiao Ling looked down at her, in confusion. Liu Chan, her eyes reddened, struggled to stand with trembling limbs, gently pushing Xiao Ling aside. Though unsteady, she walked resolutely toward Meng Sun. Give it to me, she reached out to the guards. They exchanged glances with Xiao Ling before handing the dagger to Liu Chan respectfully. Her complexion was pale, blood smeared around her mouth, her hair disheveled. She resembled a ghost that had just clawed its way out of hell. She raised the knife high. Do not kill me, do not kill me. Meng Sun began to struggle in fear, yet the shadow guards pressed him down even harder. Liu Chan summoned all her strength and plunged the knife straight into his neck. Blood gushed forth, splattering her face as she held the knife firmly, staring unwaveringly at Meng Sun. Soon, he ceased to breathe. Only then did Liu Chan release her grip and turn to Xiao Ling, revealing a bitter smile. Today, I nearly lost my purity. If the Emperor cares, I would end my life today. If he does not, having avenged myself against my tormentor grants me the courage to protect myself. I wish to walk further with the Emperor. As soon as she finished speaking, her body softened and she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Ling quickly stepped forward to catch her in his arms. He carried Liu Chan horizontally, his voice cold as he declared, Meng Sun, your body shall be shattered into pieces. The Meng family shall be exiled 3,000 miles. Return to the palace. The carriage drove into the Tai Chi Hall. When Xiao Ling brought Liu Chan down, the court physician was already waiting inside with a medicine box. Hurry! Xiao Ling carefully placed her on the bed. The physician immediately approached, instructing others to clean the blood from Liu Chan's face, his heart racing. After checking her pulse, he instinctively furrowed his brow. "How is she?" Xiao Lin inquired. The physician took a moment before standing to respond respectfully. "The pulse of the beautiful Liu is extremely chaotic. She has been overly frightened. If my predictions are correct, she will likely suffer from a high fever in about 2 hours." Xiao Lin's face darkened. "Then how shall we treat her?" His voice was terse, like it was squeezed from between clenched teeth. "We can only administer acupuncture first," the physician replied hesitantly, preparing the Ngong Niu Huang wand to calm her spirit during the fever. However, administering acupuncture is a delicate matter. Though there are many doctors in the palace, the bodies of the concubines are precious, and they are men, making it inconvenient for them to touch. In most cases, they guide the female physicians from behind a curtain. At that moment, a young eunuch hurried in. "Your Majesty, Physician Wang from the Royal Hospital requests an audience." "Perfect timing. My granddaughter's acupuncture skills are exceptional." The physician sighed in relief. "She knows Liu Chan's condition better than I do. Let her come in." Xiao Lin nodded, granting her entry. Wang Wan'er dashed in like a gust of wind, barely pausing to salute Xiao Lin before rushing to Liu Chan's bedside. Without hesitation, she seized Liu Chan's wrist. "How could her pulse be so chaotic?" she exclaimed, not looking back. "Grandfather, bring the needles." She had returned to the palace early from her duty that day. Upon hearing from a familiar young maid that Liu Chan had encountered trouble, she dropped everything and nearly ran out of breath. Wang Wan'er cleaned her hands, took the needles, and began to remove Liu Chan's clothing. "Everyone out," she commanded coldly. The physician felt a jolt in his heart, instinctively thinking his granddaughter should not be disrespectful in front of the emperor. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Xiao Lin leave without a glance back. The only ones remaining in the hall were 2 serving maids and Wang Wan'er. "Help me hold her down," Wang Wan'er said, her eyes glimmering with concern. She picked up the longest, thickest needle and drove it towards Liu Chan's head. Soon, Liu Chan began to struggle. The 2 maids held her arms tightly, fearing she might thrash about. "Chaner, endure a little longer," Wang Wan'er coaxed softly, rapidly administering several needles. After a dozen or so were inserted, and seeing Liu Chan gradually calm down, she finally set the needles aside. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Wan'er removed the needles and checked Liu Chan's pulse again. She sighed in relief. It was significantly more stable than before. "Please summon the emperor," she instructed, wiping the sweat from her brow. She hurriedly wrote a prescription and handed it to a maid, instructing her to prepare the medicine. When Xiao Lin re-entered, Wang Wan'er finally remembered to perform her greeting. However, her tone was assertive. "The beautiful Liu will experience a high fever shortly. I must stay here to monitor her. If anything arises, I can address it promptly." Her words were not mere bravado. The physician nodded in agreement. This incident had deeply shaken Liu Chan, and it was indeed better for Wan'er to remain by her side. Xiao Lin acknowledged her request, but just as he was about to speak, Huang Jiu entered from outside. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from Weiyang Palace. It is said that Liu Pin has suddenly fainted." "What do you think?" Huang Jiu reported softly. Weiyang Palace had always been a point of concern for the emperor. He would certainly want to inquire. Furthermore, if the emperor remained indifferent, the eyes of the harem would inevitably converge on Liu Chan, and the Empress Dowager might also begin to speculate. Chapter 61. Enduring the ordeal, Liu Pin had long ceased to faint. Her fainting now seemed deliberate at this critical moment. Everyone in the room believed her actions were intentional. Xiao Lin glanced at the sleeping Liu Chan, unbothered. "If she has fainted, then summon the physician. Will my presence awaken her?" "Huang Jiu, your performance has become increasingly commendable." Huang Jiu immediately responded with an eye and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky, contemplating how the stable situation in the harem, which had lasted for years, was ultimately changing. In the evening, upon receiving news, the noble consort Zhao came to visit, accompanied by consort Qian, who appeared genuinely concerned. "Poor Liu Chan," consort Qian lamented at the door, wiping her tears with her sleeve. She now held Liu Chan in the highest regard, for managing to dethrone the favored Jing Guifei was no small feat initially. She had thought to protect Liu Chan should she fall from grace, as a way to repay her daughter's favor when she called the physician for consultation. Alas, it seemed Liu Chan would not require her assistance. "Is she in grave condition?" Consort Qian inquired of the palace maid at the entrance. They only knew Liu Chan was in trouble, but were unaware of the specifics. Naturally, the maid could not elaborate, replying, "I do not know. But with physician Wang and the court physician guarding her, she should be fine." No sooner had she finished speaking than Huang Jiu hurried out from inside. Ladies, please return for now. Once Liu Chan is better, I will convey your concerns. He then looked at Consort Zhao, gesturing for her to enter. Consort Zhao nodded, taking the arm of her maid as she entered. Once inside, she greeted the emperor. No need for formalities. Xiao Ling sat beside the bed, looking at her. What brings you here? Given Consort Zhao's aloof demeanor, he did not expect her to visit a mere beauty, leading him to assume she had business with him. Consort Zhao took a couple of steps forward, glancing at the sleeping Liu Chan, whose cheeks bore an unusual flush, frowning slightly. Is the beautiful Liu running a fever? At that moment, a maid brought in a fresh basin of cool water with cloths floating within. Xiao Ling expertly wrung out a cloth and replaced the one on Liu Chan's forehead. Yes, she was frightened outside the palace, he replied calmly. His gaze fixed on Liu Chan. It is my fault for not taking better care of her. Originally, he had intended to take her out for a stroll to lighten her spirits, but he had not anticipated such an incident occurring. Consort Zhao's eyes flickered with surprise. She was well aware of Xiao Ling's typically indifferent nature. It was unexpected for him to admit his shortcomings in caring for Liu Chan. However, noticing his disinterest in delving further into the palace's affairs, she refrained from asking more questions. Instead, she shifted the conversation. Your Majesty, the maidservants Chun'er and Xiao'er from Weiyang Palace are still in the Xinqing Bureau. The decree to demote Lu Pin has been issued. What should be done with them? She had always been reluctant to involve herself in Lu Pin's matters. Previously, there was the lofty Jing Gui Fei, and she was merely a concubine, well aware that the emperor tended to overlook Weiyang Palace. Now, however, the situation had changed. Once the esteemed consort Jing, she has now become Lu Pin, and the distinction between the two is not trivial. Death by the rod, Xiao Ling remarked coldly, pausing for a moment before inquiring why she had fainted today. Naturally, Zhao Xianfei was aware of the matter and softly explained. It is said that she has not eaten for 2 days and has been punished to kneel at the palace gate, which has left her unable to endure any longer. To Lu Pin, losing favor felt like the sky had collapsed upon her. As this thought crossed Zhao Xianfei's mind, she could not help but glance at Liu Chan, who lay on the bed. Though both hailed from the Liu family, their temperaments were starkly different. Liu Chan had also fallen from grace recently, yet she remained composed, carrying on as usual. In contrast, Lu Pin had refused food and drink. Liu Chan endured 3 full days of high fever, and it was only through the acupuncture of Wang Wan'er that her fever subsided, only to surge back with renewed ferocity within half a day. Aside from attending court and meeting with officials, Xiao Ling remained by her side. On the 3rd day, Liu Chan began to speak with her eyes closed, calling out, Xiao Ling, Xiao Ling, or perhaps Yu Qing. Liu Chan was trapped in a nightmare. She drifted within the Weiyang Palace, witnessing consort Jing, with a grotesque expression, thrusting a needle toward her young daughter. The 2 or 3-year-old Yu Qing stood dazed, unable even to cry, merely enduring consort Jing's actions. The palace maid stood by as if accustomed to the scene, offering no words of protest. Perhaps seeing that Yu Qing did not cry only fueled consort Jing's fury, and she took the thickest needle, aiming directly at the child's eye. Liu Chan lunged forward but found herself grasping at nothing. She could only watch consort Jing's every move, her heart filled with hatred. No, no, Liu Chan cried in desperation, her voice strained. Yu Qing, run, run. She wept inconsolably. Little master, Pearl at the bedside, was frantic, shaking Liu Chan's arm in an attempt to awaken her from the dream. Xiao Ling strode in from outside, still clad in his court robes, and immediately gathered Liu Chan into his arms. With her eyes closed, tears streamed down Liu Chan's cheeks, soaking Xiao Ling's sleeves. She murmured, Xiao Ling, please check on Yu Qing. Who is Yu Qing? Xiao Ling asked softly. My daughter. Liu Chan shook her head again, a look of anguish crossing her face as she struggled to cry out, Do not touch her. Do not touch her. Xiao Ling, disregarding all else, held her tightly. He repeated, I am here, Chun'er, I am here. Thus, they endured the entire night together. It was not until the following morning that Liu Chan finally settled down, drifting back into a hazy sleep. When Wang Wan'er came to check her pulse, she visibly relaxed. They had made it through. Overcome with emotion, she turned to grasp her grandfather's arm, exclaiming in frustration that her granddaughter had nearly been scared to death. If the fever had continued, the consequences would have been dire. Even if Liu Chan awoke later, she might be left a fool or madwoman. The head physician personally came to assess her condition, concluding that Liu Mei would likely awaken by evening, and he would prescribe some medicine for her take. Pearl was equally agitated, having kept vigil all night without daring to sleep deeply, fearing that her master would not survive, her once round face now gaunt. Indeed, by 10 in the evening, Liu Chan opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. When Pearl entered with medicine, she was taken aback by Liu Chan's expression. "Little master," Pearl cried out, bursting into tears. She thrust the medicine into the arms of a nearby maid and hurried to summon the physician. "Dr. Wang, Dr. Wang." Chapter 62. Who is Liu Chan? In Weiyang Palace, Lu Pin lay weakly in bed, asking, "Has the emperor not yet come see me?" Qian Dongad exchanged glances, and Xiao gently urged, "Your Highness, let us eat something first. The physician has said that you cannot continue like this." Since their master had fainted days prior, they had managed to feed her some rice soup. Now, they were even using ginseng water to sustain her. "I will not eat," Lu Pin retorted, glaring toward the door. "As long as the emperor does not visit me, I shall not eat, even if it means starving to death." She seemed to harbor immense anger, her chest heaving with each word. Yet, once she expressed this sentiment, all her strength dissipated. "Is Liu Chan dead?" Lu Pin turned to Donger, her malice unabashed. Donger trembled slightly at her gaze, her voice quivering as she replied, "No. It is said that Liu Mei has awakened." Currently, there were two significant matters circulating within the palace: the comatose Liu Mei and the starving Lu Pin, demoted in status. Since the imperial decree announcing her demotion had been issued, valuable items from Weiyang Palace had been removed by the inner court, leaving the place barren. Even the staff had dwindled from over 50 to fewer than 10. Why she not died? Why? Lu Pin suddenly went mad, summoning an unexpected surge of strength to knock her pillow to the ground. She strained to rise, her voice a low growl. "I will kill her. I will kill her." Had it not been for Liu Chan, she would still be the exalted consort. Everything had spiraled since Liu Chan's arrival in the palace. Now she regretted deeply, resenting to the core why she had not sent Liu Chan away from the palace at the very beginning. "Your Highness," Xiao gasped, rushing to support her. Yet Lu Pin shoved her away, stumbling back and tripping over a stool, falling to the ground. "Zista Kia." Donger revealed a hint of fear as she rushed to help Xiao up. Days prior, the inner court had summoned all the palace maids. Who would have expected that they would witness Chun'er and Xiao being beaten to death? While others may have been indifferent, they were sisters who had spent their days together. The bloody scene haunted Donger, and she suddenly screamed, clutching her head and fleeing. "Donger!" Xiao shouted anxiously, realizing that Weiyang Palace was in dire straits. Lu Pin, pale and hunched over the bedside, suddenly coughed up blood, instinctively covering her mouth. When she lowered her hand, it was stained crimson. She fell unconscious again. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Xiao hurriedly cradled her upward, rushing out to seek the physician. Blood stained Xiao's clothes, but she paid it no mind. Her thoughts solely focused on finding medical help. Upon exiting, she saw the Empress Dowager's palanquin approaching in the distance. "Empress Dowager, save me!" Kia exclaimed, as though she had spotted a lifeline. Meanwhile, Liu Chan, though awakened, had merely opened her eyes. The damage to her spirit required time to heal. As her presence in the Tai Chi Hall was too conspicuous, Xiao Ling ordered her to be moved back to Yuqiong Pavilion, visiting her daily after court. The palace, having erupted in chaos, had surprisingly settled down. Everyone remained in their quarters, scarcely venturing out. Sun Qiren's pregnancy was also being closely monitored by Zhao Xianfei, and with Wang Yuanshi attending daily, it gradually stabilized. Her due date was around August. Liu Chan spent a full month recuperating, barely stabilizing her spirit, having lost considerable weight and unable to eat. She understood clearly. The first time she had taken a life, she was indeed terrified. Even though she had died once in her past life, and had been by Xiao Ling's side for years, the act of personally taking a life was something she had overestimated her own heart's capacity for. However, if given the chance to do it all over again, she would not hesitate to plunge the knife into Meng Sun's heart. She could not allow Xiao Ling to remember this incident as one that reflected Meng Sun's vile actions toward her. Thus, her retaliation would be to take Meng Sun's life herself. Simultaneously, she aimed to plant a seed in Xiao Ling's heart. She, Liu Chan, would strive to stand by his side in the future. Men favor flowers that are tenderly nurtured, yet they take the greatest pride in having cultivated those blossoms themselves. She must ensure that Xiao Ling willingly nurtured her with his own hands. As Lady Shun entered, Liu Chan was just swallowing a large bowl of dark, bitter medicine, nearly gagging from the taste. A candied fruit was quickly stuffed into her mouth, yet it did little to mask the overwhelming bitterness. "How long do I have to drink this medicine?" Lady Shin asked, her brow furrowed. Just the scent was unbearable. She could hardly imagine how Chan managed to swallow it. Liu Chan replied softly. Wanner said, "I must drink until I can eat normally." This medicine, meant to calm the heart and mind, was exceptionally bitter due to the added Huanglian, but it was merely an aid. She had to rely on herself to emerge from the shadow. "Let me help you outside to bask in the sun," Lady Shun suggested after a moment's thought. The flowers in the imperial garden were blooming, and the weather had warmed slightly. "Let's go take a look." As she supported Liu Chan's arm, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Liu Chan had never been plump, but now she was even thinner, embodying the frayed skin and bones. Sensing her discomfort, Liu Chan gently reassured her, "It's normal to lose some weight. In a few days, I'll regain it." This past month had been far from dull for her. Besides Lady Shun's daily visits, Consort Qian had come twice, and later, Princess Yumin visited on her own. The lively and adorable Princess Yumin possessed a certain childlike spirit that Liu Chan found delightful. Just as they were about to step out, Huang Jiu hurried over. He bowed before Liu Chan and smiled, saying, "Lady Liu, the Emperor mentioned he would come by tonight. Do you have everything prepared?" During this time, the southern region had been afflicted by a rare flood, causing significant devastation in several counties. The Emperor was tirelessly addressing these matters. Aside from checking on Lady Liu, he hardly had the time for anyone else. The individual in Weiyang Palace had fainted twice, and the Emperor hadn't even visited, merely instructing the imperial physician to take good care of her. "Come by to rest?" Liu Chan momentarily processed the information. Huang Jiu grinned. "You now hold the status of a beauty. Those below you must serve in the Tai Chi Hall, but those above can await the Emperor in their own palace." This had always been the palace's rule. Liu Chan acknowledged with a soft all right. That night, when Xiao Lin arrived, Liu Chan had already nestled in a bed. He shed his clothes and quietly slipped under the covers, wrapping his arms around her. "I said I was coming. You just went to sleep?" "I merely closed my eyes." "I wasn't asleep," Liu Chan softly countered, shifting closer to Xiao Lin's chest and murmuring, "Lin, hold me." Hearing her call his name so boldly stirred something deep within Xiao Lin. He recalled the other name Liu Chan had uttered that day. Yu Qing. Who is Yu Qing? He wondered, tightening his embrace around her waist and gently caressing her. Upon hearing Xiao Lin mention Yu Qing, Liu Chan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart and looked up in surprise. "How does the Emperor know of Yu Qing?" Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow, recalling. "You were severely feverish that day, mumbling for Yu Qing to run quickly and asking me to save her." He had not spoken of those days before, but the lingering curiosity remained. Yu was a title among the palace princesses. For instance, Princess Yumin was born to Consort Qian. He instinctively felt it was related to someone in the palace. However, no one named Yu Qing existed there. If she was unwell, he would not press further. Noticing her slight tremor and the hint of fear in her eyes, he refrained from pushing her. That day, she had taken it upon herself to kill Meng Sun, which had indeed surprised him. Meng Sun deserved his fate, but why should she dirty her hands? When he heard the royal physician say her spirit was damaged from the shock, his first reaction was to realize she truly cared about him, even to the point of being frightened, yet still wanting to clear her name in front of him. Typically, a young lady of the court who was sullied would be sent to a convent after being rescued, let alone a consort of the emperor. Thus, when she said that if he cared, it should be settled, but if he did not, she would muster the courage to stand by him. With this in mind, Xiao Lin tightened his hold around her waist a little more. "If you wish to speak, then do so. If not, I trust you." Liu Chan remained silent for a while. Suddenly, she pressed her hand against Xiao Lin's chest, retreating slightly while gazing softly at him. "I had a long, terrible nightmare. That day in Weiyang Palace when I couldn't break free. You cast me into the cold palace, yet I discovered I was pregnant." As she recounted these events, her body trembled slightly, but she persevered to finish. "I gave birth to a daughter named Yu Qing." Biting her lip, she stifled a rising emotion before continuing. "Yu Qing was raised by Consort Jing. She used Yu Qing to compete for favor in front of you, yet behind your back. She tormented her to the brink of death. She discovered that using Yu Qing's illness to call for you was the best method, and so she fed Yu Qing medicine daily. Xiao Lin's brows furrowed deeper with each word. His hand unconsciously rubbed Liu Chan's shoulder, recalling that day in Weiyang Palace, and his heart sank further. Had she not broken free that day and splashed tea on him, he might have truly cast her into the cold palace upon awakening. He despised women who climbed into bed with men. What if Liu Chan had indeed become pregnant in the cold palace? Would he agree to let consort Liu raise the child? Perhaps not. But the Empress Dowager would certainly intervene, ensuring the child was given to her. As he listened, a chill spread through him. The dream felt so vivid. No wonder she struggled to escape, and no wonder she regarded consort Liu as a formidable threat. Wasn't I already pushed away by you that day? Xiao Lin lowered his head to look at her, gently assuring, it was just a nightmare. Do not dwell on it. I would never entrust you and our child to consort Liu. She cannot bear children, so she cannot blame others. Liu Chan nestled back into his embrace, mumbling, I understand. The notion of rebirth was far too fantastical. She feared that speaking of it too much would make her seem like a monster. So she could only describe it as a dream. Just as Liu Chan thought she might drift off to sleep, Xiao Lin suddenly spoke again. The Empress Dowager intends to bring the legitimate daughter of the Liu family into the palace. His tone was gentle, as if discussing someone else's affairs. I must comply, so I wanted to inform you in advance. The Liu family had only one eligible legitimate daughter named Liu Rao. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Lin understood why he had thought of calling her a nickname, Rao Rao, that day, only to find her strongly resistant. So soon, Liu Chan was indeed surprised. With consort Liu's downfall, her lukewarm attitude towards the Liu family might prompt them to select a more suitable candidate to enter the palace. However, she anticipated it would happen now. She had thought they would wait until consort Liu was entirely defeated before seizing an opportunity for Liu Rao. Thus, the Liu family would visibly have 3 daughters in the palace, which might prompt speculation. Yes, Xiao Lin replied with a hint of sarcasm. The offspring in the palace are always few. Although consort Liu has done much behind the scenes, she could not have succeeded without the Empress Dowager's assistance. I am not her biological child, so she is very fixated on the Liu family bloodline. Logically, he should not confide such matters to a mere palace consort, especially one of Liu Chan's background. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of kinship towards her. Perhaps Liu Chan's trust inspired him to reciprocate. Liu Chan secretly smiled. This was the first time he had openly acknowledged consort Liu's manipulations and the insincerity of his relationship with the Empress Dowager. What can I do for the Emperor? Liu Chan inquired. Help me observe the inner palace, and then protect yourself, Xiao Lin said, leaning down to place a kiss on her forehead. The inner palace and the court have always been intertwined. At times, you must also trust me. In these days of turmoil caused by the southern floods, the court officials remained anxious, yet they still had the time to scrutinize his harem. With consort Liu's fall from grace, the court was rife with speculation. They were eager to send their eligible daughters into the palace, hoping to vie for power and wealth in the harem. Moreover, with the current unrest in the court, manipulating the harem was the simplest and most effective method of control. I have always believed in the emperor. Liu Chan nestled against him like a small kitten, murmuring softly, to be by the emperor's side is the greatest fortune of my life. Men are typically unaccustomed to such sentiments, just as women relish sweet words. Men delight in being cherished and depended upon by women. Indeed, Xiao Lin's gaze, when he looked down at her again, carried an unusual intensity, and his hands became increasingly bold, seemingly inadvertently lifting her garments. I see you have lost weight. Permit me to feel where you have thinned. He pressed closer. Liu Chan, her petite face flushed, bravely wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing near to his lips. Let the emperor have a taste, she said, her eyes sparkling. Despite her significant loss of weight, it did not diminish the allure she had cultivated in secret, soon igniting mutual affection between them. The next morning, when Liu Chan awoke, the space beside her was empty. Zhen Zhu assisted her in washing up and having her meal, glancing at the red marks on her skin, hesitating several times to speak. Finally, as Liu Chan ate, she couldn't help but advise, my lady, now that your health is improving, it would be wise to take care. Liu Chan paused slightly, contemplating how to respond to the young maid when Chun Xing entered. Greetings, my lady, said Chun Xing. A messenger from the Empress Dowager has arrived. Lady Liu and Miss Liu Wu are coming to the palace today, requesting your presence. In the Liu family, Liu Chan was the 4th daughter, and Liu Wu referred to Liu Rao. Understood. Liu Chan replied calmly, I shall go shortly. Upon arriving at Xiao Ling Palace, Liu Chan found Lady Liu and her daughter already seated within. She approached to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Lady Liu led Liu Rao in greeting her. But while Lady Liu was courteous, Liu Rao's demeanor was rather casual. Liu Chan feigned ignorance and, after exchanging polite words, took a seat beside them. When I sent you to the palace to accompany the favored consort last year, I thought you were still a child, Lady Liu remarked, beaming at her. Now that you have become a beauty, you certainly appear much more composed. Before Liu Chan could respond, Liu Rao interjected, Mother, what favored consort? That is Liu Pin. From the time she became aware, her mother had told her that Liu Pin was not a true daughter of the Liu household, but merely a lowly courtesan. She had felt indignant at the time. If a courtesan could be regarded as a legitimate daughter of the Liu family and sent to the palace as a favored consort, surely she, a genuine Liu daughter, deserved the title of Empress. Now, Liu Chan had inadvertently become a consort, rising from a mere attendant to a beauty in just a few months, which illustrated the simplicity of favor within the palace. Lady Liu mentioned that the false daughter had fallen from grace and engaged in many unsavory actions in the palace, which provided an opportunity for Liu Chan to enter. A smug smile lingered on Liu Rao's face, as if the position of the Empress was already within her grasp. Liu Chan glanced at Liu Rao, finding the situation amusing. Maintaining her composure, she said, Mother, I have grown up. You needn't worry about me. In the Liu household, she had always been an overlooked concubine. So what feelings could she possibly have upon meeting again? It was merely a matter of formalities. Lady Liu nodded, intending to converse further with the Empress Dowager, when suddenly an announcement rang out. The Emperor has arrived. Except for the Empress Dowager, everyone quickly stood to attention, including Liu Chan. As Xiao Ling strode in, his eyes fell upon Liu Chan, who wore a demure smile. He cast a brief glance before turning his attention indifferently to the Empress Dowager. I have seen Mother, he declared. Daughter consort has seen the Emperor. Everyone responded in unison, bowing deeply. Liu Rao eagerly lifted her gaze to Xiao Ling, momentarily shy before lowering her head, wishing to present her delicate waist forward. Liu Chan observed this display, acknowledging that Xiao Ling was indeed a man who could attract attention. Those favored by the Emperor were invariably striking, and through generations, both princes and princesses of the royal family were notable for their appearances, especially Xiao Ling. He possessed a fine physique, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, with captivating features. His deep, bright eyes held an air of aloofness that irresistibly drew women-esque gazes. Yet, given his status and the ruthless nature of an emperor, countless women would have flocked to him. The Empress Dowager spoke plainly. The Emperor's harem lacks offspring. I find this Liu daughter quite suitable. What do you think, Your Majesty? Regardless of their private dislikes for one another, maintaining the dignity of the royal family was paramount. She held the status of an elder, thus having the upper hand over Xiao Ling in terms of filial duty. Even as the Emperor, he could not neglect his obligations. Xiao Ling, indeed, turned his gaze to Liu Rao. She stepped forward again, reintroducing herself with a voice soft and alluring. I am Liu Rao, honored to meet Your Majesty. Wishing you long life. Very well, Xiao Ling nodded. The Empress Dowager, seeing his easy acquiescence, smiled and suggested, since Rao is in the palace today, perhaps the Emperor could. Mother, Xiao Ling interrupted, I shall decide on the rewards for the consorts myself. If you favor her, I can keep her in the palace to accompany you. This was a clear indication for her to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the harem. A fleeting coldness crossed the Empress Dowager's face, but she understood the need for patience. The Emperor's favor towards Liu Chan indicated he did not harbor a dislike for her family, so she must not calculate every move regarding Liu Rao, lest it provoke the Emperor's disdain. If so, it would be a grave misstep. Since the Emperor has made his intentions clear, I shall not press further. The Empress Dowager said with a smile, turning to Liu Chan. Chan'er is now a beauty and has become familiar with palace life. Sisters should support each other. Liu Chan rose and gracefully acknowledged, Yes, Your Majesty. When will the daughter enter the palace? Liu Rao could not help but inquire, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She had interpreted the Empress Dowager's words to mean that she would be staying today, only to find she must wait longer. Naturally, it will be once I have issued the decree for the consort. Xiao Ling's tone was gentle, as if he had developed a fondness for her. A consort? It cannot be as simple as an ordinary concubine entering. There must be a proper ceremony for the consort. Liu Rao's smile widened, unable to contain her excitement. I am willing to wait, she declared. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Liu Rao's exuberant disposition was somewhat unrestrained. If she were to truly be conferred a consort's position, it would not be a concern. After all, she was the genuine daughter of the Liu family, deserving of protection. On the way back, Liu Chan followed closely behind Xiao Ling, her smile radiant. "What rank do you think I should receive?" Xiao Ling inquired casually. "I dare not presume to guess Your Majesty's intentions," Liu Chan replied softly, laughter lacing her voice. "However, you are truly mischievous," deliberately framing it as a consort's decree to stir their excitement. She knew Xiao Ling was being intentional. The title of consort, if deliberately misinterpreted, would at least imply a rank of third-grade consort. Yet, the women in the emperor's harem were all consorts. Even a mere maid was still considered one of his concubines, creating a considerable ambiguity. "My Chaner is becoming increasingly astute," Xiao Ling remarked, his mood suddenly brightening. "Now, answer my question." For reasons unknown, he found pleasure in watching Liu Chan grow under his guidance. He had never been particularly interested in the affairs of the harem, yet now, he felt an impulse to stir the turbulent waters himself, eager to witness her blossoming intelligence with his support. Seeing he was insistent, Liu Chan pondered. "The emperor is typically frugal with titles, perhaps a noble rank?" Xiao Ling chuckled. "Well, have I ever been stingy with titles? Only you would dare to speak so freely." The noble rank was not insignificant. She had only been a mere attendant before. Compared to her, you were leagues ahead. Suddenly, Liu Chan halted, eyeing him like a cat about to steal a morsel. After surveying her surroundings, she swiftly leaned in and pressed a kiss to Xiao Ling's lips before retreating quickly. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. This is my humble return." She stifled a laugh. In the next moment, Xiao Ling's large hand pressed against the back of her head, pulling her forward as he leaned down to kiss her. Behind them, Huang Jiao's eyes widened in shock. Without a word, he hastily turned around, gesturing for the palace attendants following them to avert their gazes. He sighed inwardly, lamenting the decline of propriety. Chapter 65. The four newcomers. A few days later, an imperial decree for the conferral of titles to consorts indeed spread throughout the palace. Initially, it was thought that only Liu Rao would be honored, but unexpectedly, the decree named 3 individuals. Besides Liu Rao, the other 2 had far more distinguished backgrounds, the highest being Song, the daughter of a grand tutor. Xiao Ling adhered strictly to the hierarchy dictated by their familial status. For instance, Song, being the grand tutor's daughter, was granted the title of a 6th-rank noble, while Zhou, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, also received a noble title. In contrast, Liu Rao's father held merely a 6th-rank idle official position. Thus she was assigned the rank of a 9th-rank concubine, akin to Liu Chan's previous status. Upon hearing this news, Liu Chan nearly spat out her tea. The palace was about to become lively once more. Zhen Zhu expressed her concerns, noting that judging solely by their family backgrounds, these newcomers would not be easy to deal with. In previous years, the palace had seen the unique presence of noble consort Jing, while the other minor consorts came from average lineages, causing little stir. However, the situation had changed. An enchanting beauty had previously claimed a portion of favor, and now several others of high birth were arriving. The increasing number of noble consorts suggested that the competition would escalate to a new level. Indeed, the palace was set to become bustling once again. Liu Chan remarked with casual amusement. With the decree for conferral issued, the newcomers were soon brought into the palace. After discussions with noble consort Zhao and consort Da, they were each assigned their quarters. Song and Zhou, claiming to be close friends from the inner chambers, were placed together in the Lotus Pavilion. The most noteworthy arrangement was for Liu Rao, who was assigned to the Jade Xiong Pavilion, much to Liu Chan's disgust. "How can she possibly reside here?" Zhen Zhu exclaimed in anger. "Does noble consort Zhao think you two are sisters, hence the close quarters?" Liu Chan replied coldly. "It may not have been arranged by noble consort Zhao. It is likely the Empress Dowager's doing. Given noble consort Zhao's nature, she would not intentionally create such a situation. Xiao Ling would never have placed Liu Rao here, so the only one capable of intervening and succeeding must be the Empress Dowager. We should seek the emperor and have him intervene," Zhen Zhu suggested eagerly. Initially, Liu Chan shared this sentiment, but upon reflection, she realized that if the emperor was aware of Liu Rao's living arrangements, it would imply his acquiescence. If he remained ignorant, what would happen once he learned of it? No matter, Liu Chan smirked, If she wishes to reside in the Jade Xiong Pavilion, so be it. Though it may be irksome, every situation has its duality. I refuse to believe that the affection cultivated with Xiao Ling could be snatched away by someone as oblivious as Liu Rao. Let her see my favor. It will surely infuriate her. In her fury, she may err, and every error is a weakness. However, Liu Chan was perhaps overthinking. 2 hours later, Liu Rao was reassigned from the Jade Xiong Pavilion to the Weiyang Palace, supposedly to accompany Liu Pin, which was indeed Xiao Ling's decree. Liu Chan felt a sense of delight. It was rather pleasant to have someone discreetly shielding her from trouble. The 3 newly elevated consorts entered the palace on an auspicious 15th day. Under noble consort Zhao's guidance, they paid their respects to the Empress Dowager and, upon their return, learned that the newcomers had settled into their quarters. Whom would be summoned to the Emperor's bedchamber first tonight? Consort Qian, ever curious and straightforward, posed a question. Her loquacious nature made her unpopular among the other consorts, yet her wealth earned her a different treatment from the palace attendants. She was indeed an amusing character. What about Liu Marin? Consort Qian continued, attempting to engage Liu Chan. Do you suppose Liu Ying will be the first to serve? Liu Chan found her excessive chatter tiresome, but maintained her composure, shaking her head. I do not know. Consort Qian, undeterred, pressed on, believing Liu Chan was being evasive. Aren't you and Liu Ying's sisters? Is the relationship strained? The question elicited a myriad of unspoken sentiments from those present. While they were indeed sisters, they were not born of the same mother, hence their bond was naturally tenuous. Liu Chan's smile remained intact as she replied, Does Consort Qian have any further inquiries? Feel free to ask them all at once. She regarded Consort Qian with a seemingly playful gaze, though internally she felt quite vexed. Aligning with Consort Qian was one thing, but her incessant chatter and lack of discretion were another. In favorable times, her tongue could be an asset, yet in unfavorable moments, it became challenging to manage. Oh, Consort Qian seemed oblivious to Liu Chan's discomfort, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. However, who do you think will be the first to attend to the Emperor tonight? Liu Chan looked skyward in exasperation. It was hardly her place to determine who would serve the Emperor first. Just then, Shun Marin approached, wearing a smile. Isn't that right, Consort Qian? Consort Qian shot her a sharp glare. And you still haven't served yet you dare to speak of this matter? Oh, Shun Marin offered no retort. Seeing Consort Qian's rising ire, she was about to raise her voice when noble consort Zhao interjected from her palanquin. Enough, everyone should return to their quarters. Do you not fear the Empress Dowager's displeasure for lingering here? Consort Qian, fuming, tossed her handkerchief aside and departed. Noble consort Zhao's palanquin drew near Liu Chan, and she suddenly spoke. The initial arrangement for Liu Ying's residence was not made by this palace. Liu Chan looked up at her, puzzled, wondering if this was an attempt at goodwill. I understand. Liu Chan smiled, bowing respectfully to noble consort Zhao. Intelligent individuals need not say much. A mere glance suffices for mutual understanding. Noble consort Zhao had merely come to clarify this point. The others quickly dispersed. That evening, as everyone strained to hear who would be summoned first, word spread that the emperor had declined the attendance of the attendants and chose to rest alone in the Tai Chi Palace. The following day, the Tai Chi Palace summoned Shun Marin to accompany the emperor, which astonished many. Having entered the palace for several months, she had yet to serve. Was she now to compete with the 3 newcomers? That would mean there were 4 new consorts in total. Zhenju entered, announcing, My lady, Liu Ying and Lady Zhou have arrived. Chapter 66. I fear her not. When Liu Rao entered, she strutted boldly ahead of Lady Zhou. Upon seeing Liu Chan, she did not offer her respects, but instead confronted her. Liu Chan, have you been whispering in the Emperor's ear? What have I whispered? Liu Chan replied, her tone slow and measured. Just then, Lady Zhou stepped forward, respectfully greeting Liu Marin. This is my first visit. I've brought a small gift for you. She presented a beautifully embroidered purse. One should not strike a smiling face, Liu Chan said, expressing her gratitude as she accepted the gift. After a moment's thought, she removed her jade bracelet from her wrist, offering it to Lady Zhou. Such a precious item is far too extravagant, Lady Zhou protested, shaking her head. I cannot accept such a valuable gift without merit. She discreetly observed Liu Chan, noting the bracelet's apparent worth, confirming Liu Chan's favored status. Liu Chan was generous, and standing by was Liu Rao, who felt increasingly irate as she watched their exchange. Her gaze fixated on the exquisite jade bracelet, her jealousy flaring. While the Empress Dowager had indeed bestowed gifts upon the Liu family, they paled in comparison to the bracelet in Liu Chan's possession. The disparity was disheartening. Is this how easily you bestow gifts upon others? Liu Rao extended her hand. Liu Chan had finally managed to part with the bracelet when Liu Rao's demand caught her off guard. With a cold smile, Liu Chan feigned innocence. Oh, I was under the impression that gift-giving is reciprocal. You have brought nothing for me. Regardless of value, there must be something given in return, Liu Rao retorted, momentarily speechless. She glared. I am your sister. How can you gift such a valuable item to an outsider? Lady Zhou stood calmly by, observing the unfolding drama. Today, she originally intended to visit Liu Chan to gauge the temperament of the favored beauty in the palace. To her surprise, she encountered Liu Dang at the entrance. As for Liu Marin, she still needed to observe, but Liu Dang was a fool, not worth worrying about. Liu Chan found it somewhat amusing as she regarded Liu Rao. Zhou Guiran brought me a gift, which is a token of goodwill. I shall return the sentiment with a bracelet. Yet here you are, empty-handed and expecting something from me. Even if you had brought me a feather, I would still return something in kind. Liu Rao understood the principle that a light gift can carry significant meaning. She shot Liu Chan a fierce glare before rummaging through her belongings, ultimately plucking a hairpin from her coiffure. She tossed it to Liu Chan, declaring here, now it's your turn to give to me. Liu Chan, with a good-natured demeanor, accepted it. She turned to Pearl, instructing her to fetch the makeup box from her bedside, ensuring it was filled to the brim for her sister. Pearl smiled and complied. Liu Rao then cast a triumphant glance at Zhou Guiran, settling into a chair. However, she was soon reminded of another troubling matter. The emperor clearly stated that I would be conferred as a consort, so why did the edict only name me a Dang? Liu Rao questioned, perplexed by the disparity. She even briefly suspected that the decree had been issued in error, yet her name was unmistakably inscribed upon it. Initially promised residence in Yuzhongxian, she had instead been relocated to Weiyang Palace upon her arrival. Everything felt amiss. She had planned to visit the Empress Dowager today, but every encounter with her aunt filled her with trepidation, prompting her to consult Liu Chan first. When did he say you would be conferred as a consort? Liu Chan replied, astonished. You were present at Shoan Palace that day. The emperor did mention it, stating the intent to confer a consort. Liu Rao recounted each word carefully. The decree to confer a consort. Liu Chan burst into laughter, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Zhou Guiran found amusement in her reaction, but feigned seriousness. Sister Liu is the emperor's cousin. Even if she were merely a consort, it would be acceptable, considering the Liu family has a Jing Gui Fei, who has now become a pin. If one contemplated it this way, granting the Liu family's legitimate daughter a consort title seemed reasonable, despite Liu Rao appearing somewhat dim-witted. Yet one could not overlook the fact that her aunt was the Empress Dowager, and both her sisters were favored in the palace. Setting aside her father's position, these familial ties were indeed formidable. Confer a consort. Liu Chan mused. Are you not already a consort of the emperor? Liu Zhao Paset. Boo. What consort? Zhou Guiran smirked, acknowledging Liu Marin's cleverness. Consort. Does it not imply a title of consort, rather than a consort? Liu Chan explained patiently. I was originally a Dang as well. Sister, you might strive to become a beauty in the future. Liu Rao's expression suddenly soured. Observing her realization, Liu Chan smiled faintly, choosing to ignore her and return to conversing with Zhou Guiran. She reflected on the so-called butterfly effect. It seemed her reincarnation had altered her trajectory, inadvertently reshaping the fates of many others. At the very least, among the newly entered palace beauties, she had no recollection of the other two, aside from Liu Rao. She recalled that in her past life, the selection of beauties occurred every 4 years, with only 4 or 5 chosen each time, rarely allowing anyone to enter the palace directly. However, the Liu family was the emperor's maternal family. Being a concubine was understandable. But why should she be treated the same as Liu Rao? Liu Rao abruptly interjected. Liu Chan sighed, throwing her hands up in exasperation. How could I possibly know? You. Liu Rao glared at her fiercely. Then I shall be the first to attend the emperor's bedchamber. You can tell him. This declaration left Zhou Guiran astonished. Such matters were not whimsically chosen. And did Liu Chan truly possess the authority to dictate such arrangements? Liu Chan, however, was genuinely amused. I am but a beauty in the palace, hardly the most favored. Rather than seeking me, You might as well pursue the Empress Dowager or Liu Pin. They would be of greater assistance. Liu Rao gritted her teeth. Liu Pin had already become a nonentity. Mind your words, Liu Chan warned. Liu Chan's demeanor suddenly turned frosty. Liu Pin is still a consort of the emperor. If this word reaches the emperor's ears or the Empress Dowager's, you shall not have a favorable outcome. She understood that Liu Rao had been spoiled at home, but she never anticipated such recklessness. Although she had considered competing with Liu Rao, with the current situation, it seemed she might soon find herself in dire straits. How could she continue to navigate such treacherous waters? Liu Rao rose abruptly, tossing her handkerchief aside as she strode toward the exit. You fear her, but I do not. Liu Pin is not truly of the Liu family. However, this was a matter she could only keep to herself, for her mother had specifically warned her not to disclose anything before entering the palace. Upon reaching the doorway, Pearl appeared, carrying the makeup box. Give it to me, Liu Rao demanded, extending her hand. Pearl respectfully handed it over. The box felt heavy, and Liu Rao was quite pleased. However, when she attempted to open it, she found it locked. It's packed too full. The maid feared it would spill out. Pearl explained, offering a small key. Why not let Liu Dang open it later? Liu Rao snatched the key, huffing as she passed the box to her maid and strode away confidently. What she failed to notice was the glint of cunning in Pearl's eyes. Chapter 67. How can one not feel frantic with hatred approximately half an hour later? Liu Rao's maid, Mei Hua, rushed in with the box. She entered and hurled the box onto the floor, seething. Our young mistress has declared that if Liu Marin dares to deceive her, she shall have her reckoning. The box thudded against the floor, spilling its contents, a pile of pebbles. The palace maid, Mei Hua, snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Pearl, witnessing her departure, deliberately exclaimed, I sincerely picked the best. And yet Liu Dang still looks down upon our offering. Alas, Mei Hua's step faltered momentarily, but she soon quickened her pace. Zhou Guiran remained present, astonished, gazing at the scattered stones on the ground, unsure of how to respond. All she could conclude was that Liu Marin was quite formidable. Merely a few words had incensed the arrogant and oblivious Liu Dang. No wonder she was favored in the palace. Zhou Guiran contemplated this. That evening, it was the gentle and refined Shun Marin who remained by the emperor's side since the afternoon. The following day, Shun Marin was elevated to the rank of Shun Jiyu. A few days later, news arrived from Shoan Palace that the Empress Dowager wished to see the newly appointed consorts. The current situation in the palace had shifted significantly, with several highborn consorts entering, leaving everyone somewhat unsettled. Those who were not favored could endure, but those with even a slight favor found it difficult to sleep. When Liu Chan set out, she unexpectedly encountered Shun Jiyu midway. Chania, Shun Jiyu rushed over, nearly colliding with her. Indeed, one feels invigorated with joy. Congratulations, Shun Jiyu. Liu Chan beamed, greeting her warmly and inquiring, Are you content to serve the emperor now? Shun Jiyu's gaze faltered. You mock me. She grasped Liu Chan's arm. Shifting the conversation, I want to walk with you. She had been confined to Fengyi Palace until this morning and had longed to see Chaner. Upon entering Shoan Palace, they discovered many had already gathered, including the 3 new consorts and even a pregnant Sun Caning. Shun Jiyu and Liu Marin did not arrive early. Qian Fei could not help but speak up. Are you not curious? Liu Chan wanted a facepalm. It was rumored that Qian Fei had not attended the emperor's bedchamber for over a year, yet she remained the most active, always concerned about who was favored and who served the emperor. Shun Jiyu shot her a glance, dragging Liu Chan to find their seats. After Liu Chan settled herself, she immediately sensed the unfriendly gaze directed at her from across the room. She lifted her head and locked eyes with Sun Kai-ren. A subtle smile graced her lips. After all, her enmity with Sun Kai-ren had only deepened. Yet, she found it of little consequence, as she had never held any fondness for Sun Kai-ren. Liu Chan glanced around the seating arrangement, noting that Nda Fei occupied the position on her right, while the left side remained vacant, presumably reserved for Zhao Xianfei. Nda Fei, as usual, sat quietly with a faint smile, refraining from engaging in the conversations around her. Just as she was observing, a loud announcement echoed from outside. The Empress Dowager has arrived, followed by the Emperor, the Xianfei, and Liu Pin. The guests exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of surprise. Liu Pin, how could she have emerged? Had it not been stated that she would be under house arrest for 3 months? Before the Empress Dowager and the others entered, the gazes of the attendees, either intentionally or inadvertently, fell upon Liu Chan, each harboring their own thoughts. How had she managed to come out? Shen Jiayu tugged at Liu Chan's sleeve. Liu Chan shook her head and whispered, I do not know. However, she had previously believed that Jing Guifei remained unscathed due to Xiao Ling's affection for her. Yet now, standing in the imperial harem, she realized that Liu Pin's connection with the Empress Dowager was far more significant. Xiao Ling's indulgence of Liu Pin, the embodiment of his white moonlight, was of lesser importance. The true dynamics of the harem and the pressure from the Empress Dowager played a far more crucial role. As long as the Empress Dowager was present, Liu Pin would not easily be dragged down. Once the Empress Dowager and her entourage took their seats of honor, Zhao Xianfei led the group in greeting. With so few children in the palace, we need more people to attend to the emperor, the Empress Dowager remarked with a smile. I wish to see how the emperor's chosen ones appear. Song Guiran and Zhou Guiran stood at the forefront, with Liu Chan following behind. Performing a grand bow to the Empress Dowager and the emperor, Xiao Ling maintained a demeanor that was neither fully smiling nor fully serious, his lips curving slightly. His gaze occasionally swept over the attendees, momentarily pausing on Liu Chan before moving on. While others might not perceive anything amiss in his gaze, Liu Chan was acutely aware of it. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she had to maintain an appearance of utmost propriety. Xiao Ling was indeed fixated on her. It was not until the Empress Dowager spoke, I see they are all good children. Come, all shall be rewarded, that several individuals expressed their gratitude in unison. The Empress Dowager continued, I reiterate, the number of offspring in this palace has dwindled compared to the previous emperor's reign. Your sole purpose for entering the palace is to serve the emperor well, thereby ensuring the prosperity of our great Xia dynasty. Do you understand? Yes, they replied, their faces tinged with shyness. This time, aside from Lu Rao daring to look up at the emperor seated above, Song Guiran also raised her gaze. Song Guiran's beauty was both delicate and alluring, her tone captivating even when speaking earnestly. Coupled with her spirited personality, she stood out remarkably in that moment. Zhou Guiran, on the other hand, dressed modestly, her every expression impeccably measured, moving with a grace that seemed calculated. As for Liu Chan, it was best left unmentioned. They had been in the palace for several days now. When would the emperor consider summoning them to his chambers? The Empress Dowager appeared genuinely concerned. Since mother has given her instructions, then tonight it shall commence. Xiao Ling maintained his facade of filial piety. The Empress Dowager nodded. Song Guiran, seated below, wore an expression of confidence, frequently glancing toward Xiao Ling with a seductive gaze. Lu Rao did not fall behind, eager to stand and volunteer herself for the emperor's bed. Zhou Guiran remained composed. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at them before shifting the topic to Liu Pin. I have observed that Liu Pin's health has not been well lately, so I have decided to lift her house arrest, allowing her to come out for some fresh air. The Empress Dowager turned to Xiao Ling, asking, You won't hold this against me, will you? Xiao Ling shook his head, of course not. If mother likes her, let her accompany you more. Liu Chan felt her sleeve tugged once again. She subtly glanced at Shen Jiayu, indicating her understanding. However, she had long since grasped the dynamic between Xiao Ling and the Empress Dowager. He always acquiesced to her wishes, but would make adjustments that left her speechless. For instance, if the Empress Dowager wished for Lu Rao to enter the palace, Xiao Ling would comply, but then he would introduce 3 even more beautiful and well-connected women, leaving the Empress Dowager frustrated, yet unable to object. Liu Chan believed Xiao Ling to be heartless. He appeared gentle, yet in truth, he was cold and detached. Otherwise, how could the children of the harem be born one after another? After the Empress Dowager concluded her remarks, the crowd began to engage in light conversation. During the chatter, Qianfei brought up a once-favored beauty who had now fallen to the status of Li Changzai. Today, Li Changzai had also arrived, seated quietly in the back. Afraid to speak. One should never become arrogant due to favor. Qianfei scolded. In this harem, a fall can be quite devastating. Wouldn't you agree, Li Changzai? Li Changzai silently cursed Liu Chan countless times in her heart. Yet before the emperor and the Empress Dowager, she dared not speak out, merely mumbling in agreement. Sun Kai Run chimed in, targeting Liu Chan. As for what the Empress Dowager said about arrogance, I believe Liu Marin truly embodies that sentiment. I have heard that when the kitchen was late in delivering her meal, Liu Marin had the kitchen steward personally fetch crabs from the lake, insisting on crab roe porridge in the middle of winter. Under normal circumstances, a favored concubine, would be under the emperor's watchful eye during pregnancy. Now, however, she could not even catch a glimpse of him. How could she not feel a sense of despair? Chapter 68. Men are drawn to her kind. What was Sun Kairen even saying? Liu Chan responded graciously. Some time ago, I lost favor, and those petty kitchen staff bullied me. Now that I have regained favor, should I still repay malice with kindness? She smiled, adding, if one day Sun Kairen finds herself in a similar predicament, I shall use my silver to ensure the kitchen does not deliver your meals. Let us see if you remain unbothered. You. Sun Kairen was tempted to raise her hand and slap her mouth, but before the emperor and the empress dowager, she cannot. She forced a smile. What is Liu Marin even talking about? Liu Chan merely smiled and remained silent. Initially, she had no intention of revealing this side of herself before the empress dowager, yet circumstances were no longer under her control. With Liu Rao now in the palace, she was the genuine heir of the Liu family, while Liu Chan was merely a mixed breed. No matter how submissive she pretended to be, the Empress Dowager might not necessarily believe her as she grew increasingly favored. In terms of quarrels, she had not been adept before, but she had learned from Xiao Ling's side. After all, the ministers of the previous dynasty had quarreled daily, and observing their interactions taught her how to strike at the heart of the matter. Thus, she allowed herself to be free. The Empress Dowager indeed cast several more glances at her. Liu Chan pretended not to notice. After a while, seeing the Empress Dowager display signs of fatigue, Xiao Ling took the initiative to suggest that everyone take their leave. He personally assisted the Empress Dowager back to her palace. As Liu Chan exited, she spotted Liu Pin waiting for her a short distance away. The path to leave was singular. There was no evading it. Shena, Liu Pin intercepted her eyes suddenly reddening. Chaner, I have wronged you. It was as if I were blinded by grease at that time. Please forgive me, will you? As she spoke towards the end, she began to weep. This development halted everyone in their tracks, their steps slowing, ears and eyes perked up in anticipation. Liu Chan glanced at Xiao Ling, who was emerging from the palace, her heart settling. Today, Liu Pin wore a flowing white garment that made her appear ethereal, with only a wooden hairpin adorning her hair, resembling the painting of Su Jinger that Liu Chan had seen before. With this appearance, combined with her existing resemblance, she could easily be mistaken for Su Jinger. However, Liu Pin had suffered greatly from her illness. Her face had lost its fullness, and her cheekbones were now prominent. The white garment hung loosely on her frail frame, making it ill-fitting. Perhaps fueled by her recent turmoil, even when attempting to appear pitiful, she exuded an air of menace. In any case, at first glance, she bore less resemblance to Su Jinger. Liu Chan turned to face the approaching Xiao Ling, quietly bowing and greeting, urging, Your Majesty. Perhaps you should comfort Liu Pin. Xiao Ling's expression as he looked at Liu Pin was undeniably complex. After a long pause, he finally spoke, acknowledging that although the weather had warmed slightly, the wind still lingered. You should return to Weiyang Palace, he advised. Do the Emperor still care for me? Liu Pin's eyes were red-rimmed as she took a step forward, imploring, Your Majesty. Yet, Xiao Lin turned his gaze away from her and looked towards Liu Chan, instructing, You should also return. Liu Chan nodded, bowing respectfully before taking her leave. Liu Chan felt no sympathy for Liu Pin, regardless of Liu Pin's self-pity. After all, she had shown no mercy when taking the lives of others. If anything, Liu Pin might even believe that everyone else was in the wrong. Displaying weakness was merely a desperate tactic. If genuine forgiveness were extended, Liu Pin would likely retaliate without hesitation. As Liu Chan departed, the others began to disperse. On her way from Shoan Palace to Yuqiong Pavilion, Liu Chan had to pass through the Imperial Garden, where she was called back yet again. Liu Chan, it was I who brought you into the palace. Without me, you would have long since married that debauched Meng Sun, Liu Pin threatened, her previously delicate demeanor replaced by menace. Do you not feel any guilt for betraying me? Liu Chan turned to face her and smiled. Should I thank your highness for that? In her view, Liu Pin was a quintessentially selfish individual, demanding to be exalted and surrounded by adoration. If others refused to comply, it was their fault, not hers. The predicament I find myself in now is all you're doing. Liu Pin seethed, wishing to tear Liu Chan's face apart. Beside her, Xiao held onto Liu Pin's arm, anxious that she might lose control in the garden. Liu Chan smirked and stepped closer to Liu Pin, acknowledging her words. Your highness is correct. It is indeed my doing. She advanced, her gaze piercing as if she could see straight through Liu Pin. I will not only cause you to lose your position as concubine, but I will ensure you lose your rank entirely, fall from grace, be cast into the cold palace, and die alone and unburied." At these words, Liu Pin trembled, consumed by rage. She raised her hand to strike Liu Chan, but Liu Chan seized her wrist. With a light laugh, Liu Chan remarked, "If you strike me today, I shall inform the emperor. Who knows, you might just lose your position as concubine. You wretched girl." Liu Pin glared at her with murderous eyes, yet she hesitated to act further, fearing Liu Chan might indeed report her. Liu Chan released her wrist, turning to leave. Liu Pin staggered back, her face pale, feeling as though she might collapse. "That wretched girl dares to threaten me. She deserves to die. Kia, Tavi feet." Dare not lift her head or speak. She felt a deep sense of despair. It seemed she too would not end well. In the past, when Chunner was around, she could at least advise Liu Pin, but now no one remained to counsel her, and she felt powerless. It was as if a blade hung over her neck, ready to drop at any moment. "Let us return, Your Highness," Chiuer whispered. Unbeknownst to them, two figures stood not far away. Song Guerin clutched a newly bloomed peony. Abruptly tearing it from its stem, she brought it to her nose, sniffing it, and mused that the once favored Jing Guifei was merely a paper tiger. In this world, people are often elevated by titles, but in reality, they are just ordinary, Zhou Guerin remarked, her gaze lingering on the retreating Liu Chan, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Do you think I shall be the first to attend to the emperor tonight?" Song Guerin beamed. "Sister Zhou, the emperor has looked my way several times today. In terms of beauty, she was the most outstanding among the four of them. Even within the palace, only Liu Chan could rival her. But she believed Liu Chan lacked her allure. Men favored her type. Besides, before entering the palace, her parents had arranged for the most skilled woman to teach her. Once the emperor experienced her charms, he would be unable to resist." Zhou Guerin smiled at her. "Naturally, you shall be the first to serve the emperor. With such beauty, the position of concubine is surely within your grasp." Song Guerin squinted. "With the position of concubine currently vacant, what does it matter? However, Liu Marin is indeed a formidable character," Zhou Guerin cautioned. Song Guerin scoffed. "She is merely a lowly daughter of the Liu family, unworthy of even being my servant. Does she truly believe her beauty can earn her the emperor's favor and allow her to flaunt herself?" Chapter 69. Do you know your crimes? Since the emperor had promised to select a new consort tonight, everyone was on high alert. That evening, Chunqing hurried in with news. "Is it Song Guerin?" Jinju asked, intrigued as she meticulously massaged Liu Chan's hands with oil, pausing her movements to inquire. Chunqing shook her head. Could it truly be Liu Dannying? Jinju frowned, revealing her displeasure. "That Liu Dannying has relied on her connection with the Empress Dowager to bully our young masters. If she were the first to serve the emperor, she would surely be insufferable." "No, it is Zhou Guerin," Chunqing replied softly. "I've heard that Zhou Guerin and Song Guerin have a close relationship, having shared everything since their days in the boudoir. They haven't parted since entering the palace. They are likely bound together." Liu Chan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. If it were Zhou Guerin, it would indeed be unexpected. Song Guerin had always seemed eager to catch the emperor's eye during her time in Shoan Palace. Yet it appeared that Zhou Guerin had been more supportive of her. After all, Song Guerin's grandfather was a first-rank grand preceptor, the emperor's teacher in his youth, holding a position of immense influence in the court. As Liu Chan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, she recalled that Song Guerin's grandfather had eventually been exiled with his entire family, but the details eluded her. She chose to set aside those memories. After all, Xiao Ling was a man of decisive action, skilled in the art of political maneuvering, and suffered no losses at the hands of court officials. Suddenly, a smile crept onto Liu Chan's lips. "How intriguing. What has the young master thought of?" Jinju asked curiously. Liu Chan replied softly, "The emperor is sowing discord. With Song Guerin taking the lead, she believes herself to be the first to serve, but the emperor has called upon Zhou Guerin instead. One can only wonder how Song Guerin will feel upon seeing Zhou Guerin. This back and forth could easily sever the bond between these two sisterly figures." Moreover, Liu Chan sensed that Zhou Guerin harbored deeper intentions. That day, when Zhou Guerin visited, she appeared cheerful and untroubled. Such emotionless individuals were the most formidable. While Song Guerin was indeed beautiful, her allure was largely superficial. Perhaps she possessed some cunning, but it did not compare to Zhou Guerin's. The concubines of the palace and the ministers of the court were mere pawns on a chessboard. while the one controlling the game was the Emperor Xiao Ling. What did family background or beauty matter? How trivial. That makes sense. Chunqing nodded earnestly. It seems that while Song Guiran appears to be in the lead, Zhou Gairen's disposition is likely to yield greater longevity in the palace. Jinzhu and Chuntao both nodded in agreement. Having entered the palace early, they were well aware of the rise and fall of the consorts, able to recognize certain personalities, especially among the younger consorts who wore their thoughts on their faces. "Young master," Jinzhu gently called, "may I ask you something? Will you feel jealous if they serve the emperor?" Liu Chan's gaze fell upon her. Jinzhu met her gaze steadfastly. "Speaking earnestly, in the past, when I was in Weiyang Palace, every time the emperor sought another consort, I could hear Liu Pin inside, smashing things or ordering people to leave in frustration. What I want to say is that jealousy is a great taboo in the palace." She observed that the young master remained clear-headed most of the time, but whenever she saw the emperor, her affection seemed to shine through, leaving Jinzhu uncertain whether the young master was truly smitten. She believed that the downfall of the once-favored Jing Guifei was largely due to her overwhelming jealousy, which bred malice against others. Pearl, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head and expressed her fondness for the current version of herself, clear-headed and unyielding, not allowing herself to be wronged. However, she feared that in the future, if she would be favored even more, she might change. Liu Chan found this amusing. Pearl nodded, explaining that according to the novel she had read, if a woman truly fell for a man and became jealous, her heart would be shackled to him, losing her own identity in the process. Upon reflection, it seemed that Consort Jing embodied this very fate. Pearl's reasoning was sound, and Chunqing nodded in agreement, while Chuntao echoed her sentiments. Liu Chan smirked, her gaze sweeping over the three of them, recognizing that her taste had indeed improved. It was a blessing to have such clear-headed maidservants who could offer counsel. "I understand that your thoughts are quite valid. Should there be anything you wish to convey in the future, do not hesitate to share it with me," Liu Chan remarked with a light chuckle. "We are all in the same boat. Your well-being is tied to mine, and once I ascend to a higher position, you shall reap the benefits as well." Chunqing and the others laughed and knelt, professing their willingness to brave any dangers for their young master. This was their first overt declaration of loyalty. Liu Chan accepted it with grace, helping each of them to their feet. She mused that had her previous life followed a normal course into the palace, and she had encountered Xiao Ling, she too might have developed feelings for him, indulging in fantasies and consequently feeling jealousy. But would men truly be enamored with such women? Perhaps, but it would not be enduring. Now, Liu Chan understood that men do not require women to love them wholeheartedly. They merely seek the illusion of love that brings them comfort, and they will naturally gravitate towards those who provide such solace. Xiao Ling was human, a man, just like any other. As for falling in love, most women who did so relinquished the power dynamics between the sexes, a grave mistake. She had firmly grasped the reins of control in her own hands, finding life far more comfortable than she had ever envisioned. For her, the bond between men and women held little significance. In this second life, aside from avenging Liu Pin, she aspired to ascend to great heights and wield true influence. The emperor's favor was merely a ladder for her ascent. For 2 consecutive days, Lady Zhou graced the emperor's chambers. On the 3rd day, as everyone eagerly awaited news from the Taiji Hall, it was announced that the emperor had left the palace to pray for blessings due to the southern floods. His absence for prayer would last at least 3 days. That night, a series of knocks echoed at the door of Yuqiong Pavilion. Pearl, on night watch, hurriedly opened the door, only to dash back with an ashen face. "Young master, someone has come to say that Lady Sun's pregnancy is in jeopardy, and we must go." Liu Chan, still groggy from sleep, was startled awake, her mind racing. "Did not the royal physician say it was stable?" she inquired as she dressed. "It has been over 5 months now." She instinctively thought of Liu Pin, but quickly dismissed the notion. Could Liu Pin still reach in a Lady Sun's womb? It seemed unlikely. The messenger appeared to be a wet nurse from the Empress Dowager's side. Pearl lowered her voice. "It seems the news is serious." Liu Chan paused, feeling a wave of unease wash over her, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. She gathered her thoughts, instructing Pearl to wake Chunqing and Chuntao, sending Chuntao to check on Consort Zhao and summon the royal physician, while Chunqing guarded the door, ensuring no ill-intentioned individuals seized the opportunity. One must always be prepared. Typically, when palace ladies encountered trouble, Everyone would rush to assist, even in the dead of night. When Liu Chan finally emerged, she found the wet nurse's demeanor cold and distant. "Lady Liu, come along," she said. Soon, they arrived at Lady Sun's quarters. Upon entering the room, Liu Chan sensed something was amiss. She was the only one who had come. "Lady Liu, do you know your crime?" The Empress Dowager slowly emerged from the inner chamber. Liu Chan's heart sank, bracing herself for the worst. She bowed respectfully. "This servant pays her respects to your majesty, but may I ask what crime I am accused of?" Inside, the sounds of Lady Sun's labored breathing echoed. And when Liu Chan realized it was the sound of childbirth, a voice from within cried out, "It has fallen out. Quickly, tell the Empress Dowager. It is a boy, and he cannot survive." Then came the heart-wrenching cries of Lady Sun, which abruptly ceased. "Where is the physician?" Liu Chan stood rooted in place, contemplating her next move, knowing the Empress Dowager intended to pin the blame for Lady Sun's miscarriage upon her. With the Emperor away, their audacity was astonishing. The Empress Dowager's voice was calm, her gaze devoid of anger, yet commanding respect. The palace maid helped her into a chair, and another wet nurse presented the deceased child, wrapped in red cloth, for her inspection before taking it away. Liu Chan stepped forward to glimpse the tragedy, but was restrained by the wet nurse beside her. Unable to free herself, she reluctantly surrendered. "Might I inquire, Your Majesty, how this matter pertains to me?" Liu Chan questioned, her eyes locked with the Empress Dowager's. "I require evidence." The Empress Dowager glanced at a nearby maid. The maid clapped her hands, and soon a young boy of about 15 or 16, donning a Thai hospital badge, was ushered in. Liu Chan turned to regard him. "I do not know him." Upon recognizing the boy, Pearl's expression shifted dramatically, and she hesitated. "I am well aware that you do not know him, but your maid certainly does," the Empress Dowager remarked, pointing at Pearl. Pearl exchanged a worried glance with Liu Chan. Earlier that day, when she had gone to fetch new contraceptive herbs for Liu Chan, it was this young boy who had supplied them, and they had exchanged a few words. Naturally, she recognized him. However, contraception was a grave taboo in the palace. To put it bluntly, it obstructed the lineage of the palace, and should this be discovered, one could expect to be cast into the cold palace, if not worse. Though the emperor had permitted it, with him absent, who could vouch for the young master? The Empress Dowager's maid spoke with a stoic expression. Tonight, Lady Sun reported discomfort, and upon informing the Empress Dowager, who has always shown concern for the emperor's heirs, she brought the physician with her. The physician diagnosed that Lady Sun's medicine contained a significant quantity of safflower. Safflower, when used by pregnant women, induces miscarriage. When used by common folk, it acts as a contraceptive. Liu Chan furrowed her brow. "I harbor no enmity with Lady Sun. Why would I wish to harm her unborn child?" At this, a palace maid rushed out from within, the very personal maid of Lady Sun, Xiao Su. She knelt before the Empress Dowager, tearfully exclaiming, "Lady Liu has never gotten along with Our Lady. This is common knowledge throughout the palace. I implore your majesty to see the truth." The kneeling young herbalist chimed in. Today, a maidservant of Lady Liu came to the Thai hospital to procure musk and safflower. And when I inquired why she needed such items, she hesitated and could not provide a clear answer, merely instructing me to fetch them for her. Liu Chan lifted her gaze to the Empress Dowager, and in that moment of eye contact, her heart plummeted. This was not merely a scheme. It was an overt attempt to cast blame upon her. Even so, she could not concede. I instructed my maid to retrieve safflower and musk for other purposes. Liu Chan asserted through gritted teeth. Recently, I suffered a fright outside the palace, leaving me weak. The royal physician advised me that should I become pregnant, my life would be at risk, so I was advised to carry some contraceptive herbs until I regained my strength. This explanation held some weight. The Empress Dowager lowered her eyes, her fingers entwined with a string of smooth prayer beads, moving towards Liu Chan to inspect the herbal packages. A palace maid responded and departed. After about a quarter of an hour, she returned hurriedly, followed closely by Chuanxing, who held the pouch tightly in her arms. As Chuanxing entered, she cast a nervous glance at Liu Chan, kneeling to open the pouch. "This belongs to the young master. I would not let anyone else touch it." Inside the pouch were 10 smaller packets, and with utmost caution, Chuanxing poured out the first one, revealing safflower within. However, when she opened the second pouch, it contained no safflower or musk. In a state of panic, she emptied the subsequent pouches, discovering that only the first small pouch held the safflower and musk, while the others contained a haphazard assortment of herbs, conspicuously lacking these two. How could this be? Spring Apricot was startled and looked at Pearl in confusion. Pearl instinctively replied, I have not opened the pouches. I simply brought them back. Moreover, they had been prepared by the young apothecary, neatly packaged in specialized gauze bags. Even if she were to present them to her mistress, she would not have thought to inspect them, let alone check for missing items. It was the first time Pearl felt regret for her carelessness. She wished she could slap herself twice. Suddenly, she noticed the young apothecary kneeling on the ground with his head bowed and rushed over, gripping his shoulder. Did you not include these two items from the very beginning? Pearl scolded. The young apothecary quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, I did include them. The Imperial Pharmacy has records. You may verify for yourself. After speaking, he called out to the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, please adjudicate. This matter has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Just as Pearl was about to inquire further, she was seized by the arm by a nearby matron. Come forth. The Empress Dowager raised her hand, stating, Liu Marin has poisoned her offspring out of selfish desires. Though she is my niece, today I shall uphold justice. Palace attendants entered, carrying a tray with a wine jug and a small cup. Liu Marin, this is Crepe Myrtle, one of the maidens introduced. Liu Chan smirked coldly, realizing that they intended to bypass all inquiries and directly accuse her of a baseless crime that could cost her life. She shook off the maid who had grasped her arm and glared at the Empress Dowager. If you wish to hold me accountable, it must be proven that I committed this act. Your Majesty, I do not acknowledge this accusation. The Empress Dowager smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by her words. Liu Marin, unwilling to drink herself, commanded, Why aren't you assisting me? Several maidens bowed in acknowledgement and approached Liu Chan to restrain her arms. One attempted to pour the wine into Liu Chan's mouth, while another reached in an effort to pry her lips apart. Liu Chan struggled fiercely. However, having just recovered from serious illness, she lacked the strength to resist the powerful maidens and was soon overpowered. Just as the cup was about to be positioned at her lips, Your Majesty, it was I who caused this. It was I who harmed Sun Kai-jin. Pearl suddenly cried out. The maidens restraining Liu Chan halted their actions. The one holding the wine cup turned to the Empress Dowager, and upon receiving a signal, returned the cup to its place. Liu Chan glared at Pearl. What nonsense are you spouting? Pearl broke free from her captors and nearly crawled to the Empress Dowager's side, weeping, It was I who did this, Your Majesty. I beg you to spare our young mistress. Chapter 71. You need not blame yourself. Liu Chan gazed at the Empress Dowager seated before her, clenching her fists. This entire scheme was orchestrated against her. Xiao Ling would not return to the palace anytime soon, and the Empress Dowager wielded the ultimate authority here. Whatever she decreed was law. Liu Chan suddenly regained her composure. If it were truly a cup of poison intended for her, the Empress Dowager's interference in the inner palace affairs would surely be difficult for Xiao Ling to explain. Thus, the Empress Dowager had a motive, but it certainly wasn't to end her life. The insistence upon forcing her to drink the so-called poison could either mean she did not wish to die and was willing to confess, thus providing leverage against her. Alternatively, the Empress Dowager had anticipated that Pearl would come forth to protect her, making Pearl's life the best bargaining chip against Liu Chan. Realizing this, Liu Chan was momentarily stunned. Within this trap, she could conceive of no means of resistance. Why did you poison Sun Kai-jin's unborn child? The Empress Dowager inquired gently, casting her gaze upon Pearl. Pearl bowed her head in a gesture of submission, weeping, I could not tolerate Sun Kai-jin's insults toward our young mistress, and thus harbored malicious intent. This matter has nothing to do with our young mistress. She knows nothing. It is all my doing. After a pause, her voice trembled. Your Majesty, grant me the poison as a reward. The Empress Dowager clapped her hands and laughed. Pearl stood there, bewildered and fearful. Liu Chan, look at how loyal your maid is, the Empress Dowager remarked, her smile sinister as she commanded, Bring her the poison. A palace maid presented the wine to Pearl's trembling hands. With tears streaming down her face, she turned to Liu Chan, My mistress, it is my fault. I have dragged you down. If there is a next life, I shall serve you once more. With that, she closed her eyes, steeling herself, ready to bring the cup to her lips. Pearl, Liu Chan suddenly broke free from her captors and lunged forward, knocking the cup from Pearl's hands, causing it to shatter on the ground. Grasping Pearl by the shoulders, she locked eyes with her, enunciating each word carefully. This is my fault, not yours. Standing tall, she faced the Empress Dowager once more. Your Majesty, please speak plainly. What do you wish for me to do? Liu Chan's tone was icy. The Empress Dowager clapped her hands again, laughing, shaking her head. Ever since I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were a woman of thought. Later, when you ascended the Emperor's bed, not only did you not provoke his disdain, but you also received rewards and became a consort. I knew then that you were clever. I am honored by your praise, Your Majesty, Liu Chan managed to utter through clenched teeth. You possess more wit than Liu Pin, more schemes, and you can win the Emperor's heart through your own abilities. The Empress Dowager smiled at her. Unfortunately, it is exceedingly difficult for me to claim you for myself. This young woman was unlike Liu Pin, who was a fool. There were no weaknesses to exploit. Even after several months in the palace, not a single incriminating detail could be found. If there were familial connections, it would be more manageable if Liu Chan had a mother, but her mother had long since passed. Yet, as the Empress Dowager, how could she not subdue a mere beauty? Every individual has their vulnerabilities. Today's scheme had proven that. Are you not afraid? I will inform the Emperor. Liu Chan brazenly tore away the facade, dropping all honorifics as she glared at the Empress Dowager. A maid has committed a transgression. I possess evidence. And she has admitted to her wrongdoing. The Empress Dowager continued to smile. Would the Emperor truly turn against me for the sake of a palace maid? Liu Chan felt a surge of anger rise to her head. No matter how composed she remained, equipped with all the cunning and schemes she had learned in her past life, she was powerless against the Empress Dowager's might. She could not even refute the Empress Dowager's words. The Empress Dowager rose, placing her hand on the arm of a nearby maid, and approached Liu Chan, kneeling before her. Liu Chan cast a glance at Pearl and then knelt as well. The Empress Dowager looked down from her elevated position, declaring, "This maid shall be taken away. For poisoning the imperial air, she should be punished, yet I possess means to protect her. From now on, you will heed my commands." Her voice turned cold. "I know you are currently practicing contraception. Within 3 months, should you conceive, I shall allow her to return to serve you." Liu Chan raised her gaze. "And what of son Kai-Jin's child? Will it simply be lost so easily? You understand. I do not wish for others in the palace to give birth to imperial sons. The child I desire must come from you, or Liu Rao. However, I have also realized that the Emperor may not favor Liu Rao, so I can only place my hopes upon you." The Empress Dowager sighed. "Once you bear an imperial son, I shall elevate you to the position of Empress, and in due course, when he ascends to the throne, you shall become the Empress Dowager." These words dripped with seduction, laden with immense temptation. Yet, Liu Chan did not believe a single syllable. "I have another request. Once you bear the child, send him to me for nurturing." With that, the Empress Dowager turned to leave. Pearl was silenced with a cloth, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Liu Chan, shaking her head continuously. Yet, she was forcibly dragged away. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Wang Wanner crouched down, embracing Liu Chan, continuously soothing her by caressing her arms. "Chan, are you all right?" She had arrived early, but was obstructed by the Empress Dowager's people, unable to gain entry. Even the noble consorts, Zhao Xian and Andy, were barred at the door. "I'm fine," Liu Chan attempted to stand, but her legs buckled, and she clung to Wang Wanner, barely managing to sit on a stool. At this moment, Zhao Xian and Andy entered, both with grim expressions. Liu Chan looked up at Zhao Xian, forcing a bitter smile. "Your Highness, son Kai-Jin has lost her child. It was a boy." "I am aware," Zhao Xian replied softly. In truth, when the imperial physician had diagnosed son Kai-Jin with a prince, she had felt the pregnancy was precarious. Despite Wang Yuan's efforts to stabilize it, her heart remained uneasy. Little did they know, the Empress Dowager had orchestrated this scheme directly. "Wanner, go see son Kai-Jin first," Liu Chan suggested softly. "I'm all right." Wang Wanner took Liu Chan's pulse, and upon confirming her condition was not severe, nodded and proceeded inside, with Zhao Xian following closely. An's gaze towards Liu Chan was complex. "The Empress Dowager has commanded us to transfer the palace authority to her, claiming that son Kai-Jin's miscarriage implicates us in the palace matters. Starting tomorrow, we are to reflect in seclusion for half a month and transcribe Buddhist scriptures to bless the unborn child." The Empress Dowager's maneuver tonight was clearly aimed at seizing control of the harem, although it was justifiable for her to take charge in the absence of the Empress. It was evident that Zhao Xian had always overseen these affairs, making it akin to an outright theft. They found themselves powerless against it. "We shall wait until the Emperor returns." Liu Chan forced a smile. Soon, Wang Wanner emerged with a dismal expression. Though Liu Chan's pregnancy had been unstable, it was forced to terminate with the use of medicinal herbs, causing her significant harm. The unspoken words hung in the air. Yet Xiao Xian understood the implication. It was highly likely that Liu Chan would not bear children in the future. Liu Chan stepped forward slowly, glancing at Sun Kai-jin with a sigh. You need not blame yourself. Xiao Xian, mistaking her silence for guilt, gently reassured her. Male fetuses in the palace have always been difficult to carry to term. It is not your fault. Liu Chan remained silent, fully aware of this reality. Even without tonight's targeting, Sun Kai-jin's child would likely not have survived, yet she felt the heavy burden of having inadvertently caused the loss of an innocent life. Suddenly, Liu Chan recalled a certain palace maid named Xiao Su, who might be privy to this matter. Your Highness, we should prepare ourselves. After all, once Xiao Ling returns, this needs to be addressed. The Empress Dowager had blatantly implicated her, and she could not simply sit idly by, accepting threats and conditions. I must rescue Jinju, Liu Chan resolved. Yet, as for the Empress Dowager, she narrowed her eyes, determined to confront the challenges ahead. Chapter 72. Is there a method to ensure a male heir? Liu Chan returned to Yuqiong Pavilion with Wang Wan'er. Once inside, she seemed to have drained all her strength, slowly sinking into a chair, while Wang Wan'er sighed. My lady, we must seek the Emperor's help. Chuanxing cautiously interjected. Perhaps if the Emperor speaks to the Empress Dowager, she might return Jinju. Though she was older than Jinju, her bond with Chun Tao had grown deep over time, and she felt a pang of sorrow at Jinju's abduction. The Emperor, Liu Chan felt uncertain, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of the table until her nails turned white, oblivious to the discomfort. Wang Wan'er noticed and gently lowered her hand. I have perused many medical records from the Imperial Hospital. Since the Emperor ascended the throne, at least 4 or 5 children have been lost in the harem, and most have been suppressed without thorough investigation. Wang Wan'er spoke coldly. We previously assumed Liu Pin was behind it, but now it seems unlikely she could manage without the Empress Dowager's support. Moreover, the Empress Dowager's demeanor tonight suggests a calculated plan. One who can support a prince's rise to power and become the Empress Dowager is indeed formidable. Her schemes, though transparent, are flawlessly executed. Could the Emperor truly be unaware? Liu Chan raised her eyes, her tone calm. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager have been engaged in a covert struggle, utilizing her influence to maintain balance in the court. In truth, she understood that Xiao Ling had his burdens. Although he appeared to wield great power, the court remained turbulent, with other princes lurking, ever eager to disrupt the status quo. Additionally, the Empress Dowager had never allowed Xiao Ling to rest easy. If Liu Chan's assumptions were correct, the Empress Dowager initially intended to mold Xiao Ling into a puppet emperor, but after years of suppression, he had finally begun to resist. Yet, the Empress Dowager's influence could not be swiftly dismantled. Even if it could, a mountain named filial piety loomed heavily over Xiao Ling. Their conflict had persisted for years, and despite the loss of so many unborn children, he had not openly confronted her. Moreover, Jinju was merely a palace maid. The lives of concubines were undervalued, and the Emperor would hardly spare a thought for a maid's fate. Thus, there remained but one path forward. Wang Wan'er goaded her intensely. Liu Chan nodded. At this juncture, she had no other choice. For Jinju's sake, she must conceive within 3 months. She extended her hand. Show me. Let us regulate my body and hasten conception. Wang Wan'er nodded, taking her pulse. When we return, I shall prescribe a remedy for you to begin taking. Once you conceive, we will continue to nurture your health. It would not be accurate to say Liu Chan's health was poor. However, the recent trauma had left her in a weakened state, making immediate conception a daunting prospect, as it would likely entail considerable hardship during pregnancy. Yet there was no time to delay. Is there a method to ensure a male heir? Liu Chan inquired again. Given the Empress Dowager's cautious nature, it was improbable that she would simply return Jinju upon confirmation of a pregnancy. More likely, she would wait until a male heir was verified before acting. If it were a daughter, Liu Chan feared the child would not survive. With no definitive method at hand, Wang Wan'er suggested, you may take several doses of medicine to increase your chances. Liu Chan acknowledged this with a hum. As a beauty, should she conceive, she could ascend to the rank of a favored concubine, and upon giving birth, would rise further in status, ultimately gaining the ability to raise her own child. Considering the timeline, she had nearly a year. Conceiving would buy her time, but the child could not be entrusted to the Empress Dowager's care. That was out of the question. The next morning, Chuanxing inquired whether to send a message to the emperor. Liu Chan declined. The emperor was well informed of palace matters, and if he deemed it important, he would return. She understood that Xiao Ling would not come back for this issue. He was a diligent ruler, having been away praying for 3 days, and would not easily abandon his duties for sudden occurrences. Liu Chan pondered silently. Had she perished from poison last night, would Xiao Ling have rushed back? Likely not. The palace was under the watchful eyes of the emperor's hidden guards. Nothing that transpired would escape his notice, so there was no need to inform him. Indeed, before noon, word arrived from Xiao Ling. A junior attendant from Fengyi Palace delivered the message personally. The emperor wishes for you to wait 2 days. All matters will be discussed upon his return. The attendant respectfully added. The emperor also mentioned that rumors are likely to swirl in the palace, so you should remain indoors for now. Liu Chan nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Xiao Ling was not just aware of immediate happenings, but also adept at predicting the palace's future dynamics. And indeed, he chose not to return. As the attendant prepared to leave, Liu Chan suddenly called out to him. Shun Gonggong, could you assist in bringing someone here? She inquired. As a trusted attendant of the emperor and a disciple of Huang Jiao, Shun held considerable power. Facilitating such a request should not pose a challenge. Please, my lady, speak freely. Little Shunzi respectfully inquired. A few days ago, while at the palace, I encountered a young eunuch from the transportation department named Xiao Shitzi. Liu Chan contemplated for a moment, perceiving him to be honest and simple, and considered bringing him over for her use. Little Shunzi nodded, indicating there would be no issue. It was not uncommon for a palace concubine to select a servant for herself. The master had mentioned before leaving that Liu Meiren was a woman of determination. If she had any needs, they should be met directly. Soon enough, rumors began to circulate within the palace that Pearl, a maid beside Liu Chan, had caused the death of Sun Siren's prince. Consequently, anyone who encountered the people from Yuqiongxian felt compelled to take a second glance. Shenjiu nearly burst in, demanding to know what had transpired. Naturally, she believed in Liu Chan, having interacted with Pearl multiple times, who was certainly not someone to resort to poisoning in secret. Chuanxing stepped forward to recount the events of the previous night, her eyes reddening with emotion. The young mistress had been left with no choice but to heed the Empress Dowager's arrangements. Shenjiu turned to Liu Chan, asking, "Why didn't you send someone a call for help last night? I am skilled in martial arts and could have led them in." She could easily handle 4 or 5 palace servants in combat, and breaking in to protect Liu Chan would have been feasible. Break in? Liu Chan raised her head earnestly to look at her. And then what? Shenjiu hesitated, unable to articulate a single word. Though the daughter of a military family might have a simpler mindset, she was not dull-witted. Breaking in reality, she would have only incurred the charge of trespassing. Offering no assistance to Liu Chan, Chapter 73. Why should I be angry with her? Xiao Shitzi arrived that very evening. Liu Chan bestowed upon him a new name, using his original surname Lin and giving him the single character in, symbolizing peace and stability. Lin was quite pleased, bowing several times to Liu Chan. However, he was assigned as an ordinary eunuch, and besides demonstrating necessary loyalty, Liu Chan tasked him with establishing good relations with the other eunuchs in the palace. After 2 days, news arrived that Xiao Ling had returned. Liu Chan tidied herself up to meet him. On the way, she encountered the strolling concubine Song and concubine Zhou. Initially, Liu Chan wished to ignore them, but concubine Song stepped in front of her, performing a perfunctory greeting. "Ah, I thought Liu Meiren was virtuous. Who knew she harbored a venomous heart?" Concubine Song smiled at her, her demeanor fluttering like a flower. While her maid had harmed an unborn prince, how could that not be related to her mistress? She nudged concubine Zhou beside her. "Sister Zhou, am I not right?" Liu Chan smirked. Rather than engaging in idle gossip, concubine Song should consider how to hasten her nightly duties, as concubine Zhou had already spent 2 nights with the emperor, while she had yet to do so even once. This remark struck directly at concubine Song's vulnerable spot. Her smile faded, and narrowing her eyes, she remarked, "Liu Meiren truly possesses a sharp tongue." She advanced toward Liu Chan, warning, "Do not think that just because you are somewhat favored, you can ascend and become a phoenix. As a mere concubine, how dare you speak so freely?" In public, she typically disregarded daughters of officials below the 4th rank, let alone someone like Liu Chan. It seemed as if concubine Song was the one initiating the conversation. Liu Chan chuckled softly. Perhaps concubine Song is unaware that in this harem, it is not lineage that matters, but rather intellect. She paused, her tone slowing, Yet I perceive that concubine Song seems to lack much intellect. Concubine Song's face turned pale with rage. Liu Chan simply walked past her. Behind her, a gaze lingered on her back. Liu Chan did not need to turn around to know it belonged to Zhou. The look Zhou cast her earlier had been uncertain, akin to probing for something. Why did you not assist me? Concubine Song suddenly snapped at concubine Zhou. Zhou understood her temperament well and chose not to argue, replying softly. I have heard that the Emperor favors Liu Marin greatly. We should keep our distance. Keep our distance? Concubine Song glanced at the retreating figure, snorting. You have spent 2 nights with him and now lecture me. Do you think yourself so exceptional? That is not my intention, Zhou frowned, sighing inwardly. Before entering the palace, she had prepared herself mentally and had heard much about the strategies of concubines vying for favor, but she found the reality to be quite different than expected. She needed to be more cautious. Do you think that Pearl truly caused Siren's miscarriage? Concubine Song inquired. Zhou shook her head, deliberately skipping over the question. Let's return first. Upon arriving at Taiji Hall, Liu Chan was promptly welcomed by Huang Jiao. She greeted Xiao Ling respectfully. He rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat fatigued. And when she approached him, he wrapped an arm around her waist, asking, Did you miss me? He quite enjoyed Liu Chan's expression of longing. I did, she replied, wrapping her arms around his waist and nestling against his chest like a little bird. Xiao Ling casually reviewed a few documents before setting down his brush. He pinched Liu Chan's cheek gently, asking in a low voice, Did the Empress Dowager harm you? No. Liu Chan's eyes shimmered with a pleading look as she grasped his garment. Your Majesty, my personal maid was taken away by the Empress Dowager. Could you? It is merely a maid, Xiao Lin interrupted. I will select another good one for you from the Internal Affairs Court. Liu Chan felt a pang in her heart. She realized that Xiao Lin would not confront the Empress Dowager for the sake of a maid. Yet when he referred to her as merely a maid, she felt discomfort. Ultimately, she was not as ruthless as Xiao Lin. Your Majesty, I wish to conceive. Liu Chan inhaled deeply, her voice soft yet resolute. This time, it was Xiao Lin who appeared perplexed. He frowned. Do you not think you are too young and your health unsuitable for pregnancy? Besides, you were ill a while ago. He was aware of the Empress Dowager's threat for her to conceive within 3 months. I wish to save Pearl. Liu Chan gritted her teeth. I recall she has only served you for a few months. Xiao Lin's expression grew colder. Liu, you once told me you wished to stand by my side. Liu Chan nodded with difficulty. You should not possess such a weakness. Xiao Lin's voice turned icy. Now, you are willing to sacrifice yourself for a mere maid. If the Empress Dowager uses other maids to manipulate you in the future, you will only be forced to retreat step by step. As an emperor, he understood all too well that having a weakness was inadvisable, especially concerning palace servants, who could easily be exploited. If she compromised this time, there would surely be another. Before Liu Chan could respond, Xiao Lin released his hold on her waist. Go home and think about it, he said coldly. When you have made sense of it, come seek me. Liu Chan's complexion paled slightly. She slowly rose and performed her farewell, walking step by step toward the exit. In merely a few paces, images of Pearl rushing toward Jing Guifei from her previous life flooded her mind in her past life. Pearl had already died for her once. Would she really have to die for her again this time? Huang Jiao followed closely behind her, seeing her out. The emperor has not slept well these past few days, Huang Jiao noted, adding that some officials were deliberately stirring trouble, which had left him displeased with matters in court. Liu Marin, please be considerate. Liu Chan replied affirmatively. Please take care of the emperor. I shall take my leave. After Liu Chan departed, sound from within the room signaled Xiao Lin's movement, prompting Huang Jiao to hurry back inside. Has she left? Xiao Lin asked. Yes, Your Majesty. She has departed, Huang Jiao responded cautiously. Liu Marin treats those around her exceedingly well. Your Majesty, Xiao Lin acknowledged with a hum, discarding his brush aside. He coldly instructed, investigate where the Empress Dowager has hidden her maid, and ensure the secret guards protect her. She must not be in any danger. Huang Jiao promptly complied. He laughed so heartily that wrinkles appeared on his face, scratching his head. Just a moment ago, the servant below thought that Your Majesty was genuinely angry with Lady Liu. Primarily, with so many women in the harem, the emperor had never shown particular interest in any of them. Now that there is a Lady Liu, he too hopes for a truly understanding companion by his side. Why would I be angry with her? Xiao Ling scoffed, realizing that the old man had extended his hand towards her, anticipating her soft-heartedness and kindness, knowing she would surely compromise for that maid. Ultimately, It was his failure to protect her. Nevertheless, she could not remain overly lenient. Being too kind in the harem is not advantageous. He must temper her disposition. Chapter 74. As if driven mad, half a month passed, and Xiao Ling had not set foot in the harem. Naturally, he was not summoned to the Fengyi Palace for the night either. Moreover, there were reports that the emperor had furiously reprimanded several officials in the court, with two even thrown into the dungeons. When Chun Xing rushed into the room, Liu Chan was swallowing a bitter medicine. "My lady, a summons has arrived from Xiao Palace," she said hastily. Liu Chan's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure, asking, "What is it about?" Chun Xing shook her head, but after a moment added, "It seems they are calling all the ladies, not just us." Logically, it should not be solely aimed at Liu Chan. Liu Chan, aware of this, had been taking health tonics that promote pregnancy daily and had sent people to inquire about Zhuanzhu's condition. It was said that Zhuanzhu was confined in a room behind Xiao Palace, with provisions provided, yet deprived of freedom. "Fetch my clothes," Liu Chan said softly. "I shall go and see." Now that power had shifted to the Empress Dowager, all matters in the harem were reported to Xiao Palace. Xiao Ling remained silent about this. On her way, Liu Chan discerned the situation's context. Liu had struck Li Chang's eye. "How outrageous," Chun Xing murmured, unsure of what to say. Although Liu's rank was not high, such an act could be considered a breach of decorum. On the other hand, one could argue that Liu's actions were overly audacious. When Li Chang's eye was still favored as a beautiful concubine, she had been haughty, but once she fell from grace, she quickly became the most submissive in the palace. Therefore, it was unlikely that Li Chang's eye had provoked Liu. Upon Liu Chan's arrival at Xiao Palace, many had already gathered. Li Chang's eye had a distinct handprint on her right cheek, her hair disheveled, and she stood in a corner, head bowed, clearly anxious. Meanwhile, Liu sat leisurely on a nearby chair, occasionally snorting disdainfully. Others whispered among themselves, casting glances at Liu with a mix of fear and disdain. Some regarding her as a fool, such as Liu Chan. Before long, the Empress Dowager was assisted to her seat by the matron. "Li Chang's eye, speak," she said gently, her demeanor resembling that of a kindly elder. "Aunt," Liu began to speak, but was interrupted by the matron beside the Empress Dowager, who coldly admonished, "Liu, do not act unruly in Xiao Palace. The Empress Dowager is inquiring about Li Chang's eye, not you." Taken aback, Liu returned to her seat in indignation, her grip tightening on her handkerchief. Li Chang's eye knelt forward. In response to the Empress Dowager, "It was I who inadvertently blocked Liu's path. I was careless and did not notice." Her voice trembled with tension as she pleaded for forgiveness from the Empress Dowager. The gazes of those present grew increasingly complex. Once a favored beauty, Li Chang's eye now appeared timid, revealing how much she had been bullied in her fall from grace. Liu, however, was the Empress Dowager's niece, and under such kinship, Li Chang's eye's misfortune seemed just. It was evident that the Empress Dowager had summoned everyone today to publicly uphold the Liu family's prestige. "Liu, is it true that you struck her?" The Empress Dowager's tone became stern. Liu stepped forward, stamping her foot, and not only did she block my path, but she also turned to leave without regard for me. I was provoked to act. Once again, silence fell over the assembly. In truth, it was not a fault for a favored one to disregard a lesser rank. Yet, Liu was an exception. "Liu, according to palace rules, you must respectfully address her as Empress Dowager," the matron interjected. Liu opened her mouth, defiantly acknowledging, "Yes. Very well. I shall take note of this," the Empress Dowager said coldly, stroking the beads in her hand. "Xing matron, how shall we deal with a concubine who breaches decorum?" Upon hearing this, Liu's expression turned smug, casting a glance at the now pale Li Chang's eye. In response to the Empress Dowager, a concubine breaching decorum is a grave offense. If it is a first offense, one may receive 10 strikes with a bamboo board, followed by kneeling and bowing in apology, Xing matron continued. Li Chang's eye immediately knelt, her forehead touching the ground, body trembling uncontrollably. The punishment of bamboo strikes was notoriously painful, and it was said that a single strike could cause one's palm to swell significantly, let alone 10. Her hands would likely be ruined. "Empress Dowager, I dare not," Li Chang's eye cried, her voice quivering. "A heavy punishment is warranted." Liu interjected with a snort, about to point at Li Chang's eye when she was suddenly restrained by two matrons. In disbelief, Liu looked towards the Empress Dowager. "Aunt," she called out. "Strike her," the Empress Dowager commanded. Soon, A strong matron stepped forward, seizing Liu's hand, while the other produced a bamboo board from behind, delivering a decisive strike without mercy. Liu immediately screamed in agony. Li Changzai, startled, collapsed to the ground, momentarily a loss. As Liu howled in pain, the matron delivered 3 or 4 more strikes, and soon her hand was swollen and red. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished. Although the bamboo strikes were excruciating, they did not render one unconscious, allowing Liu to endure the punishment fully aware. After 10 strikes, she collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. With the Empress Dowager now in control of the palace, she would administer justice impartially, without favoritism. Her sharp gaze swept across the assembly, pausing slightly when it landed on Liu Chan. Liu felt a chill and smirked inwardly. It appeared that today a spectacle was merely to intimidate her with a show of punishment against Liu. Was it a reminder of her 3-month pregnancy period? At that moment, everyone stood in unison, forming a line, proclaiming their loyalty to the Empress Dowager's fairness. Empress Dowager, Liu has yet to apologize to Li Changzai. The voice of Song Guiran rang out, melodious. Liu remained on the ground, cold sweat beading on her brow, her palm severely swollen, turning from red to purple with each passing moment. Li Changzai, the Empress Dowager, called again. At last regaining her composure, Li dared not speak recklessly, responding softly, yes. Having spent months in the palace, she had come to understand that many situations were not simply black and white. Today might be calm, yet tomorrow could bring calamity. This applied to her and also to Sun Kai Run, who was now utterly without hope of conceiving. Meanwhile, the one who had caused her distress, Lady Liu, remained unharmed among them, demonstrating that in the palace, favor reigned far above justice, much like the favored consort Jing of years past. Given this, Li Changzai subconsciously glanced at the seat over there. Today, the Lady Liu did not come, and she thought to herself that the days belonging to the quiet and noble concubine had ultimately passed. She still remembered the time when she first entered the palace, when the quiet concubine summoned her, exuding an air of high favor. Li Changzai, a matron suddenly called out. Li Changzai's musings were interrupted, causing her to tremble violently, drenched in sweat as if she had just emerged from water. In the next moment, her legs gave way beneath her, pleading for mercy, as if she had lost her sanity. The Empress Dowager stared at her silently for a while, sighed, and sent Li Changzai back, instructing someone to fetch a physician to examine her. The palace servants dragged Li Changzai away. Chapter 75. Do you not cherish yourself at all? No one anticipated that today's events would take such a turn. The hall fell into a hushed silence. However, some were bold enough to speak up. Empress Dowager, I dare to ask, have there been any findings regarding the miscarriage of Lady Sun? It was Lady Song who stepped forward. Liu Chan's expression was indifferent. She lowered her gaze, fingers curled in her palm, feeling as though she had overlooked something. Yet, despite thinking hard for several days, she could not recall. Lady Song continued, I am also inquiring on behalf of the other sisters in the palace. After all, our purpose in entering the palace is to help the royal family flourish. If the reasons behind Lady Sun's miscarriage could provide us with insights, it would surely be beneficial. As she spoke, her gaze fell intentionally or unintentionally upon Liu Chan. Shunju, sitting beside Liu Chan, clenched her hands tightly, nearly rising to confront her. Do not move, Liu Chan whispered, genuinely fearing that Shunju would recklessly rush out and fall into the Empress Dowager's trap. During the reign of the late emperor, the concubines in the harem were numerous, engaged in fierce competition, and the one seated above was no ordinary intellect, having carved out a bloody path for herself. Even Xiao Ling could do nothing against her. Suddenly, Liu Chan's body stiffened slightly, and she unconsciously straightened her posture. In her past life, Xiao Ling had died young, not even reaching the age of 40. At that time, his health had been declining, and although the physicians attributed it to overwork, his lifespan was indeed short among the emperors of history. Was there something more to it? As Liu Chan pondered, she heard the Empress Dowager call her name. Liu Meirun, I shall entrust Luda to you. She is your sister, and as her elder sister, you bear the responsibility to guide her. She had no choice but to rise. Very well, this matter is settled. The Empress Dowager claimed fatigue and ordered everyone to leave, so they silently exited. Once the hall was empty, the cold glint in the Empress Dowager's eyes was unmistakable as she coldly stated, a few days ago, the Emperor removed my long-standing pawn from the court. a direct threat to my influence over the harem. The matron beside her softly remarked, Empress Dowager, why worry? When Lady Liu gives birth to a young prince, you will be able to support him in ascending the throne and govern from behind the curtain. This path may not be easy for me, the Empress Dowager replied, closing her eyes. She was well aware that Liu Chan was not someone easily manipulated, yet if Liu Rao could prove useful, her worries would dissipate. She was acutely aware of her obsession. The future new emperor must possess the bloodline of the Liu family. Only those of the same lineage could give rise to the next emperor and the one after that. If she were to adopt a prince indiscriminately, it would have no bearing on her legacy. Moreover, her aspirations extended beyond merely being the Empress Dowager. Everything in Shoan Palace was undoubtedly maddening, yet what she truly desired was the throne in the Golden Hall. Liu Chan led Liu Rao down a small path. Liu Rao spoke first, indignantly exclaiming, Did you incite the Empress Dowager against me, leading to today's? Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Chan abruptly halted. She turned around and slapped Liu Rao across the face, stepping closer. Liu Rao, I truly did not expect you to be this foolish. Perhaps in the past, when she was in the Liu residence, as a concubine, she had seen the legitimate daughters only a few times. Or perhaps, standing beside Lady Liu, Liu Rao could maintain a semblance of decorum. Or perhaps, Lady Liu herself was of humble origins and did not know how to educate her daughter. Liu Rao stumbled back from the slap, shock evident on her face. You dare hit me? The Empress Dowager struck you and then entrusted you to me, Liu Chan sneered. What do you think a slap from me matters? What does it matter? Liu Rao felt a chill run through her. She had initially believed that upon entering the palace, she would receive the Empress Dowager's protection and had often fantasized about holding the position of the Empress. At the very least, she thought she could secure the title of a favored concubine. Yet now, her aunt had publicly reprimanded her, stripping her of dignity and compelling Liu Chan to instruct her. A surge of anger and resentment welled up within Liu Rao as she glared at Liu Chan. You are merely a concubine who has lived under my mother's shadow, just a few days earlier to enter the palace, and you dare to lay hands on me. It was one thing for her to be scolded by the Empress Dowager, but now Liu Chan could also strike her at will, driving her to the brink of madness. In her fury, she disregarded her swollen hand and lunged at Liu Chan. Liu Chan cursed her stupidity under her breath. Just as she prepared to evade, a figure suddenly flashed past Liu Rao, expertly seizing her raised wrist. Huang Jiu forcefully pulled Liu Rao's hand down, exclaiming, The Emperor is present. How dare Liu to act presumptuously? Liu Rao's face turned pale as she turned back, finding Xiao Ling standing not far away, his expression cold. Her heart sank, and her legs involuntarily knelt to the ground. Liu Chan stepped forward, Greetings, Your Majesty. It had been half a month since she last saw Xiao Ling. Initially anxious and restless, she had now calmed down, realizing that fretting was futile, yet her determination to rescue Jinju only grew stronger. As long as she served him, there would be a chance for pregnancy. The Empress Dowager merely sought to control her. She did not wish her dead, and understanding this eased her mind about Jinju's safety. Lady Liu was filled with rage. Xiao Ling spoke in a flat tone, Stay kneeling here until your anger subsides before rising. After saying this, he approached Liu Chan. Xiao Ling raised his hand to wrap around Liu Chan's waist, discreetly pinching her soft flesh. Walk with me. Liu Chan shivered at his touch and shot him an annoyed glare, only to find Xiao Ling smirking at her, seemingly about to lean in closer. She was taken aback. After all, Liu Rao was still nearby. Though they were in a secluded spot, it was not entirely free of passers-by, and such indulgence was unnecessary. Liu Chan irritably tugged him back to Yu Qiongxian. Are you still angry with me? As Xiao Ling entered, he attempted to pull her into his embrace. The perceptive Huang Jiu immediately signaled the maidservants to exit, closing the door behind them, leaving just the two of them. Liu Chan contemplated for a moment, standing on her tiptoes to kiss him, fully embodying the intimacy of their relationship. Xiao Ling allowed her to kiss him for a while. Then he took control, pulling her closer and kissing her inviting lips once more, his hands roaming unrestrainedly as he began to untie her clothing. Just as Liu Chan's eyes began to glaze over, Xiao Ling suddenly halted. He frowned. Do you not cherish yourself at all? Chapter 76. I will always be by your side. At this moment, Liu Chan was wrapped around Xiao Ling's neck, momentarily stunned by his words. She instantly realized he was referring to her desire to become pregnant in order to save Jinju, causing her to feel a bit wronged as she turned her head. The arms that had been draped around Xiao Ling's neck fell weakly. I have thought about it for quite some time, Liu Chan said softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Since entering the palace, Jinju had provided her with so much warmth, and now she stood up for Liu Chan. How could she possibly ignore her? She turned to face Xiao Ling, locking eyes with him, a crystalline tear sliding down her cheek, yet her expression remained resolute. If I were to truly abandon her, I would carry guilt in my heart for the rest of my life and would deeply regret it. Liu Chan bit her lip, her gaze filled with longing. Does Your Majesty understand me? I understand, Xiao Ling replied without hesitation. As he uttered the words to spit, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. How could he not understand? Almost uncontrollably, the image of that white figure, resolutely leaping from the cliff, surfaced in his mind. In countless midnight reveries, he had felt an overwhelming guilt for his hesitation and indecision at that moment. If only he had grasped her hand when she dashed away to divert the assassin. If only he had anticipated the old man's ambush. Yet, in truth, in that very moment, he had consciously chosen to forsake her life to save his own. Thus, the latter half of his life was destined to be filled with remorse and regret for her. Your Majesty? Seeing him lost in thought, Liu Chan couldn't help but gently prod his chest. What occupies your mind? Xiao Lin regained his senses, propping himself up on the edge of the bed, and drew Liu Chan into his embrace. He spoke softly. When I was 16, someone once rushed out to protect my life, and ultimately, she died for me. Although he later discovered that those individuals had been sent by the Empress Dowager to eliminate Su Jinger, at that time, they believed they were pursuing assassins after him. Liu Chan nestled against him, her voice earnest. Was she also someone close to you? No. Xiao Lin swiftly denied. It was during a military campaign where I suffered a crushing defeat and fell from a cliff. She saved me. Liu Chan sat up, kneeling beside him. She was a girl. Her certainty was accompanied by a quiet sigh of relief. Initially, she had no intention of invoking the memory of the deceased Su Jinger to stir Xiao Lin's sympathy, but she had no choice. She needed his assistance. In the palace, he was the only one capable of standing against the Empress Dowager. Though she had heard many tales of Su Jing, it still surprised her to discuss it directly with Xiao Lin. Liu Chan feigned an attentive demeanor. Yes, she was indeed a girl. Xiao Lin gently caressed her back, adding, Liu Pin resembles her greatly. Liu Chan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Is that why Your Majesty is so lenient towards Liu Pin? After all, in her past life, Liu Pin had managed to maintain her position as a favored concubine despite her numerous transgressions, all thanks to Xiao Lin's protection. Indeed, that is partially true, but it is also connected to the Empress Dowager. When Xiao Lin sensed the understanding in her eyes, he felt an involuntary urge to elaborate further. It was the Empress Dowager who orchestrated her death, and to appease me, she personally sought out Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu was indeed Liu Pin's name. In truth, she did not bear the Liu surname, but no one truly cared about her origins. Huh? Liu Chan continued to be perplexed. Isn't Lu Zhu the daughter raised outside by the Liu family? They say her mother fell ill after giving birth, and a master foretold she was too precious to be kept at home. These were, of course, fabrications concocted by the Liu family regarding Liu Pin. Coincidentally, the Liu matriarch's first child, a daughter, had passed away shortly after birth due to illness. Thus, Lu Zhu had conveniently adopted the identity of that deceased daughter. She was born into a brothel. Xiao Lin found her astonishment amusing. It was the first time he felt a sense of relief rather than the weight of drunkenness when he mentioned Su Jinger. Observing the girl before him, her eyes widening in realization, he playfully pinched her nose. Where would the Liu family find the ability to produce someone so strikingly similar to Su Jinger? Clearly, she was sought from elsewhere. Su Jinger. Liu Chan murmured, as if recalling something. That day, when the emperor was drunk, did he mistake me for her? Xiao Lin furrowed his brow. Liu Chan's innocent gaze met his. At that moment, Your Majesty had me pinned beneath you, calling out for Su Jinger. I thought you were referring to Su Guifei. Xiao Lin fell silent for a moment, having long forgotten the events of that day. His later recollections were of Liu Chan splashing a cold cup of tea on his face, which jolted him back to some semblance of awareness. Yet, what she said was not without possibility. Perhaps that day was the anniversary of Su Jinger's death, he replied in a muted tone. So it was, Liu Chan said. Her lips pursed. She gazed up at him with compassion. Sister Jinger must have been willing to exchange her life for yours. She must have loved you dearly. If not for the assassin, she could have remained by your side. That cannot be. Xiao Lin shook his head. She yearned for a life of eternal companionship and would never have settled for being a concubine. But at that time, I could not offer her such a life. Not only could he not provide it, but he had also caused her demise. I thought the Empress Dowager cherished me, so I confided in her, wishing to marry Su Jing'er as my legitimate consort. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Little did I know, she feigned agreement while secretly sending assassins after her. I only discovered this later. Liu Chan's eyes glistened with tears. Your Majesty. The more he spoke, the more he revealed. My birth mother was merely a palace made in my father's harem. She passed away shortly after giving birth to me, and I endured a difficult childhood in the palace. Even the playful eunuchs dared to bet on knocking me down. I watched as my brothers reveled in the warmth of their mother's embrace, while my father scarcely glanced my way. The hierarchy in the palace dictates that a child's status is tied to their mother. A prince without a mother is like a pitiful lump of clay, easily trampled, regardless of outward appearances. He was the fifth prince. The second prince was born of the Empress, whose family was favored by the emperor. Thus he became the most likely candidate for the throne. The third prince, born of the current Empress Dowager, was favored as well. But his life was abruptly cut short by a bear during a hunting expedition, taking several guards with him. And thus, Xiao Lin's opportunity arose. The Empress Dowager beseeched the late emperor to adopt him as her own. He had once rejoiced at the prospect of having a mother. But it was no wonder the Empress Dowager sent him, just 12 years old, to a remote military camp where he struggled to survive, often returning battered and bruised. Until the year he turned 16, when he was schemed against by the second prince and suffered his first defeat, nearly losing his life. It was Su Jing'er who saved him, and ultimately, she perished because of him. At that time, the Empress Dowager told him it was the second prince's doing, and that only by achieving more military merit could he gain his father's favor and avenge Su Jing'er. Thus, fueled by hatred, he returned to the battlefield, achieving significant military success by the age of 18. However, his father publicly awarded the merits he had earned with his life to the second prince. Xiao Lin scoffed bitterly. The Empress Dowager summoned him to her chambers, forcing him to kneel for an entire day and night to spur his ambition. He understood that she was angered by the emperor's favoritism, believing he was useless, yet she had no opportunity to adopt another prince. Liu Chan listened quietly as he recounted these events. In truth, she had been unaware of these matters even in her past life. She felt a pang of sympathy. Both of them had lost their mothers at birth, struggling to survive, manipulated by those with ulterior motives. In this regard, she and Xiao Lin were indeed alike. Xiao Lin, Liu Chan said, reaching out to embrace him, I will always stand by your side. Chapter 77. What did Liu agree to? From discussing pearls to Su Jing, then to Xiao Lin's youth. Neither of them anticipated such a conversation. As the discussion drew to a close, Liu Chan's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered his mouth. My heart aches fiercely, she cried, but I will be here for you. I will always be here. Xiao Lin felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart. He had never shared such sentiments with anyone, yet Liu Chan had a way of piercing his heart, drawing him closer. In his youth, he had thought Su Jing'er was his source of warmth. Now, it seemed another warmth had emerged with Liu Chan, appearing precisely when he needed it. Liu Chan is clever and bold, able to swiftly adapt to the life within the palace. She possesses a nature that values gratitude and is clear about her grievances, which is something he greatly admires. Suddenly, Xiao Lin chuckled lightly and pinned the tearful Liu Chan beneath him. I grant you an opportunity to rescue your maid. He gazed at her, prompting a response. Liu Chan, caught in her tears, was nearly breathless from his abrupt advance, and she couldn't help but curse him silently several times. Yet her expression remained dazed, as if she had yet to comprehend the meaning of his words. If she could retrieve the pearl with greater ease, her heartfelt tears today would not be in vain. I am hungry. First, attend to my meal. Xiao Lin smirked. Liu Chan paused, pondering whether it was time to dine. However, upon meeting Xiao Lin's mischievous gaze, she suddenly recalled something, and her face flushed crimson in an instant. She clenched her fist and struck at him, exclaiming, The Emperor is truly wicked. Why do you not address me as Xiao Lin? Xiao Lin, playfully, caressed her soft waist and unfastened her garment, teasingly encouraging her to call his name again. During this time, he noticed her growing boldness, daring to call him by his name privately, and not just once. Liu Chan, both anxious and furious, attempted to grasp his hand, trying to remove that insistent hand from her clothing. Yet Xiao Lin, deliberately mischievous, squeezed her in front of him. Xiao Lin. Liu Chan's voice trembled, uncertain whether it was from pain or anger. Her eyes glistened with an unconscious allure. Call my name again, he taunted, in defiance. Liu Chan unfastened all her clothing, pulled the blanket over, and with her bare, delicate arms extended forward, closed her eyes, daring him to come forth. Xiao Lin, taken aback, suddenly rose. I find it inappropriate to engage during daylight. I mentioned I was hungry. Let's dine first. Liu Chan opened her eyes to see him standing with utmost seriousness, which incited her ire. It was indeed time for dinner. Reluctantly, Xiao Lin pulled her up, but she merely spread her hands, refusing to budge, prompting him to clumsily fasten her garments. The intricacies of women's attire tested his patience. Liu Chan huffed in annoyance and strode out with an air of pride. The two enjoyed their dinner amicably. During the meal, Xiao Lin broached a sensitive topic. Keep your distance from the Song family. Liu Chan looked at him in confusion. The Song family has ties to the Empress Dowager. You need only be discreet. Xiao Lin clarified. Upon hearing this, Liu Chan's eyes sparkled with delight as she ladled him a bowl of turtle soup. Is the Emperor fond of the Song family, who is both charming and alluring? Just as Xiao Lin was about to sip, he nearly choked at her words. Are you not more charming than she? He retorted. When she sees me, she flirts, winks, and poses, resembling a courtesan. If that is what you consider allure, then what of the charm you exhibit when I have you beneath me? Liu Chan giggled shyly at his words. After dinner, Xiao Lin embraced her and taught her to practice her calligraphy for a while. He was quite pleased with Liu Chan's progress. Suddenly, Huang Jiao knocked and entered. Your Majesty, Luda, he has been taken by someone from Fengyi Palace. Considering the time, Luda, he had been kneeling for nearly 2 hours. It was unlikely the Empress Dowager would disregard her, being the legitimate daughter of the Liu family. Understood, Xiao Lin replied nonchalantly. Huang Jiao exited and closed the door. For reasons unknown, as Liu Chan continued to write, she sensed the person behind her beginning to act oddly. Before she could react, she was swept up, and her frail body knocked everything off the desk. Liu Chan's eyes widened in alarm. No, this cannot be happening. Why not? Xiao Lin calmly began to unfasten her garments. Half an hour later, Liu Chan lay limp on the bed, clutching the hand of the person beside her, breathless. Tell me how to rescue the pearl. I find it insufficient, Xiao Lin replied, holding her hand. After calling for water twice more, he finally relented, embracing her. At that moment, Liu Chan was on the verge of fainting. Her voice was hoarse, the pearl. Xiao Lin, in a rare display of compassion, leaning close to her ear and reminded her, Luda, he. Liu Chan grasped the answer. Though her mind was clouded, she could not fully comprehend the implications of Luda before succumbing to darkness. Perhaps due to lingering thoughts, she awoke the following day as Xiao Lin rose. She clutched him, pleading, what about Luda? Xiao Lin chuckled, a hint of concealed affection in his gaze. Ik changing Luda for might. The Empress Dowager would surely consent. You must set a trap, drawing him into it. If it fails, I will assist you. If it succeeds, I shall reward you with a position as a jiu. He pointed to her forehead, his tone turning serious. Do not resort to pregnancy, for I shall have someone bring you contraceptive medicine shortly. Aside from her current state of health, the palace was not suitable for her to bear children. It would be prudent to wait until she attained a higher rank and had developed a certain degree of self-protection before considering such matters. Moreover, he was aware that if Liu Chan bore a child now, the Empress Dowager would go to great lengths to seize it. Liu Chan obediently nodded, sweetly promising, I shall heed the Emperor's words. After Xiao Lin departed, she gradually suppressed her smile. The previous coy demeanor had vanished. Chun Xing entered to attend to her. My lady, Li Chang has been causing a commotion all night, seemingly driven mad. Liu Chan sighed. The Empress Dowager had publicly defended her, yet in reality, it was akin to striking her hands with a rod. Li Chang, having once been exalted, now faced a steep decline. Few could withstand such turmoil. These days, she felt increasingly anxious. The Empress Dowager's display of authority had resulted in one chicken being slaughtered, yet the other, already oppressed, was only rendered more terrified. But none of this concerned Liu Chan. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed, summon Linen. Inform him I have matters to discuss. Chapter 78. Where is the Emperor going? Linen nearly sprinted into the room, his face a mask of respect as he bowed deeply to Liu Chan. My lady, Have you been adapting well? Liu Chan replied gently. You have been here for over half a month, and I have yet to inquire about your well-being. Not inquiring does not imply a lack of observation. Lin was efficient, quickly familiarizing himself with both the upper and lower ranks of Yuqiongxian, earning unanimous praise in a matter of days. In response to my lady's question, Lin said, a touch of surprise in his voice. The people of Yuqiongxian have treated me exceptionally well. I am deeply grateful to you for bringing me from the palace. Though in Yuqiongxian he was merely an unranked servant, it was still far superior to the laborious life he had led in the palace. He sensed that Liu Chan had intentions to utilize him further. With this thought, Lin became even more respectful and earnest. Very well. What progress have you made on the task I assigned you? Liu Chan inquired further. She referred to Lin's mission to establish connections with other eunuchs. Yuqiongxian was predominantly composed of palace maids. Although she had been promoted to a maiden, the two coarse eunuchs sent from the Neishi Fu seemed rather mediocre. However, external relations were not limited to maidens. Connections with eunuchs were more beneficial. Lin retrieved a small notebook from his sleeve and presented it to Liu Chan. This contains the names of those I have recently acquainted with, individuals with whom I can converse further. Please take a look, my lady. Chun Xing, curious, asked. You can write? Liu Chan accepted the notebook and opened it, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The notebook was meticulously organized, detailing conversations held with various individuals, from a Neishi Fu to different palace courtyards, even including the elderly eunuchs in the Cold Palace. It was filled to half its capacity, written in elegant and beautiful script. The servant's father was a teacher, and his mother hailed from a merchant family, possessing a modest education. Lin scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Liu Chan glanced at him, pondering how someone from such a fine background ended up in the palace. From her understanding, the eunuchs typically came from impoverished families, who would willingly allow their sons to sever their lineage to serve in the palace. Unlike the palace maids, who could leave the palace at the age of 25, the eunuchs had no such option. Lin fell silent for a moment, recalling the tragic turn of events that had befallen his family. His parents and sister had met a grim fate. Enough, Liu Chan interjected, shifting the conversation. I have something important to discuss with you. Come here. Lin instantly composed himself and stepped closer. After Liu Chan finished speaking, a flicker of surprise crossed his lowered gaze, and he solemnly nodded. Dare I ask, will that item be prepared by us, or shall she arrange it herself? Of course, she will prepare it herself, Liu Chan replied with a slight smirk. Lin nodded, confirming a few details before taking his leave. That evening, Liu Chan heard that Xiao Ling had gone to Weiyang Palace, undoubtedly not to indulge that foolish Liu Rao. If Liu Pin were to make a comeback, Chun Xing expressed her concerns. Liu Chan shook her head decisively. That won't happen. Yesterday, Xiao Ling reminisced about his lost love. Naturally, he is preoccupied with that. It's only logical for him to seek out Liu Pin, who he crafted as a substitute. If Liu Pin thinks she can regain her position as the favored consort through Xiao Ling's attention, that is a foolish hope. Liu Chan rose and commanded, prepare the bedding. I wish to retire early. She needed to rest well in the coming days, as she was set to stage a grand performance. In Weiyang Palace, Liu Pin donned a flowing white garment, her cascading black hair held up by a simple wooden hairpin. She had intended to forego makeup, but her pallid complexion compelled her to apply a light layer of powder. In the past, this appearance would have elicited tenderness from Xiao Ling, yet now, Liu Pin bit her lip, presenting a pitiful visage. Your Majesty. She never spoke while biting her lip. Xiao Ling suddenly interjected, gazing intently at her. Liu Pin, you increasingly resemble her less. Her, like her, a tremor coursed through Liu Pin's body as she looked at Xiao Ling, who had darkened his expression unbeknownst to her. The thoughts she had long suspected but never confirmed now hung in the air. I do not comprehend what your Majesty means. She managed a forced smile. In the next moment, Xiao Ling grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. She instinctively averted her eyes. Has the favored consort never contemplated why I bestowed upon you the title of favored consort? Xiao Ling released her, feeling an irritable unrest within him. Strangely, he found his thoughts drifting to the one who would seek refuge in his embrace upon seeing him, and lately, he seemed unable to recall Jing Air, which unsettled him. It felt as if something had stealthily slipped away from him, something he once easily associated with Liu Pin, but now was evidently different. I am the legitimate daughter of the Liu family and the Empress Dowager. Liu Pin forced a smile, trying to explain. In the month that you brought Liu Mei into the palace as your companion, You summoned the imperial physician to attend to her. Xiao Ling interrupted her, suddenly bringing up Liu Chan. If I had been ensnared by her that day, what would her fate have been? Panic flickered in Liu Pin's eyes. She opened her mouth to respond, but was cut off once more by Xiao Ling. You intend for her to bear a child for you, then leave it behind? He said coldly. I genuinely care for her. Liu Pin dared not meet his gaze, struggling to defend herself as her complexion grew increasingly pale. Xiao Ling regarded her with a frosty demeanor, his mind drifting back to the day Liu Chan lay in his arms, whispering of a nightmare. Liu Pin could no longer maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her face. I merely wish for a child. Xiao Lin's demeanor softened slightly, yet his eyes brimmed with irony. I have never obstructed you from conceiving. Liu Pin covered her face and began to weep. She was aware that Xiao Ling had never given her any contraceptive medicine, but prior to entering the palace, the Empress Dowager had irrevocably ruined her body with a potent concoction. These truths remained unspoken. So, has Your Majesty's affection for me stemmed from that person or my lineage from the Liu family? Liu Pin asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Despite presenting two choices, she secretly hoped the emperor would reject both, yearning for an alternative answer. Lineage from the Liu family? Xiao Ling seemingly overlooked her previous choices, sneering. Is Liu Pin truly of the Liu family, or of Zue Honglu? Upon uttering these words, Liu Pin felt as though her mind had exploded. She collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Zuyonglu. How did the emperor know? Yet she dared not inquire. In the future, favored consort, clarify your position and refrain from indulging in foolish fantasies. Should I discover that you harm others, you must consider the consequences, Xiao Ling stated. Observing the familiar yet altered visage before him, growing more agitated, he rose and strode out. Huang Zhou hurriedly approached. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Xiao Ling, his face darkened, remained silent as he walked towards the room where he had been resting in Weiyang Palace. Huang Zhou glanced back at Liu Pin, who lay weeping on the floor, devoid of dignity. He shook his head. Had the past Jing Guifei possessed her own resolve to seek the emperor's protection, she could have escaped the Empress Dowager's grasp, and the emperor would have defended her. In truth, the emperor is indifferent to 1's origins. He mused that the emperor had indeed shown genuine affection for Liu Mei, who also came from the Liu family, never regarding her background. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a chamber behind Weiyang Palace, Lu Rao was fiercely striking the bed. She seethed with hatred for Li Changzai, the Empress Dowager, Liu Chan, and the heavens. Had it not been for them, she would have been able to converse with the emperor today, inviting him to her side, instead of enduring the pain of her swollen knees from kneeling yesterday, unable to rise from the bed. How could she possibly fulfill her duties? As Xiao Ling spent 3 consecutive days resting in Weiyang Palace, rumors spread throughout the palace that Liu Pin's favor had not diminished over the years. Bets were placed on whether Liu Pin would regain her position as favored consort, while others claimed it was impossible. The dynamics within the palace had shifted significantly. Aside from the 4 major consorts, Zhao Xian and Andy, there were several minor consorts enjoying significant favor. For instance, the frequently summoned Shun Jiyu, or Zhou Guiran, who would stay for at least 2 days once summoned. Additionally, the emperor often dined with Liu Mei. These few individuals divided the affections of the harem among themselves, truly embodying the notion of shared blessings. Just as the rumors of Liu Pin's resurgence began to spread, an incident involving Liu Mei occurred. It was reported that she suddenly coughed up blood while admiring the night-blooming cereus in the imperial garden. Before anyone could react, the next morning, Shan Jiyu, who had just returned from a night with the emperor, complained of a headache and found herself unable to rise from bed. The imperial physician was summoned to take her pulse, declaring that her symptoms mirrored those of Liu Mei. Upon hearing this, the emperor dispatched the head of the imperial hospital to investigate the matter. However, he could discern nothing amiss. Just as speculation arose about whether Liu Chan and Shun Jiyu had been in close quarters and perhaps contracted something, another incident occurred. Zhou Guiran, who had been favored by the emperor, collapsed on her way to the emperor's quarters. Her personal maid discovered her with a pale face. This incident left the palace in stunned silence. When Liu Chan heard the news, she was momentarily taken aback. Was it merely a coincidence? She and Shun Jiyu had used the medicine provided by one heir to feign illness. What could have happened to Zhou Guiran? They were not familiar with each other. It cannot be that Lady Zhou conspired with them against Liu Deying, so perhaps it was simply an act? Liu Chan pondered silently. Several favored individuals in the palace had fallen from grace. even though Lu Pin from Weiyang Palace was somewhat better off. Anyone who caught sight of her increasingly emaciated figure could not help but stare. Consequently, the emperor summoned a new consort to his chambers, Song Guiran, upon finally receiving her turn. Song Guiran adorned herself with the most exquisite makeup and an elaborate headdress, showcasing her keen attention to appearance. She entered the Tai Chi Hall with a sense of pride, riding in the Phoenix chariot. "Does the esteemed consort require a bath?" inquired a palace maid at the Tai Chi Hall. Song Guiran, adjusting her headdress, generously removed 2 jade hairpins and presented them to the maid attending her. "No need," she replied. "This humble servant has bathed prior to my arrival. If I were to bathe now, my carefully applied makeup would surely be ruined." The maid retreated. Song Guiran gazed at the grand bed already prepared within the chamber, unable to suppress a smile as she stepped forward and seated herself, hands folded gracefully in her lap. She firmly believed that once the emperor experienced her charms, he would be utterly captivated. It seemed that other concubines had not sought the personal guidance of the renowned courtesan from Zhuhonglu regarding matters of the bedroom before entering the palace. She believed herself to be the first in this endeavor. Yet, despite her optimistic thoughts, she found herself waiting in vain, her neck growing weary as the emperor had yet to arrive. The weight of her jewelry, several pounds, forced her to maintain an upright posture, which was quite exhausting. With her maid stationed outside the Tai Chi Hall, she had no choice but to inquire of the maid outside, "What hour is it?" The maid politely responded, "It is now past the midpoint of the Z hour. Does His Majesty often attend to state affairs this late?" Song Guiran pressed further. The maid did not reply, maintaining her gaze ahead. Song Guiran felt a twinge of annoyance at her silence. Just moments ago, when receiving her generous jade hairpins, the maid had expressed her gratitude softly. Yet now she seemed to have forgotten entirely. In a moment of irritation, Song Guiran plucked a delicate golden hairpin from her head and pressed it into the maid's hand. "When will the emperor return?" The maid accepted it with a smile, responding, "As for the emperor's affairs, I cannot say." Song Guiran was taken aback. She instinctively wanted to retaliate, but remembered she was in the Tai Chi Hall, addressing a maid in the emperor's service, and thus clenched her teeth in silence. She could only return to her place by the bed and wait until the following morning. A decree of reward spread throughout the harem, praising Song Guiran for her understanding nature and virtuous conduct, promoting her to the rank of Mayrin. A new favored consort? Liu Chan had just finished her preparations to step out. Today was the day to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Though she coughed blood daily and appeared pale, she was not entirely incapacitated. However, Shan Jiu had taken a leave of absence, suffering from a headache that rendered her immobile. Lady Zhou has been summoned to the Emperor's chambers multiple times without promotion, Chun Xing remarked softly. Who would have thought that Song Guiran could win the Emperor's favor overnight, leading to her promotion? Liu Chan frowned. She recalled that when mentioning Song Marin in front of Xiao Ling, he had shown a hint of disdain. It seemed the heart of a man is often at odds with his words. "Let us go," she said, appearing delicate and frail, occasionally clutching her chest like a sickly beauty, given that Empress Xiao Xian had transferred her power out of the palace. The courtiers no longer gathered in Yinshi Palace, but instead formed small groups among themselves. As they arrived at Shoan Palace, they encountered Lady Zhou, who appeared equally frail. Her complexion was worse than Liu Chan's. She was nearly supported by her maids, looking as if she might faint at any moment. As the two entered the room, the gazes of those present turned toward them, glancing back at the now-seated Lady Zhou with complex expressions. It was not long before the Empress Dowager arrived. Her eyes scanned Liu Chan and Lady Zhou, her brow slightly furrowing. Liu Marin and Lady Zhou have yet to recover? Your Majesty. Liu Chan struggled to rise. Before she could finish, someone exclaimed, Your Majesty, Lady Zhou has fainted again. Chapter 80. Is it not a malignant spirit? The hall descended into chaos. The Empress Dowager ordered that Lady Zhou be sent to the adjacent room and summoned a physician to examine her. The physician on duty today was named Wu. After taking Lady Zhou's pulse, he soon furrowed his brow and hesitated before addressing the Empress Dowager. I fear I am inadequate. Lady Zhou's pulse is exceedingly chaotic. His tone bore a hint of anxiety, resembling that of a pulse approaching its end. What? Song Marin's voice rose sharply. She glanced at the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, I have grown up alongside Lady Zhou and have never heard of her having any hidden ailments. Such a pulse suddenly appearing. Could it be that someone has poisoned her to frame her? Though she did not voice the latter part, The thoughts of those present echoed her unspoken words. The Empress Dowager turned to Liu Chan. Liu Marin, come here. Let the physician examine you as well. A stool was brought for Liu Chan, and she was assisted to sit. The physician soon reached a conclusion. Your Majesty, Liu Marin's pulse is identical to that of Lady Zhou. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing it implied that Liu Marin's condition was equally dire. Liu Ying suddenly interjected, her voice dripping with barely concealed glee. Liu Chan, however, was too preoccupied to pay her any mind. The similarity in their pulses suggested only one possibility. Lady Zhou had also consumed the concoction prepared by Wan'er. However, given the recent favoritism bestowed upon the Zhou family, was it possible they had secured Xiao Ling's support? At that moment, Empress Zhao Xian exchanged a glance with Liu Chan, placing her hand on her abdomen as she approached the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, I have also been feeling uneasy of late, plagued by nightmares that disrupt my sleep. I dare to speculate that there may be a malignant spirit haunting the harem. Empress Zhao Xian is unwell too? The Empress Dowager's gaze lingered on her, uncertain. Whether it be unease or nightmares, such claims are based solely on personal assertions, leaving others unable to ascertain their truth. Nevertheless, Liu Marin and Lady Zhou's pulses are evident. And there is also Shan Jiyu, someone remarked. Indeed, Empress Zhao Xian nodded. I have been contemplating whether we should invite a master or Taoist priest into the palace to investigate. If there is truly a malignant spirit, we must act swiftly to eliminate it. Yes, the timid Qian Fei chimed in, placing her hand over her chest. I too have felt a heaviness in my chest these past few days, and the eldest princess has not been sleeping soundly. She glanced at those standing behind her and suddenly pointed at Liu Pin. Look, Liu Pin's complexion seems off as well. Liu Pin, who had been deep in thought with her head lowered, instinctively raised her head upon hearing her name. To her dismay, her pallor was indeed strikingly similar to that of Lady Zhou, who lay bedridden. Not to mention, the once radiant beauty of the former Jing Guifei was now a mere shadow of her former self, her face revealing an unsettling transformation. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. I simply had a restless night. Liu Pin forced a smile, addressing the Empress Dowager. In reality, since her demotion and serious illness, she had not fully regained her health, coupled with the fact that the Emperor, although residing in Weiyang Palace, had ceased to visit her. Her sleep had become increasingly elusive. Naturally, her complexion had deteriorated. Even with makeup, the signs of fatigue were unmistakable. She opted to go without, presenting herself, as she once did, with a bare face. Little did she expect the meddling Qian Fei to single her out. Seething with resentment, she dared not show it publicly. Your Majesty, I too believe we should invite someone to take a look. The usually silent and Fei finally spoke. That cannot be done, a sudden voice interjected. Everyone turned to locate the source, discovering Liu Ying standing beside Liu Pin. Liu Ying looked towards the Empress Dowager, speaking with utmost seriousness. Your Majesty, considering my perspective, among so many people in the palace, why have they singled out these few? Perhaps it is simply that their fates cannot bear the Emperor's favor. As she uttered these words, the others finally noticed that those who seemed unwell were indeed the ones recently favored. From Liu Marin to Shan Jiyu, and even Zhou Guiran, who had shared the Emperor's bed multiple times, not to mention Liu Pin, who had just regained her favor. What do you think, Liu Pin? Liu Ying turned to Liu Pin and inquired. Liu Pin internally cursed her for being foolish. To publicly refute her and speak such words was to invite suspicion upon herself. Yet, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps the method that Xiao Air had shared was indeed effective. If Liu Mairun and the others were to fall from grace, perhaps the Emperor would once again turn his affections towards her, just like before. Upon reflecting on this, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunate that she was not the one orchestrating these events. The supernatural could be perilous and might even backfire upon oneself. Liu Chan, interjecting with a tone lacking in vigor, reminded, if it were just you, it would be one matter, but Liu Pin is your own sister. The gaze of the onlookers shifted towards the two of them, a sense of realization dawning. During this time of Liu Pin's apparent disfavor, they had almost forgotten that Liu Pin was Liu Ying's biological sister. Liu Ying opened her mouth, but fell silent. Some things were best left unsaid. Noticing Liu Chan's sardonic expression, she gritted her teeth, thinking, I merely spoke a bit more. Why must Liu Marin be so sarcastic? The others comprehended the situation, Lu Marin's relationship with Lu Pin had soured, and it seemed she was not close to Lu Daying either. With the crowd having a more favorable view of Liu Chan, they inferred that the daughters of the Liu family were indeed heartless. The Empress Dowager's gaze swept across the group, particularly lingering on Liu Rao, her eyes flashing. She spoke coldly, "This matter pertains to the dignity of the royal family, and I must give it due consideration." When it came to supernatural matters, caution was indeed necessary. Zhao Xianfei assented, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. I am weary. Lu Da-ing and Lu Pin may remain. The rest may depart," the Empress Dowager added. Song Marin, "Since you have a good relationship with the Zhou family, take her back with you." Song Marin stepped forward to comply, quickly summoning someone to assist her. The crowd bowed in farewell and exited. Once outside, Liu Chan leaned against Chun Xing's arm, slowly making her way back. Behind her came a mocking voice. "A mere concubine is still a mere concubine. Even the Empress Dowager allows only the legitimate ones to serve her." Liu Chan halted and turned, meeting Song Marin's disdainful gaze. She scoffed, "I wondered who had the audacity to incite discord between the legitimate and illegitimate. Turns out it is the newly appointed Song Marin. Has your tale risen so high after just a few nights with the Emperor?" Before Song Marin could retort, Liu Chan continued, "With such a noble birth, why deign to enter the palace as a concubine? The Emperor's consorts cannot be compared to ordinary concubines." Song Marin huffed. Liu Marin, a mere concubine, was utterly intolerable in her arrogance, prompting Song Marin to add, "Liu Marin is on the brink of death yet still so sharp-tongued. She ought to fear an early summons from the King of Hell. Such a display of arrogance. Dare she curse someone's life openly in the palace?" Zhao Xianfei, supporting herself on her maid, spoke calmly. "Could it be that this curse stems from you, Song Marin?" In Shoan Palace, the Empress Dowager quietly observed the two women standing before her, first addressing Liu Rao. "Do their affairs concern you?" Moments ago, everyone had been eager to invite someone into the palace to dispel the malevolent spirits, yet only Liu Rao had dared to speak against it. Had she not known Liu Rao's limited abilities, she might have suspected her of poisoning them. "Absolutely not," Liu Rao replied without hesitation. "Aunt, I am but a mere concubine. How could I possibly deal with them?" As she spoke, her gaze flickered with unease. The Empress Dowager continued to scrutinize her, silent but unyielding. Initially composed, Liu Rao gradually began to falter, ultimately confessing, "I did curse them a few times in my heart." Stepping forward, she insisted, "Aunt, I entered the palace alongside the Song and Zhou families. They are noble, while I am merely a concubine. They have enjoyed the Emperor's favor while I—" She stamped her foot. Liu Chan was such a timid girl at home, yet now she has become the Emperor's favored concubine. I cannot accept it. The Empress Dowager, skeptical, dismissed her ramblings. "Aside from cursing, did you do anything else?" "Nothing." Liu Rao quickly shook her head. "The situation in the palace is perilous if you act recklessly. I cannot save you." The Empress Dowager's tone was cold. "Return now. Do not linger and vex me." She had once hoped that the Emperor might favor Liu Chan, believing he might also extend some affection towards the legitimate daughter of the Liu family. However, after Liu Rao entered the palace, she had abandoned that hope. She had always thought Liu Pin somewhat foolish, yet she had not anticipated that the true daughter of a Liu family was even less capable. Liu Rao dashed away. The Empress Dowager took a sip of tea before turning her gaze to Liu Pin, her eyes devoid of warmth. "Have you come to a realization?" Liu Pin nen let apfim. "I have come to understand." Upon returning to Yu Qiongxian, Liu Chan found a man engrossed in a book. She tiptoed in, standing behind Xiao Ling. Before she could raise her hand, Xiao Ling spoke. "Dare to frighten me? Do you not fear my retribution?" "Your Majesty." Liu Chan's voice was sweet, devoid of the frailty she had exhibited outside, tugging at his sleeve and playfully pouting. Xiao Ling set down his book and pulled her into his embrace. "Why the long face?" he inquired, frowning. "The ointment given by Wan Air makes my face feel as if I am dying," Liu Chan complained, her small hand playfully tugging at his chest. "Silence." Xiao Ling feigned a scowl. "If you dare to curse me again, I shall cast you out." "Who speaks of death so lightly?" Yuhan retorted, "Spitten in jest." She eagerly shared her recent plans with Xiao Ling, specifically mentioning a couple of matters concerning linen. "The little eunuch you brought from the palace?" Xiao Ling nodded knowingly. "If utilized wisely, once I bestow upon you the title of Jiu, you shall be your chief eunuch." Liu Chan wrapped her arms around his neck, exclaiming her delight. "Those around me must be cautious. For instance, No rough maidservants may enter my chambers or touch my belongings. I cannot investigate the background of those brought in from outside like linen. Thus, I choose to have those close to you make the arrangements. I trust Huang Jiao's meticulousness, and this also demonstrates my trust in you, achieving two objectives. Now that Xiao Ling mentioned he could be appointed as chief eunuch, it implied that Lin was innocent. She understood that in the palace and the court, most matters could not escape Xiao Ling's notice. His undercover guards were omnipresent, able to uncover any information. Is Zhou Guiran the emperor's person? Liu Chan pondered. Xiao Ling, with an impish grin, tightened his hold on her waist, his calloused hands slipping beneath her clothes, causing her to shudder slightly before he chuckled. My Chaner grows ever more alluring. Liu Chan's face flushed crimson. She gritted her teeth, interpreting his words as an acceptance. So the emperor's conferral of the title to Song was merely for the Empress Dowager's sake? She questioned again. Though she had yet to discern any connection between Song Meiren and the Empress Dowager, she reasoned that if Xiao Ling said so, it must be true. Do you believe you can so openly discern my thoughts? Xiao Lin wore a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. Chaner, your audacity knows no bounds. If you were to speak thus to another, it would surely terrify them to their core. To speculate upon the emperor's thoughts is a grave offense. Yet Liu Chan was unfazed. She leaned in and gently kissed the corner of Xiao Lin's mouth, playfully retorting, "It is the emperor's obvious actions that have led me to discern his intentions. How can that be construed as speculation?" She grasped Xiao Lin's restless hand and gazed up at him, imploring, "Your Majesty, grant me a favor." Xiao Lin found himself both exasperated and amused. Is it now permissible to command me so boldly? He encircled Liu Chan's waist and strode toward the bed, declaring, "Today, I shall ascertain what my beloved Liu is willing to offer in exchange for my assistance." He unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. Liu Chan, undeterred, removed her hair ornaments and let her flowing locks cascade down, narrowing her eyes at the man by the bed. "I conceived a novel position last night," she teased, her finger playfully toying with a strand of hair. Noticing the deepening shadows in Xiao Lin's gaze, she knelt beside the bed, her movements delicate as she began to unfasten his garments. "Your Majesty," she looked up, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Do assist me, would you?" Xiao Lin's voice was husky as he replied, "Then I too shall witness your capabilities." The two indulged in each other's company on the bed for a full 2 hours. It was only in the evening that Huang Jiao entered, announcing that a minister sought an audience, prompting Xiao Lin to dress and depart. Liu Chan, however, remained, continuing her restful slumber. In a daze, she suddenly sat upright. Recalling the name Song, it was no wonder Xiao Lin had warned her of the connection between Song and the Empress Dowager. He referred not merely to Song Meiren's relationship with the Dowager, but rather that her grandfather was allied with her. Officially, Song Meiren's grandfather was a prince during the reign of the late emperor, a leading scholar, holding the highest rank and fiercely loyal to the throne. In truth, Song Taifu was a pawn of the Dowager. It was clear now why the Song family had been exiled in Xiao Lin's previous life. This was the reason. With this realization, Liu Chan smirked. If she ensnared Song Meiren, it would be tantamount to ensnaring the Dowager herself. "Chunqing, let us disseminate some news," she chuckled softly. "The favored concubine has been followed by malevolent spirits. Whoever benefits from this chaos is surely the mastermind behind it. Even if it was not Song Meiren herself, it would still serve to inconvenience her. After all, Song Meiren has always held herself in high regard and often sought me out. Thus, a counterstrike would not be unwarranted." Chapter 82. The true nature revealed rumors had already circulated within the palace regarding the disturbances caused by Liu Chan and her companions, suggesting that malevolent spirits were at play. Soon, another narrative emerged. Someone sought to gain favor, resulting in the favored concubines facing troubles. It was not difficult to deduce the instigator of these disturbances by identifying the beneficiaries. The prevailing belief was that Song Meiren and Liu Pin had gained from this turmoil. Linen stood before Liu Chan, bowing respectfully. "I heard that the two encountered each other yesterday, and Song Meiren took the opportunity to ridicule Liu Pin. Despite her low status, Song Meiren leveraged her family background to look down upon others. These two were at the center of speculation. One had just spent the night with the emperor, while the other had recently regained his favor. Their conjectures were well-founded. Song Meiren even insinuated that the plight of concubine's son was likely caused by Liu Pin, nearly causing Liu Pin to choke on her indignation. Lin mimicked Song Meiren's haughty demeanor, prompting laughter from the gathered audience. After Lin had departed, Chunqing pondered aloud. Do you find Lin Gongong trustworthy? Lin had been in the palace for only a short time, yet had managed to gather intelligence from every corner, even stirring public sentiment within the court. Could someone be assisting him from the shadows? Chun Tao echoed her concerns. If left to their own devices, it seemed unlikely they could spread information so swiftly. Liu Chan rested her chin on her hand and smiled lightly. Anyone chosen by the emperor is undoubtedly reliable. In this world, clever individuals abound, and when they find themselves at their lowest, such cleverness can become a double-edged sword. Thus, Lin must certainly be concealing his true capabilities. When Liu Chan first laid eyes on him, she sensed an intensity in his gaze reminiscent of Huang Jiao. For her, having the emperor's clandestine support was a comfort. It alleviated the burdens of solitary struggle. However, the unfolding drama between Song Meirin and Lu Pin intrigued her. Doubts crept into Liu Chan's mind. Could it be that Song was unaware of her grandfather's ties to the dowager? Or were they both merely playing their parts in a grand performance for the court's amusement? Before long, news arrived from the dowager's side, announcing that a Taoist priest would be summoned to exorcise the malevolent spirits the following day. Will the dowager be targeting us? Chun Tao expressed her unease, particularly with the precious pearls still in the dowager's possession. The dowager can easily manipulate my position. I cannot say. Liu Chan shook her head, but in this matter, we must place our faith in the emperor. At this juncture, the situation had escalated beyond the control of a mere concubine. She had neither the means to bribe the Taoist priest outside the palace. Yet Xiao Ling could. A smile danced in Liu Chan's eyes as she contemplated. Bring me the red heart knot from my chamber. Chunqing returned with a small box. Liu Chan opened it to reveal a beautifully woven red heart knot, arranging it meticulously before placing it back inside. Take it to the emperor and tell him I miss him. Also, inform him not to rush to see me. He can come once he is finished with his duties. Chunqing complied and departed. Once the room fell silent, Liu Chan reclined on her favorite couch, closing her eyes to rest. The weather was gradually warming, and the need for charcoal fires had diminished. Soon, ice blocks would be required. Both ice and silver coal were precious commodities, and those favored received them more freely. In contrast, those without favor were fortunate to receive their due at all. Liu Chan drifted into a light slumber, and when she opened her eyes again, Chunqing had returned, carrying a larger box than before. The emperor said he will meet with the ministers tonight to discuss state affairs and will return to see you tomorrow. Chunqing handed over the box. These are gifts selected by Huang Jiao from the treasury for you, my lady. Liu Chan, fond of adornments, preferred vibrant and lively attire over the drab garments often worn within the palace. Such preferences necessitated an array of accessories. While she dressed comfortably in her quarters, when preparing for the emperor, she shed all her adornments and defenses to reveal her most tender self. After all, a woman adorned in finery is best admired from afar and not trifled with. The next day, Liu Chan was awakened early to observe the Taoists performing their rites near Shoan Palace. Though she had orchestrated this encounter, she now wished merely to observe the spectacle while awaiting the return of the pearl. Upon her arrival, she noticed many had already gathered, watching as palace attendants arranged the ceremonial grounds. She positioned herself beside Shenjiu, who appeared somewhat unwell and dazed, leaning against her maidservant as she turned to Liu Chan. How do you fare? The two had conspired together in this ruse. Liu Chan scrutinized Shenjiu, sensing something was amiss. Why do you seem so feeble? She whispered. Concern etched in her voice. While Liu Chan was indeed feigning illness, Shenjiu's lack of vitality was alarming. Nothing is amiss, Shenjiu replied, her smile weary, casting a deep and complex glance at Liu Chan before returning her attention to her maid, effectively dismissing Liu Chan from their conversation. The maidservants were newly sent to the general's residence in the northwest, having accompanied the young lady since childhood, with two of them brought into the palace. The young mistress, Shenjiu, appeared quite unwell. Chunqing noticed this and quietly inquired, sensing her distress. Liu Chan merely acknowledged with a sound, opting not to speak further in public, and suggested they observe the Taoist priest's rituals. Soon, a man clad in a Taoist robe strode forth confidently, wielding a seemingly heavy bronze sword inscribed with talismans of yellow paper and red characters. Upon positioning himself before the crowd, he closed his eyes and began to chant incantations. Liu Chan seized the opportunity to gauge the reactions of those around her. Everyone watched him with utmost reverence, save for one anxious Liu Daring, who lingered in the back. Liu Chan exchanged glances with Liu Pin, whose demeanor was notably calm as she turned away. Liu Chan reflected that after experiencing a demotion and loss of favor, the once exalted Liu Pin had learned to remain unperturbed. At that moment, the Taoist priest suddenly bellowed, directing his sword towards Liu Chan. Wretched beast, reveal your true form. He moved swiftly, aiming to stab Liu Chan with the bronze sword, which, despite its lack of sharpness, could still inflict grave injury. The onlookers stood stunned, rendered speechless as they watched the sword approach Liu Chan. Just as the sword seemed poised to strike, Chunxing finally snapped out of her stupor and cried out, "Young mistress." She leaped towards the sword's trajectory. Liu Chan, taken aback by Chunxing's impulsive action, instinctively reached out to grasp her, but missed. In a split second, Liu Chan lunged towards Chunxing, and they narrowly avoided the thrust of the sword, tumbling together. Liu Chan's hairpins scattered, and her garments became disheveled. The Taoist, clearly surprised by Liu Chan's evasion, withdrew the sword and resumed his chanting. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and fixed them on the faltering Lady Zhou. Nowhere to run. Lady Zhou turned pale with fright, attempting to retreat but inadvertently tripping over her own gown and falling backward. The crowd erupted into chaos. Fortunately, a maidservant beside the consort Xiao, possessing some martial skills, swiftly caught Lady Zhou's garment, preventing her from collapsing completely. Impudent. Consort Xiao stepped forward, her expression stern. She addressed the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, I believe this Taoist is acting recklessly. If someone were to be harmed, it would be too late for regrets." Before the Empress Dowager could respond, the Taoist interjected, "Your Highness, this humble pre-sword is attuned to malevolent spirits. I did not aim at those two young mistresses. The sword was directed at them by the forces it senses." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, beginning to comprehend the reasoning. The troubles of late had indeed involved Liu Meiren and Lady Zhou, as well as Shun Jiyu. Everyone recalled Shun Jiyu's impressive swordplay at her inaugural banquet. Curious glances were cast towards Liu Chan and Shun Jiyu, as Liu Meiren and her maid had just fallen to the ground, yet Shun Jiyu had stood idle, offering no assistance. In that moment, various thoughts swirled within the minds of the onlookers. What would the Taoist do next? The Empress Dowager, ignoring consort Xiao, kindly inquired of the Taoist, evidently placing her trust in him. "Since the sword has identified the individuals, I possess talismans that can be burned to ashes and mixed with water for them to consume." The Taoist, exuding an air of mystical authority, scattered a handful of yellow talismans into the air, which ignited upon contact. Qian Fei, already terrified, felt her heart race, realizing there was indeed a malevolent presence in the palace. She had been close to Lady Zhou and now wished to leap away from her. Lady Zhou's complexion was ashen, and she instinctively glanced towards Liu Chan. Liu Chan, having grazed her knee, felt a sharp pain but leaned on Chunxing, both appearing somewhat disheveled. Her gaze remained indifferent. Such tricks of charlatans were easily discernible. He must have gathered intelligence on whom to target, and the talismans that burned with an eerie blue light had copper powder sprinkled upon them. Liu Chan turned her head, catching a glimpse of Xiao Ling's silhouette in the distance, and exhaled in relief. At that moment, the ashes of the burnt talismans were cast into the water, and a palace maid approached with the mixture for Liu Chan. "Please, drink this talisman water to dispel the malevolent spirit," the Taoist announced. Lady Zhou, holding the talisman water, hesitated, casting a glance at Liu Chan's song. Marin frowned beside her. "You look like this, and you still hesitate to drink? The longer it lingers, the more it drains your vitality." As she spoke, she even attempted to assist Lady Zhou in drinking it. When the talisman water was offered to Shun Jiyu, she lowered her gaze and promptly drank it. Jiu, her maidservant, attempted to intervene. After consuming the talisman water, Shun Jiyu flipped the bowl to showcase it to the Empress Dowager and then discarded it on the ground before turning away. Liu Chan made no move to accept the bowl, leaving it to the two women. The Empress Dowager, observing Liu Chan's unwavering stance, felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Liu Chan was far too independent and astute for her liking. A palace maid approached to seize Liu Chan's arm. Liu Chan turned her gaze toward the Empress Dowager, needing to buy time. "Your Majesty, are you not concerned that I may be with child? If I were to drink such dubious concoctions, what if I cannot protect the child?" Indeed, at her words, the crowd fell silent, the Empress Dowager pausing in contemplation. Her gaze shifted with suspicion towards Liu Chan's abdomen. Is what you say true? Behind her, Liu Daring could not help but glare. She asked Liu Pin, how could she possibly be with child? Liu Pin's eyes flickered with a hint of joy, only to quickly dim again. As a mere concubine, she could not possibly adopt Liu Chan's child. To have a child, she could only rely on herself. Clenching her fists, Liu Pin's nails dug into her flesh. Falsehood, Liu Chan smirked, her eyes glinting with defiance. What I said is merely a possibility. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened significantly. She signaled to a nearby matron, who hurried towards Liu Chan, determined to force the talisman water upon her. Just then, Xiao Ling's icy voice rang out. Release my Liu Marin. The crowd turned in unison, hastily bowing, only to find Xiao Ling had appeared behind them, accompanied by a monk. Some recognized the monk as Master Hui Yuan, who had returned to the capital. Since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, Buddhism and Taoism had been revered, producing many remarkable figures, and Master Hui Yuan was a representative of the Buddhist faith. The Empress Dowager was compelled to rise upon his arrival. Master Huin's gaze swept over Liu Chan as if he were enlightened, and he approached the Empress Dowager with hands clasped in reverence. Your Majesty, how have you been? I am quite well, the Empress Dowager responded courteously. May I inquire why the master has come? I have come regarding the matter of malevolent spirits within the palace. Master Hui Yuan spoke slowly, raising his broad sleeves to point towards the southeast. Your Majesty, please observe, there is dark energy rising there, indicating that someone harbors ill intentions. The crowd followed his gesture, peering towards the indicated direction. Aside from a bank of ominous clouds, there was nothing else. That direction. The Empress Dowager hesitated, her expression quickly turning grave. That direction leads to Weiyang Palace. The occupants of Weiyang Palace were inextricably linked to her. Could it be that someone within Weiyang Palace had sinister motives? Quick to speak, Pian Fei covered her mouth, having heard rumors that it was Song Marin or Liu Pin causing the turmoil. Yet now it seemed. Could it be Liu Pin herself? Everyone turned their gaze towards Liu Pin. As dirty water splashed onto her, Liu Pin forced herself to remain composed and stepped forward. Your Majesty, if I harbor any ill intentions towards Sister Liu, may I meet a most terrible fate. Her tone was resolute. Chapter 84. Aunt, save me. Perhaps Liu Pin's oath was too severe, prompting consort Qian to momentarily fall silent. Such a curse was feared by anyone. Soon, the crowd's attention began to shift towards Liu Daring, who stood behind Liu Pin. What does the Empress Dowager think? Xiao Ling suddenly called upon the Empress Dowager. For many years, she had been in charge of the inner palace, so it was only natural to ask her. However, the Empress Dowager respectfully stepped forward, declining, Your Majesty. You have forgotten. I no longer oversee the harem. You should inquire of Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Her words rang true. Yet, the Dowager's gaze turned frosty. Your Majesty, such accusations cannot be made without evidence. One cannot simply cut open a heart to check for malice. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and De Fei stepped forward quietly, suggesting, since Master Hui Yuan has pointed to the southeast, why not send someone to investigate? If nothing is found, it will clear the name of Weiyang Palace. This implied a search of the palace, albeit subtly. Liu Chan followed the crowd's gaze towards De Fei, who had always been reserved. Even after ascending to the position of De Fei, she had remained cautious, deferring to the Empress Dowager. However, when the Empress Dowager sought to avoid suspicion or was unable to speak, and De Fei was capable of stepping in, she thought to herself that Xiao Ling was still the same emperor who played with power. When Jing Gue Fei fell from grace, he had directly elevated De Fei. Without allowing chaos to ensue, a peculiar balance was restored, all for the sake of mutual benefit. I concur, Xiao Ling nodded. What does Mother think? The Empress Dowager's expression hardened. At this point, how could she refuse? Then let Mama Xing take people to investigate. She cast a glance at those beside her. Mama Xing understood and bowed to leave. Huang Jiu, you shall accompany her. Xiao Ling's expression remained calm, hands clasped behind his back, revealing no emotion. Huang Jiu and Mama Xing departed with their respective attendants. After about 15 minutes, they returned. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, nothing was found in Weiyang Palace. Huang Jiu reported respectfully. Liu Pin sighed with relief, while Liu Daring behind her beamed with delight, eager to clarify her innocence publicly. Why is Liu Daring so pleased? Consort Qian once again zeroed in on her. For her, a slight movement from anyone in the room warranted scrutiny, She preferred to err on the side of caution. Liu Daring finally stepped forward, raising her chin. Consort Qian, if someone publicly slanders me, and I clear my name, of course, I am happy. The crowd fell silent. While it was acceptable for Liu Pin to be questioned, who had actually slandered her? Well, regarding today's events, the Empress Dowager spoke calmly. Just as she began, a palace guard rushed in, holding a box covered in dirt. The guard halted before Xiao Ling and bowed. Your Majesty, this was found beneath a willow tree behind Wei Yang Palace. Huang Jiu promptly stepped forward to open the box. Inside lay several cloth dolls, sewn from white fabric, each covered in numerous pinpricks, with red inscriptions visible. He picked one up astonished. Your Majesty, this is the name of Lady Zhou. Lady Zhou was brought forward, supported by palace attendants. Song Marin, standing beside her, could not resist approaching. Her expression darkened. Indeed, this is Yin Heir's name. This is her birth date. Lady Zhou's name was Zhou Yin. Naturally, Lady Zhou knelt, exclaiming, I have been in great pain these days. This must be the cause. I implore your Majesty to seek justice for me. She glanced at Liu Chan, suggesting that Liu Marin and Shun Jiyu were suffering similarly. They should not endure this torment in vain. Xiao Ling reached into the box, his expression suddenly grave. He first looked at Liu Pin, who appeared shocked, seemingly not expecting such items to be found near Wei Yang Palace. She knelt, saying, Your Majesty, I am unaware of this matter. I ask that you investigate and vindicate Wei Yang Palace. He then turned his gaze to Liu Daring, whose color had drained, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting. Liu Daring, speak. The Empress Dowager also stepped closer. Seeing Liu Rao's demeanor, she felt a heaviness in her heart, cursing her foolishness inwardly. Hadn't she made herself clear that day? Liu Daring knelt, her voice trembling. I know nothing. She forced herself to say it, not daring to echo Liu Pin's request for an investigation, hoping instead that the emperor would treat the matter lightly or that the Empress Dowager would suppress it. Xiao Ling withdrew his gaze, turning to the Empress Dowager, whose demeanor had grown colder. The guard mentioned it was found behind Wei Yang Palace, not within it. It is possible someone deliberately placed it there to frame Wei Yang Palace. She glanced at Liu Chan, who was looking down, appearing quite honest, which made her frown. The Empress Dowager implied that someone had orchestrated this drama. Song Marin, feigning curiosity, picked up on the Empress Dowager's words, leading the attention back to Liu Chan and Lady Zhou. At this moment, Shun Jiyu had left, making it impossible to gauge her attitude. Mother, Xiao Ling called out. Before he could finish, the Empress Dowager interrupted. If your Majesty continues to fixate on Wei Yang Palace, I must ask, knowing both women are my nieces, are you attempting to undermine me? She began to exert pressure through familial ties, and Liu Chan kept her head bowed, contemplating. I dare not, Xiao Ling replied coolly, turning to Master Hui Yuan. Since no one is willing to own up, perhaps Master Hui Yuan could examine their faces and discern who among them bears ill intentions. Upon this declaration, a palpable tension filled the air. After all, who in the palace had not harbored a shadowy thought or two? The most conspicuous was Consort Qian, who stood rigidly, her posture resembling a finely crafted statue. Upon closer inspection, beads of sweat had begun to form on her forehead. What troubles Consort Qian? Song Marin inquired, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Could it be that Consort Qian is involved? Consort Qian nearly exploded with indignation. She knelt before Xiao Ling, saying, Your Majesty, you know my temperament and my words. I admit to speaking ill of others, but I am in no way implicated in this matter. In truth, she had lost count of how many people she had disparaged behind their backs. Her guilt was palpable. Does this not reflect ill intentions? Consort Qian possessed a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Master Hui Yuan joined his hands, smiling, declaring himself unrelated to the matter. Consort Qian sighed in relief. As Master Hui Yuan began to scrutinize each individual, others, though nervous, maintained composure until his gaze fell upon Liu Chan. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Master Hui Yuan's eyes, lingering longer than expected. Liu Chan admired the master. She stepped forward, greeting him with a gentle, unhurried voice. Just as someone was about to speak, this young lady possesses a fine countenance. Master Hui Yuan finally spoke. Liu Chan bowed again, softly expressing her gratitude for the compliment. Master Hui Yuan nodded, shifting his gaze once more, finally fixing it upon the increasingly anxious Liu Daring. This young lady is, he inquired. This young lady is Liu Daring, Huang Jiu quickly introduced. May you raise your head, so this old monk may take a look. Master Huiyuan uttered a prayer. In my decades of travel, I have encountered countless individuals. If it bears no relation to Daring, I... Before he could finish, Lu Daring's legs buckled beneath her as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Aunt, save me. Chapter 85. For the sake of a palace made upon hearing Lu's agreement. Even if Master Huiyuan insisted she was innocent, no one would believe it. The Empress Dowager's expression darkened, and suddenly, a piercing gaze swept toward Liu Chan, who stood beside Xiao Ling, locking eyes with her. Liu Chan smiled at her. This scheme had finally succeeded. As for the Empress Dowager's opinion of her, she cared little, for it was the Dowager who had first plotted against her with pearls. Aunt! Aunt! Lu Rao cried out, now gripped by intense fear. It was known even among common folk that witchcraft was strictly forbidden. Such a crime was punishable by death. Her mind was consumed by a single thought. It was over. The Empress Dowager did not spare Lu any glance, quickly regaining her composure and praising Liu Chan. The beauty Lu is far cleverer than I had imagined. Though everyone else was puzzled by her words, Liu Chan understood the compliment and graciously accepted it. She curtsied to the Empress Dowager, acknowledging the Empress's prowess, as the Emperor was, after all, the Dowager's son. The Dowager smiled enigmatically. I have gained new insights today. At this point, she could not deny the truth. The entire charade, from Liu Chan's feigned blood spitting in the Imperial Garden to Shun Jiyu and then to Lady Zhou, was all a well-orchestrated performance. If it had only been Liu Chan and Shun Jiyu, it would have been one thing, but the inclusion of Lady Zhou raised her suspicions. Yet she had discerned nothing. Standing beside Xiao Ling, Liu Chan remained composed and silent, knowing that her rivalry with Lu Pin would not endear her to the Dowager either. Once this matter concluded, the Dowager would think twice before plotting against her again. At that moment, Consort Qian suddenly exclaimed, "There is even the birth date of Sun Kai-jin." Her voice was loud as she produced a white cloth doll, revealing why Sun Kai-jin's child could not be saved, and mistakenly linking it to Liu Chan. Truth be told, after Sun Kai-jin's miscarriage, there had been much private gossip. Under subtle guidance, most of the blame had indeed fallen upon Liu Chan, especially since the pearl girl beside her had been detained. Consort Qian berated the nearby Taoist priest. "You false Taoist, pretending to be a diviner, utterly devoid of conscience. Deceiving even the palace concubines. You nearly cost them their lives and made them drink talisman water. How shameless." After Sun Kai-jin's miscarriage, she had hesitated to associate closely with Liu Chan, fearing repercussions. Now that Liu Chan's innocence had been established, she finally felt vindicated. It was unfortunate that Shun Jiyu had actually consumed that talisman water. Originally, the Taoist had been intimidated upon encountering Master Huiyuan. When he felt a spotlight on him, he tossed aside his copper coin sword and practically crawled over, begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, I am merely trying to make a living in the capital. I never intended to provoke noble ones." He had lived freely as a fake Taoist in the capital, believing whatever he said would be taken as truth. Now, however, he was apprehended by palace guards. Unable to refuse, he could only brace himself for this encounter, never imagining that someone would truly employ witchcraft to harm others. Had he known, he would have fled the capital that very night. But his greed had led him astray. The Taoist, filled with regret, desperately hoped for the Emperor's mercy to spare his life. "Hurry and take him away," Huang Jiu ordered, suppressing his voice. "First, send him to the prison for a few days of interrogation." Thus, the guards dragged the terrified Taoist away. Huang Jiu glanced at his indifferent master and decided, "Ladies, it will be best to return for today. Such a pivotal event should not unfold before so many eyes." Consort Qian, eager to say more, was silenced by Xiao Lin's glance, causing her to instinctively bow. "This servant takes her leave." Zhao Xian and Andy consorts followed suit, bowing as they departed. Just as Liu Chan was about to leave, Xiao Lin suddenly grasped her hand, saying, "You stay." Lu's agreement lingered as well. The Empress Dowager, noticing, echoed, "Let Lu stay." Behind them, Lu Pin turned to see Xiao Lin holding Liu Chan's hand. A pang of jealousy and sorrow pierced her heart. Did the Emperor truly favor Liu Chan so? Though she had once enjoyed such affection, she had never been treated this way in public. Back then, everyone claimed she was the most favored, and she had believed it too. Lu Pin's gaze shifted to Liu Rao, her expression growing more indifferent. She was well aware of the schemes Liu Rao had plotted against her. This strategy had been shared by Chioer, who had hinted at it in Liu Rao's presence. Thankfully, it no longer concerned her. Liu Chan followed Xiao Lin into Shoan Palace. The Empress Dowager, supported by her attendants, settled down and cast a scornful glance at Xiao Lin. Is the emperor truly staging such a grand performance for the sake of a woman? She understood that this act could not have been orchestrated solely by Liu Chan. How could a mere beauty incite such a spectacle? The only possibility was that she had the support of Xiao Lin. Mother, you jest. I act for the stability of the court and harem, Xiao Lin replied respectfully. The Empress Dowager scrutinized him for a long time before finally murmuring, do not forget. Liu Chan also hails from the Liu family. She now clearly recognized that Liu Chan could never be used by her. Liu Chan was far too cunning and deeply scheming to be controlled. Though Liu Chan willingly allied herself with the emperor, she would not align with the dowager. The dowager would rather see her destroyed than allow her to remain. Yet Xiao Lin smiled. Mother, do not forget, Liu's agreement also originates from the Liu family. He reminded her that the one in peril was Liu Rao, not Liu Chan. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. Her grip tightened on the armrest of her chair. Clearly enraged, yet managing to suppress it. Liu Rao was the legitimate daughter of the Liu family, and she could not disregard her, especially since witchcraft scandals could implicate entire clans. Sacrificing Liu Rao for a mere palace made not only seem a fair trade, but also a significant gain for her. However, how could she not suffer a loss? Realizing this, the Empress Dowager cast a cold glance at the terrified Liu Rao, taking a deep breath. Bring that palace made from Yuchangshuan here. Soon, the maid, Pearl, was brought in. Upon entering, she rushed to Liu Chan, tears streaming down her face. My lady, they did not make things difficult for you, did they? She glanced at Liu Chan's abdomen, weeping profusely. My lady, for your sake, is there truly a child? Do not worry. We shall discuss this later. Liu Chan comforted her, patting her shoulder gently. For the sake of a palace maid, is it worth it? The Empress Dowager suddenly questioned Liu Chan. Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy as she replied, It is indeed worth it, Your Majesty. A profound silence enveloped the hall. You may return for now. I have matters to discuss with my mother, Xiao Lin said, his hand brushing against her back. Chapter 86. My Jingjiu Liu Chan returned to Yuchangshuan with Pearl. Chuanxing and the others embraced Pearl, crying bitterly. My lady did this for you. Disregarding precautions and directly consulting Dr. Wang for fertility remedies, Chuanxing said, her eyes red. Pearl looked at Liu Chan through tearful eyes and knelt, bowing deeply. Your kindness and grace, I vow to repay my lady with my life. Liu Chan helped her up, smiling. This was merely the Empress Dowager's plot against me. You were the one who suffered, Pearl. You have endured much. Pearl shook her head, tears still flowing. For a time, the hearts of those in Yuchangshuan united even more. After about an hour, news arrived that the emperor had left Shoan Palace. The emperor had issued a decree promoting Liu's agreement to the rank of beauty. Now, Lin was responsible for gathering news from outside. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Did this mean there were now 2 Liu beauties in the palace? Prepare for my cleansing and attire, Liu Chan said with a light laugh. Wait for me, my lady. I shall return to my new rank. It is certainly impossible for there to be 2 beauties named Liu. One can only wonder what terms Xiao Lin negotiated with the Empress Dowager. All she knows is that Xiao Lin is not one to let himself be at a disadvantage. As for Liu Rao, she has been conferred the title of beauty, and thus shall remain a beauty for life. Liu Chan, however, is different. She aspires to rise further, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, tomorrow she shall become Liu Jiyu of the palace. Indeed, the Pearl of Joy spoke out cheerfully. The crowd busied themselves in adorning Liu Chan anew. Just as they finished, Huang Jiu personally brought the palanquin, stating that Liu Chan was to accompany the emperor to the Tai Chi Hall. Liu Chan donned a green dress, complemented by a striking red bodice that caught the eye. Though her headpiece was somewhat minimal, she radiated a refreshing charm. Upon her arrival at the Tai Chi Hall, Liu Chan anticipated that Xiao Lin would be buried under a pile of memorials, acting as a diligent emperor. To her surprise, he was leisurely sipping tea, with an exquisitely crafted white jade chessboard laid before him. Come, let's engage in a game, Xiao Lin gestured. Liu Chan did not hesitate. Once seated, she immersed herself in the chess match. Familiar with Xiao Lin's strategic prowess, she found it relatively easier to respond. Yet in the end, she still lost. Your Majesty is unfair, Liu Chan exclaimed, tossing her piece aside. How could the situation change so suddenly? I'm quite vexed. She turned her body away, pouting in a huff. Xiao Lin couldn't contain his laughter. He reached for her hand, saying, I should not have played that move. All right? That was my fault. Liu Chan huffed again indeed. The disparity in their chess skills lay not merely in back-and-forth exchanges, but in the mindset and agility of the players. She acknowledged that she could never match Xiao Lin, a natural-born emperor. Xiao Lin embraced her, coaxing her until her laughter filled the room, and he sighed in relief. I am truly at a loss with you. Unexpectedly, Liu Chan placed a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth, her eyes sparkling with mirth, bringing immense joy to the emperor. Xiao Lin chuckled once more, playfully pinching her cheek. And what if I were to confer the title of beauty upon another Liu? Upon hearing this, Liu Chan straightened up, extending her hand toward Xiao Lin. Your Majesty, you promised me the title of Jiyu. I have come to claim it. Indeed, Xiao Lin wrapped his arms around her again. Of course it is yours. This little girl was so forthright in demanding her title. What shall you request next? Xiao Lin teased. Next? Liu Chan pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Well, the title above Jiyu is that of a pin. Naturally, I shall ask for the pin title. If there is yet another chance, then it would be the title of Fei. And if there is yet another, she gazed at Xiao Lin with the stealth of a cat, her eyes twinkling. There's also a vacant position for Shu Fei. Xiao Lin lightly tapped her forehead, feigning a stern expression. Ambitious are we? Liu Chan snuggled against his waist, whispering, Allow me to answer your Majesty's earlier question. In my eyes, you are a remarkable individual. In all your endeavors, you possess a grand vision and a heart filled with great strategies. Therefore, your Majesty's decision to confer Liu Rao with a title surely holds your own intentions. And all I desire is to remain by your side as a humble woman. I wish to be close to you, never letting go. She looked up, her tone resolute. Xiao Lin's gaze softened upon her words. Liu Chan continued with fervor, You truly are exceptional, even capable of inviting esteemed Master Hui Yuan. I have long admired Master Hui Yuan's reputation, yet I have never seen him in person. All right, Xiao Lin interjected, unable to listen any longer. He had to admit that the praises from the woman in his arms filled him with joy, her words as sweet as honey. Amusingly, she thought that inviting Master Hui Yuan was something extraordinary. Xiao Lin recalled something. I've thought of a few titles for you. Choose one. He commanded Huang Jiao to bring paper and ink, writing down 3 characters. Chun, Jing, and Li. Liu Chan's gaze fell upon them, and she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How clever of him to test her. The character Chun carries a regal connotation, traditionally bestowed upon the favored consorts of emperors. Certainly not befitting a Jiyu or a beauty. It is far too noble even for a pin. Do you fancy this one? Xiao Lin pointed at Chun. Liu Chan scrunched her face, torn. She liked it but felt it was too lofty. If I were to truly become Chun Jiyu, I would surely break into a cold sweat whenever someone addressed me as such. She shook her head vigorously. It's too much. I cannot accept it. Xiao Lin chuckled softly. He had deliberately placed it before her, wanting to see if she would become arrogant due to his favor. Yet she gracefully brushed it aside. What about this one? He inquired, pointing to Li. Given her beauty, none in the harem could rival Liu Chan, making her deserving of the character Li. Li Jiyu would hardly be a cause for cold sweats, would it? He jested. Li Jiyu? Your Majesty, how mundane, Liu Chan declared, pointing instead at the character Jing, disdainfully. This one is clearly the best. You must have intentionally overlooked it. Xiao Lin burst into hearty laughter, unable to contain himself. His laughter resonated loudly, even causing him to lean back in mirth. The sound reached Huang Jiao's ears outside, who couldn't help but raise his hand to his ear, gazing blankly at the clouds above. Liu Beauty is indeed a delightful person. The usually stoic emperor could be so easily amused. Now let us continue. Liu Chan tugged at his sleeve. Your Majesty, let us move on to the next round. I just memorized a verse. Xiao Lin nodded, reciting. As spring brings harmony and clarity, undisturbed by waves. He drew Liu Chan into his embrace, saying, My Jing Jiyu, bright and warm, has provided me with much solace. I too adore this character. The next day, Xiao Lin rose early as usual. Liu Chan, seeing this, attempted to rise as well, but he pressed her back down. You slept little last night. Rest a while longer. I shall return for breakfast. His intention to keep her there was clear. All right, Liu Chan acquiesced, pulling the covers over her, yawning before closing her eyes again. She had indeed slept little the previous night, as this insatiable man had brought forth a book filled with various postures, igniting his eagerness to try each one with her until the late hours, nearly exhausting her delicate waist. As she drifted into a deep sleep, Liu Chan vaguely heard Huang Jiao's muted voice, announcing that the Empress Dowager had sent someone with the golden seal to manage the harem affairs early that morning. The Empress Dowager claimed her advancing years left her lacking in energy, and thus it was best for concubine Xiao to oversee the palace matters. Huang Jiao spoke respectfully. Xiao Ling scoffed coldly. If power is to be granted to the concubine, then let her thoroughly investigate the matter concerning the late Lady Sunday. Huang Jiao acknowledged and departed. Before Liu Chan succumbed to the depths of sleep, she mused that her recent thoughts had not been in vain. At least he was mindful of her innocence. Although Lady Sun was entangled in witchcraft, there was no concrete evidence to condemn her, leaving room for interpretation. Liu Chan realized she too was not entirely blameless. When Liu Chan opened her eyes again, she found Xiao Ling, dressed in plain attire, seated at the bedside, his large hand sliding under the covers to caress her skin. "How does it feel?" Liu Chan feigned a sultry tone. Xiao Ling, with mock seriousness, sought out a soft area to pinch, nodding. "Last night, I found this flesh delectable." The implications were unmistakable. Liu Chan's face flushed crimson as she sat up, reaching for his waist while mumbling, "I am not convinced. I too wish to know how Your Majesty's flesh tastes." Xiao Ling effortlessly pulled her into his embrace, and the two frolicked joyfully for a while. After a quarter of an hour, driven by hunger, Liu Chan finally settled at the dining table, her stomach rumbling in protest. She immediately drank half a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. As they were dining, the young attendant Xiao Shun entered, leaning close to Huang Jiao's ear to whisper a few words. Huang Jiao turned to glance at Liu Chan and then relayed the message. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has sent word that concubine Shun is gravely ill, having endured a high fever throughout the night." Liu Chan set down her chopsticks, her gaze shifting to Xiao Ling. She had noticed something amiss with Shun the previous day. It was as if she had lost her spirit. At that moment, she had been preoccupied with the matter of witchcraft, and in the aftermath, she had forgotten to inquire after Shun's condition. "Has the imperial physician been summoned?" Liu Chan asked Huang Jiao. He nodded, informing her that Physician Wang had been called. Indeed, Physician Wang was currently in high demand, rendering the other physicians nearly obsolete. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Chan rose. "Your Majesty, I shall go and check on her." Xiao Ling acquiesced, saying, "I have several ministers to meet shortly, so I shall not accompany you." After a brief pause, he added, "Ensure that Physician Wang attends to her properly." Liu Chan bowed and took her leave. The distance from Jinhua Pavilion to the Tai Chi Hall was considerable, so Huang Jiao summoned a palanquin. Upon arrival, they noticed the Empress Dowager's palanquin approaching in the distance. Liu Chan waited at the entrance, greeting her, "Greetings, Your Highness." The Empress Dowager replied gently. This morning, a maidservant from concubine Shun sought an audience, reporting that she has been unwell since yesterday, yet concubine Shun insisted on persevering. As they conversed, they entered the room, where they found Wang Wanner already administering acupuncture to concubine Shun. Liu Chan observed Shun's face, flushed with an unusual hue, and felt a wave of concern. "It is merely a fever. Nothing more serious, I hope?" In the palace, the greatest fear was not falling ill, but rather falling victim to the malice of others. Vang venit a post, shaking her head. There is no grave concern, but it seems that she caught a chill yesterday. She did not seek timely remedy, and thus contracted a severe cold. The severity of a cold can vary, and Shun's condition indeed fell into the serious category. The Empress Dowager then inquired of Shun's maid, Shi'er, who had recently arrived in the palace. This maid was newly appointed and had long served concubine Shun. Ordinarily, upon entering the palace, a maiden of Shun's stature would be entitled to bring a maidservant, and swapping one for another would not be unusual. However, Shun fell ill shortly after Shi'er's arrival, prompting further inquiry. Elfea, feeling anxious, recounted, "Our young mistress drank the talisman water from that sorcerer yesterday and began vomiting on her way back, drenched in cold sweat. It is likely she caught a chill at that time. After returning, she complained of extreme fatigue, and I thought little of it." As she spoke, Shi'er cast a furtive glance at her mistress, her eyes betraying her inner turmoil. The Empress Dowager remained silent for a moment, recalling how Shun had brazenly consumed the talisman water in front of everyone yesterday. This so-called sorcerer had been exposed as a fraud, yet he had somehow procured a collection of dubious talismans. Regardless, Palace consorts were accustomed to delicate palates, and it was only natural to suffer gastric distress. The root of the issue could be traced back to the Empress Dowager, yet no one dared to hold her accountable. Enough, the Empress Dowager began, but was interrupted by Shun, who stirred and mumbled, "Lian, don't go." "What?" Wang Wanner did not comprehend. Liu Chan, however, felt a chill run down her spine. She recalled a conversation with Shun at the palace, where Shun had expressed a desire to marry for love. An admission marked by a hint of melancholy and resignation in her gaze. It was as if she had found her beloved, only to be cruelly separated from him. Due to her rebirth, Liu Chan felt a heightened sensitivity to Shun's plight. "Lian, safe," Shun murmured again. Liu Chan instinctively glanced at Xiar, who now appeared visibly distressed. She sighed internally, suspecting that Shun was trapped in a nightmare. Approaching the bed, Liu Chan grasped Shun's hand, exclaiming, "Why is your hand so cold? Physician Wang, please come over and examine her." Wang Vane hurriedly approached, checking Shen's hand. To her relief, it was warm. The acupuncture had already begun to take effect. Liu Chan discreetly signaled to her. Understanding the cue, Wang Wanner feigned reaching for the back of Shun's neck. Exhaling in relief, she must have been having a nightmare. Her neck is quite sweaty. The Empress Dowager watched the two of them with a furrowed brow. Having returned to oversee the inner palace, "Is concubine Jing here with her?" she inquired softly. A decree had been issued the previous night, granting Liu Chan the title of Jing and elevating her status to that of a concubine, thus distinguishing her from the newly elevated Liu Beauty. Liu Chan responded, "I cannot leave concubine Shun. I wish to remain by her side." Chapter 88. Depart when you must. Men will remember you as soon as the Empress Dowager departed. Concubine Shen once again began to speak incoherently. "Lian, brother Lian, don't go." "Miss, please do not speak like this," Sheer exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out as she instinctively rushed to the bedside, forgetting her usual address for her mistress. Liu Chan and physician Wang stood nearby, and Sheer felt an urgent panic. "Lian?" Wang Wanner clarified, now understanding it was a man. Sheer turned sharply, her face etched with worry. "Physician Wang, you've misunderstood. Our young mistress. If I am not mistaken, the Li family and the Shun family share a long-standing friendship from the northwest," Wang Wanner remarked, her expression growing serious. Liu Chan turned her attention to the trembling Sheer, asking pointedly, "Since arriving, what news have you brought her?" The last word was laden with implication. Sheer averted her gaze, her face pale and silent. This Li gentleman was her secret affection. Liu Chan's tone grew firm. "Do you realize the grave crime you are committing?" Her voice was calm, yet her words were chilling. Sheer trembled at the implication. All concubines within the palace were the emperor's women, yet she dared to pine for a man outside. Was this not a capital offense? Overwhelmed, Sheer began to weep. "It is my fault. I am guilty. Please, concubine Jing, show mercy for the sake of our past friendship and spare my young mistress." In truth, having observed her mistress's distracted demeanor these past few days, Sheer knew some matters were best left unspoken. However, her mistress had posed a question. As Sheer appeared on the verge of fainting, Wang Wanner stepped forward to steady her. If concubine Jing truly wished to harm her mistress, she would not have jested before the Empress Dowager just now. Her tone was sharp, yet she continued, "But how could you dare to bring such matters into the palace? If others were to discover this, the consequences would be dire." "It's fine. Neither Liu Chan nor I will be harmed," Liu Chan agreed, her expression serious. "However, the palace is filled with scheming minds. Should this information fall into the wrong hands, the repercussions could be unfathomable." Sheer sobbed since last night. "Our young mistress has been feverish, calling out. I was frightened and could only cool her with a cloth soaked in cold water. But this morning, her condition worsened, and I had no choice but to seek help." While the delirium that accompanies illness was indeed alarming, she feared even more for her mistress's health. "In the future, should she feel unwell, send for me directly at the Imperial Medical Office," Wang Wan aside. "Both Liu Chan and I are your young mistress's friends within the palace. You may seek us whenever you need assistance." She turned to Liu Chan. "Is that not so, Liu Chan?" Liu Chan paused for a moment before nodding slightly, signifying her agreement with Wang Wanner's words. Liu Chan contemplated for a moment, turning her gaze toward Sheer. The matter of the wandering scion must be buried deep within, and she would convey her thoughts to the emperor. There should be no visitors at Jinhua Pavilion, allowing her to recuperate in peace. She indicated that they would wait until Shun Jiyu had come to terms with her situation. She understood her meaning and nodded gratefully, thanking Jingjiu. Liu Chan remained there for over an hour, only leaving once Shanjiu's fever had subsided. On her way back, Liu Chan felt a tangle of emotions. If her intuition served her correctly, this was the turning point for Shanjiu. Although Shanjiu might become a formidable adversary, even surpassing consort Jing in strength, Liu Chan could not seize this opportunity to push her further into despair. Returning to the Taiji Hall, she softly recounted Shanjiu's condition, merely stating that she had experienced vomiting due to drinking talisman water and had caught a chill along the way, resulting in a cold. It was a gradual illness, and the emperor had already commanded that no one else should visit her. Understood, replied Xiao Ling without raising his head. Huangjiu, you shall relay my orders. Essentially, this meant that Shanjiu would be excused from her morning greetings and conversations, and the doors of Jinhua Pavilion would be closed. Huangjiu complied and departed, while Liu Chan quietly stepped forward to prepare ink, meticulously organizing the documents for him without uttering a word. She spent 3 days in Taiji Hall. On the 4th day, Liu Chan experienced her monthly cycle and wished to return to rest. Unwell? Xiao Ling inquired, observing her. In truth, he did not fully comprehend the discomfort women felt during this time. He only knew that they suffered. My stomach aches a bit, and I wish to warm myself under the covers, Liu Chan replied, her complexion pale. Whenever her monthly cycle arrived, she felt a heavy sensation in her abdomen and profound fatigue. Xiao Ling frowned and said, I have had the Gui Fei couch prepared with warm bedding. How about resting there? Liu Chan shook her head, insisting it was not appropriate. Recognizing her resolve, Xiao Ling did not press further and summoned someone to escort her back. In the evening, I shall visit you, he added, gently caressing her flowing hair. The young girl appeared quite listless, resembling a small kitten in the imperial garden that had yet to grow its claws, evoking a sense of tenderness. Farewell. I shall seek the emperor again in a few days, Liu Chan said lazily. Xiao Ling agreed. With the help of Zhenju, Liu Chan left the hall. On their way back, Zhenju expressed confusion, noting that the emperor seemed reluctant to let Liu Chan go. Why does the master insist on leaving? Zhenju pondered. The emperor clearly wishes to see you tonight, yet you have declined. Liu Chan chuckled softly. When it's time to depart, one must go. A man will remember you. Maintain a delicate balance. Do not appear overly eager, for that will only drive him away. To put it simply, one must always hold the reins of initiative in their own hands. A few days later, news arrived from the Zhaoxian consort regarding the miscarriage of Sun Kaijin, prompting everyone to gather for a discussion. Liu Chan arrived a bit late, finding the main hall of Fengyi Palace sparsely populated. Liu Pin was absent, reportedly unwell. The newly appointed Liu Meiren was also not present, having moved from Weiyang Palace to Miaoying Pavilion nearby. And Fei was likewise absent, as the crown prince had caught a chill. Only Zhaoxian consort, Qian Fei, Sun Kaijin, and a few inconspicuous minor consorts were present. Liu Chan looked across at Sun Kaijin, who appeared gaunt and devoid of her former luster, her head bowed in contemplation. Bring her in, Zhaoxian consort commanded. A maid, already waiting, assisted a young girl into the hall. The girl appeared disheveled and pale, as though all her strength had been sapped. Upon entering, she collapsed onto the ground. Isn't this the maid Xiao Su from beside Sun Kaijin? A young maid recognized her. This revelation drew wary gazes towards Sun Kaijin. Sun Kaijin sat still, unresponsive, having lost her former spirit. Since her pregnancy began, she had felt the palace's fickle affections, and she was like a pawn, unable to resist. Of course, she knew the miscarriage had nothing to do with Liu Chan. The emperor ordered me to investigate the matter surrounding Sun Kaijin's miscarriage, and my inquiries led me to her maid, Xiao Su, Zhaoxian consort stated blandly. Yesterday, I finally gathered some evidence and brought Xiao Su here. Xiao Su, half crouching on the ground, kept her head lowered, obscuring her expression. Why would this maid harm Sun Kaijin's child? Qian Fei questioned, perplexed. After all, who wouldn't he wish for their master to rise in status, allowing the maid to benefit as well? Sun Kaijin, in a daze, shifted her gaze to Xiao Su. Equally bewildered, Xiao Su, Zhaoxian consort frowned. Today is your only chance to defend yourself. The matter of the heir's demise is grave and will inevitably implicate your family. At this, Xiao Su abruptly lifted her head, but instead of looking at Sun Kaijin, her gaze slowly fell upon Liu Chan. Still wishing to frame Jingjiu? Qian Fei exclaimed, startled by her reaction. Jingjiu is innocent. After uttering this, Xiao Su seemed to expend all her energy. Struggling to sit up, she began to remove her clothing. The onlookers were taken aback. Liu Chan, sensing something amiss, felt her heart race as Xiao Su stripped away part of her garments, revealing numerous dark bruises across her shoulders, back, and arms, some even dotted with needle-like marks. At this point, I have nothing left to defend, Xiao Su smiled bitterly, addressing the upright Sun Caijin. My lady, are you not a child of your father and mother? Sun Caijin's face turned ashen, her grip tightening on the armrest of her chair as she glared at Xiao Su. You lie. Her voice trembled. Xiao Su shook her head, but directed her gaze towards Xiaoxian consort. Your Highness, please see clearly. The injuries on Sun Caijin's maid are evident, but I'm the one who suffered the most. We all endure beatings and scoldings, but since Sun Caijin's pregnancy began, she has lost favor due to Jing Jiyu's influence, and she curses Jing Jiyu daily. The assembly felt pity for both Liu Chan and Xiao Su. So you harmed Sun Caijin's child to frame Jing Jiyu? Qian Fei believed she understood the truth. Xiao Su, while you are indeed pitiable, but it was not me. Xiao Su vehemently shook her head. Her denial sent Sun Caijin into a panic, wishing to silence her. Xiao Su, think carefully before you speak, Sun Caijin urged, her voice quivering. The threat in her tone was apparent, and the others exchanged glances. Xiaoxian consort regarded Sun Caijin briefly before saying, Xiao Su, speak freely. I will advocate for you. The child of Sun Caijin was never meant to survive, Xiao Su murmured softly. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow, finding her thoughts confirmed. However, even if this matter implicated the Empress Dowager, it would not be revealed further. Sun Caijin had become a discarded piece. With the truth laid bare, Xiao Su continued. Sun Caijin has always favored cold and cooling foods. Early in her pregnancy, she consumed considerable amounts of alcohol and crabs. After her fall during an altercation with Jing Jiyu, she also ingested potent safflower, relying on medicine to preserve the pregnancy. The physician said if her mood remained tranquil, she could sustain it for 7 months. However, she despised Jing Jiyu intensely, and when her pain returned, she resolved to blame her miscarriage on Jing Jiyu. As she spoke, she paused, recalling the incident when Sun Caijin had tugged at Jing Jiyu, leading to their fall. Indeed, it was not Jing Jiyu who had pushed her. It was Caijin, intoxicated, who had pulled Jing Jiyu in a drunken frenzy. Thus, Liu Chan was entirely exonerated. The gazes of those present turned towards Jing Jiyu, now filled with pity once more. Caijin had sent a maid to procure red flowers from outside the palace, and had learned that Jing Jiyu had taken several doses of contraceptive medicine. She then bribed a young apprentice from the imperial pharmacy and, taking advantage of the emperor's absence that night, summoned the Empress Dowager. Xiao Su divulged everything in one breath. Sun Caijin, utterly drained, slid off her chair. Now, even tears eluded her. She could not muster a sound. Only one thought lingered in her mind. She was finished. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Sun Caijin summoned a flicker of strength and cried out, I wish to see the Empress Dowager. Before she could finish her sentence, the elegant consort Xiaoxian discreetly signaled to a nearby palace maid. The maid stepped forward and covered Sun Caijin's mouth. The matter had already publicly cleared Jing Jiyu's name. As for Sun Caijin, the emperor would investigate her. Consort Xiaoxian poured tea and said, You may all return now. Today's events were merely to give Liu Chan face. The emperor tasked me with this inquiry, and I was more than willing to oblige. Thus, she had summoned Xiao Su, detaining her for just one night, intending for her to clarify the situation publicly. Liu Chan rose, her demeanor naturally respectful and sincere, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, consort, for considering my plight. I am deeply grateful. On the way back, Liu Chan fell into a contemplative silence. Do you think Xiao Su will die? Pearl asked cautiously. Despite the matter being resolved, she felt a deep discomfort at the sight of Xiao Su's wounds. The lives and dignity of palace maids were treated with utter disregard. Liu Chan turned to her. You pity her and have forgotten how she struck you before? Surely, Sun Caijin would meet a grim fate, either languishing in the cold palace for the rest of her days or facing a silken noose. It remained to be seen whether Xiao Ling would show any mercy to the Sun family of the previous dynasty. Liu Chan had initially suspected the Empress Dowager had bribed Xiao Su to frame her, only to discover it was Sun Caijin's folly. Logically, the primary blame did not lie with Xiao Su. However, as Sun Caijin's close maid, Xiao Su was entangled in a relationship where one's fortune was shared by all, and misfortune could mean death. Of course I remember, but I never anticipated Sun Kai-jin would act this way towards her. Pearl sighed, feeling both fortunate to have encountered her master and pitying Xiao Su. Can we not save her life? Liu Chan looked back at her. A memory of Pearl secretly visiting her in the cold palace surfaced in her mind. This girl was inherently kind-hearted. Let's wait and see, Liu Chan replied non-committally. As evening approached, an unexpected delivery from the imperial kitchen arrived, laden with an abundance of dishes, 16 main courses and dozens of side dishes. The head of the imperial kitchen had come personally, wearing a forced smile. Lord Huang specifically ordered dishes that you enjoy, Jingjiu. Liu Chan thought, how extravagant. Chapter 90. The benefits of frequent bedchamber attendance since dinner had been delivered. Liu Chan graciously accepted it. However, midway through the meal, an announcement rang out, heralded by Huang Jiu's shrill voice. Xiao Lin has arrived. Liu Chan inwardly cursed. Just as she set down her chopsticks to stand, he had already crossed the threshold. Is the Emperor trying to ensnare me? She thought. Liu Chan performed her curtsy and teased. Had I known you were coming, I would have waited to eat. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, Xiao Lin explained with a chuckle. Chunqing brought a basin of water to help him wash his hands. Xiao Lin pulled Liu Chan down to sit beside him. Have you missed me these past few days? He inquired, pinching her cheek, marveling at its delightful softness. Liu Chan, with a smile illuminating her eyes, replied, What do you think? I suspect you missed me, which is why you summoned me here, he countered. Liu Chan mused silently. This man has been flattered into a state of narcissism. She pouted. I hadn't intended to, but since you went to such lengths to send me this feast, I couldn't help but think of you with every dish. Thankfully you arrived, or I would have had to run to Fengyi Palace after dinner. Xiao Lin, amused, smiled broadly. They shared a warm meal together before strolling through the imperial garden. Huang Jiu had cleared the area of all people and ordered the 4 entrances sealed to prevent any disturbances. Thus, Liu Chan could converse freely. What do you plan to do about Sun Kai-jin? She inquired with curiosity. Xiao Lin turned to her, unperturbed in sharing. I shall demote her to a mere imperial concubine. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow, surprised by his response. Before she could inquire further, Xiao Lin continued, though she is inept. The Sun family held considerable power in the previous dynasty, and I cannot entirely disregard them. Oh, Liu Chan pondered. If the emperor demotes her to an imperial concubine, the Sun family will still owe him a debt of gratitude and remain loyal. Xiao Lin halted, gazing at her, and after a moment his hand brushed her hair, gently ruffling it. My Jingjiu is truly astute. Liu Chan smiled shyly. She understood that Xiao Lin was indifferent to most, prioritizing the balance of previous dynasties and the welfare of the people of Xia over the harem's intrigues. The women of the harem were mere pawns to maintain the equilibrium of the past dynasty. Useful pawns were elevated, useless ones discarded. As for whether the pawns were at fault, if a pawn erred, Xiao Lin would only feel pleased. The player, after all, held no affection for the pieces on the board. Unless, from the very beginning, one abandoned the identity of a pawn. Only those deemed useless could possess true significance. Your Majesty, I wish to intercede on behalf of Sun Kai-jin's maid. Liu Chan suddenly said, a maid named Xiao Su. Xiao Lin frowned at her. A maid? In cases like Sun's, the servants are typically punished severely. The master's transgressions often lead to the downfall of those closest to them. Such was the common fate. Their end often met with death. Did she assist you? He queried, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. It was not suspicion, for he trusted Liu Chan, knowing she would not resort to underhanded tactics behind his back. No, but today Xiao Su revealed herself in Fengyi Palace, displaying her injuries. It pained me to see her so mistreated. Is it not cruel to declare that a maid's life is so easily extinguished? Xiao Lin fell silent, contemplating her words. A maid's life is indeed a life. She had once said, all beings possess a spirit, even a cat has a life. Do you realize that being soft-hearted is a great taboo in the harem? Xiao Lin remarked, his tone cooling, hinting at displeasure. Liu Chan bit her lip, disappointment washing over her as she cast her gaze downward. I understand. In the next moment, a large hand rested on her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace. A sigh escaped him. Very well. I comprehend that you would protect even a cat, let alone a human life. They truly bear no significant fault. Thus, let them be sent to serve as common maids. Do you think I'm overly soft-hearted? Liu Chan wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest. After a few breaths, she heard his voice again from above. "It's all right, I will protect you." Tears streamed down Liu Chan's face, and feeling embarrassed, she searched for her handkerchief but fumbled for a long time without finding it, until she spotted the handkerchief tucked in Xiao Lin's sleeve. She seized it and pressed it against her eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Lin was taken aback by her sudden outburst. "What is the matter?" Liu Chan cried. "No one has ever told me they would protect me. I am truly moved, and my tears just won't stop." Xiao Lin gazed at her for a long while before. Resigned, he pulled her back into his embrace. Unable to help himself, he chuckled lightly, only to be met with the sound of her tiny fists thumping against his chest. "I inquired of the royal physician regarding your discomfort during your monthly cycle, and he mentioned that some women are naturally predisposed to such ailments, but often improves after childbirth." Xiao Lin suddenly interjected. Liu Chan, caught off guard by the topic, looked up in surprise. "What? I believe you are still quite young," Xiao Lin said with a smile in his eyes, lowering his head. "I asked the royal physician if there were other remedies, and he affirmed that there were." "What remedies?" Liu Chan, now no longer crying, questioned. He replied, "Frequent intimate companionship is also beneficial," leaning closer to her ear. Upon hearing this, Liu Chan's face flushed. Xiao Lin took her hand and led her directly back to the Tai Chi hall, where their lively antics on the bed are better left unmentioned. Before long, the verdict regarding son, Kai Ren, arrived. She was demoted to a palace maid and relocated to the most remote pavilion in the harem, permanently stripped of her green headplate. This was essentially tantamount to being cast into the cold palace, merely a change in title. The maids who served her retained their lives, each receiving a punishment of 10 lashes before being sent back to the Internal Affairs Bureau for reallocation. However, they could only serve as common palace maids thereafter. As June approached, the weather grew somewhat oppressive, leaving one drenched in sweat. The Internal Affairs Bureau sent us some ice blocks. Lin directed the attendants to place the ice in a basin. It was unclear whether the chill of the ice or merely the power of suggestion, but Liu Chan felt the room's temperature drop significantly. Once the Internal Affairs personnel departed, Lin stepped forward, producing a paper package from his sleeve. He had now become the chief eunuch of Yu Qian, with 4 or 5 junior eunuchs under his command, a status he had never dared to dream of, which only spurred him to work even more diligently. "What is it?" Liu Chan inquired, curiosity piqued. "There's been a strong medicinal odor coming from Weiyang Palace." A servant acquired some leftover medicinal residue, Lin whispered. "I just consulted with royal physician Wang, who confirmed that these are all fertility-enhancing medicines, with potency exceeding ordinary herbs by 10-fold at least." Liu Chan gazed at the medicinal residue on the table, instinctively holding her breath. The stench was overpowering, making it unbearable even in its discarded state, which led her to ponder how foul the concoction must taste when brewed. "Fertility-enhancing medicine?" she echoed, to which Lin nodded. "When I arrived, royal physician Wang was busy. She mentioned she would come to check your pulse this afternoon." Liu Chan acknowledged this, indicating that further details would be discussed later. After Lin departed, Liu Chan stared at the remnants on the table, lost in thought. She recalled that Liu Pin had seemingly been unwell, rendering pregnancy impossible. Could it be that Liu Pin intended to regain favor through pregnancy? Yet, upon further reflection, if Liu Pin could conceive, she likely would have done so already. Given her intense jealousy towards pregnant concubines in the harem, and her scheming to bring a daughter of the Liu family into the palace, it was clear she was quite fixated on having a child, though it was also likely that the Empress Dowager had forbidden her from conceiving. In the afternoon, Wang Wanner entered with a medicine box. She first adhered to protocol by checking Liu Chan's pulse, confirming that she had largely recovered. She explained that Liu Chan's previous fright outside the palace had left her constitution weakened, but she was now nearly well. "Have you visited Shenjiu lately?" Liu Chan asked. Shenjiu had been ill for over a month, and Jinhua Pavilion had been closed to visitors, with only Wanner allowed free entry. "I just visited yesterday. She is recovering well, but her heart remains troubled," Wang Wanner replied softly. It was the news of that man marrying that upset her. Liu Chan sighed, recognizing the truth in Wang Wanner's words. Being a consort in the palace appeared glamorous to outsiders, yet any suffering had to be swallowed in silence. At the tender age of 16 or 17, one is filled with dreams of marrying a beloved. This thought conjured the fleeting image of a young man in Liu Chan's mind, prompting a bitter smile and a shake of her head. Not to mention, at 15 in my past life, I too encountered handsome youths. Alas, the whims of fate are capricious. Vangvania readily agreed, expressing her own disillusionment with the Imperial Medical Bureau. Initially, she believed it to be the finest establishment to demonstrate one's medical prowess, but upon entering, she realized that human relationships and social maneuvering were far more significant than medical skill. Many physicians had seen their talents wane, yet their cunning was unparalleled. Adept at shirking responsibility, Liu Chan instructed her attendants to bring over the medicinal residue from Fengyi Palace. Wang Wanner meticulously sifted through it, her brow furrowing deeper as she confirmed they were indeed fertility herbs. But I remember that Liu Pin's constitution is extremely cold, making pregnancy impossible. Extremely cold? Liu Chan echoed, surprised. She was aware of Liu Pin's health issues, though the specifics eluded her. Yes, Wang Wanner affirmed, some possess a naturally cold constitution. But it seems she is not among them. Rather, she appears to have consumed something extremely cold, such as musk or safflower, which could severely compromise her health. Occasionally, she was tasked with checking Liu Pin's pulse. The first time she did so, she was astonished and spent considerable time reviewing medical records and texts. With her constitution, not only was she unlikely to conceive, but even if she did, she would struggle to carry the child to term. Vangvania continued softly. Liu Chan's gaze lingered on the medicinal residue, a swirl of complex thoughts flooding her mind. Could it be that the risk of losing the child was worth the attempt to conceive? Was that not a path to self-destruction? Suddenly, Wang Wanner rummaged through the remnants, extracting a small insect carcass. I think I know what she has used. Liu Chan looked at the insect in her hand, intrigued. There is a type of insect known as a goo worm that can rejuvenate a woman's appearance, Wang Wanner stated with newfound conviction. However, it requires specific methods and bathing rituals. The process is excruciating, and the dosage she used is at least 10 times the normal amount. While it may make the skin appear flawless, it wreaks havoc on the internal organs. Gooworm? Zhenju could not suppress her shock. What is that? Liu Chan's brow furrowed in concern. She had heard of goo worms from Xiao Ling in her past life. Originating from a small tribe in the southern region of Xia, they primarily lived secluded in the mountains, raising insects that were pitted against one another for 49 days in a jar, with the last one standing becoming the goo worm. Some people utilize them for beauty. Wang Wanner explained, rising to her feet. If goo worms truly appear in the palace, I must inform my grandfather. Before departing, she cautioned Liu Chan. It appears Liu Pin has resorted to using goo worms for enhancing beauty, which poses no direct threat to you, but do exercise caution. Liu Chan nodded in understanding. After Wang Wanner left, Zhenju expressed her unease. If Liu Pin were to regain favor using such means, it could spell trouble for the young mistress. Do not fear, Liu Chan said with a faint smile, her demeanor calm. She was not afraid of Liu Pin's antics. Rather, she dreaded the prospect of Liu Pin remaining docile in her concubine position, doing nothing. If Liu Pin could not be found at fault, how could she seek her revenge? After all, Liu Chan's path was laid bare before Xiao Ling. To actively scheme against Liu Pin would only tarnish her own reputation. In Fengyi Palace, Liu Pin, covered in a thick layer of dark mud, lay sprawled on her bed, biting tightly onto a rolled-up handkerchief as sweat streamed down her temples. Your Highness, just a little longer. Qiu'er encouraged, standing by her side. A stern-faced woman continued to apply black mud from a jar onto Liu Pin's body. The moment the mud touched her skin, it began to rise slightly. Liu Pin clenched her eyes shut, her complexion pale, her fingers digging into her palms until they bled. Her cheeks twitching in pain from the agony of enduring this ordeal. Time passed, and eventually the woman stood up, her voice deep and resonant. It is done. Liu Pin felt her strength completely drain away. She was assisted to her feet by several palace maids, nearly dragged to a wooden tub nearby. Your Highness, Qiu'er said, her voice trembling as she gazed at the dark water in the tub. Despite having encountered her several times before, an unsettling sensation still prickled at her scalp, as if something lurking beneath the water was watching them. Your Highness, please step inside. Liu Pin gritted her teeth. The palace maids gently lifted her into the water, which enveloped her slowly. Pain etched across Liu Pin's face once more, her nails digging fiercely into Qiu'er's arm, drawing blood as they broke the skin. After half an hour, Liu Pin returned to her bed, gasping for breath as she watched the woman tidy up and leave. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she commanded, "Bring me a mirror." Qiu'er hastily complied. Upon seeing her reflection, youthful and radiant as if she were a mere 16 or 17, Liu Pin smiled with satisfaction. She turned to Chiu'er, instructing her to inform Song Meirin of a certain preference of the emperor, requesting her assistance. With that, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Your Highness. Chiu'er trembled as she checked Lu Pin's breath, relieved to find her still alive. Slumping to the ground, she felt as though Lu Pin was on the brink of death every single day. Chapter 92. Should I cause an uproar? Soon. News of Song Meirin's chance encounter with the emperor in the imperial garden spread throughout the harem. For several consecutive days, Song Meirin had been favored in the emperor's bedchamber. It became apparent that she was gaining favor rapidly. Initially, Liu Chan had been the most frequent companion of the emperor, but now Song Meirin was swiftly catching up. Why had the emperor suddenly taken a liking to Song Meirin? Zhu Zhu found it puzzling. Liu Chan fanned herself leisurely, stating, all of us are the emperor's women. Whoever captures his attention, he favors. It's quite normal. Competing for favor has always been a matter of skill. Serendipitously encountering the emperor is merely a common strategy. What piqued her curiosity was that every evening when Xiao Ling strolled through the imperial garden, Huang Jiuqing would check on those within. How could he have coincidentally run into Song Meirin, especially while she was holding cat? She had never heard of Song Meirin's fondness for such creatures, given her temperament. It would be surprising if she didn't kick the cat away. Is it going to rain outside? Liu Chan observed the ice within the room, feeling the oppressive heat. Zhu Zhu glanced out the window, noting the ominous clouds that had yet to release rain, but a refreshing breeze wafted through. Liu Chan decisively stood, intended to take a stroll. The only place available for the concubines to wander was the imperial garden, where an array of flowers bloomed splendidly, providing a delightful spectacle. Upon entering with Zhu Zhu, she chanced upon concubine Qian and Princess Yumin standing before a peony. Greetings, concubine Qian. Liu Chan approached to pay her respects. The little Princess Yumin turned around, delighted to see her, and curtsied adorably, exclaiming, I have met with Lady Jing. Due to Liu Chan's recent convalescence, the young princess had visited her several times, and they had grown familiar. Concubine Qian exhaled, gesturing, take her play for a while. I'm quite fatigued. Caring for children can be quite exhausting, and she longed for a place to sit. Will you play with the princess? Liu Chan crouched down to meet the child's gaze, who was truly adorable. Dressed in a pale pink gown with 2 round buns adorned with freshly bloomed peach blossoms, Princess Yumin's large round eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. Lady Jing, I want that flower. Liu Chan followed her gaze to a large red peony swaying in the wind. Very well, I shall pluck it for you. Liu Chan reached out to gather the flower, gingerly patting the little girl's head while suppressing her own emotions. As concubine Qian prepared to speak, 2 palace maids passed by the adjacent path, their conversation drifting to the name Jing Jiu. Concubine Qian shot Liu Chan a knowing glance and gestured for silence. The disdainful tone of the maids reached Liu Chan's ears. Who doesn't think Jing Jiu is a calamity for the nation? She monopolizes the emperor, leaving the other ladies unable to serve him. It was indeed curious that a mere concubine from the Liu family, whom the Empress Dowager disdained, could ensnare the emperor's heart so completely. Another maid whispered conspiratorially, I heard she is even being reported to the previous dynasty. Concubine Qian's face fell. Without waiting for Liu Chan to react, she strode over and blocked the 2 maids' path. They were taken aback, bowing respectfully. Greetings, concubine Qian. They stammered. You insolent wretches, who permitted you to gossip so freely. Concubine Qian's fury erupted as she struck each maid across the face. They immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, we shall never speak out of turn again. At that moment, Liu Chan, still holding Princess Yumin's hand, approached. Seeing concubine Qian's anger intensify, ready to unleash further wrath, Liu Chan quickly interjected, Your Highness, the princess seems tired. Perhaps you should take her back. She shook her head at concubine Qian, signaling her not to act so harshly in front of the child. Concubine Qian shot the maids a fierce glare before turning back to embrace Princess Yumin, reassuring Liu Chan, Sister, there's no need to be angry with these 2. Ask them where they heard such things. There are always whispers in the palace, undoubtedly instigated by someone. Liu Chan chuckled lightly in agreement. After concubine Qian departed with Princess Yumin, she turned to the trembling maids on the floor, casually inquiring, What do you serve? Please spare us, Jing Jiu. We beg for mercy. The 2 maids repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication. Fortunately, each maid bore a small tag, denoting their origin. Zhu Zhu promptly yanked the tags from them, handing them to Liu Chan. Your Highness, regarding this matter. Liu Chan accepted the tags and promptly left, making her way back to Yuqiangxian. Once seated, she coldly commanded, summon Lin and Chuanxing, Chun Tao. Before long, the three were summoned. Kneeling before Liu Chan, they expressed their remorse, with Zhu Zhu speaking first. My lady, these were mere, trivial matters. I only wish to spare you from hearing them. You're aware of this? Liu Chan turned to Lin, who hesitated before nodding. I have been investigating for some time, but could not uncover the source, and I did not wish to distress you with it. Liu Chan's expression darkened. Her anger transformed into a sardonic smile. Ah, so you thought it wise to conceal such matters from me? What do you take me for? With that, she slammed her palm onto the table. Lin quickly bowed. Please, my lady, do not be angry. The others echoed his plea. Liu Chan glared at them for an extended moment. In this Yuqiangxian, if you believe your abilities are sufficient to protect me, you are gravely mistaken. It is not a lack of skill, but rather the position I hold. I have only just begun to emerge from obscurity as a Jiu. How could I allow myself to be shielded behind you when danger arises? My lady, Zhu Zhu began to cry. It is my fault. I stopped Lin Gongong from speaking to you, thinking you were feeling unwell. Since it was your initiative, you shall be punished with a half-year salary and 3 days of solitary reflection. Liu Chan gazed at her, then at Lin, declaring, the others will face a 3-month salary penalty. Lin, as the head eunuch, should not be swayed by others. His face flushed with shame as he acknowledged, yes. I have simply been preoccupied with matters. I'm not in a poor mood, Liu Chan replied coldly. If there is something to inquire about, do so directly without speculation. Pausing, she added, should this happen again, you are to leave Yuqiangxian. The four of them shivered at her words, quickly responding in unison, yes. Zhu Zhu and Lin, filled with guilt, rose to leave. Chuanxing and Chun Tao exchanged glances, fearful of making a sound. Chun Tao, go to Fengyi Palace and inquire if the emperor will join for dinner, Liu Chan instructed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Tao hurried away. As evening approached, Xiao Ling indeed arrived. Upon entering the room, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Who had riled up Chan'er? Xiao Ling placed his hand on her shoulder, playfully urging her to confide in him, promising to avenge her grievances. Liu Chan's cheeks were puffed with indignation as she huffed. It is none other than my maids. They have turned me into a demoness in the palace, keeping me in the dark about it, which makes me so furious. How can my Chan'er, so exquisite, be labeled a demoness? Perhaps a celestial being would be more fitting, Xiao Ling replied with a light chuckle. Yet, as soon as he finished laughing, a chill flickered in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had been preoccupied with state affairs, neglecting the inner palace. Coincidentally, there had been recent petitions in court advocating for the establishment of a consort, which he had steadfastly refrained from addressing. Clearly, there were forces at play inciting trouble. It is indeed my oversight, he acknowledged, gently ruffling her hair, his words laced with a hint of remorse. I apologize for the distress you've endured. Liu Chan wrapped her arms around his waist, tilting her head back, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Perhaps I should cause a commotion to frighten the schemers in the palace? Xiao Lin's hand froze at her suggestion. The following morning, after bidding Xiao Ling farewell, Liu Chan instructed Lin to apprehend the 2 gossipy palace maids from the previous day. She boldly marched to Fengyi Palace, requesting the virtuous consort to grant her justice. I have merely spent a few extra nights in the emperor's company. How could that warrant a scandalous reputation? Liu Chan spoke unhurriedly. At that moment, the virtuous consort had just finished her breakfast and was well aware of the daily gossip circulating in the palace. Although she had grown accustomed to many rumors, she had indeed caught wind of the claims regarding Liu Chan being a demoness. It was ludicrous that such rumors could arise simply from a few nights of favor. Even during the time when the favored consort Jing was in the limelight, no one had dared to utter the term demoness. Clearly, this was no innocent remark from the palace staff. I have been preoccupied and have yet to investigate this matter, the virtuous consort stated, not bothering with pleasantries. Since you are here today, let us probe into this together. Jing Jiu smiled sweetly, genuinely admiring the virtuous consort's decisiveness, as she remarked. I happen to bring along 2 loose-tongued maids. Liu Chan nodded in agreement, noting that those who gossip and tarnish reputations are indeed deserving of reproach. Soon, the virtuous consort issued a summons for all involved. The crowd hastily gathered, and to Liu Chan's surprise, Shan Jiu, who had been recuperating for over a month, also arrived. Shun Jiu greeted the virtuous consort, then turned to glance at Liu Chan before taking her seat beside her. She had lost considerable weight. Her once round face, now resembling an oval, with her features becoming more refined. I have yet to congratulate you on your promotion, Jiu, Shun Jiu whispered. Liu Chan felt a pang in her heart, sensing the distance in Shun Jiu's gaze. She sighed inwardly, concealing her emotions. Thank you. How is your health? The Shun Jiu before her was no longer the lively girl eager to befriend her, but had transformed into someone bearing the weight of complexities in her eyes, reminiscent of the Hui Pin she had encountered in her past life. As events unfolded, Liu Pin entered, supported by Chioer, capturing everyone's attention. Clad in a gown as white as snow, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, she exuded an ethereal beauty that seemed to have stepped straight out of a painting. The onlookers were mesmerized until she took her seat. Liu Chan was momentarily taken aback. Liu Pin bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Jing'er in the painting. The previous resemblance of 6 or 7 parts had now intensified to 8 or 9. Could this be the effect of the cursed insect? The virtuous consort, seated above, furrowed her brow at Liu Pin's youthful radiance, recalling recent events in the Weiyang Palace. As everyone had gathered, she seized the opportunity to address the rumors circulating in the palace. I have summoned the Emperor to join us. Let us commence our inquiries, she declared coldly. The gathering nodded in agreement. In truth, unraveling rumors was a straightforward endeavor, merely requiring a methodical approach to trace their origins, albeit a time-consuming process. However, with nothing but idle time in the palace, everyone was keen for the spectacle. Bring in the accused, the virtuous consort commanded. The 2 palace maids who had gossiped in the imperial garden were brought forth, their faces pale with fear. Upon entering, they immediately pointed fingers at the instigator of the rumors. The virtuous consort commanded further investigation, and in less than half an hour, nearly 30 to 40 palace maids were kneeling in Yinshi Palace. Ultimately, the inquiries led to a maid closely associated with Song Marin. Is there anyone else? The virtuous consort inquired, her voice calm, yet laced with authority. If you cannot provide further names, it will fall on you. Should you speak recklessly, I shall send you to the Ministry of Justice for punishment. The maid cast a desperate glance towards Song Marin, her anxiety palpable. You are a maid near Song Marin. Does that mean she instructed you to spread these rumors? Liu Chan remarked with a light laugh. Before the maid could respond, Song Marin interjected, Jing Jiu. Cease your unfounded accusations. I pride myself on my integrity and would never engage in such behavior. It was then that everyone noticed Song's understated appearance. Typically adorned in intricate makeup and elaborate hairstyles, today she appeared significantly more subdued, her attire echoing Liu Pin's simplicity. Liu Chan glanced toward the virtuous consort. Before she could speak, the announcement of the emperor's arrival resonated through the palace, prompting the assembly to rise in preparation for their greetings. Xiao Ling strode in confidently, gesturing for everyone to rise. He cast a brief glance at Liu Chan before his gaze settled on Liu Pin, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Is your health improving? He inquired of Liu Pin. She lifted her gaze, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am feeling much better. Good, Xiao Ling replied, taking his seat. However, his attention seemed to linger on Liu Pin, eliciting a sense of trepidation among the gathered assembly. A chilling thought crossed their minds. Liu Pin was poised for a return to favor. Proceed, Xiao Ling finally commanded, his tone indifferent. The virtuous consort, acutely aware of his actions, felt a weight in her heart as she exchanged looks with Liu Chan. I have already instructed my maid to relay your messages to Song Marin, she softly remarked, observing the maid's nervous demeanor, indicating the end was near for her. Upon hearing this, Song Marin sprang to her feet, turning to the emperor with a feigned innocence. Your Majesty, I assure you, I have been attending to you in the Tai Chi Palace. I've had no time to spread these rumors. Moreover, Jing Jiu has received far less favor than I. The last remark was delivered in a lowered voice, yet it carried an air of smugness. She had calculated the days Liu Chan had spent in the Tai Chi Palace, realizing it was not significantly more than her own. Next month, she intended to surpass Liu Chan's standing. If you claim to have no time, then how could it not have been one of your maids? Liu Chan countered, her gaze fixed on Song Marin, whose expression darkened. While that maid may be in my service, it does not imply I ordered her to spread rumors. Perhaps it was you, Jing Jiu, who bribed her. Liu Chan raised an eyebrow, impressed by Song's quick wit, deftly deflecting blame. Liu Chan remained unfazed, addressing the virtuous consort. Your Majesty, consort, given the circumstances, I propose we send this maid to the Ministry of Justice for rigorous interrogation. She will surely reveal the true mastermind behind this chaos. At this proclamation, the kneeling maid trembled. It was unclear whether Song Marin's earlier comments had influenced her or if she had come to a realization, but she suddenly shouted at Liu Chan, "Jing Jiu, how can you abandon your loyal servant?" The maid paused, saying, "I acted under your orders. You spoke of wanting to frame Song Marin." The crowd exchanged glances, directing their attention towards Liu Chan. Now that Song Marin had gained favor, it appeared she had encroached upon some of Jing Jiu's standing, making the accusation of entrapment not entirely unfounded. You speak nonsense. What grievances could Jing Jiu possibly have with Song Marin? Is it worth sullying her own reputation to target a mere beauty? Concubine Qian reprimanded, pointing a finger at the maid. If you continue to spout foolishness, I shall not hesitate to silence you. Her loyalty was now clearly with Liu Chan, fearing that Liu Chan might suffer any loss. In this palace, everyone looked down upon her for her humble origins and her daughter, but Liu Chan genuinely cherished her daughter. For this reason, she could not remain indifferent. Why the urgency, concubine Qian? Could it be that you are the one acting in the shadows? Liu Marin, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Jing Jiu truly has a heart of stone, attempting to send a mere maid to the Ministry of Justice. Does she not fear the repercussions of her actions? Yet, she had been unusually compliant lately. After saying this, she instinctively glanced at Xiao Ling above her, then immediately lowered her head like a quail. The emperor merely glanced at Liu Marin's words. Liu Chan directed her gaze toward Xiao Ling. Her sudden call for attention indeed drew his gaze. Chapter 94. I fear you may have nightmares from the thunder, so I have come to accompany you. However, Xiao Ling only cast a fleeting glance at Liu Chan before averting his gaze. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of amusement crossed Xiao Ling's eyes before vanishing. Concubine Qian was infuriated by Liu Rao's words. Were it not for Xiao Ling and the esteemed Zhao Xianfei present, she would have been tempted to confront Liu Rao. But now, she could only seethe in silence. Liu Chan turned to the kneeling maid, her tone gentle. Why don't you tell everyone when I instructed you, how I spoke to you, or who I appointed to convey my message? Present the token I gave you, whether it be silver or a trinket. A barrage of inquiries ensued, causing the maid to stutter. She nearly bit her tongue and glanced behind Liu Chan. It was the maid Pearl, who came to find me on Jing Jiu's behalf. Today, Liu Chan had brought along Chuanxing and Chuntao, leaving Pearl in Yuqiong Pavilion to reflect. What did she give you? Liu Chan seemed to believe her. The maid was sweating profusely, her speech faltering. She gave me 10 taels of silver. What kind of silver? Whole or broken? What pouch did she use to give it to you? Where did this transaction take place? Liu Chan continued her questioning. Before the maid could respond, Song Marin grew anxious, finding Jing Jiu's accusations overwhelming. Is this truly so difficult? Liu Chan replied, surprised. If she has indeed bribed you, surely you must remember how you were bribed? Song Marin was momentarily speechless. She fidgeted with the handkerchief in her grasp, ultimately falling silent and fixating her gaze on the maid. Payer, speak plainly, she urged, frowning. The maid Payer looked up at her, trembling slightly. Their eyes met, and despair enveloped her. Today, she could not implicate Jing Jiu. Payer, pale as a ghost, admitted it was indeed Jing Jiu who bribed me. My greed led me to speak against her. After uttering these words, she turned to Song Marin. My lady, I have wronged you. A newfound determination flickered in her gaze. The next moment, the maid surged forward, crashing her head against a pillar with a resounding thud, blood oozing from her forehead. Chaos erupted, screams filled the air, and several were left pale, with one young attendant even fainting. Xiao Ling's expression darkened. Huang Jiu immediately sent someone to check the maid's pulse, then stepped forward. Your Majesty, she has passed. It was evident that she had made a fatal decision. Liu Chan sat calmly, startled momentarily, but her prior experience with death kept her composed. The maid's body was dragged away, leaving the crowd in a state of unease. What a ruthless Jing Jiu, to drive my maid to her death. Song Marin, now agitated, exclaimed, Your Majesty, in moments of despair, words can be revealing. Liu Chan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. By the time she realized this was a trap, it was already too late. She looked once more at Xiao Ling, who, unfazed by the maid's suicide, continued to focus on Lu Pin. This matter ends here. Xiao Ling declared, standing abruptly. You may disperse. He took a few strides to Lu Pin's side. You appear fatigued. Shall I escort you back to Weiyang Palace? His tone was exceedingly gentle. Lu Pin nodded gratefully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thus, Xiao Ling led Lu Pin out with great strides. The onlookers' gazes fell upon Liu Chan, some reveling in her misfortune, others brimming with sympathy, while a few wore expressions of concern. Everyone knew that Liu Chan and Lu Pin were arch-rivals. Now that the Emperor's attention was firmly on Lu Pin, it seemed the palace was destined to return to the days of Weiyang Palace as former splendor. Xiao Ling brought Lu Pin back to Weiyang Palace, his eyes reflecting tenderness. I can't help but think you have grown even more beautiful. The Emperor had a knack for jesting. Lu Pin blushed, her every gesture reminiscent of a bashful maiden. She turned to Ling. You must be weary from the day's events in Fengyi Palace. Allow me to prepare you a cup of tea. Upon hearing her address, Xiao Ling's gaze deepened. What did you call me? A Ling, Lu Pin replied with a smile over her shoulder. Do you not like it? After a moment, a soft sigh escaped. I enjoy it when you call me that. Lu Pin turned to pour the tea, but unbeknownst to her, Xiao Ling's expression darkened momentarily, fixating on her silhouette. When Lu Pin presented the tea, he instantly returned to his previous gentleness. I feel as though something about you has changed. He held the cup, but set it aside, watching her intently. As these words left his lips, Lu Pin's eyes brimmed with tears. She knelt, suppressing her tears. I understand that I have fallen from your favor. Yet my heart for you remains unchanged. I acknowledge my origins in the drunken red chamber, yet I cannot deny my instant infatuation with you. Moreover, I have often sought to repay the Empress Dowager for saving me from despair, which is why I assisted her. I was foolish. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Tears streamed down Lu Pin's face, her demeanor pitiful. She stubbornly wiped away her tears, but they continued to flow, falling onto the ground in rhythmic drops. Xiao Ling observed her, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes, but he gently grasped her arm. Since you recognize your faults, I shall not hold it against you. Do not dwell on it. As night fell, a thunderclap echoed through the air. Liu Chan had been soundly asleep, but was startled awake by the noise, slipping back into a dream. In her dream, she found herself bound by Meng Xian, who approached her with a sinister grin. Get away, Liu Chan shouted. In the dream, her mind was consumed with thoughts of killing him, her knife raised high, heart racing. My lady, voices called out, pulling her from her slumber. Gradually she awoke, drenched in cold sweat. Did you have a nightmare, my lady? Chun Tao asked anxiously. The thunder outside must have frightened you. Liu Chan lay still, her limbs stiff, struggling to regain her composure. After a long pause, she hoarsely inquired, Is the Emperor resting in Weiyang Palace? Just as Chun Tao was about to respond, footsteps approached the door. The door creaked open, revealing Xiao Ling, who walked toward her. She froze, thinking, am I still dreaming? Xiao Ling, despite being somewhat damp from the rain, wore an inconspicuous eunuch's robe, a curious sight indeed. The servant, Chun Tao, stood in a daze, staring blankly, unsure of what to do. Why aren't you quickly tidying up for me? Xiao Lin said in a low voice. Despite not knowing if it was a dream, Chun Tao hurriedly moved to retrieve his dripping outer garment, not daring to utter a word. Liu Chan continued to gaze at him intently. Is there something on my face? Xiao Lin asked irritably, peeling off his damp outerwear and commanding Chun Tao to fetch a clean cloth to wipe his hands and feet. He approached the bedside and playfully pinched Liu Chan's dazed little face. I was terribly afraid of thunder when I was young. You must also be frightened. Climbing into bed, he pulled back the covers and nestled beside her, wrapping his arms around her. Liu Chan finally realized this was not a dream. She remained stunned, wondering how the Emperor had come to her side. Didn't I just say? Xiao Lin frowned, but he patiently explained again. I feared you would have nightmares from the thunder, so I wanted to keep you company. No, Liu Chan shook her head, looking at Xiao Lin, confused as to why he was not resting in the Weiyang Palace that night. Chapter 95. I will always believe in you. Your Majesty, at least before Liu Chan fell asleep, she had heard that Xiao Lin had not left the Weiyang Palace. It was rather startling that he appeared before her so unexpectedly in the dead of night. Yes, I was resting over there, Xiao Lin said as he lay down and drew her into the warmth of the covers. He found himself inexplicably drawn to the young girl beside him, confessing, But I missed you. For so long, it had been Liu Chan expressing her longing for him, to the point where he felt his ears might develop calluses from hearing it so often. Yet now, he too found himself wanting to utter those words to her. Perhaps hearing I miss you would bring her joy? After speaking, he focused intently on her reaction. Liu Chan indeed stiffened momentarily, slowly turning to meet his gaze. Feeling their breaths intertwine, the tips of her ears gradually flushed red. Did you think of me? Xiao Ling could not help but ask again. Liu Chan clutched his garment, shyly burrowing into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his slender waist. Words were unnecessary. Her actions spoke volumes. Xiao Lin chuckled softly, his large hand gently kneading her delicate waist. Strangely, it felt as if something long absent within him had been filled. Comfortable and tender, it made him involuntarily smile. I have always thought of you. Liu Chan's voice was barely a whisper, her head nuzzling against his chest like a little kitten. I really wanted to. Having received the answer he sought, Xiao Lin smirked, feeling his midnight journey to find her was not in vain. Liu Chan recalled his attire from when he had come. Suspecting he had sneaked out, she suppressed her curiosity, believing some things did not need to be asked. If he wished to share, he would do so. The two fell into a serene silence. Outside, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain pelted the eaves, creating a cacophony that drifted into their ears, until Xiao Lin broke the silence. I came to find you because there is something I wish to tell you. Liu Chan responded with a soft Xiao Lin continued gently. You once asked me if you could trust me. Today, I want you to affirm my answer from then. The answer from then? Liu Chan leaned against him, her eyes narrowing in recollection, and after a moment, she replied softly, I will always believe in you, Your Majesty. Good, Xiao Lin nodded, his hand moving to stroke Liu Chan's cascading hair, his tone revealing unmasked satisfaction. Then he closed his eyes, urging her, sleep now. The next day, when Liu Chan awoke, Xiao Lin's presence was already absent. When did the emperor leave? She inquired of Chun Tao. Chun Tao, assisting her in rising, informed her. The emperor departed while it was still dark, and, oddly enough, he wore that same garment again. She referred to the damp eunuch's attire from the previous night. Liu Chan nodded, contemplating Xiao Lin's words from last night, which gave her an impression of him quietly plotting significant matters. He had said to trust him. Liu Chan smiled slightly. Well then, she would trust him. Soon, Chun Xing arranged breakfast, and as she led Liu Chan to sit, Linen entered, wearing a serious expression. Little master, regarding the Weiyang Palace. He hesitated before continuing. The position of Jing Fei has been restored. This meant that overnight, Liu Pin had ascended a rank, regaining the title of Jing. Chun Xing glanced at Liu Chan in confusion. She had heard that the emperor had. Let us eat first, Liu Chan replied calmly, her face betraying not a hint of disturbance. She ate with the same meticulousness and tranquility as always. Perhaps her composed demeanor soothed Chun Xing and the others, who gradually resumed their tasks. While Liu Chan maintained her calm, the rest of the palace was in turmoil. Messages flew between courtiers. Concubine Qian had even sent Liu Chan 200 taels of silver. The maid delivering the silver appeared anxious, saying, Our mistress warns that Jing Fei's return to favor will surely bring about various underhanded schemes. You must be exceedingly cautious. The silver was secondary. The warning was paramount. Liu Chan graciously expressed her gratitude. The former Liu Pin had occasionally shared the emperor's bed, but that had seemed ordinary. However, last night was different. She had drawn the emperor's gaze and, after a night of favor, had been promoted to Jing Fei. This was what caused the tension, as she might soon be reinstated to the position of Jing Guifei. After concubine Qian's maid left, Liu Chan asked Linen, Did the emperor head straight to court from the Weiyang Palace this morning? Yes, Linen replied respectfully. He had a decent grasp of palace news now, and given that the emperor had rested in the Weiyang Palace, he instinctively wanted to inquire further. Yet, he was left wondering why the emperor had ventured to Yuqiong Pavilion in the dead of night only to return to the Weiyang Palace. However, this was not his concern to know. After staying for a while, Lin departed to attend to his own matters. Days passed, and Xiao Lin consistently stayed in the Weiyang Palace, typically leaving in the morning and returning by evening. Observing Jing Fei's return to her former favor, perhaps even greater than before, was a sight to behold. Just as the emperor finally departed the Weiyang Palace, news came that Jing Fei had been summoned to the Tai Chi Hall in a grand carriage. Truly, she was a perilous beauty to the kingdom. Liu Chan strolled leisurely through the palace corridors, holding a fan, having just returned from concubine Qian's chambers. Concubine Qian had been frightened by Jing Fei's return of favor, as she had spoken more freely during Jing Fei's fall from grace. Now that Jing Fei was favored once more, no one dared to place blame on concubine Qian. You see, my little master only spent 6 or 7 nights in the emperor's bed last month, Pearl said, indignantly trailing beside her. Liu Chan lightly tapped Pearl's head with her fan. You are mistaken. Last month I spent 9 nights, with 30 days in a month. 9 was indeed not a trivial number, especially since she had undeniably received benefits during those nights. A man could hardly be so diligent. However, compared to the current Jing Fei, she felt inadequate. As they conversed, the two turned a corner and encountered a palanquin carried by 8 bearers approaching gracefully. Liu Chan squinted, cursing her luck inwardly. Unwilling to evade the encounter, she bowed respectfully and stood still. Wait, Jing Fei called softly. Her every move exuded youthful grace, and her face seemed to have regained at least a decade of youth. The bearers halted, allowing her to descend. Jing Fei, supported by Qiao, stepped down from the palanquin, standing before Liu Chan. With a smile, she grasped Liu Chan's hand. Sister, I have something to discuss with you. For reasons unknown, Liu Chan felt an uncomfortable stickiness in Jing Fei's grip. She gently tried to pull away but found her hand held fast. Taking a step back, Liu Chan forcefully withdrew her hand. What does the esteemed Jing Fei wish to say? She replied coldly. Chapter 96. What else could you possibly accuse me of? Liu Chan remained vigilant, perhaps due to her awareness of Jing Fei's use of sorcery. She felt a deep-seated revulsion towards her. She feared that any contact would lead to those poisonous insects crawling onto her. After all, she truly harbors a fear of insects. Sister, we ought not to be so cold towards one another. Suddenly, Jing Fei's eyes reddened, and tears fell as she implored, Sister, it was I who lost my senses before. Will you forgive me? As she spoke, she took a step forward. Liu Chan instinctively recoiled, finding Jing Fei's demeanor rather unsettling. After a moment of contemplation, she decided that retreat was the safest course. Just as Liu Chan turned to leave, Jing Fei seized her sleeve. A glimmer of resentment flashing in her eyes as she knelt before Liu Chan, a mere concubine kneeling before a noble. Sister, what must I do to earn your forgiveness? Jing Fei cried, sounding frail and heartbroken. Liu Chan tugged at her sleeve but could not break free. Instead, she nearly pulled the delicate Jing Fei to the ground. Squinting, she thought, if Jing Fei wishes to remain kneeling, so be it. I shall return to rest. With that, she withdrew a hairpin from her coiffure. The pin, which was intricately crafted with dual layers, revealed a remarkably small and exquisite dagger when forcefully extracted. Without hesitation, Liu Chan sliced down the sleeve she was grasping. If Jing Fei truly meant it, she might as well kneel a while longer. Liu Chan scoffed. Perhaps her sister would soften her heart and genuinely forgive you. With a darkened expression, she turned to leave. No sooner had she taken a few steps than Jing Fei called out to her, her voice devoid of the earlier remorse and frailty. Liu Chan. Liu Chan halted but did not turn around. Supported by Qiao, Jing Fei approached Liu Chan and whispered in a tone barely audible to the two of them. The hatred I bear for you is enough to ensure your future suffering. Liu Chan glanced back, smiling wryly, prepared to engage further. Watching Liu Chan's departing figure, Jing Fei tightly clutched the severed sleeve, her eyes brimming with unrelenting hatred. Qiao stood by, her gaze flickering. Your Highness, shall we return? I shall ensure she suffers greatly. Jing Fei gritted her teeth. Turning towards the palanquin, she commanded, spread word of how today Jing concubine forced me to kneel. Let it be known that she is arrogant and envious of my favor. Qiao acknowledged her command. The palanquin soon entered the Weiyang Palace. Upon entering, Jing Fei was startled to see someone seated by her bedside, holding what resembled a small bell. A shiver coursed through her, dread enveloping her. What is Gong Yang doing here? Jing Fei mustered a smile. I have come to check on your health, Your Highness, Gong Yang replied coolly, her tone lacking any courtesy. Lie down. Once Jing Fei complied, Gong Yang began to shake the bell in her hand. Even a gentle motion produced a melodious chime. Yet, Jing Fei's expression abruptly shifted, a searing pain tearing through her skin. Just as she was about to scream, a cloth was unhesitatingly stuffed into her mouth. Time passed, and the ringing finally ceased. Jing Fei felt as if she had been submerged in water, utterly drenched and gasping for breath. Ensure she receives her medicine daily, Gong Yang instructed Qiao, who trembled in fear. Gripping her palms tightly, paralyzed by terror as cold sweat trickled down her back. She had distinctly seen something protruding from Jing Fei's face, crawling swiftly before vanishing. Did you hear that? Gong Yang reprimanded, her tone impatient. Xiao quickly nodded, affirming she had. Gong Yang then turned her gaze back to Jing Fei, her voice tinged with annoyance. Prepare yourself for pregnancy in due time. At this, Jing Fei finally regained her composure, her eyes alight with astonishment. Is it true? She rasped, filled with joy. All her suffering was not merely for the hope of regaining favor, but to bear her own child. However, Gong Yang merely cast her a fleeting glance, pocketing the bell before departing. Soon, only Xiao remained with her. I can have my own child, Jing Fei whispered, laboriously placing her hand over her belly. Tears of joy mingled with laughter. If they could conceive, so could she. As she spoke, determination filled her gaze. If she could safely deliver a child, she would scheme for the throne on their behalf. The eldest prince in the palace was a feckless fool. Only her offspring would be truly noble. In the span of a month, Liu Chan had spent the night in Weiyang Palace 20 times. Besides her, no other had been summoned. A clear indication of her exclusive favor. The palace buzzed with excitement, servants clamoring to gain entry to Weiyang Palace, eager to curry favor. Zhaoxi and Fei perused the roster of palace assignments, unable to suppress a cold smile. These fools still believed Weiyang Palace was a desirable place. Now that she had loosened her grip, anyone wishing to serve there merely needed to offer silver and sweeten their words to gain entry, all under her guidance. Since they were unwilling to fulfill their duties, why not grant them an opportunity for advancement? Your Highness, rumors regarding Jing concubine are proliferating in the palace. Isu spoke softly. Shall we investigate? Initially, they thought the previous rumors would die down, but the emperor seemed indifferent. While the harem was under the control of the ladies, the emperor was utterly devoted to Weiyang Palace, and the servants were sycophantic, all eager to gossip about Jing concubine to please the one in Weiyang Palace. What rumors are circulating? Zhaoxi and Fei rubbed her temples, her eyes weary from the incessant gossip. Asu massaged her shoulders, contemplating. It seems they're discussing how Jing Fei forced you to kneel, and there was also an incident outside the palace. Oh, Zhaoxi and Fei inquired with interest. Many claim she was abducted by thieves and has long lost her purity. Asu replied quietly. If a palace consort were to be seized by thieves, it would be a matter of great disgrace for the royal family. For ordinary families, a daughter faced with such a fate would be sent to a temple, living a life devoid of freedom. How much more for a palace consort? Zhaoxi and Fei recalled the incident where Liu Chan had fallen gravely ill during her stay at the palace. However, she chuckled softly. Our emperor is no fool. His affection for Jing concubine is evident, indicating these rumors are unfounded. What the court from the previous dynasty? Zhaoxi and Fei asked. Meanwhile, Liu Chan, intrigued, inquired of Lin, what accusations have been leveled against me? They claim the favored consort is arrogant, having forced a maid to death, driven by jealousy, and has allegedly lost her purity outside the palace, rendering her unworthy of being a consort, demanding the emperor cast you into the cold palace. Lin reported softly. Chapter 97. This is the enchantress who brings ruin to the nation. After delivering his report, Lin awaited Liu Chan's response. Beside them, Chunqing fumed. Our mistress has never instigated trouble. They are simply piling unwarranted accusations upon her. She spoke first, and Lin pondered before asking a few questions. Mistress, should we retaliate? He suggested quietly. I've already established some connections within the palace. Passing along a message would be prudent. They had initially thought that the rumors about Liu Chan would die down, yet they had only intensified. The staff at Yuqiong Pavilion faced the scrutinizing gazes of other palace servants and subtle whispers. No need to retaliate. Let them be, Liu Chan replied, shaking her head. Linen complied, exiting the room. Pearl looked at Liu Chan, hesitating multiple times. Liu Chan glanced at her and remarked, Our mistress has never been one to endure such indignities. Why allow them to bully us this time? Pearl was indignant, suspecting that Jing Fei was behind it all. That day, Jing Fei knelt before you in public. It was clearly deliberate, yet we now bear the reputation of being arrogant and insubordinate. Pearl continued. Liu Chan stared at the new ice blocks brought into the room for a long while. A smirk crept on her lips. Pearl, have we ever lacked in our provisions? Pearl paused, shaking her head. In the past month, not only has there been no shortage of supplies, but they have actually increased. Particularly, the provision of ice has been ample, with official allowances from the favored concubine, and additionally, there have been discreet deliveries made on the side. What does this signify? Liu Chan inquired. Pearl's small face was filled with confusion as she stared blankly at her mistress for a while, before a light of realization flickered in her eyes. It signifies that the Emperor has always been attentive to us, she exclaimed in surprise. Even if it were not the Emperor, it could very well be the Xiaoxian concubine. The two individuals within the palace capable of influencing the internal affairs have not been neglectful of their mistress amidst these rumors. Liu Chan nodded in agreement, gently grasping her fan and leaning back on the favored concubine's couch with her eyes closed. Furthermore, she felt an even deeper sense of assurance owing to Xiao Ling's arrival on the night of the thunderstorm. Xiao Ling had told her to trust him. However, many of his subsequent actions appeared to be performances for the benefit of others. She trusted her instincts and her judgment of Xiao Ling. In times of necessity, she would not hesitate to lend him a hand. Since the Emperor has not halted these rumors, it is evident he is rather pleased. Liu Chan kept her eyes shut, softly asserting, "If we shield the Emperor from a few troubles, he will surely be grateful to us. Having experienced the cycles of life and death, what fear does she have of idle gossip?" Pearl nodded thoughtfully. A few days later, under the pretense of celebrating her birthday, the Xiaoxian concubine invited the other palace ladies to a banquet at the Fengyi Palace. It has become an unspoken rule that ladies of rank must invite others to celebrate their birthdays. Liu Chan had prepared her gift early. Amongst women, gifts are often handkerchiefs, purses, or jewelry, yet she chose an exquisite chessboard. She was aware that the Xiaoxian concubine was also an exceptional chess player. As a princess of the Jiang Kingdom, proficiency in chess is a requisite skill, essential for navigating the complexities of court life. Accompanied by Pearl, Liu Chan made her way to the Fengyi Palace. Upon presenting her gift, she noticed the Xiaoxian concubine's eyes gleam with delight. Their shared glance spoke volumes without the need for words. That day, the Fengyi Palace had arranged for a theatrical troupe from the capital to perform outside, while sumptuous dishes were laid out within the hall. Just as Liu Chan settled down, a shrill voice pierced the air. "In my opinion, reputation is our most precious possession. If there is anything more important, it is a woman's chastity." Song Marin raised her voice, recounting a tale of a girl from the Song family who, after being bumped into on the street by a blind beggar, returned home wailing and cut her hair to become a nun, not to mention those women who had been abducted by thieves. Upon hearing her words, all eyes turned towards her and then, almost deliberately, landed on Liu Chan's face, who had not heard of Jing Jiu being abducted by her fiancé, a beggar, outside the palace. The manner in which she had entered the palace was already unconventional, and this incident only lent credence to the gossip. Guer and Zhou cast a mild gaze upon Song Marin, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly sighing. Although they still resided in close quarters, their interactions had dwindled. At times, they would even deliberately avoid each other. Initially, she had considered extending a helping hand to Song, yet she felt utterly powerless. She could not prevent Song from spiraling deeper in his self-destruction. Such as fate. Liu Chan glanced at the audacious Song Marin opposite her, just as everyone expected her to retort. They saw Liu Chan bow her head, carefully savoring a piece of cake. In that moment, it was Song Marin who felt discomfort, akin to a fist striking cotton. Just as she was about to speak again, word came from outside that Xiao Ling had arrived. Xiao Ling entered with the delicate Jing Fei, personally assisting her to her seat before attending to his own needs. The warmth of his affection was evident. The Xiaoxian concubine feigned ignorance, calmly distributing the play scripts to everyone while comfortably watching the performance, occasionally exchanging a few words with her maid beside her. "I too have brought a gift for the concubine," Xiao Ling suddenly announced. The Xiaoxian concubine rose, not inquiring about the gift, but instead expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." With a grand gesture, Xiao Ling signaled for 4 eunuchs to enter, who laboriously carried in a large flower pot, within which bloomed a half-meter-tall cluster of bright yellow flowers, dazzling to behold. "I pondered for a long time and could not decide on a gift for you." Xiao Ling spoke gently. It was Jing Fei who suggested it, proposing a pot of golden acacia from the Jiang Kingdom. The golden acacia is the national flower of Jiang, abundant in its homeland, yet it is difficult to thrive in the Great Xia. They had transported 4, of which only one had survived. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Xiaoxian concubine was genuinely moved. Having spent several years in the Great Xia, she had not seen the golden acacia from her homeland. After thanking Xiao Ling, she quickly composed herself, returning to the dignified demeanor of a wise concubine. Following the meal, Huang Jiu approached, stating that there were ministers awaiting in the imperial study. Xiao Ling, of course, had to attend to state affairs, exchanging a few words with the Zhaoxian concubine before hastily taking his leave. However, he paused as he passed by Jing Fei. "I shall visit you tonight." At his words, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately settling on the half-crouched Zhaoxian concubine. Logically, on the occasion of the Zhaoxian concubine's birthday, the emperor should grant her some measure of favor. Yet he did not. Suddenly, a light laugh escaped, tinged with mockery and disdain. Everyone turned to follow the sound, discovering it to be Jing Jiyu. Herein lies the true seductress endangering the realm. Liu Chan turned to the nearby Jing Fei, asking, "Do you not agree, concubine?" Her words were succinct, yet profoundly reasonable. A flicker of resentment passed through Jing Fei's eyes as she coldly retorted, "Is Jing Jiyu daring to challenge authority?" Liu Chan raised an eyebrow. The term challenging authority was employed by Jing Fei with such expertise, revealing her limited capabilities. She had presumed herself to be shrewd. Only one person might label Jing Fei a seductress. Yet countless others referred to Jing Jiyu as such. Who, then, was the true seductress? Song Marin refused to back down. "It is indeed her." Liu Chan smiled faintly, dismissing her words as nonsensical. This only served to further ignite Song Marin's fury. Someone, Jing Fei suddenly fixed her gaze on Liu Chan, proclaiming, "Convey my decree. Jing Jiyu has defied authority and provoked me. I shall reward her with 30 slaps." Chapter 98. Does the concubine wish to test this? It was rare for Jing Fei to display her former haughtiness, yet this time, the purity of her visage clashed with the malice in her gaze. Two matriarchs followed closely behind her. "What is the meaning of this?" The Zhaoxian concubine finally spoke, addressing the blatant disrespect shown towards her. Upon her words, two palace attendants emerged to stand in front of the matriarchs approaching Liu Chan, resulting in a standoff. The onlookers exchanged glances, evidently entertained by the unfolding drama. Sitting beside Liu Chan, Shan Jiyu's gaze flickered as if she wished to speak, yet her eyes fell to the ground. Jing Fei turned to the Zhaoxian concubine, her tone unyielding. "Jing Jiyu has shown disrespect towards me, and you, Zhaoxian concubine, still wish to protect her. Today, I shall ensure she understands the palace's rules." Previously, when she held the title of concubine, she had harbored fears and insecurities, often feeling inferior in encounters with the Zhaoxian concubine. Thus, she had adopted an aloof demeanor. However, she now recognized that rank in the palace meant little. It was the emperor's favor that granted one true power. Just as Liu Chan had reveled in her days of favor, now it was her turn. With this thought, Jing Fei's simmering anger could not be concealed, and she disregarded the ongoing festivities within Fengyi Palace. Finally seizing Liu Chan's misstep, she felt compelled to exact punishment. "Someone," Jing Fei's voice rang coldly. Besides the attendants behind her, several others rushed in, numbering at least 7 or 8, advancing menacingly towards Liu Chan. Liu Chan looked up, pleading for rescue from the Zhaoxian concubine. She had not brought many people today, and did not anticipate Jing Fei's aggressive approach. The Zhaoxian concubine understood the situation. Swiftly stepping down from her seat to shield Liu Chan, she let out a cold laugh, surprised by the audacity of consort Jing in the palace of Fengyi. "If you wish to touch even a hair on the head of Lady Jing, you must first tread over my body." The atmosphere in the hall became tense. With sword drawn, consort Xian, seated at the front, gritted her teeth and joined in. "Consort Jing is far too bold. Add me to the mix. Seize her." At that moment, consort Jing appeared somewhat deranged, her mind consumed with thoughts of Liu Chan's cunning. If they failed to capture Liu Chan now, who knew when the next opportunity would arise? The attendants from the palace of Weiyang hesitated. "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear the words of consort Jing?" Song Marin fanned the flames from the side, reminding them who was currently favored in the palace. When she first entered the palace, she had believed that family background was paramount. Now, she realized that the emperor's affection held the highest priority. Her words spurred the attendants of Weiyang Palace into action, and soon several of them, trembling, attempted to pull Liu Chan away from behind consort Zhaoxian, causing chaos in the hall. Consort Zhaoxian's expression darkened. They should not be allowed to proceed. Not only should they be driven out, but it would not be excessive to beat them. Before long, the people from Fengyi Palace rushed in, creating a state of confusion. It was not until a cup shattered on the ground with a crisp sound that Shan Jiyu stood up. She leisurely untied the decorative soft whip from her waist, stretching in her hand. In the next moment, the whip, as if possessing a will of its own, lashed out at the nearest attendant, knocking them to the ground. The attendants screamed in terror, covering their heads as they scurried away. Within the span of a single incense stick, 7 or 8 attendants lay on the ground, howling in distress. With a cold expression, Shen Juyu pointed the whip at Consort Jing. "Would you care to try, Consort Jing?" A flicker of pain crossed Consort Jing's face as she shot a fierce glare at Shen Juyu, before retreating with the help of an attendant. Shen Juyu then directed her whip towards Song Marin. Song Marin, twisting her handkerchief, snorted and also departed. Soon, the attendants busily restored order. But the earlier events had exceeded everyone's expectations, leaving them momentarily speechless. Liu Chan resumed her seat, furrowing her brow. She had deliberately fixed her gaze on Consort Jing and felt a chill run down her spine, as if her very essence had been usurped. A young maid hurried in and whispered a few words to Consort Xiao Xian, whose face fell at the news. "Ladies, please disperse. I will host another banquet another day," she announced. Liu Chan chose to stay. Seeing Liu Chan remain, Consort Qian decided not to leave either. As Shen Juyu stood to leave, she hesitated as she passed Liu Chan. "I noticed something unusual about Consort Jing. Be careful. Thank you for today." Liu Chan looked at her. It had been some time since they last spoke. Shen Juyu said nothing further and departed, leaving only Consort Xiao Xian, Liu Chan, and Consort Qian in the room. Consort Qian's anger flared. How dare she act so recklessly? "Consort Xiao Xian, why don't we summon the emperor? He is currently in a meeting with the ministers and cannot be disturbed," Consort Xiao Xian replied, frowning as she turned to Liu Chan. "What do you think of Consort Jing's current state?" Liu Chan, aware of the dark schemes brewing in the palace of Weiyang, had not anticipated Consort Jing's madness. Indeed, it is madness. Everything in the palace is awry, including the emperor. "She must be acting under the Empress Dowager's influence," Liu Chan said softly. "I believe it is time to take the initiative, create an opportunity, and thoroughly suppress Consort Jing. She is now at the center of the storm. There is nothing to fear. I have been observing quietly, but I feel the time has come." Consort Xiao Xian nodded gravely. However, Consort Qian expressed concern. With the emperor currently favoring her so greatly, will it be difficult? She was not one for books, her mind rather simple, and she found herself lost in the conversation. She at least grasped that Consort Jing was being manipulated by the Empress Dowager. If Consort Qian is willing to assist, it should not be difficult. Consort Xiao Xian said with a sudden smile. The Qian family is the wealthiest in the capital. They surely have vast connections. Turning a rumor around should be quite easy. Consort Qian paused, then nodded. "I will write to my brother." The Qian family was currently led by her elder brother, who controlled all their business dealings. "Then let us spread the rumor about Consort Jing's origins from the brothel," Liu Chan said nonchalantly, knowing that would surely keep her awake at night. As for the other accusations of arrogance and being a seductress, they fit her perfectly. In the evening, Liu Chan sought an audience with Xiao Lin. Just as she reached the entrance of the Tai Chi Hall, she encountered Huang Jiao, who had just stepped out. Huang Jiao was taken aback upon seeing her and quickly approached. "It is unfortunate that Lady Jing has arrived. Song Marin has just delivered something to the emperor and is inside, keeping him company." Chapter 99. I discovered a shocking secret. Just as Liu Chan exchanged a few words with Huang Jiao, someone emerged from within. It was none other than Song Marin, dressed in plain white attire, exuding an air of simplicity. To be honest, when Song Marin first entered the palace, her glamorous attire had captivated even Liu Chan, who had to concede her beauty. However, her sudden shift to a plain style diminished her allure. Not everyone can wear white with grace. As Liu Chan pondered this, she watched Song Marin strut toward her with hands on her hips. Everyone said that Lady Jing enjoyed great favor, yet it was surprising that she had sought her out. Song Marin cast a disdainful glance at Liu Chan, who remained composed and silent. The smile on Song Marin's lips faltered for a moment. She could not fathom why every time she looked at Liu Chan, she felt a sense of futility. Aware of Liu Chan's sharp tongue, she had prepared some scathing remarks to provoke her, but now Liu Chan seemed mute. This only frustrated Song Marin further. As Liu Chan attempted to move past her, Song Marin blocked her path with an outstretched arm, frowning. "The emperor is busy and cannot see anyone. Is Song Marin not a person?" Liu Chan finally spoke. Her words ignited Song Marin's fury, and raising her voice, she retorted, "Lady Jing, Do not disrespect the wine offered to you. Oh, Liu Chan replied, lifting her hand fan and pressing it against Song Marin's arm, her gaze challenging. What can a mere beauty do to me? Huang Jiao, sweating profusely, stepped forward to mediate. Ladies, since you are aware that the emperor is occupied, should we not remain calm? He first blocked Song Marin's advance, and then turned to Liu Chan, suggesting, Lady Jing, perhaps you should return for now. I will inform the emperor of your visit later. He discreetly winked at Liu Chan before turning back to Song Marin with a smile. The emperor is still waiting for you to assist him with his writing. Song Marin snorted in response, looking at Liu Chan with a hint of smugness. Lady Jing, do not be surprised. The one currently favored is Consort Jing of Weiyang Palace. So, Song Marin has become Consort Jing's lapdog? Liu Chan retorted, crossing her arms and smirking. The bluntness of her words startled even Huang Jiao, who looked up in surprise. Although the statement was coarse, it bore a kernel of truth. You, Song Marin, proud and haughty by nature, could not tolerate such mockery. Enraged, without a moment's thought, she lunged at Liu Chan. Huang Jiao quickly intervened. While Liu Chan seized Song Marin's raised hand, her words flowing like a torrent. You and Consort Jing are two of a kind, colluding together, spreading my ill name both within and outside the palace. And now you seek to monopolize the emperor's favor, seducing him. Liu Chan, Lady Jing, two voices rang out simultaneously. As Song Marin's face flushed with anger, she glared at Liu Chan, and at that moment, Xiao Lin's cold voice echoed behind her, calling out to Lady Jing. The beautiful Song, in an instant, transformed into a delicate maiden, turning back with reddened eyes to gaze at Xiao Lin. Your Majesty. Liu Chan quietly performed a courteous bow. Is it not beneath your notice? Jing Jiu's ruckus at the entrance of my Taiji Hall? Xiao Lin's face remained impassive. I dare not. Liu Chan lowered her head. Beside her, Song could hardly conceal her glee, covering her face with a handkerchief, feigning tears, while the corners of her mouth betrayed her delight. Your Majesty, it is rumored throughout the palace that Jing Jiu is excessively proud of her favor. I have heard much, but seen little. She dares to act violently at the entrance of the Taiji Hall, attempting to strike me. Fortunate that your Majesty intervened. Liu Chan wished to applaud her nonsensical tirade. Was Song really underestimating Huang Jiao Gonggong? Liu Chan glanced at Xiao Lin, suppressing laughter. Huang Jiao, ever so sensible, stood obediently. Song's expression shifted, and she retorted, Jing Jiu, to curse Huang Jiao Gonggong so. Do you not regard his majesty at all? One must consider the master when striking a dog. Liu Chan, weary of further discourse, turned her gaze toward Xiao Lin. Your Majesty, today, the birthday banquet of the esteemed consort Zhao Xian was ruined by Consort Jing. The esteemed consort is a person of integrity, and I seek to plead her case. Xiao Lin furrowed his brow. Has the time come for Jing Jiu to seek justice for me? I am already aware of the event's progression. Consort Jing has always been gentle in temperament. Had it not been for your instigation at the esteemed consort's banquet, how could she have been driven to such an extent? He shook his head. Jing Jiu, it seems you no longer know your place. Your Majesty. Liu Chan protested, feeling it was unjust. Speak again, and you may lose your title of Jiu, Xiao Lin declared, turning away with a flick of his sleeve. Huang Jiao, escort her back to Yuqiong Pavilion and confine Jing Jiu for 7 days to reflect on her misdeeds. At this moment, Song expressed her discontent. Merely confining her was too lenient. Just as she prepared to voice her thoughts, Xiao Lin entered the room. She could only snap her handkerchief in frustration, casting a fierce glare at Liu Chan before following him inside. Huang Jiao looked up at Liu Chan. Jing Jiu, shall we return? Liu Chan turned on her heel. After taking a few steps, she encountered an old acquaintance. What brings you here? Wang Wanner approached with a medicine box. Was she already heading back? Liu Chan's expression soured. With the emperor currently favoring Song, how could he spare a thought for me? Is this not all for Song's sake that I am confined? Wang Wanner paused it, then lowered her voice. You should return first. I will go in and probe Song's capabilities, and then I will seek you out. As the current favored physician in the palace, she had overheard many rumors, especially now, with the emperor's exclusive favor towards Consort Jing, and with Consort Jing introducing Song. The two certainly had the emperor captivated entirely. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Once Wang Wanner entered, Liu Chan languidly made her way back to Yuqiong Pavilion with Huang Jiao. Upon entering, before Huang Jiao could speak, she abruptly slammed the door shut. Huang Jiao, startled, touched his nose, narrowly avoiding having the door strike him. Wang Wanner arrived at Yuqiong Pavilion in the evening. Although a consort was under confinement, there were no explicit rules forbidding the physician from checking pulses. To avoid suspicion, Wang Wanner had not visited frequently, preferring to roam elsewhere. Today, I uncovered a shocking secret, she said, sitting down with a mischievous look. Can you guess? Liu Chan placed a hand on her forehead, uncertain where her thoughts might wander. In the palace, news was often gathered by Lin, but many times, more obscure tidbits could only be gleaned from Wang Wanner. Wang Wanner leaned in, clearly excited. Yes, you're quite clever. Song has yet to share a bed with the emperor. Can you believe it? This news left Liu Chan momentarily stunned. Not shared a bed? Then how has Song been summoned for night duty these past few days? Chapter 100. I have come to thank you today. Liu Chan could not suppress her curiosity any longer. How do you know this? Wang Wanner shook her head, pride evident in her voice. Just from feeling her pulse. It reveals everything. Song has her own physician, likely bribed by the emperor. Initially, she resisted letting me check her pulse, but the emperor insisted. I believe he wished to convey something through me. Perhaps out of necessity, he confined you. Confinement is merely that, not a demotion or other forms of suppression. Normally, confinement signifies loss of favor, yet it can also imply protection. I understand. Liu Chan nodded, affirming her trust in him. Seeing her acceptance, Wang Wanner felt satisfied. I can't linger too long. I must return. Liu Chan stood to see her off. In the Taiji Hall, the eunuchs of the Jing Shifeng presented the nameplates of the various palace maidens according to protocol. Huang Jiao entered to inquire. Your Majesty, where shall you go tonight? By now, Song had returned, leaving Xiao Lin alone, diligently writing amidst a pile of documents. Huang Jiao speculated that the emperor was likely overwhelmed by Song's presence, as he usually focused intently on his papers, yet Song frequently leaned against him. How could this not be vexing? She is not angry, is she? Huang Jiao asked cautiously. Xiao Lin pinched the bridge of his nose, tossing a document aside. Huang Jiao internally mused that if she were not angry, she would not have barred him from entering Yuqiong Pavilion. Originally, he intended to enter and clarify matters with Jing Jiu. It seems she is upset, Huang Jiao admitted. Xiao Lin shot him an irritated glance. Huang Jiao felt a cold sweat forming, offering a nervous smile. To be honest, Your Majesty, Jing Jiu does indeed possess a temper. I was unable to enter Yuqiong Pavilion. He scratched his head, suggesting, perhaps Your Majesty should pay her a visit? After all, the emperor's feelings towards Jing Jiu were no longer simply a matter of distinction. He was exceedingly invested. Didn't you mention going to Weiyang Palace? Xiao Lin retorted, irritated. Remember to bring me a fitting palace attire. Huang Jiao quickly responded in the affirmative. An hour later, Xiao Lin's palanquin halted at the entrance of Weiyang Palace. Consort Jing gracefully emerged to greet him, cautiously meeting his gaze. Your Majesty, Jing Jiu has shown me disrespect, which is why I... Do not mention her, Xiao Lin interrupted, his tone still warm, yet tinged with impatience. Had Consort Jing been more observant, she might have detected the underlying irritation in his voice, but in her nervousness, she remained oblivious. Seeing Xiao Lin dismissive of Liu Chan eased her tension. Xiao Lin stepped inside, adhering to the usual customs. He gestured for her to pause. Consort Jing hesitated, biting her lip before stepping closer. I'm feeling somewhat weary today, Your Majesty. Before she could finish, Xiao Lin's expression turned cold, his gaze fixed on her. Very well, she acquiesced, retreating to the side hall to change into her dance attire. The hall was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood, and sheer curtains fluttered with the breeze. Clad in a white, gauzy dress, Consort Jing emerged from the side hall, moving gracefully, silently dancing. Although she felt fatigued, seeing Xiao Lin's interested gaze compelled her to maintain a gentle smile and captivating demeanor. Consort Jing danced for an entire hour without pause, her body glistening with perspiration and her focus waning, until finally, Xiao Lin applauded her performance. You danced splendidly today. A flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze as he personally poured wine from a nearby jug. Huang Jiao, this is a toast from me to Consort Jing. Despite her aching body, Consort Jing accepted the wine, expressing her gratitude before drinking it down. In mere moments, her demeanor shifted, becoming flirtatious, murmuring alluring phrases to her attendant Xiao, imploring for the emperor's affections. Xiao, unfazed, helped her shed her garments, leading her to the bedside. She had grown accustomed to such scenes, retrieving a long quilt that had been prepared in advance and draping it over consort Jing, allowing her to indulge in sounds that would make anyone blush. Once these tasks were completed, Xiao returned to Xiao Lin's side. She bowed gracefully, Your Majesty. That Lady Gong has insisted that Lady Jing must be with child. I understand, said Xiao Ling, rising and casting a glance at her. Xiao respectfully acknowledged his words once more. The warmth he had displayed earlier vanished, replaced by an indifferent expression as he stepped away. As night fell, Zhenju leaned against the outer room, battling sleepiness during her night watch. Just as she drifted off, the sound of someone opening the door roused her. Who is it? In her dazed state, Zhenju hurried to the entrance and collided with the door as it swung open. Upon seeing the emperor clad in eunuch's attire, her eyes widened in shock. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to call out. Silence. Xiao Ling reprimanded coldly. Zhenju quickly covered her mouth, and after a moment, she pointed towards the inner chamber. Your Majesty, at this hour, the young mistress has already retired for the night. Xiao Ling stepped inside. Swiftly, he shed his outer garments and slipped under Liu Chan's covers. Observing her peaceful slumber, he felt an inexplicable sense of frustration. After anxiously waiting for hours, she appeared to be sleeping soundly. As his large hand rested upon her form, he intended to find solace in sleep, but was met with discomfort as he realized it had been some time since he had last touched her. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled her into his embrace, pressing half his body against hers. Liu Chan, still in a haze, sensed a stirring of warmth and, in her confusion, opened her eyes only to be enveloped by an external force. Time passed, and soon she felt utterly exhausted. So annoying, she mumbled, turning away from him. Xiao Ling commanded Zhenju to fetch water, feeling a tinge of guilt as he carried her to wash. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, he returned her to bed, and she appeared utterly spent. After 3 encounters, she found it increasingly difficult to endure. Still tired? Xiao Ling felt satisfied, brimming with energy. Liu Chan glared at him in frustration, attempting to turn away once more, but Xiao Ling grasped her arm firmly. Enough, he said, amusement dancing in his eyes. I've come to thank you today. You have aided me greatly. He referred to stirring the conflict between Lady Jing and Lady Song. Their arrogance was indeed a misstep. Exploiting it would allow him to grasp their weaknesses, albeit his true target was the Song family. Currently, Lady Jing and Lady